Oh my god. So this dude totally freaks when he wakes up in some random-ass room he's never seen before. HenRy had zero clue what was going on, then he peeped a strange face with black hair in the mirror. My guy was like, yo, where'd my signature silver hair go? Before HenRy could even compute what was happening, a doctor and nurse just casually roll into his hospital room like it's nothing. So after a quick checkup, the doc is absolutely floored, because the injuries from the car crash he was in were just gone, like someone used some holy magic on him, which, lol, they did. But HenRy's like, hold up, what car accident? He blankly asks the doctor if his mana is shot, and the dude just looks at him like he's speaking another language. HenRy then starts yapping about fighting monsters during the whole Cataclysm thing, which just made the doc and nurse look at each other like, is he good? They're thinking, has this kid been cooped up in here so long his brain turned to soup? Can you tell me your name and what year it is? I'm Mason, and it's probably like 1970, right? The doctor's head started to spin. This kid's side effects were way worse than he thought. Your name is HenRy, and the year is 2022. And that's when it was HenRy's turn to panic. I'm HenRy, it's 2022. These two didn't look like they were capping. That TV was paper thin and super HD too. The calendar on the desk also said 2022, and he'd never seen that little glowing rectangle the nurse was swiping on. This has to be the future. This is just great. An old head in a new world? What the hell am I supposed to do when I don't know jack? The doctor adds that this cataclysm he mentioned was ancient history from 50 years ago and was totally over. Monsters were still a thing, but not really. The world was basically back to being peaceful. If that's the case, then no matter how crazy this all is, he should thank his lucky stars. And now he had to accept that Mason from 1970 sacrificed himself to save the world. What a legend, right? Smash that like button for our boy Mason. And somehow, he got reincarnated into HenRy's body. Though nobody had a clue how he pulled off a respawn that epic. A few weeks later, HenRy bounced from the hospital. He followed the OG owner's memories back to his apartment on 5th Avenue. So this is HenRy's room, which means it's my crib now. HenRy's parents passed away when he was a kid, so since then, he's just been living off the inheritance they left him. HenRy sprawled out on the bed, thinking. He wasn't buying the whole reincarnation thing. His crazy comeback had to be the work of some god messing around. HenRy scrolled through HenRy's files and found out he was going to the Camui Magic Academy. There was nothing like that back in his day. This could be lit, he thought. Suddenly, his bag started buzzing. He picked up the phone, and the screen flashed a call from Jax. For a second, HenRy had no idea what to do with the glowing brick, so he just tossed it aside and ghosted him. Laughed my ass off. The phone immediately blew up with spam texts from Jax. Heard you're out of the hospital. Get your butt to school. I'm broke. The next morning, HenRy somehow made it to school. Bro was old enough to be these kids' uncle, but going back to school actually had him kinda hyped. It sounded cool, but HenRy immediately started judging the school's whole vibe. Some kid yelled and flicked a fire spell so weak it couldn't light a candle at a wooden dummy. HenRy used his pro-gamer eyes to scan the area. Every single one of them had embarrassingly low mana. He held his head like, are you kidding me? He couldn't believe the descendants of sorcerers could be this lame. Compared to when HenRy was a rookie, these kids weren't even 1/10 as good as he was. HenRy walked in looking super bummed, not even noticing all the girls giving him the eye. Once he was in class, his mood actually picked up. Sitting at a desk, he felt like he was back in the good old days. It was a total vibe. HenRy didn't know if the OG owner had any friends, but a whole crew showed up anyway. A loud stomp and a booming voice echoed from behind him. You son of a witch, you're gonna ignore my texts? You're just some nobody from the HenRy family. You got the nerve. HenRy replied, cool as a cucumber. Who are you guys? The red-haired dude glared and lunged, kicking at HenRy. As he kicked, he screamed, how dare you not remember the great Jax, you You useless piece of trash. HenRy then remembered the name Jax from his phone. Oh, now I remember. You're my friend, right? Jax smirked and held out his hand. You remember now, you dweeb? Do you even know what a friend is? HenRy immediately grabbed Jax's hand and squeezed it hard. Friends are supposed to help each other out, of course. Jax flinched and ripped his hand away. He grabbed HenRy by the collar like he was about to eat him. The money. Where's your money? Cough it up. Now. You still got plenty of that inheritance your folks left you, right? HenRy sighed. It finally clicked that the OG HenRy didn't have friends. He was getting bullied. That Jax kid had a serious temper. Every word HenRy said just made him want to throw hands. Just then, the classroom door slid open, and a clear, sweet voice called out, good morning. The girl with blue hair, Misty, was a total smoke show. Her face was bright, her body was graceful, and her legs were seriously stunning. That alone was enough to make Jax freeze up, mesmerized, practically drooling all over HenRy. In front of his goddess, he didn't dare act up, just shot HenRy a few threats before storming off. Today's class just so happened to be history. The professor was droning on about how the Supreme Sorcerer, Mason, sacrificed himself to end that gnarly event. Everyone in class was nodding off, lulled by the professor's sleepy voice. When monsters swarmed the globe, pushing humanity to the edge, the top sorcerer at the time, the GOAT himself, Mason, thought otherwise. And a bunch of other stuff happened that everyone already knows. The professor asked the class if anyone knew who Mason really was. The blue-haired girl, Misty, shot up to answer. He was the only survivor of the first Cataclysm, the very first sorcerer, and he's the reason the Camui Magic Academy was founded. As she spoke, Misty's eyes were literally sparkling, showing total admiration for her idol, Mason. The professor confirmed Misty's answer was 100% correct. Mason was the first human to ever use magic. This magic academy was established to train as many sorcerers to be as legendary as Mason was back in the day. Mason is the greatest sorcerer in human history. The professor even stressed that this T would be on the test. Meanwhile, HenRy had his head down, silently wishing the professor would just stop because every cell in his body was screaming with secondhand embarrassment. HenRy's weird trembling was confusing his classmates, while he was just regretting coming here to listen to people simp over him for a whole period. But because the world was so chill now, it seemed the new generation of sorcerers had gotten progressively weaker. HenRy just stared out the window at the sky. How long had it been since he felt this kind of peace? Who knows how much time passed, but the professor ended the class and reminded them that tomorrow was the magic assessment test. Jax, of course, took this chance to come over and taunt HenRy. You hear that? A magic test. It's gonna be hilarious watching you make a total clown of yourself tomorrow. HenRy just looked bored. Does this psycho ever stop talking? He was so over it. Seeing HenRy get up to leave, Jax started mocking his parents again. Your old folks didn't have any powers either, right? Oh, so you're just a damn orphan? I forgot. Ha ha ha. The whole group burst out laughing, and HenRy couldn't let it slide. Even though they weren't his parents, this was about a man's pride. Do your parents know what a disrespectful little punk you are? Let me know in the comments if you think Jax is the absolute worst. HenRy's reply was calm, but it was enough to make the hothead Jax puff up like he was about to explode. What did you say, you orphan? Don't you dare lump me in with you. Jax immediately summoned a magic circle. Its power dyed the whole room red with fire. The other students looked at each other, shook. Is he really going to use magic in the classroom? Jax launched a fireball at HenRy, straight up trying to murder him on the spot. HenRy just stood there chillin', even as the other students ran away screaming. Look out, Misty yelled, running worriedly toward HenRy. A huge explosion and scorching heat instantly filled the entire room. Misty didn't make it in time and could only blame Jax for flexing the little bit of magic he has, without caring that other students could get hurt. Being yelled at by his crush just made Jax even angrier. It was his fault for starting it, not mine. A few seconds later, the fire died down, leaving only dust and smoke. As the smoke cleared, a figure was still standing there. HenRy had one hand in his pocket, holding his bag with the other, completely fine as he coolly stared them down. He scratched his head, and you couldn't tell if he was praising or roasting Jax. Not bad. Jax looked like he'd seen a ghost. He was shooketh. He didn't even flinch after taking a direct hit from my spell. To HenRy, it was just a tier 1 spell. A simple magic barrier was more than enough to block it. No other magic was needed. HenRy held back because he thought Jax was just an immature punk, but it seems he's the type who only learns the hard way. Seeing HenRy's current expression, the three punks instinctively huddled together in fear. A powerful blue flame erupted from HenRy's body. The light quickly filled the whole room. Everyone there was frozen stiff. They had no idea what kind of boss-level character they were facing. HenRy slowly walked toward Jax, who was shaking like he was standing in a blizzard on a rooftop in Brooklyn. He reached his arm out toward him, his eyes completely dead. Jax's face twisted, his mouth wide open, unable to even scream. What was that noise just now? Did one of you students just use magic? A professor suddenly burst through the door after hearing the explosion Jax caused. HenRy pulled his arm back as the professor asked him what was going on. HenRy let out a sigh, then replied with an innocent face. Nothing happened in here, sir. Maybe someone outside accidentally misfired a spell. But the professor said no magic clubs were active on school grounds right now. HenRy quickly tried to distract him, saying it was probably just someone testing out their magic, since sorcerers love to show off. Then where did this smoke come from? The professor smelled something burning, and HenRy quickly claimed it drifted in from outside. And you won't believe it, the professor actually bought it because he knew HenRy wouldn't lie. But before leaving, the professor still warned the students, I will find the culprit. You hear me? All of you. Get back to your seats. HenRy cheerfully said goodbye to the professor, thinking he'd probably have to fake a scene to cover this all up. After the professor left, a heavy silence fell over the room. Jax turned and ran, gritting his teeth and cursing HenRy in his head. HenRy, too, had a lot on his mind. Even if they're just students, how are they supposed to fight monsters at this level? The Cataclysm might be over, but there are still monsters lurking around. So, HenRy decided to go scout the area. That night in the old Sibia district, a desolate ruin that had yet to be restored, HenRy used a magic circle to fly through the sky, landing on an old building to observe from a rooftop in a sketchy part of New York. He then picked up speed, but couldn't sense any monsters nearby. Although everything looked wrecked, like a forgotten corner of Los Angeles, it seemed the authorities had already cleaned the place up. Suddenly, HenRy sensed a monster nearby, and there were even signs of a person. He immediately bolted in that direction. At that moment, a girl was trembling on the ground, and before her stood a terrifying two-headed beast. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. Okay, so get this. This monster was literally starving, like it hadn't had a decent meal in years. And just when you think it's game over for this magic cop, our boy Vance slides in, right in the nick of time. The beast is about to chow down when it just roars in pain. Vance, like a total boss, summons all these sharp spikes from the ground, turning the thing into monster sashimi. Just like that, he one-shots a beast 10 times his size. He turns to the girl on the ground, and yup, it's a magic cop. Awkward. Vance is so not here for the drama. He just tells her to be more careful next time. Before she can even get a thank you out, he's gone. Faster than a New York minute. The cop is just sitting there, completely shook, wondering who that masked hero was. He had the power of a top-tier mage, but she realized, wait a minute, he didn't even say any magic words. Meanwhile, Vance is just casually cruising through the sky like he's taking a dip in a pool. The chill is unreal. Honestly, wearing that mask was a genius move. Since he's basically this ancient, powerful soul crashing in Vance Kane's body, he's got to keep a low profile, you know? But man, Vance is feeling super disappointed today. A magic cop almost got completely wrecked by a low-level, trash-tier monster. Seriously, the skill level of these cops has totally tanked. Vance is realizing that humanity literally can't even handle a single pipsqueak monster anymore. Yikes.
And it's not just the students and the cops, fam. It seems like all the mages in this era are just weaker. Like, way weaker than back in his day. But is Vance sad about it?
Nah, he's actually kinda hyped. It means his OP skills are still super relevant. Big fish, small pond, am I right? So he does a quick sweep, using his mana to clean up the local monsters. Can't have them bothering clueless civilians. The next day, you guessed it, it's time for the big mana measurement test at school. So they're all standing in front of this huge, clunky machine that looks like it's from the 90s. Apparently, it measures your mana and your attribute, the two most important stats if you want to go pro. And Vance is just standing there, completely baffled. For real? Magic has gone this far downhill. He gets that the students are clueless, but the fact that the teachers can't even sense a student's mana on their own, that's just unbelievable. Vance is fuming internally, like, sensing mana is lesson number 1. People, the absolute basics. Then, out of nowhere, Misty slides up to him like, hey, got a sec. And oh my god, you guys, the whole class starts whispering. The gossip is flying. Misty's all, so, this is the first time we've actually talked, huh? And then reintroduces herself as the second daughter of the super noble and magical Waterford family. Ooh la la. Vance is just stunned. Again. For like, the 100th time today. He's thinking. A noble magic family? What in the world is that? Misty is absolutely shook that he doesn't know. Her jaw is on the floor. She explains that the Waterfords are one of the 4 great families running the whole Mage show. Vance is trying so hard not to laugh. This whole noble thing wasn't a thing back in his day, and he's never even heard of the Waterfords. Besides, for someone from such a famous family, her mana level is kinda meh. Like, in the world of real mages, a power level like hers is seriously underwhelming. Meanwhile, Misty has no clue why Vance is acting so unimpressed. The audacity. And get this, Jax is over in the corner, just seething with jealousy that Misty is talking to Vance. The drama is piping hot, y'all. Vance just scratches his head and plays along, like, so what does a member of a powerful family like you want with me? The sarcasm is thick. You can totally tell Misty wants to punch him, but as a noble, she's got to keep it classy. This whole act is really testing Vance's patience. Turns out, she saw him tank Jax's attack yesterday without a single scratch and knows something is up. But just as she's about to spill the tea, the professor yells that they're starting the test. Vance is so relieved. Talk about being saved by the bell. A perfect excuse to get away from this girl. Misty's a little annoyed, but she's not mad. She figures she'll see his real power during the test anyway. Next up is Jax, and the arrogance is just dripping off him. He blasts the machine, it lights up, and the number stops at a solid 1,000. And Jax just starts hooting and hollering like a chimpanzee who just found a banana. He's yelling, I'm the freaking best, even stronger than before. And Vance is just thinking, if that's 1,000, the standards haven't budged in 50 years. LOL. Next is Misty, just as cocky as Jax. She barely taps the machine, and the number shoots up to 2,000 with a water attribute. The professor's jaw hits the floor, praising them like they're the second coming. Your mana levels are truly at the top of this year's class. You two will definitely become outstanding mages, he says, and the whole class erupts for their two new rising stars. The only one not cracking a smile is Vance. He's like, Misty is at the top with just 2,000 mana. That's barely better than a bunch of amateurs. Misty glances over at him, probably thinking he's feeling insecure. Vance just tries to avoid her challenging stare. This girl was seriously getting on his nerves. All right, y'all, it's finally Vance's turn. The class knows he's a total brainiac, but when it comes to magic, he's always been dead last. Jax is still giving him the side eye, conveniently forgetting he almost peed his pants in fear yesterday. Misty is watching his every move, so sure, he's gonna flop. Vance is just thinking about his past life, where being on top got a little lonely. Maybe he should tone it down a bit this time, but then he remembers those smug looks from Jax and Misty, and is like, nah, screw being humble. He places his hand on the machine and decides to go all out, hoping this piece of junk can handle his full power. And oh my god, his mana doesn't just fill the room, it shoots out of the classroom, waking up students in other buildings. Misty's eyes are as wide as dinner plates. She has no idea what's happening. The number on the screen keeps climbing nonstop. The crystal is overflowing, shooting a beam of mana straight into the air. Then there's a bright flash and a massive explosion that probably echoed all the way to Los Angeles. Sharp shards of crystal go flying everywhere, but Vance throws up a quick spell to block them, making sure no one gets hurt. He was only serious for a few seconds, and this piece of junk couldn't take it. Plus, nobody here could even properly sense his mana. He's wondering, can these kids really become mages? The professor is running around, frantically checking on everyone. He actually thinks Vance was just lucky to be standing at the center of the explosion completely unharmed. Bro, that wasn't luck, that was skill. This is the first time I've ever seen an evaluation device explode. Maybe it was already broken, the professor says. But now we can't find out Student Kane's mana level and attribute. No duh, Sherlock. Turns out they need the scores to make groups for practicals, and now they don't know where to stick Vance. So, the professor just assigns him to Jax's group. Oh, this is gonna be juicy. Jax glances at his two minions with this evil grin on his face. Of course, Professor, Jax says, all fake nice. The professor, bless his clueless heart, thinks Vance is in good hands. Jax walks past Vance, trying to give him this super intimidating glare. It's not working. Vance just smirks. I'm looking forward to it too, Professor. The location for this little field trip is Old Sibia, a ruined, abandoned area where monsters still hang out. Mages and cops patrol it to make sure the monsters don't wander off, which is why the academy sends students here for practice. The professor assures them most of the monsters have been cleared out, so it's totally safe. Right. Vance wasn't expecting this, but here's the tea. He was already here last night, and something feels totally off. Vance is positive he wiped out all the monsters here yesterday, but now he can sense more of them. There are no signs of a disaster, so how are they showing up again? Super sus. Meanwhile, the other students are making bets on who can take down more monsters. Oh, sweet summer children. Vance is actually getting worried for these carefree kids. And just like that, the professor announces that the practical class has begun. And what's the first thing that happens? Jax shoves Vance against a wall. Real mature, dude. He's got that smug, superior look on his face. Hey, you, stay put and don't get in our way. I'm being nice here, so don't start whining and begging, you hear me? Vance just calmly dusts off his sleeve, totally unbothered. If you don't like me, you can just ignore me. Vance's comeback was so on point that Jax just snaps. Don't you dare talk to me like an equal, you bottom feeder. Why would Misty even be interested in you? Vance scowls. This psycho is seriously picking a fight over a girl, and then it clicks. Vance just goes, oh my god, wait a second. You have a crush on Misty, don't you? Jax's eyes are bugging out with rage, but Vance is already over it because he can sense something approaching. Fast, Jax, totally clueless, starts prepping a spell with his two goons. Vance tells him not to, but Jax thinks he's begging. Vance just calmly says, look behind you. Jax scoffs. You think I'd fall for a childish trick like that? A massive shadow looms over them, and Jax turns to see a huge, two-horned monster that appeared out of nowhere. The three punks immediately huddle together, trembling. Wah. Why is it here? Why is a demon soldier here? In front of a real monster? These three are just small fries. The two lackeys are begging Jax to do something. Though he's scared, his ego is still working overtime. Take this, you bastard. Jax shoots a fireball that completely engulfs the demon soldier. Seeing it doesn't move, he actually thinks he succeeded. That was a piece of cake. He cheers. But nope. After the flames die down, the demon soldier is standing there without a single scratch. Vance isn't surprised. A tier 1 spell won't do squat, but he just stands back to watch the show. The demon soldier takes one step forward, and Jax falls flat on his butt, his eyes welling up with tears. His teeth are chattering, and oh my god, A wet patch is spreading across his pants. He peed himself. I am screaming. The demon soldier charges at Jax, but stops dead in its tracks when it sees Vance. It's like it's having PTSD flashbacks of all its comrades getting wrecked by him, and the demon soldier immediately starts backing away. Vance casually steps forward. See, even a demon soldier knows who's stronger among us. That's right, it can sense the immense mana just radiating from Vance. The monster's arm is trembling as it roars, summoning several magic circles. Vance raises his hand, summoning his own magic circle without any words. How can you beat it with tier 1 magic? We're gonna die. The punks behind him are whining. Just then, the demon soldier uses a tier 2 spell. Stone wall, and huge chunks of rock come hurtling towards them. Jax squeezes his eyes shut, but Vance just smirks and uses the tier 1 spell. Fire arrow. A literal fire tornado shoots out from his hand. You could just tell it was going to swallow that tiny little rock attack whole. And sure enough, the rock gets vaporized, and so does the demon soldier right behind it. A massive explosion creates a powerful gust of wind, making Vance's coat flutter heroically. Jax and his crew open their eyes. What the hell just happened? Did Vance just take down that demon soldier and save his life? You bet he did. Vance just walks over to claim the magic stone. Why was it in old Sibia? He wonders. He had hunted down every single monster yesterday, yet it still reappeared. Unless this was an omen of a coming catastrophe. The situation seems way more intense than Vance anticipated. He recalls tragic memories of death and destruction, and can't help but shudder. But even if disaster strikes again, he's determined to save everyone. Meanwhile, Jax's 2 lackeys are just looking at each other in disbelief. He just took down that demon soldier, right? Is that really the same Kane from before? Jax, filled with rage and embarrassment, just punches a wall. He's probably thinking, how could I face Misty if she found out about this? Well, funny story. At that very moment, Misty was hiding behind a rock and witnessed Jax's entire pants-wetting incident. Back to a few minutes earlier, the other students were just fighting off a few dinky, low-level magic beasts, completely oblivious. What do you guys think? Drop a comment below if Jax got what he deserved. And don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe for more of this crazy story. Zoe just casually slayed them with some basic level 1 magic. And oh my god, the other students watching were totally bugging out, screaming, so sick. That's a Brookhaven for ya. Hearing all the praise, Zoe let out this super dramatic sigh. Like, seriously. They were freaking out over times this asterisk. These normies were simping so hard. But hey, when you're a genius, you're a genius. What can you do? But then, get this, Zoe spots Jay's crew dragging Mason off into some sketchy corner behind the old warehouse on First Street. Remembering how they were clowning on him earlier, Zoe's face went totally serious. She finally just turned to her friends and was like, you guys handle the rest. Then she ghosted, trailing them from a distance. I mean, she couldn't just let that slide, right? So Zoe dips into the shadows, just watching the tea unfold. And then a freaking demon soldier shows up. Zoe's face went white, pure panic mode. She knew those clowns couldn't handle that thing. The more she thought about it, the more she freaked, clenching her fists. She had to do something, right? She's from the freaking Brookhaven family, for crying out loud. Finally, Zoe just bolts out and screams, everyone, get out of here. But before she could even finish her sentence, a bolt of magic just whooshed times right past her face, leaving her totally shook. With a massive boom, this huge explosion goes off, and it's all smoke and fire. When it cleared, the big reveal dropped. Zoe sees Mason, just standing there looking like a total boss. She's frowning, completely floored, like, was that Mason's magic? 'Cause last she checked, my dude was a total wallflower with 0 talent. Now he's acting like a whole new person. And wait a minute, she didn't even hear him say a chant. Was my boy casting spells without a word? Plus, he just one-shotted that demon soldier with what looked like level 1 magic. Okay, so quick rundown for you guys. A demon's power is all about how many mana stones it has. That's their whole social ladder. Regular magic beasts are rank 6 and demon soldiers are rank 5, a whole step up. Demon commanders are rank 4, generals are rank 3, and then you get to the big bosses. Rank 2 is the demon king, and the final boss is the demon lord. It's like basic knowledge that you need at least level 3 magic to even scratch a demon soldier. So how in the world did Mason's little starter spell do the job? Zoe's brain was literally short-circuiting trying to figure it out. While she was having a full-on meltdown, Mason just slowly strolls over to her hiding spot. Zoe jumped, trying to press herself into the wall like she was invisible paint. But then she was like, wait, why am I even hiding? After Mason walked past, Zoe peeked her head out, but he'd already clocked her. He smirks and goes, spying on people is kind of your brand, huh? Zoe was stunned. She frowned and was like, how did you even know? Mason just shrugged, all chill, and casually dropped. It'd be weirder if a so-called mage didn't know, but that just made Zoe even more confused. Seeing her looking like a confused puppy, Mason just sighed. You guys seriously can't sense magic, can you? And with that, he just turned and walked off, leaving Zoe standing there completely mind blown. When she finally rebooted her brain, she sprinted after him, yelling, "Hey, wait up. What was that? You better explain yourself." But poof, he was gone. Vanished. The guy she was chasing was now chilling on a rooftop like he's Batman, looking down at the whole New York skyline. Mason saw her running around like a lost tourist and couldn't help but sigh. He scanned the area for a sec, whispering, "Might as well do a little spring cleaning, just in case." As he said that, Mason used his mana to scope out the area. No more demon soldiers, thank God. But there were still a ton of magic beasts running around Los Angeles. This was such a headache. If Jay, who's supposed to be a top student, lost his cool that bad, the other students were basically toast. Mason frowned, deep in thought. Should he give them a little boost? His barrier could totally cover the entire area around the garrison building. And bam, just like that, Mason summons mana into his hands. In a flash, 2 glowing streams of magic shot into the air. Then they started zipping all over the place, and before you knew it, the whole garrison building was inside this crazy light show. If you think that's awesome, smash that like button right now. Jay's crew saw the lights and were immediately shook, no clue what was happening, and Zoe was right there with them. She's frowning, muttering, "Is that multicast magic?" At the same time, in another corner of the block, a whole pack of magic beasts had cornered 2 students, and y'all, it was a terrifying amount. Just then, one of them lunged at this pink-haired girl, and her face was just pure terror. She was a sitting duck. In that split second, with her life literally on the line, a bolt of magic just appears out of nowhere and completely shreds the beast attacking her. The pink-haired girl, having just seen her life flash before her eyes, was so scared her legs turned to jelly and she just collapsed. The guy with her rushed over, all worried. "Are you okay? You good?" Meanwhile, up on the rooftop, Mason's looking down like a proud dad, nodding, "Nice. Just mowing him down like this is actually pretty fun." But then, he realizes there's a problem with his mana. Cold sweat starts dripping down his forehead, because his magic didn't just kill the beasts, it vaporized them. In a flash, little monster bits were just everywhere. Seeing this absolute mess, Mason couldn't help but sigh. He maybe, kinda, went a little overboard. Whoops. In the end, he basically cleared the whole level. How was the class supposed to even continue now? Note to self, gotta chill out next time. After a beat, Mason used magic to hop down from the roof. He glanced around and finally nodded. Yeah, should be safe around here now. After checking that the coast was clear, Mason found a quiet alley to land in. I mean, he didn't need to be super extra about hiding his skills, but being the center of attention was a total drag. With that thought, he casually strolled over to the other students. The instructor was checking out the beast corpses, and after a minute, he's muttering, "Why were there so many left?" The report said the whole pack was cleared out. To take out this many with a single attack, whoever did it had to be a pro mage. And it was non-elemental magic too. Firing off that many magic bullets? Definitely non-elemental. He'd never seen anything like it. If it wasn't for this mystery person, the whole field trip would have gone sideways, way out of his control. Firing multiple magic bullets isn't the craziest part, but there are way more than 6 here. No way a student pulled this off. While he was deep in thought, some kid couldn't take it anymore and snapped. "Why were there so many beasts left? We almost died. Sir, this is on you." The instructor didn't even try to deny it, just bowed his head to apologize. He pursed his lips and explained, "I was told the local mages had already cleared the area. I should have double-checked with the school myself. I'm so sorry for putting you all in that kind of danger." Hearing that, the students didn't really know what to say. Everyone just looked bummed out. The girl who was saved then asked, all shy, "Someone came and saved us, right?" The instructor just shook his head. "I honestly don't know." The girl sighed, kinda disappointed. "Oh, okay. I just wanted to say thank you." The instructor really had no clue. It definitely wasn't the pros or the cops, maybe some rogue mage. But whoever it was, they saved his students, and that's all that mattered. From the bottom of his heart, he was super grateful to this nameless hero. And speaking of the nameless hero, Mason was just standing in the back, smiling to himself. After the chaos died down, the students started whispering about the insane magic they just saw. Mason glanced around, looking relieved that everyone seemed to be okay. What are your theories, guys? Drop them in the comments below. That was a relief. But at the same time, this super nasty glare was locked right on him. Surprise, surprise, it was Jay and his goons. These punks almost became monster chow and they still haven't learned a single thing. Mason just sighed. On the other side of the crowd, Zoe was also low-key watching Mason. He took down a demon soldier with level 1 magic, and that insane multicast, was that him, too. But fire magic times and times non-elemental magic? She was pretty sure no student was good enough to use 2 attributes at once, and definitely not some quiet dude like Mason from Queens. Thinking that, Zoe actually felt a little better, like she was just overthinking it. No way that guy could juggle two attributes. The person who used that other magic had to be someone else. But that still didn't explain how Mason totally obliterated that demon soldier. She was still wondering what in the world his deal was. Mason could feel Zoe's eyes on him but played it cool. Just then, Jay's two sidekicks finally got their brains working again, and one of them whispered, "Yo, that laser thingy. That was Mason, wasn't it?" The other dude immediately shut him down. "No way, dude, that's impossible." But the first guy was sticking to his guns, saying, "But he totally iced that demon soldier." That comment was the last straw for Jay. His face got all dark and stormy. He gritted his teeth and snarled, "Hey, shut your damn trap before I shut it for you." The two of them went quiet real quick, not daring to say another word. Jay's eyes were looking straight up evil now. He yelled, "There's no way that worthless loser is that strong. He's definitely pulling some shady stuff." The other two, not wanting to get yelled at again, quickly agreed, "Yeah, he is acting super weird. Isn't he supposed to be a total coward?" Jay loved hearing that, and he just sneered. "That son of a gun is up to something. He wants to make me look like a fool? I'll make him show his true colors." A little while later, school's out. Mason was walking home like any other day, but a whole group of students blocked his path, which was kind of weird. And leading the pack was, you guessed it, Jay. He's glaring at Mason, saying all cold, "I've been waiting for you." Mason was so over these guys, sighing as he said, "Are you guys hard of hearing or something? Instead of running around causing drama, why don't you spend that time actually studying magic? Might be more useful." Oof. That remark totally hit Jay's rage button. He screamed back, "You don't get to talk, you lying piece of trash." Lying? Mason looked genuinely confused. "What are you even talking about?" Jay just sneered, yelling, "Stop playing dumb. How the hell could you use magic like that? You're definitely pulling some kind of trick." Mason just stared at him, his eyes filled with total confusion. He had no idea what this dude was even rambling about. Seeing him stay quiet, Jay ordered, "You're coming with me. I'm not letting a little rat like you get away." And with that, his whole crew moved in to back him up. Scumbags really do travel in packs, don't they? Mason looked at the wannabe gang in front of him, shrugged, and said with total contempt, "Why would I need to run?" Pissed off by his chill attitude, Jay screamed again, "Cut the crap, you bastard. You can't use magic here, can you?" The second he finished speaking, he balled up his fist and charged. Jay's fist was inches from Mason's face, but my dude didn't even flinch. So get this, Jay's whole goon squad just rushes Mason, throwing these weak sauce punches. Jay's over there, cackling like a total psycho, all like, "Yo, without your magic, you ain't squat, fam. You could lick my sneakers right now and I'd still wreck you." Later, and his face is getting all kinds of twisted, but plot twist. They can't even lay a finger on our boy Mason. Laugh my ass off. And Mason's just standing there, cool as a cucumber from a bodega on Flatbush Ave, giving them this look like there's something he scraped off his shoe. Their wimpy punches can't even connect. Mason's magic is on autopilot, bro. They could swing all night and he wouldn't feel a thing. But man, these clowns were annoying. Mason literally thought about taking a dive just to make them stop, so he squats down, pretending like they actually landed one. But right then, this shout just cuts through the air. "What in the actual heck are you clowns doing?" The whole crew jumps and whips around, and bam! It's Chloe, standing right there. Jay's face just crumples. "You guys." His lips are trembling as he mutters, "Oh no, Chloe. She's gonna think I'm the biggest tool." He immediately tries to play it off, like, "It's nothing. We're just, messing around." Chloe just scoffs, ice cold, and is like, "Oh, I see exactly what's happening. You're all jumping Mason." She goes on, "You're repping our academy in those uniforms and you're acting like a bunch of wannabe gangsters. Have some self-respect." Hearing that, Jay's crew looks super awkward. But Jay, oh, he is fuming. He's shooting daggers at Mason, blaming him for making him look bad in front of his crush. The audacity. And while Jay is having his little internal meltdown, Chloe just walks right up, grabs Mason's hand, y'all. She grabbed his hand and says, "Come on, Mason, let's dip." The sight of them holding hands just sends Jay's rage meter through the roof. In his head, he's probably cursing out Mason's entire ancestry. Seeing that look on his face, his two boys are frozen stiff, too scared to even try and calm him down. Finally, Jay just can't take it anymore and completely loses it. "You son of a witch, Mason." Mason just lets out this heavy sigh, like, is this dude ever gonna quit? He's clingier than static. But Jay is seeing red, magic crackling in his hands as he screams, "You damn mutt, I'm gonna totally end you." Chloe is freaking out, yelling, "Jay, what are you doing?" But my dude is long gone, totally unhinged. He and his crew all launch a magical attack right at Mason. Chloe's getting more frantic, screaming a warning, "Watch out." And then kaboom. A massive explosion, smoke and fire everywhere, forcing Chloe to shield her eyes. Thinking Mason is totally toast, Jay just starts laughing his head off like some B-list movie villain. Even if you had 10 cheat codes, they wouldn't save you, boy. His two little minions, on the other hand, are shaking in their boots, muttering, "Oh my god, this is so not good. Is he really gone?" Jay just scoffs, all casual. "Chill out, you idiots. What are you freaking out for? We just had a little oopsie with our magic off campus, lost control. Mason just got in the way, that's all." But while he's gloating, this low voice just echoes out of the smoke, "Y'all have seriously crossed the line." This makes Jay jump and spin around as a figure just strolls out of the haze. It's Mason, standing there without a single scratch, glaring at the punk squad and saying in this ice-cold voice, "I was gonna let this slide, 'cause I figured you were just a bunch of stupid kids. But I guess stupidity has a price. Time for your lesson." Seeing this, Jay's face just falls. He screeches in a panic, "You're still alive. You took all that magic and you're still alive." Even Chloe, standing right behind him, is completely shook, just trying to reboot her brain. But Mason can't be bothered to explain. Smash that like button if you're ready for Mason to serve up some justice. He just says indifferently, "If it was just me, whatever. But you dragged Chloe into this too. You're completely rotten to the core, kid." Biting his lip like a drama queen, Jay yells back, "This is your fault. You dare make a fool out of me. We're not stopping until you're both nothing but skeletons." As soon as he's done, magic sparks in his hand again. Mason isn't even phased. He calmly snaps his fingers, summoning just a tiny little bit of magic. Seeing the mini magic circle in front of him, Jay just busts out laughing. "Haha, what's that pathetic little spell gonna do? You were so dead this time." And then they all rush Mason at once, but our boy stays perfectly calm and just mutters, "Mana drain." The second he says it, these insane magic vines erupt from the ground. They move like giant pythons, slithering through the air, shooting right for Jay's crew, and instantly wrap them up tight. They all start screaming in panic. "What the heck is this? Let me go." But it's not long before they just go totally limp, like deflated balloons, slumping to the ground with zero strength left. Seeing this, Mason retracts his vines. Without them holding the crew up, they all just faceplant onto the pavement. Even Mason looks a little surprised, like he's thinking, "I barely took any of their juice, and they folded like that. Well, that should be enough of a lesson." Watching this whole thing, Chloe's even more shocked. What in the world was that magic? What just happened? Why did Jay and his boys just pass out? While she's trying to process, Mason grabs his bag and gets ready to bounce. Seeing him leave, Chloe quickly shouts to stop him. "Hey, wait a second." She just unloads a storm of questions. "What was that magic? What just happened? You're not supposed to be able to use magic that skillfully." She keeps grilling him like it's an interrogation, and Mason is so not feeling the vibe. He just snorts coldly and says, instead of playing 20 questions, "Isn't there something else you should be saying?" Chloe, totally getting what he means, stubbornly turns her head away. "I'll admit you saved me. Thanks. Okay. Now answer me." But before she can finish, the guy in front of her has vanished into thin air. Chloe yells in frustration, "Where did he disappear to again?" Unbelievable. That night over in Sibia, the whole area was giving off super gloomy vibes. A figure uses magic to zip across the dark New York sky like the wind. Then, he lands silently on a tall building in the city. And this person was none other than Mason, in disguise, rocking his usual familiar hoodie. Mason uses his magic to scan the area because he's getting a really bad feeling. Just as Mason thought, he had cleared out all the monsters that afternoon, but the place was crawling with them again. Was this a bad omen or what? If it was just Sibia, Mason could handle it on his own, but he could feel them in other places too. This was way too much for the regular cops to handle, and even though the magic police are kinda useless, he can't kill every monster in the country by himself. Mason knew he needed a game plan for this. After thinking for a hot second, Mason decided to start by eliminating the monsters right here. He had to be slick about it, couldn't draw attention. With that thought, Mason used magic to leap down below, starting to wipe out the magical beasts. Furious bolts of magic rained down from the sky, making the beasts drop like flies. Just then, down on the street, some drunk dude was staggering along. He had no idea there was a magical beast creeping up behind him. Instantly, the beast lunges at the guy. In the nick of time, Mason appears in a flash and slices it down. His speed was insane. Feeling a rush of wind go past him, the drunk guy turns his head to look. But he sees nobody and just figures he's imagining things, when really Mason had already ducked into a nearby alley. The drunk guy just keeps on heading home. Mason makes sure he's safe before dipping out. What he didn't notice was that someone from a distance recorded the entire thing. They posted it on social media, smiling with a smug look. If this doesn't go viral, I don't know what will. The next morning, in the principal's office at the Magic Academy, another teacher was there too. He looks at the students in front of him and says in a low voice, "We've received a report that some students were seen using magic off campus. If this is true, The school will be forced to suspend those students. The students in question were Mason and Chloe, and Jay's crew was also there. So when Jay heard that, he was the first to start pointing fingers. What do you mean, sir? We didn't use any magic. It was Mason who came looking for a fight with us. Mason was literally speechless at the shamelessness. This dude could lie without even blinking. Honestly, impressive. He knew he couldn't stay quiet anymore. But before Mason could do anything, a loud shout rang out, "Lies!" shocking him and Jay's crew. The one who spoke was none other than Chloe. She aggressively points right at Jay and accuses him. Mason was being bullied by Jay and his friends. It was Jay's side that used magic first. Hearing this, the teacher frowned and asked, "So that means Mason used magic too?" Chloe shot back defiantly. "It was self-defense. He didn't do anything wrong." Mason was a little surprised. This girl was pretty righteous. Huh, not even twisting the story. But Jay's face was thicker than 8 layers of a Los Angeles freeway. Even after all that, he stubbornly denied it. "We didn't do anything wrong either." Chloe got even more frustrated and snapped, "Just shut your damn mouth. What kind of person bullies someone and then pins all the blame on them? Have you no shame?" Jay was getting totally roasted but still argued back. "It's Mason. He's the one who doesn't deserve to be here. I was just taking out the trash." Chloe glared at him, her face full of disgust. "You're the one who doesn't deserve to be here." Jay retorted defiantly, "I'm at the top of our class. I'm the only one who can match you, not that worthless piece of trash Mason." Chloe was not having any of it, snapping angrily, "You're talking nonsense." Jay still wouldn't back down, stepping in front of Chloe and saying firmly, "Open your eyes, stop defending that guy. Look at me, be my woman." As Jay said this, drop a comment if you're cringing as hard as I am right now. His eyes were full of sincerity, but unfortunately for him, Chloe didn't care at all. She snorted with contempt and said, "In your dreams, kid." Instantly, Jay froze like he'd been dropped in an ice bath. And if that wasn't enough, Chloe listed all the reasons for rejecting him. Something about him being a bully and too violent, which made him so angry he almost passed out. Mason couldn't help but sigh, like, even though Jay deserved it, that was still pretty brutal. Just then, the principal spoke up again. "It seems this is the fault of Jay and his friends, and Mason was only acting in self-defense. We do not tolerate those who use magic for personal vendettas. You will all be expelled." Hearing this, Jay's 2 goons panicked and tried to explain. "No, please don't. We were just following Jay's orders." The principal wasn't trying to hear it and suggested Mason and Chloe return to class. The 2 immediately agreed and left the office. Chloe was out of the room but still fuming. She kept grumbling, "That guy. It's been a long time since someone pissed me off this much." Mason walked beside her and asked curiously, "What's going to happen to them now that they're expelled?" Chloe pouted slightly, saying in a chill tone, "They won't be able to become mages anymore, obviously." With that, Julia whipped her head around and glared at HenRy, snapping, "Yo, you gotta stand up for yourself. Get a spine." HenRy was kinda stuck, like, my dude was totally gonna do that, but she already jumped in. When he didn't say anything, Julia got all flustered. HenRy just frowned, thinking for a sec, before quietly saying, "Come to think of it, how many times have you tried to be my knight in shining armor now?" That time in class when HenRy got dragged into some drama, Julia stepped up, and now this time she actually vouched for him. Thinking about it, HenRy just smiled at her. "You're pretty damn cool, you know that? And oh my god, you guys." His words made Julia turn beet red. She bounced out of there so fast, yelling, "Just shut up, I'm outie." HenRy just watched her go, smirking to himself. Heh, she's kinda cute. Right then, the tea from his past life came flooding back. The old HenRy Kusanagi was gone, and he, Mason Ichikami, had been reincarnated. But did the kid get bullied into the next life? Or was it just some random car accident on the Brooklyn Bridge? HenRy had no clue, but he was damn sure those jerks were to blame, and he hoped karma would hit them like a freight train. Meanwhile, back in the principal's office, 2 more students showed up, and with them came the crystal-clear voice of a total queen bee. "So, let me get this straight. A student used magic off-campus and some other kids got caught in the crossfire?" The principal gave a slight nod. "Correct, but no civilians were harmed." The girl seemed confused. "Okay, then why am I here?" The principal answered calmly. The student who was involved is Misty Julia, causing the girl to literally freeze up. After a beat, she finally said, "I see. Thank you for letting me know." And with that, she spun on her heel and walked out. The principal didn't even try to stop her, just casually added, "Say hello to your father for me." Without even looking back, the girl replied coolly, "Oh, don't you worry, sir. My father's investments in this school aren't going anywhere." The 2 of them hit the hall, where the guy walking with her finally spoke up. If what the principal said is true, this HenRy dude must be seriously packing some heat. The girl muttered under her breath, "Taking on multiple mages at once is basically a suicide mission. You can't win unless the power difference is insane. Like, Grand Canyon level wide. You really think that guy's stronger than us? They kept spilling the tea as they walked, while other students watched them pass with total hard eyes. They paid zero attention to the stares, the girl's voice turning dead serious. First, we need to confirm the real abilities of this student, HenRy Kusanagi. Then I'll decide whether or not to get my little sister expelled. Y'all, this Ice Queen was Julia's older sister, Ruby Misty, student number 53 of the elite class S. The guy next to her was Ryder Kusanagi, also student number 53 of class S. Hearing her, he just nodded and smiled. Sounds like a plan. Back in the classroom, HenRy was slumped over his desk, sighing his life away. Now that all the drama was over, he had zero motivation. Just then, some students freaking out nearby caught his attention. Whoa, look, so badass. Is that a black sorcerer? I know that guy. HenRy frowned, totally confused. Black sorcerer. Is that like some bougie magic family from the Hamptons or something? But whatever. It had nothing to do with him. He let out another bored sigh. As HenRy was moping, a teacher walked in and yelled, "Hey, Kusanagi." Next thing you know, HenRy and a few other students were following the instructor to the evaluation room. All the students who didn't get tested last time were up now. And Julia was there too. She narrowed her eyes at HenRy, determined to find out what he was, really times capable of this time. But just then, her eyes went wide with shock, because she saw Ruby and Ryder were there too. A look of pure panic crossed Julia's face. What is she doing here? But regardless, the evaluation started, and soon enough, it was HenRy's turn. HenRy hesitated in front of the magic measurement device, frowning in deep thought. He kind of blew the last one to smithereens, so he figured he should probably dial it back a little this time. Deciding on that, HenRy summoned just a tiny trickle of magic into his palm and placed it on the machine. Controlling his power at such a low level was actually making him sweat buckets. The numbers on the magic meter shot up instantly. A moment later, HenRy pulled his hand away, leaning on his knees and panting hard. The instructor asked, concerned, "Hey, you all right, kid?" He just shook his head slightly to show he was fine. The instructor glanced at the final number on the machine and announced hesitantly, "Well, it looks like we have our final result. HenRy Kusanagi's attribute is none." When Julia heard this, her eyes filled with total disbelief. Ruby and Ryder, however, didn't seem surprised at all. It was like they already figured HenRy was all talk. But the real shocker came next, when HenRy's magic power level clocked in at just 100. The students in the room immediately started whispering. That's gotta be the lowest in our entire grade. For real. But having no attribute is supposed to be super rare, right? Hearing everyone murmuring, Ryder couldn't help but sigh. Ruby, on the other hand, looked impatient and immediately turned to leave. Let's bounce. We're done here. As the two of them walked out, the room filled with the sound of mocking laughter. Just getting reevaluated wiped him out like that? Pathetic. Well, if your magic power is that weak, you're just screwed. The instructor, worried HenRy would get down about it, came over and patted his shoulder. Don't let it get to you, Kusanagi. Your magic level doesn't define you as a person. But the only one who wasn't buying it was Julia. Something was definitely not right here. HenRy was strong enough to take down freaking demon soldiers, for crying out loud. He should be able to use both fire and non-elemental magic. She'd never heard of anyone being able to adjust their own magic output like that. What the hell did HenRy just pull? But contrary to everyone else's reaction, HenRy himself was totally satisfied. The results are absolutely perfect. It was exactly what he wanted. All he had to do was precisely control a specific amount of magic. But even that little bit left him completely gassed. Luckily, he managed to fool everybody. A little later, HenRy was walking down the hall with Julia. "So, you were at the evaluation too?" he asked. Misty Julia just nodded. "I was just a little curious." But they didn't get far before their path was blocked by none other than Ruby and Ryder. HenRy didn't recognize them and mumbled, confused, "And you guys are?" Ruby immediately introduced herself like she owned the place. "I am Ruby Misty, eldest daughter of the Misty clan. This is Ryder Kusanagi. We're both third years." HenRy frowned, skeptical. "Okay, so what do you want?" Ruby just scoffed. "I've lost all interest in you," she said, before stepping forward. Seeing this, Julia instantly got nervous, her whole body tensing up. Ruby walked right up to her sister and said coldly, "So, it seems you're no better than those rule-breaking delinquents, are you?" Julia lowered her head, unable to meet her sister's gaze. But Ruby wasn't about to let her off the hook. "I also heard you had to be saved by some loser whose magic level can't even break 100. Is that true?" Julia hesitated for a second before quietly admitting, "Yes, it's true." Hearing that, Ruby immediately snapped. "Then drop out, Julia." Julia shot back defiantly. "Why should I?" Ruby just scoffed. "Have you ever beaten me at anything? Even once?" Julia froze. Ruby was right. In academics, sports, martial arts, even in magic, Julia had never once surpassed her sister. Ruby closed the distance between them, her voice stern. You're not cut out to be a mage. I'm the only one this family needs. Julia's face fell with every single word. She wanted to fight back, but the words just wouldn't come out. Ruby pressed on, relentless. All you have to do is what I say. Get out of here and just find some other school to go to. Julia started to tremble, her eyes filling with tears. She desperately wanted to argue, but she just didn't have the guts. Seeing her silent, Ruby pushed again. Do you understand me? Julia's hands clenched into fists as she fought with herself. Finally, she was about to give in and agree. But before she could get a word out, HenRy interrupted. That's pretty harsh, don't you think? Ruby glared at him, her voice ice cold. What did you just say? HenRy didn't flinch, calmly replying, You're just running your mouth without even trying to hear what she has to say. If that's not rude, then I don't know what is. Ruby scoffed. This is a private family matter. An outsider, like you, should stay out of it. HenRy shot back. You call this a conversation? It looks more like you're just bossing your sister around. His words totally pissed Ruby off, and she yelled. What did you just say, you little punk? HenRy faced her without breaking a sweat. Forcing someone to do something they don't want to is a line you just don't cross. It's basically like telling someone to give up on their dreams. Ruby still didn't see anything wrong with what she was doing. She just scoffed. My sister doesn't have what it takes to be a mage. She's never beaten me a single time. Julia stood there, her face a mask of misery. Just like Ruby said, she was a nobody. All this time, she'd been telling herself that she was a genius and had the potential to be great, when in reality, she'd never once come close to her sister's level. But right when Julia was at her lowest, HenRy spoke up confidently. She can beat you. His words made Julia freeze, staring at him in total disbelief. Even Ruby couldn't believe it, frowning as she muttered, Beat me? With a small laugh. HenRy casually continued. Well, obviously not right now. Ruby glared at him and sneered. At least you get that. So how about a 2-on-2 practice match in 2 weeks? Hearing this, HenRy asked, confused. A 2-on-2? Figured you'd be scared. Ruby mocked him with a grin. You were talking all that trash a minute ago, and now you're gonna tuck your tail and run. HenRy let out a cold laugh. No cap. I'm in, senpai. So, what about you? He said, glancing over at Julia. She was stunned by the proposal and hesitated for a long time, not saying a word. Julia was torn. Should she give up on her dream, or should she stand up and fight just this once? After a heavy silence, she finally found her answer. She declared fiercely, I'm in too. HenRy grinned, satisfied. All right, it's settled then. He looked over at Ruby with a smirk. If we win, you never bring this up again. Ruby coolly accepted the terms. And if we win, Julia leaves this school. I won't be holding back. You two better get ready for a reality check. And with that, she turned and walked away. Ryder quickly followed her, but not before giving the two a friendly wave goodbye. A little later, HenRy and Julia were on the roof of some high-rise in Midtown. Julia suddenly spoke up. HenRy, I have a favor to ask. Please, teach me how to use magic. Hearing that, HenRy breathed a sigh of relief. He'd been wondering why she'd suddenly called him up to the roof. Thinking this, HenRy finally spoke. I'm just a weak mage with a power level that can't even break 100. Are you sure you want a guy like me to teach you? Julia nodded without hesitation. She said firmly, I know you're hiding your real strength. You're definitely way stronger than me. HenRy was a little taken aback by her words, but Julia just kept on talking. So what happens next? Smash that subscribe button so you don't miss it. Yo, you gotta have a secret trick for me to get stronger, right? That's why you said I could totally smoke her. Mason just sighed, looking so over it. Ugh, you people always gotta stir the pot. You set up this whole dramatic sparring match, and now you can't just back out. Seeing him hesitate, Julia immediately bowed her head and was like, full-on begging. Mason was totally cornered, so he was like, all right, fine. In a split second, Julia's whole mood flipped. For real? You mean it? Mason gave a little nod and laid down the law. But you gotta do everything. I say, no questions asked, and you better not ghost me halfway through. Julia was all in. Deal. 100%. It's a deal. Seeing her get so hyped, Mason couldn't help but crack a smile. Who could say no when you're being that extra? Besides, you're gonna need to prep way more from now on. Training a mage can't be that hard, can it? With that thought, Mason was like, okay, let's start today. As for a training spot, before he even finished, Julia shyly offered up, we could use my place? So that afternoon, Julia leads Mason to her home, this massive mansion in like a super fancy Bel Air neighborhood. The second they pulled up, Mason was totally blown away. Whoa, this place is freaking huge. Julia just shrugged it off, all casual. My dad's a noble mage, so this is pretty standard, I guess. Then it hit her. This was the first time she'd ever brought a guy over. She started spiraling, like, oh my god, does he think I'm weird? I'm not trying to pull anything. The more she thought about it, the more Julia started blushing, totally unable to even look at Mason. Just then, Mason broke the silence. Let's get started, Julia. Hearing him drop her first name sent her into a total panic. Why are you calling me by my name? Mason looked confused. Well, your sister's name is Ruby, so how else am I supposed to know who I'm talking to? Julia realized she was just bugging out for no reason. Seeing her reaction, Mason asked again, if you're not cool with it, what should I call you? Julia shook her head a little and mumbled, no. It's cool. Just call me Julia. Seeing that was settled, Mason went into coach mode. Aight, let's begin. First question, what exactly is mana? Hearing the question, Julia answered like she was acing a final. Peefed. Easy. It's the energy inside our bodies, the fuel for casting magic. Mason didn't say if she was right or wrong, he just followed up. And what about spells? Julia, still cool as a cucumber, said, it's like a program that turns mana into actual magic. Mason hit her with another one. So, is it possible to get a bigger mana pool? Julia confidently shook her head. Nope, impossible. A mage's mana cap is set at birth, and it stops growing after a certain age. After dropping that knowledge bomb, she grinned, all smug. Heh, what do you think? Totally nailed it, didn't I? You are completely and utterly wrong. Mason said it so coldly, with a little scoff. Julia was shook, staring at him like he had 3 heads. Mason let out a frustrated sigh. How is a modern mage this clueless? What even happened in the last 50 years? He had no choice but to break it down for her. First off, mana isn't just inside you, it's literally everywhere, all around us in nature. Spells are just a tool to help you out, and you can absolutely increase your total mana. Julia was freaking out. That's cap. That can't be true. If it is, then what's the point of even going to magic academies? Mason just shrugged, super chill. Whether you believe it or not doesn't really matter. I'm just going to teach you about those 3 things. Sit down. Julia did what he said and sat cross-legged on the floor of her massive living room. Mason said casually, I'm going to channel some of my magic into you. Let me know when you feel a vibe. Julia looked skeptical. Wait, you can actually feel times mana? Mason was like, duh. You can't level up if you can't even do that. Now close your eyes, we're starting. The moment he finished talking, Mason placed his hand on Julia's back. He started feeding a little magic into her body. But, crickets. She didn't react at all, so Mason had to pump even more magic into her. He was starting to think she was a total dud. Then Julia suddenly yelled, whoa, my back is getting hot, I feel something. Hearing that, Mason pulled his hand back and sighed. That was just a tiny bit of basic mana. Julia stared at him, totally confused. So, this is what you meant by feeling mana? Mason gave a sharp nod. All business. That's right. Burn this feeling into your brain. Once you can feel it, you'll be able to spot it everywhere. That's your new goal. Julia winked and got cocky. Hey. I'm from the Misty family, you know. I'll get this done in like 2 seconds. Mason literally rolled his eyes. It took me pumping a ridiculous amount of mana into you just for you to feel a little tingle. Oh my god, Julia was straight up garbage at being a mage. No cap. A whole week later, at Julia's mansion on Rodeo Drive, just like Mason called it, she was literally having a meltdown, screaming I can't do this. Mason was about to lose his mind. It had been a full week of non-stop grinding, and she was still a total noob. The big match was right around the corner, too. Thinking about it, he just sighed. Could only suggest. Oh, fine. I'll channel my mana into you again. As he said it, Mason put his hand on her back, sending his magic into her. After a sec, Mason said, all right, open your eyes. Julia slowly opened them, and her face just lit up with pure shock. She yelled out, so happy, I can see it. So this is what mana is? Seeing the magic literally swirling around her own hands, Julia was even more blown away. This is insane. Am I really seeing mana? Wait a minute. If I can, I should be able to see Mason's mana too. Thinking this, Julia glanced over at Mason, but she saw absolutely nothing, which totally freaked her out. Mason had no idea what she was thinking and just gave her a nod. Nice work. Julia got a big head from the praise and grinned. Piece of cake. Mason totally ignored her and said nonchalantly, now that you can sense mana, we're moving on to mana control. You gotta use just enough juice for your spells, cut out all the wasted energy, and focus on being efficient. Push your mana bar to its absolute limit. After you're completely empty, your mana pool will get bigger when it recharges. Mason also told her that, now that she could sense mana, she could actually increase her max mana. Julia got more and more shocked as she listened. Seeing her face, Mason couldn't help but sigh. Totally different from what they teach you at school. Huh. It's cool if you don't believe it. I believe you. Before he was even done talking, Julia said it with so much conviction, I have zero reason to doubt you anymore. A little smile crept onto Mason's face, and he cheerfully suggested, okay then, on to the next level. Back up a bit. Julia, let's do some combat training. As soon as he said it, he took off his jacket and tossed it to the side. Julia was just as hyped. Bring it on. I've been dying to see what you're really made of. Right after, she started casting, unleashing a Tier 1 water wave. A massive wave came crashing right at Mason. Too bad for her, he just casually lifted one hand, and a shield just appeared out of nowhere, stopping the wave dead in its tracks. Seeing this, Julia yelled out in total shock. He blocked it. Mason then said slowly, a Tier 1, non-elemental magic shield. If you can't even get past this, you have zero chance of even touching me. Biting her lip, Julia cast another spell, sending a bunch of ice bullets flying at Mason. But he just stood there while the shield deflected every single one. Mason casually reminded her, you gotta move when you're casting, dude. Standing still against another mage is basically asking to get wrecked. His words totally set her off, and Julia unleashed another spell. But before long, she had completely burned through her mana and just collapsed on the ground. Mason walked over and sat down next to her, sighing. You're wasting way too much mana. If you could control it right, you wouldn't even need to say the chants. You could just cast magic as long as you have the energy. Watch. As he spoke, Mason cast a spell, and a little fireball shot out towards a nearby scarecrow. It barely even singed it. He slowly said, this is your magic. Then, Mason poured way more mana into his palm. Same fireball, but with more power. It instantly torched the scarecrow, turning it to ash. He then continued, and this is mine. Julia watched from the side for a long time before she asked, kinda hesitant. So my mana is unfocused? Mason nodded slightly. Exactly. It's totally possible to cast magic without any chance, as long as you can control your mana. Julia frowned and mumbled, so, in other words, silent casting. That's one way to put it. Mason said slowly, for now, you need to learn to shorten your chants. Once you master mana control, you won't need them at all. A shorter chant gives you a massive advantage in a real fight, and you won't be wasting mana on the chants anymore. Hearing this, Julia frowned and mumbled to herself. So basically, it'll make my magic stronger. You got it. Mason nodded, then was like, let's go again. Julia was shocked. Already? Mason just winked and grinned. There's no point if we don't. You gotta train like your life depends on it. Hearing that, Julia suddenly got this feeling of pure dread. Several hours later, she was completely gassed, just sprawled out on the lawn. Mason stood over her and asked, you still breathing? 'Cause this is how we're gonna train from now on. That night, Mason took his usual walk through the city, this time heading to the Los Angeles Arts District. He did a quick mana scan of the area. Just like he thought, the place was crawling with monsters too. Even though he'd been wiping them out non-stop, their numbers just never seemed to go down. What the heck was going on? Just then, Mason's senses went off. Way off in the distance, a little kid was being cornered by a monster. He zipped over there and took the beast down without a second thought. Mason glanced at the kid and asked, yo, you good? But the kid didn't say a word, just lifted a camera and snapped a picture of him. Too bad Mason was a step ahead, vanishing in a flash of magic. Once he was somewhere safe, Mason just sighed, takes my picture without even a thank you. Seriously, what's wrong with people? I really need to get a mask. After that little adventure, he headed home. The next afternoon, after school let out, Mason and Julia went right back to her mansion. They jumped right back into training. And, as usual, Julia was the first one to eat dirt. She was just lying there, panting like crazy. Mason stood beside her, looking super frustrated. I mean, the sparring match was only a few days away. She was getting better, for sure, but she was still miles behind Ruby in every way. There was just no way Julia could win if things kept going like this. With that thought, he suddenly spoke up. You know, sometimes quitting is an option. Hearing this, Julia just hung her head low. But then she pushed herself back up, saying to herself, I'm always being compared to my sister. I can't beat her at anything. I've been forced to give up on so much, but magic is the one thing I will never, ever give up on. Mason just narrowed his eyes at her and said bluntly, but you can't win like this. Julia totally refused to back down and shot back. Then we'll just have to train even harder. A little smile formed on Mason's lips as he raised an eyebrow. I'm not going to hold back anymore. That's what I want to hear. Julia said, totally fired up, not showing any signs of quitting. And so, guys, Mason started teaching Julia even more stuff. They sparred like crazy, only stopping when Julia was about to pass out. A few days later, Julia was finally able to hold her own for a pretty long time. The glow-up is real. Y'all. HenRy was beaming, totally cheesing, like, yes, you absolutely slayed that. Hearing that, Julia literally screamed, like she'd just won the lottery. She finally did it, y'all. HenRy gave her props, too. Seriously, good job, Julia. And you could just see the pride on her face. All that grinding finally paid off. So boom, a few days later, it's the final rehearsal. HenRy and Julia roll up to the training grounds, but yo, When they peeked inside, they were both totally shook. The training ground was an absolute zoo, packed with people. The second the reporters spotted Julia, it was a feeding frenzy. They swarmed her, shoving mics in her face, just blasting her with questions. Julia looked like a deer in headlights. She had zero clue what was even happening. HenRy just frowned and let out a sigh. All this drama for a student match. It just goes to show you how extra these noble magic families really are. And it wasn't just reporters, fam. The whole student body was basically there to watch the tea unfold. Seeing the mob, HenRy was like, don't you think this is a little much? I mean, magic duels are kinda rare, so it was giving major concert vibes. But after HenRy said that, crickets. He turned around and Julia was just, like, crumpled up on the floor. And right then, this crazy loud voice booms out from across the field. Will the two contestants please make your way to the arena? Julia shot up like she was about to make a run for it. HenRy could see she was totally bugging out, so he quickly called her back. Julia was a mess, asking, "What is it?" HenRy just gave her this chill smile and was like, "You got this." Hearing him say that, Julia just froze for a hot sec, and then this huge smile just took over her face. You could see her confidence coming back as she said, dead serious, "You know it." And with that, she started walking towards the arena, total main character energy. As she walked, she was thinking to herself, man, HenRy is such an enigma. His words were just replaying in her head. Before she knew it, Julia was standing face to face with Ruby. Ruby narrowed her eyes and said, "All frosty, so you didn't chicken out." "Of course not," Julia shot back, not missing a beat. Ruby just let out this little snort, dripping with shade. "How pathetic. You really think you have a shot against me," Ruby said, hitting Julia with a seriously confident eyebrow raise. She was acting like she'd already won. But Julia wasn't backing down, shouting right back, "I'm definitely going to win." Hearing that, Ruby clicked her tongue and was like, "Wow, looks like you learned a thing or two in the past 2 weeks." Julia just replied that she knows her sister is super strong. The power gap between them was insane, but Julia was not about to give up. Just then, a voice blasted over the speakers. "We will now begin the match." Instantly, both Misty sisters snapped into their fighting stances. Julia made the first move, casting a spell and shortening the chant to save on that mana. But Ruby wasn't just standing there looking pretty, she was casting her own spell at the same damn time. HenRy was watching from the sidelines and couldn't help but sigh. Oof. Ruby clearly knew the basics of a one-on-one magic duel. Julia was so shook, she totally forgot to move, completely wasting her quick casting advantage. And just like HenRy predicted, Ruby closed the distance in a flash. They both unleashed a level 1 water spell, and bam, 2 huge waves of water just smashed into each other. But cause her mana was weaker, Julia's wave got totally bulldozed. She got hit by Ruby's attack but somehow managed to cancel it out. Ruby was actually surprised, like, "You canceled it? Okay, you're getting stronger." Even Ruby had to admit, "You've seriously leveled up in just 2 weeks." Hearing that, Julia was instantly on cloud 9. It was literally the first time her sister had ever complimented her. Ever. Seeing Julia get all happy, Ruby snapped, totally annoyed. "What are you smiling about? It was just a comparison, I wasn't gassing you up." Her eyes went ice cold. She said in this dead voice, now on raising the magic level. And as soon as she said it, she summoned that water wave again. Julia didn't even blink, throwing up a defensive spell. In a flash, a level 2 water spell popped into existence. It did a little dance in the air, then split into these tiny water bubbles that just shot towards Julia like bullets. She couldn't block it and got absolutely launched by the bubbles. She went flying like a ragdoll and landed right at HenRy's feet. Ouch. He looked down, just feeling kinda defeated for her. In terms of speed, Julia had a chance, but her opponent was just on another level. While HenRy was thinking, Ruby strolled over and said, "Cold as ice, that's pretty harsh. Aren't you gonna help her? You were playing bodyguard before, weren't you?" "Not necessary." HenRy shot back without even thinking, which made Ruby's eyes go wide with shock. And right then, Julia started to get up, even though she was still shaking like a leaf. Ruby was even more shook, yelling in disbelief. "How is that even possible? I hit you with a level 2 spell. How are you still standing?" Biting her lip, Julia said with total conviction, "I won't lose." Magic was all she had, and she wasn't about to give it up, no matter what. The second she finished talking, Julia cast her spell. Ruby just snorted and immediately cast a counter. In a flash, the 2 water spells just slammed into each other. But you could see it right away, Julia was fading fast. She just kept whispering, "I will win, I won't give up." And then, she just collapsed. Game over. The battle was decided. Julia was completely out of mana, and the W went to Ruby. Julia just laid there, shaking, her hands balled up into fists. She mumbled, totally defeated, "I can't do anything. Nothing at all." HenRy let out a heavy sigh and walked over to help Julia up. This was a battle of control, but she lost, because her mana tank was on empty. Just then, Ruby said, not even caring. Do you get it now? The girl has zero talent. HenRy, you must have thought so too, right? HenRy just casually replied. You're right, she has no talent. Julia is clumsy, a slow learner, totally incompetent, and even weaker in a real fight. But there's one thing I really like about her. HenRy went on, and that's how she grinds like a total maniac. Hearing this, Julia looked at him, completely stunned. Ruby, meanwhile, just sneered, and this is the result. But before she could finish, HenRy cut her off cold. It's true she lost. But I like people who grind hard, like Julia. And y'all, his words hit Julia right in the feels. She started tearing up. Legit the first time anyone had ever given her props for her hard work. HenRy didn't even look at her. He just kept going. Julia is my student, and I'd appreciate it if you'd stop talking trash about her. The more he talked, the more she cried, full on waterworks. Ruby just snorted and said, full of scorn. A dude with a mana level of 100 is acting pretty damn bold. HenRy just shrugged, cool as a cucumber, and said with total confidence, and this guy with a mana level of 100 is about to beat you. Oh, Ruby was heated. Her face was pure annoyance. She scoffed. You talk a big game. Fine, I'm not wasting my energy on an opponent like you. And that's when Ryder piped up, all excited because it was finally his turn. Ruby walked past him and ordered, make it quick. Ryder just chuckled and nodded. You don't have to tell me twice. On the other side of the arena, HenRy carried the injured Julia back to her seat. He set her down on a chair and said casually, just focus on my match now. Julia gave a little nod to show she got it, but that's when she realized something was up. Her body didn't hurt at all, and her wounds were already gone. Wait. HenRy had no idea what was going through her head as he slowly walked onto the arena floor. Even though he was talking all that smack earlier, saying a mana level of 100 was enough to take down Ryder, he knew the truth. If he didn't go all out, he was toast. The plan, keep his mana at 100, use void-type magic, and cast with no chance. He also wasn't putting up a barrier, so if he took one direct hit, it was probably game over for good. The more he thought about it, the more hyped he got. Seeing HenRy step into the arena, Ryder yelled excitedly, Sorry, little bro, but your big bro here isn't planning on taking it easy on you. With a little smirk, HenRy shot back, That's cool. I'll go easy on you then. And boom, the whole stadium just exploded with cheers. Ryder, don't be a bully. Take it easy on the kid. In the arena, Ryder unleashed his mana, and HenRy figured it was around 8,000. For his old self, that was chump change, but right now he was capped at about 100 mana. Immediately, the second match between HenRy and Ryder officially kicked off. Ryder started chanting his spell and laughed. Don't hate me for this. This one attack should be enough to see if you're really the one who. If HenRy was the one who totally owned those expelled kids, Ryder wanted to see if he could handle a full power blast. But before my man could even launch his attack, a bolt of mana just zipped EED and hit Ryder square in the forehead. HenRy just sneered, too slow. The entire crowd was absolutely speechless. Was it over in less than 3 seconds? 'Cause Ryder was out cold. The win went to HenRy, just like that. Smash that like button if you did not see that coming. Ruby rushed over to check on Ryder, her face a mask of pure shock. HenRy knocked Ryder out with just one hit. She didn't even hear a chant. What the heck did he even do? While Ruby was trying to make it make sense, HenRy's mocking voice floated over, I did what you asked. Finished it quickly. The absolute shade. Julia, watching from the sidelines, saw the whole thing and cheered. Yes. He totally wrecked him. Ruby glared at HenRy and said icily, looks like you have some talent after all. HenRy just laughed. As long as I'm better than you. Can't you ever shut up? Ruby seethed, and then just unleashed her full mana. Here we go again. HenRy clocked it at around 10,000, which was definitely stronger than Ryder. While the two were having their stare down, the announcer's voice boomed again. Apparently, after that wild second match, everyone was obsessed with HenRy's fighting style. So, plot twist. The final match is going to be HenRy versus Ruby. Everyone was on the edge of their seats, waiting to see who would be crowned the winner. The second the match started, HenRy went right for Ruby. No hesitation. Ruby, on the other hand, was totally unbothered, calmly casting a counterspell. HenRy knew his mana was still only at like 100, so his spells weren't going to pack a huge punch. That's why if he didn't aim straight for Ruby's forehead, he wouldn't even scratch her. Ruby had figured it out too. She needed to stay put and play defense. Just like HenRy expected, Ruby blocked his attacks like it was nothing. She just stood there, planted like a statue on a street corner in Los Angeles, and started blasting him with water waves. A whole storm of these sharp, knife-like jets of water came flying at him. But what happened next left Ruby's jaw on the floor. HenRy just effortlessly dismantled all of her magic without a single scratch. Ruby's eyes went wide. You haven't even used any magic. What is this kid even doing? And it wasn't just her. All the students in the stands were bugging out, whispering to each other. Shouldn't he be soaked? He's not even damp. What is happening? Julia, though, wasn't surprised at all. She was just trying to figure out what technique HenRy was using to pull it off. Ruby was absolutely fuming that HenRy had just walked through her attack. She was convinced he was using some kind of cheat code. With that thought, she attacked again. But this time, HenRy moved, literally looking like he was dancing in the air as he dodged every single water jet Ruby threw at him. This is insane. Make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss what happens next. And get this, Ruby's eyes went totally wide and she just screamed, "Are you kidding me? You dodged all of that without even casting a single spell?" From the sidelines, Julia was just frowning like, okay, basic magic 101, a mage counters with another spell. They cancel each other out. If you can't even do that, you're basically asking to get wrecked. I mean, a level 2 technique is on a whole other planet from a level 1. Way faster and way more powerful. There's just no way a guy like him could dodge all that without a single scratch. Ruby was dead set that HenRy was just some arrogant punk who thought he was invincible. HenRy basically read her mind and let out a little laugh. 'Cause honestly, if you can feel the magic coming, dodging these weak sauce attacks is a piece of cake. Okay, you also gotta be built different to pull it off. But then, bam, Ruby starts winding up a level 3 water spell. In a flash, this insane arrow made of pure water just materializes and rockets straight for HenRy. Seeing this, the whole crowd just gasped, like, oh my god, a level 3 spell. If that thing connects, he is absolutely toast. Smash that like button if you thought HenRy was about to get soaked. With a massive kaboom, the water arrow explodes, sending mist everywhere. Ruby collapses, totally drained but with this smug little smile, thinking she totally nailed him. But peace sich. Out of nowhere, this little magic bolt zips in and boop times tags her right between the eyes. When she sees who fired it, Ruby shrieks, "No way! How is that possible? You're okay. How did you dodge that?" HenRy, cool as a cucumber, just explains, "Oh, I just used a spell to absorb your magic and kinda walked right through the center of the attack." You could hear a pin drop, for real. Everyone was shook. Ruby just sat there, stunned, for like a full minute. Just when HenRy thought she was broken, she throws her head back and starts cackling. He just walked through it. Lol, so I guess I lost. Huh, yeah. Girl, the outcome was pretty dang obvious. So, HenRy takes the W. Julia rushes over, all worried. Are you okay? HenRy just nods, totally fine. We both are. And I won. Julia gets this super sweet, grateful smile on her face. Seeing them all happy, Ruby pushes herself up and says, "All I see, a deal's a deal. I'll drop it. Do whatever the heck you want." Hearing this, HenRy just sighs. Still so stubborn, he thought. But then he decides to poke the bear, teasing her. You know, Julia's injuries were basically nothing. You totally went easy on her. Wish our fight was that chill. And Ruby just snaps back. In your dreams. HenRy just shrugs it off. Whatever. But Julia's gotten way stronger in just 2 weeks. You gotta admit that, right? Stop being so overprotective of her. Then Julia makes this super firm promise. I'm gonna get so much stronger. I swear. You won't have to worry about me ever again. Ruby squints at the two of them, and after a long pause, she finally nods. Yeah, you're right. And because of this whole showdown, the two sisters actually got closer. Watching it all, HenRy just felt super happy for them for some reason. But right then, the whole vibe shifts. Dark clouds roll in out of nowhere, and this terrifying energy just fills the air, totally startling HenRy. He snaps his head up, his face getting dead serious. Is this a cataclysm? Ruby and Julia see it too. And dude, the color just drained from everyone's faces. At the same time, back in a classroom at 123 Main Street in Queens, Jax and his goons are trashing HenRy's desk, just tossing his stuff everywhere. After tearing the place apart for a minute, one of Jax's cronies complains, "Oh, it's just textbooks. This dude's a total goody two-shoes, man." Jax is grinding his teeth, all pissed off. He's got to be hiding something. There's no way he can pull off that kind of magic otherwise. But then, the crony just points and screams, "Dude, what the hell is that?" Jax whips around, thinking they found something good, but what he sees makes his blood run cold. The sky outside is this gnarly, blood-red color, and all three of them just start freaking out, like he's remembering a nightmare. One of the goons screams, "It's a cataclysm. How can there be a cataclysm here?" Back outside, it's total pandemonium. Reporters, students, everyone is screaming. Nobody ever thought a cataclysm would hit the Magic Academy. HenRy's face was grim. How could this be happening right now? Don't tell me this is connected to that incident in Chicago. The first cataclysm also happened in Chicago. Is this just a messed up coincidence, or is someone pulling the strings? And while he's deep in thought, this crazy portal rips open in the sky and demonic beasts start pouring out. The students see these things and it's an absolute stampede of panic. The instructor is there, trying to get everyone to chill, but like, Who's going to be calm when monsters are falling out of the sky? Then, zap. A massive magic bolt just blasts the monsters that were about to munch on some students. The one who fired it? Our boy HenRy. He just yells, "Everyone, chill out." And his voice just cuts through the noise, making everyone freeze. They're still terrified, but at least they stop running around like headless chickens. HenRy gives a satisfied nod. He scans the crowd and orders, "Listen up. At the start of a cataclysm, it's just low-level grunts. We all need to evacuate to the gym, now." Then he looks at Ruby and her crew. "You guys too. Get going." Hearing this, they're all like, "Wait, what are you gonna do, HenRy?" He says calmly, "I have to save the people trapped in the buildings." The instructor is bugging out. "By yourself? You're being way too reckless." But Ryder quickly jumps in. "I'm going with him." "That's cool, right, Teach?" The instructor is still hesitating, but Ryder just raises an eyebrow like, "Come on, you saw what this kid can do, right?" The Teach thinks for a sec, then finally agrees, "All right, I get it. Just don't overdo it." Ryder smirks. "Pfft, like I'd ever let myself get taken out." Then he glances over at HenRy. The kid just gives this little whatever shrug, not saying a word. HenRy turns to Julia and says, "Well then, I'm off." You can see the worry in her eyes. She whispers, "Be careful." Meanwhile, Ryder's already sprinting, yelling back, "I'll take the lead, Junior. I'm clocking in at 33 feet per second. Let's see if HenRy can keep up." But Ryder was totally overthinking it. HenRy just casts a quick spell and whoosh, he's gone. He blows past Ryder in a literal blur. He even raises an eyebrow and jokes, "I'll take the lead. Asterisk, senior asterisk." Ryder's jaw just drops, and he's muttering, "What kind of insane speed is that? Hey, wait up." He immediately gives chase. But just being fast wasn't enough. "I'm gonna watch every single move this kid makes," he thinks, and of course, save some people along the way. Meanwhile, HenRy couldn't be bothered with Ryder's little competition. As he's moving, he's using his magic to scan the entire academy area. Okay, 58 magic users in the building. But there could be non-magic users too. Guess I'll have to check each floor carefully. Demonic beasts had already swarmed the student building over on 456 University Place, and some students were trapped in their classrooms, unable to get out. HenRy saw all this as he crashed right in through a window. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashes his magic and starts deleting monsters left and right. His power is just on another level. Wherever it passed, demonic beasts just dropped. While HenRy was focused on clearing the classroom, one burst in from outside to ambush him. Big mistake. It's like HenRy has eyes in the back of his head. He casually fires off a burst of magic that tears the beast's body to shreds. Not long after, Ryder finally arrives. He frantically asks, "Hey, is everyone all right?" But by then, HenRy had already eliminated all the beasts. Their bodies were literally piled up in the room. He walks right past Ryder and says coolly, "I'll leave the evacuation of the trapped students to you." Ryder was stunned and quickly said, "Hey, wait, it's dangerous to go alone." But poof, HenRy was already gone. Ryder grumbled in annoyance, "Where'd he go? Damn, he's fast." He thought, "HenRy probably thinks I'm dead weight, and what can I say? Maybe I am." He wiped out these beasts in less than a second. Just who is this kid? HenRy, meanwhile, was completely oblivious to Ryder's inner monologue. He was still running like crazy. Outside, he could use magic bullets to kill them in one shot, but in a confined space, he might accidentally hurt someone. So, he had no choice but to use continuous low-level spells to take them down. But that was more than enough. HenRy easily defeated the beasts with just basic magic, and he saved a ton of people. And even though it would take way too long to personally escort all the students he rescued to the gym, he had someone to help with that. Ryder was always one step behind during the whole process, but now he was outside, fighting the demonic beasts, shouting heroically, "I'll take care of all the beasts, you guys hurry up and get to the gym." But just as Ryder finished speaking, a sudden gasp was heard that startled him. "What's going on?" When he looked, he saw the students being enveloped in magic and slowly lowered to the ground. Seeing this, Ryder frowned in silence. What is HenRy doing? Who exactly is this guy? From above, HenRy saw Ryder's reaction and smiled. He's pretty worried about the underclassmen. He should be fine. But just then, he seemed to sense something. In a hidden corner of the building, a female student was trembling in fear. She was totally surrounded by demonic beasts, backed against a wall, just crying in terror. The girl was helpless in this situation and could only scream for help. "Somebody please save me." In the nick of time, a flash of light suddenly shot past, making the girl's eyes widen in surprise. She realized this flash was exactly like the one that had saved her before. Drop a comment below if you think you know who this mystery hero is. While the girl was still confused, HenRy landed from the air and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" The girl recognized HenRy and stammered, "HenRy, were you the one who saved me?" Yeah, that was me," HenRy replied with a slight nod. Then, he reached out a hand to help her up. The girl asked again, was that you during the practical training class too? HenRy hesitated for a moment before answering. Yeah, some unexpected stuff happened back then. Hearing his answer, the girl bowed her head gratefully. Thank you for saving my life twice. HenRy shrugged it off and said with a casual smile, don't mention it, it was no big deal. But facing the person who had saved her twice, the girl suddenly felt her young heart do a little flutter. Her cheeks turned bright red because of it. Just then, Ryder ran up from downstairs, shouting, who's next to be saved? HenRy glanced at the girl and instructed, just follow him and you'll get to safety. I've got to go. The girl wanted to call out to him, but he was already gone, leaving even Ryder feeling helpless. HenRy didn't care what they were thinking and continued upward. There were still quite a few students surrounded, and he wasn't about to wait for the cops from the local precinct to show up. Meanwhile, over at the Capitol building in Washington, D.C., all the top dogs had gathered because of the Cataclysm at the Magic Academy. The president sat at the head of the table and said gravely, a Cataclysm event has occurred at the Camui Magic Academy. The officials around him began to whisper among themselves, why is this horror happening to us? Make sure you're subscribed and have those notifications on, because you are not going to want to miss what happens next. We haven't had a Cataclysm in 50 freaking years, so what the hell are we supposed to do now? The mayor looked grim, saying, we're still trying to get a hold of the Mana Beast Response Unit down at the NYPD 1 Police Plaza and the Elite Mages. The National Guard is on standby, too. The high-ranking officials clapped back, totally not satisfied. But the Guard's mages only handle natural disasters, dude. Who the hell has any real experience fighting these Mana Beasts? The mayor obviously knew that. This is what happens when you get soft living without any real threats. Now they could only bet on the cops and the Elite Mages. The more he thought about it, the tighter his fists got. The disaster from 50 years ago was happening all over again. But Mason was gone, so who was going to be their hero now? Meanwhile, a squad car was flying down the FDR Drive, heading for the Magic Academy. A female cop driving asked all nervously, is this for real? A cataclysm? A deep, chill male voice replied, yeah, no doubt about it. Hearing that, the female cop started to freak out. But we've had peace for so many years. Was it all just fake? Inspector Sloan just smirked and said, it's all good. This is literally our job. After all, the driver, Sergeant Karasanda, hesitated for a hot second before saying, I'll do my best, sir. Right after that, the two of them floored it towards the scene. At the same time, a helicopter popped up in the sky over the Magic Academy not for a rescue, but for the news crews. They were broadcasting the Mana Beast attack live to the entire country. The reporters already on campus had been moved to a safe zone, reporting live from the ground. Meanwhile, the instructors and students who could actually use magic were outside, trying to take down the low-level beasts. This cataclysm was major breaking news, and everyone was glued to their screens. People were bugging. The situation looked seriously bad. The area around the academy on the Upper East Side was also getting swarmed by beasts. The local residents were in a total panic and the situation was spinning out of the government's control. The eyes of the entire nation were locked on that Magic Academy. Everyone was waiting for updates from the media. Some were worried because they lived nearby in Manhattan, while others were scared the cataclysm would just keep going like 50 years ago. Long story short, the entire country was on the verge of a meltdown. Over at the academy, HenRy was still relentlessly wrecking beasts to save people. But the beasts were just pouring into the school like it was Black Friday, and it was almost time for Phase 2. Each phase would drop new, tougher monsters. Plus, they'd keep respawning no matter how many you iced, as long as the main boss was still kicking. The beasts would keep coming. The boss itself wouldn't even show up until the final phase. HenRy had to hold the line until then. The more he thought about it, the more of a pain in the butt it seemed. Seriously, a cataclysm like this is such a drag. After saving a group from the monsters, HenRy used his magic to teleport them downstairs. This time it was 20 people total, scattered all over, so just rescuing them was a huge mission. But HenRy had no plans of quitting. He ran back upstairs to keep going. At the same time, inside a classroom, Jax was trying to fight off the beasts that busted in. But his mana was on E, and it wasn't long before he was panting like crazy. He gritted his teeth and muttered, this is no good. I can't attack anymore. Because they weren't just fighting regular beasts, there was also a goblin soldier. They were completely terrified, scared enough to pee their pants, for real. Jax, still not giving up, yelled, that HenRy dude one-shotted it, so why can't I do the same thing? As soon as he said that, a mocking voice came from behind him, because you're weak as hell. Jax's eyes went wide, and before he could even see who it was, a brilliant flame shot out, instantly turning the goblin soldier to ash right in front of the three guys' horrified eyes. Only then did Jax get a good look at who attacked, and it was the last person he ever wanted to see, HenRy. After making his move, HenRy turned to dip without saying a word. Jax bit his lip hard again. He'd been saved by times and times again. He couldn't take it, and scrambled after HenRy, shouting, hold up right there. HenRy stopped, and Jax aggressively grilled him. Why'd you save me? You're supposed to hate my guts, right? So why? Shrugging like it was nothing, HenRy said casually, no reason. I saved you because I could, that's it. Hearing those words, Jax's body trembled a little. He pressed his lips together and muttered, you saved me because you could? Is that all you gotta say? But Jax couldn't accept that reason. He yelled aggressively, stop messing with me. You're just some weak sauce pretty boy. You couldn't even use magic right back then, so how'd you get so strong so fast? HenRy narrowed his eyes at Jax and said coldly, the HenRy Kusanagi you knew died in that car crash. I was reincarnated into his body. Jax heard this and yelled in total disbelief. What? People get stronger after almost dying? Then I should be stronger than you. But why? Why did I lose to a guy like you? Strong. Huh. A truly strong person doesn't go around picking on the weak. HenRy just scoffed at that. He narrowed his eyes at him and said in a cold voice, and a weak person doesn't humiliate someone even weaker. You're so full of yourself you can't see straight. It made you blindly believe you were strong. Right now, Jax wouldn't even dare to think about fighting him. After dropping that mic, HenRy left, leaving Jax standing there all alone. It wasn't long before he collapsed to the ground in despair. He knew he was running from the truth that he hadn't gotten any stronger since middle school. Jax took out all his stress and frustration on people weaker than him. But then he was saved by HenRy, the one guy he saw as the weakest of all, and he just couldn't handle that reality check. Jax's two buddies were in a super awkward spot too, since they'd just been saved by HenRy. They wanted to ask Jax what to do, but he was a total mess, with tears just streaming down his face. Tears of regret and total humiliation. Of course, HenRy had no clue what was going on with them. He was still frantically running upstairs, murking beasts and saving people. The higher he went, the more high-level beasts he ran into. Goblin soldiers had appeared, but HenRy wasn't fazed at all, calmly using magic to attack one, but it dodged his first shot. HenRy didn't stop there. He used a higher tier spell. With a loud boom, smoke and fire erupted in an instant. The goblin soldier was quickly buried in a sea of flames. HenRy narrowed his eyes at the pile of ash in front of him, his face totally blank. He thought to himself, the number of goblin soldiers is going up, which means the boss is going to show up soon. With that thought, HenRy walked over to the students hiding in a corner and told them, chill out, everything's cool now. Meanwhile, downstairs, Ryder was seriously ticked off, yelling, that damn brat, leaving everything to his big bro. Even though he was complaining, his hands never stopped slinging spells to destroy the beasts. There were so many of them, relentlessly chasing and attacking the students. Ryder was shielding the students behind him while fighting off the horde. He glanced back at the students and said, I'll protect you guys. Just stick with me, and you'll be fine. The students saw how freaking cool he looked and were all amazed. But Ryder was just talking a big game. With beasts swarming everywhere like this, what could he really do? While he was panicking, HenRy landed from above and said coolly, let me give you a hand. Hearing the voice, Ryder jumped and yelled, you scared the crap out of me. Don't just pop out of thin air like that. HenRy couldn't be bothered and said casually, get ready to run as soon as I'm done with these guys. Ryder heard that and hesitated. Huh. But how can you handle this many? Maybe we should find another way. But as soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant flame erupted, swallowing the horde of beasts in a sea of fire. The one who cast it was, of course, HenRy. The scene left all the students, including Ryder, with their jaws on the floor. Seeing this, HenRy immediately reminded them, what are you spacing out for? Get moving. Ryder finally snapped out of it and quickly led the other students away. As he ran, Ryder glanced back and saw HenRy casually wave his hand and his mana, murking the monsters chasing the students. The more Ryder watched, the more shook he got. Like, yo, that's insane, absolutely cracked. That kid is the real MVP. HenRy stayed in the zone, just handling business. After he cleaned house, he looked around. All right, looks like everyone's dipped, right? I should probably bounce back and do one last sweep, just in case. Meanwhile, somewhere else. In another corner of the academy, the instructor and students with mana were trying their best to hold the line. Julia was there too, but she looked like she was running on fumes, stumbling, and about to fall. Luckily, Ruby caught her. Ruby said coldly, if you can't do it, go back inside. You're just getting in the way. Julia immediately shook her head and refused. I can still fight. We don't have time to rest. Ruby frowned at her words but didn't say anything. Not knowing what to say, she could only watch helplessly as Julia tried to use her magic to attack the beasts. Just then, Ryder ran back with the other students. I brought back the students who were trapped. The instructor saw this and praised him. Good job. Get them inside. Ryder left that task to someone else and ran over to the sisters, Julia and Ruby, to ask about the situation. Ruby sighed, totally over it, and said, we can't hold them off much longer. Julia then asked with concern, where's HenRy? Ryder let out a small laugh. raised his eyebrows and said with a grin, "That kid's totally fine. He's out there being a total legend." "Really?" Julia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ryder didn't think much of it and started using his magic to fight the beasts with everyone else. But he couldn't shut up. "HenRy, that kid is seriously insane. With him here, getting through this cataclysm will be a piece of cake." Julia nodded in agreement. "I think so too, Ryder. With HenRy, we're definitely safe." But before she could finish her sentence, the ground suddenly started shaking like a massive earthquake, making everyone panic. The instructor quickly yelled, "Evacuate, evacuate now." Because in front of them was a massive horde of beasts, and they weren't low-level ones, they were goblin soldiers. Ryder instantly freaked out and shouted, "Way too many monsters, we gotta bounce." Hearing that, everyone quickly turned and ran. Ryder and the sisters were no exception. They stood zero chance against the horde of beasts in front of them. But they hadn't gotten far when Julia suddenly sensed something. She glanced back and saw the beasts were being attacked by magic, with monster goo spraying everywhere like rain. The three of them, Ryder included, were a bit stunned, not knowing when it happened, but the magic police had arrived. The one in the lead was Inspector Sloan, and he was urgently barking out orders. Sloan is all like, "Take him down, people, protect the kids." And the other cops finally jump into action, blasting these weird mana beasts. The students in the back are like, "Phew, thank God," finally feeling like they might not get eaten today. And Sloan, while literally punching a monster, yells, "Don't you worry, kiddos, we got this. Now scram and listen to what we say." But hold up, Julia steps up like, "Yo, we can help." Sloan gives her this totally shocked look and is all like, "Nah, you're civilians. Get to the gym, it's safer." But before Julia can even clap back, Ruby cuts in with the ultimate flex, "We're not civilians, we're mages." Mic drop. Sloan is shook for a sec, but then he's like, "I bet. Back us up from the outside." I mean, for real, the cavalry that showed up was so small, they had to let the students help. Like, talk about an underfunded police force, am I right? Smash that like button if you think they need a bigger budget. Meanwhile, our girl Kara is playing medic for all the injured kids. And way up on a roof, Mason sees the flashing lights and is like, "Oh, thank God, the cops. My job here is done," or so he thinks. But wait a minute, the local PD showed up before the National Guard? Bro, this is like a disaster movie level event happening right here in New York. How is the whole country so not ready for this? Then again, maybe I'm not surprised. This place has been coasting for way too long. Whatever. I guess I'll just do a quick sweep, see if anyone else is trapped under a locker or something. Meanwhile, you've got this news helicopter hovering overhead, probably from Channel 7 Eyewitness News, and the reporter is going live. She's all. The police are on the scene, but oh my God, the number of these monsters just isn't going down. And the whole country is glued to their TVs, basically waiting for the magical 1%ers, the Noble Mages, to show up and save the day. Cause like, this is literally their job description, right? Everyone is literally praying for the Noble Mages to swoop in. The reporter is looking dead into the camera like, "Please, Noble Mages, where are you?" But then we cut to this insane penthouse, probably at 157 West 57th Street, and the head of the Blackwood family just hears the news from his butler and is like, "Nah, let him handle it." The butler is like, Sir, are you for real?" And Mr. Blackwood just scoffs, "Police. A few beat cops can handle this little monster mash. It's beneath a noble mage like myself." And then he just turns to leave. The butler's like, Where are you going, sir?" And this dude just says, "To sleep. Ice. Cold." The butler just has to bow and be like, "Enjoy your nap, I guess." Back at the school, Sloan is fighting for his life, but things are going from bad to worse. He looks at his partner and yells, "Can you hold the entrance?" The guy just shakes his head, like, "Not a chance, boss. There's way too many." Sloan's face just drops. These things are spawning faster than noobs in a Call of Duty match. They're running out of time to get everyone out. He's thinking, the perimeter should have been locked down by now, but where is everybody? Their only hope now is the Noble Mages, but they're ghosting everyone. The more Sloan thinks about it, the more heated he gets, until he just explodes, "Damid. Where the heck are those useless rich kids when you need them? They're never here when it matters. We're stuck relying on high schoolers." Drop a comment below if you think the Noble Mages are trash. Like, this really shows how sad the state of this country's defenses are. Sloan is just fuming. He's read the history books. They call this a calamity for a reason. He's probably wondering if people in the old days had to deal with this crap. And then he has the worst thought. If a boss monster shows up, we're totally toast. And wouldn't you know it, speak of the devil, the whole ground starts shaking like it's the big one in Los Angeles. Sloan is biting his lip so hard it's about to bleed. No freaking way. Is that a demon general? Is that the boss? Julia's face is dead serious too. A monster like that is super rare around here. Only a noble mage could even scratch it. She knows you'd need like a level 5 spell or higher to beat it, but nobody here has those kinds of stats. Just as everyone starts to totally lose it, bam, a massive fireball hits. And get this, Ruby, without even thinking, throws herself in front of Julia to take the hit. She just collapses right there, leaving Julia in total shock, her eyes bugging out. Ruby's on the ground, shaking like crazy, and just manages to gasp out, "Run, Julia." But Julia is frozen solid. She can't move, even as everyone else is stampeding away. She just grabs Ruby and holds on for dear life. Sloane and the rest of the magic cops are trying their best, but they're just getting swatted away like flies. Ryder's totally gassed, he's got nothing left. And then, a freaking figure walks out of the fire, and when they see what it is, everyone's faces just fall. You can see it in their eyes. They've given up. This is it. They're gonna die here. Julia is still clutching Ruby, just screaming her head off. "HenRy, please, save us, HenRy." The wall of fire is rushing right at them, and Julia screams even louder. "Mason, the heat is insane. You can feel it searing your skin." The monster is about to finish them. But then it just stops. Like it hit an invisible wall. A freaking massive blast of energy just rains down from the sky and slams into the monster. And at the same time, a figure just appears right in front of Julia. It's Mason. And he's all cool and serious. "Sorry I'm late. Kept you waiting." Huh. When Julia sees him, she's so relieved. But then she looks at Ruby and the tears start all over again. "Mason, Mason kneels down to check on her, then finally says something. "It's cool. She just fainted." And then he puts his hand on Ruby and starts doing some kind of healing magic. Julia's still a nervous wreck, just staring at the ground. Mason keeps healing Ruby for a minute, then he grits his teeth and stands up. Julia jumps, like, "Mason?" He just gives her a look and says super casually, "I'm gonna go take care of this boss." Julia is just stunned, silent for a beat, then nods. "Okay." The second he says that, this insane protective spell bubble covers the whole area. Julia is bugging out. What is this? Ruby's wounds. They're healing like crazy fast. The more she looks, the more her jaw drops. All the other students who've never felt magic this powerful before are just completely shook. Then Kara runs out, sees what's happening, and her eyes go wide as dinner plates. Is that level 3 holy healing magic? I can't even cast that. Whom in the world? She sprints over to Sloane. All worried. "Sir, are you okay?" Sloane just kind of shakes his head. "I'm fine. Just running on empty." Kara helps him up and looks around at the chaos. What is even happening? Sloane just shrugs helplessly. "Your guess is as good as mine. But we have to protect these people until our last breath." Kara is freaking out, and she stammers. "But that's insane. You'll get yourself killed, sir." Sloane bites his lip, all determined, and says, "But if we don't do anything, everyone here is dead anyway." Kara knows he's right, but she's still like, "This is already a suicide mission. In the end, we're all just. Our whole squad is already wiped out." And right on cue, a whole wing of the school just erupts in a massive fireball, and you can see all the other magic cops are down for the count. Sloane bites his lips so hard, his eyes are just filled with pure rage. No National Guard, no Noble Mages. It's over. There's nothing left they can do. So yeah, the Magic PD has basically thrown in the towel. The fight is getting worse every second, fire and smoke everywhere. The news reporters are starting to panic on air. Oh my god, even the police are down. Is this the end for New York? You can bet everyone watching at home is absolutely losing their minds right now. Hit that share button if you're on the edge of your seat too. But down on the ground, our boy Mason is just calmly walking solo, straight for the boss monster. Kara sees this and screams. There's a student walking right at it. Does he want to die? Sloane is also freaking out, yelling, "Hey, kid, get back here, now." But Mason just ignores them, getting right up in the monster's grill. He just scoffs, "Having a good time going nuts, are we?" The monster just narrows its eyes at him, this creepy voice rumbling, "Kill, kill." The sound alone is enough to send all the students into a fresh panic. Even Sloane and Kara are shook. The sheer evil energy coming off this thing is making everyone tremble. And just as it's about to say more, a massive explosion goes off. Mason just says, "Ice cold, shut up." The monster gets blasted, throws its head back, and just roars. All the little minion monsters immediately swarm Mason. He just frowns a little, thinking. He's remembering that time he faced that world-ending disaster and went full power. But here, with all these people around, he's got to pull his punches. While he's lost in thought, a storm of lightning magic rushes him and he's just swallowed by a flash of bright light. Sloane sees this and totally panics. Is he gone? Everyone is holding their breath, waiting to see if Mason is just a pile of ash now. And just when they think it's over, this blindingly bright magic just erupts from the smoke. It's coming from Mason's hands, and it starts flying through the air like a deadly dance, absolutely shredding all the monsters in its path. Sloan is just standing there, completely horrified in the best way possible. What the hell? Who is that kid? And it's not just him. The news crew circling in the chopper over like 200 Park Avenue South has spotted Mason too, but they can't get a clear shot of his face. The cameraman zooms in, but zap, his camera gets hit with a spell. And you'll never guess who cast it. It was Julia, covering for him. Mason had been trying so hard to keep his power level on the down low. But now with Julia running interference, he can finally go off without worrying about the cameras. And dude, he goes off. Dozens of magic beams are just shooting from his hands, zipping through the air. Everywhere they touch, a monster just drops. The other students are just watching this, completely losing their minds. It's like a live-action video game. He's insane. Are we actually going to make it out of this? He can do it. But they couldn't just stand there gawking. The smaller monsters were still a problem, but now everyone was getting their second wind. Sloan yells while blasting at Beast. Don't just stand there. We gotta support him. Mason's taking on the boss. Hearing that, Mason actually cracks a little smile. Guess the cops aren't totally useless after all. With that thought, he flicks his wrist, and the magic beams go into overdrive. This makes the boss monster absolutely furious, and it starts charging up a massive spell. Sloan sees it, and his face goes pale. A level SIX spell? That's Noble Mage level. We're done for. There's no stopping that. The spell the boss was casting was legit level 6 magic. A freaking fire dragon's roar. The whole place just explodes in fire and smoke again. The students are completely stunned. The reporters are screaming on live TV. Sloan can only watch as this wall of fire just rushes towards them all. The flames are so bright they could swallow the whole block, and they're this terrifying, blood-red color. You can see it on everyone's faces. It's over. Hope is gone. What do you guys think is going to happen next? Let me know in the comments. So get this, everyone was freaking out. Even Kara, our girl, was basically praying for a miracle. Sloan was totally convinced they were cooked, saying there was no way in hell HenRy could beat that thing, like, zero chance of survival. But the only one holding it down, my girl, Julia. She had total faith. Like, if it's HenRy, he can absolutely pull this off. He would for sure survive and save everyone. We love a supportive queen. Meanwhile, HenRy was just calmly checking out the demon boss in front of him. Yeah, it was huge. But you know what they say, the bigger they are, the slower they move. And this demon dude was over there trying so hard to cast some crazy level 6 spell. So HenRy's like, hey, if I hold back, I can't even touch this thing, huh? He really didn't want to go all out, but he was fresh out of options. With that thought, HenRy immediately threw out his hand, summoning 2 types of magic at the same time. In, like, a literal blink of an eye, he unleashed his own mana, and oh my god. Julia just stared, completely in awe of the insane amount of magical energy swirling around. Her eyes were wide with shock, but also with major heart eyes, you know. In front of everyone's stunned faces, a giant serpent made of water magic just appeared out of nowhere. Sloan's jaw was on the floor. Is that composite magic? He stammered. At that exact moment, the demon general's fire dragon charged forward, all aggressive and nasty. But HenRy's water serpent was not having it and met it head-on. With a massive kaboom, the 2 crazy powers clashed. They coiled around each other, fire against water, in this epic struggle. Down below, the demon general was frantically chanting some gibberish, like, slaughter, humans, die. So edgy, bro. Immediately after, the fire dragon puffed up its chest again, lunging forward with some serious heat. HenRy just scoffed, totally unimpressed. His giant water serpent shot towards the fire dragon and obliterated it in a flash, but it didn't stop there. The serpent kept going, rocketing forward until it was right up in the demon general's grill. The demon got straight up swallowed by the water, and before it poofed out of existence, it could only mutter 2 words, how come? HenRy watched with a stone-cold expression as it slowly disintegrated, then snorted, it's 'cause you didn't practice enough, duh. LOL. Even though he said that, HenRy figured it probably could have put up more of a fight. It seemed weaker than he expected. After the boss was toast, the skies above the Magic Academy in New York cleared up. HenRy looked up at the sky and cracked a smile. Looks like taking out the boss ended the whole apocalypse vibe too. At least now they could enjoy a rare moment of peace. It was only then that the students finally snapped out of it, realizing they'd been saved, and the whole place just erupted in cheers, celebrating not being Demon Chow. Even the reporters on the scene were crying tears of joy. Kara also let out a huge sigh of relief. They were safe. The disaster was over. Sloan, on the other hand, was completely floored. He couldn't believe it. A student like HenRy just took down a demon general. That was something even a top-tier mage probably couldn't defeat so cleanly. Who the hell was this kid? But before he could even process it, his legs turned to jelly and he collapsed. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, like even his knees were giving up on him. I'm dead. Over on his side, HenRy walked up to Julia and said with a smile, I did it. Julia looked up at him, her eyes welling with tears as she replied, "You did. I believe you could. Thank you, HenRy." "Don't mention it," HenRy said, brushing it off with a small smile. But while they were having their cute little moment, the other students suddenly rushed over, making HenRy jump. Before he could even figure out what was going on, he was swarmed by a crowd of students, all of them hyping him up to the moon. HenRy sighed, totally resigned. Guess he couldn't escape the spotlight after all. His future was looking as crowded as Times Square on New Year's Eve. Seeing his reaction, Julia couldn't help but crack a smile. He looked so annoyed. It was kinda cute. What do you guys think? Drop a comment below if you ship it. The next day, the media was all over the story about the disaster at the Magic Academy, including the part about it being stopped by a mysterious student. But everyone at the academy knew that mysterious student was HenRy. After the incident, the crowds around HenRy just got bigger. Every time he went to class, people would swarm him asking all kinds of questions, which really got on his nerves. Of course, you had some haters complaining. Looks like someone's ego is getting inflated. How could a student like him be that strong? And so, those students started arguing loudly in class, splitting into Team HenRy and Team Hater. Seizing the opportunity while they were making a racket, HenRy just slipped outside. He was seriously getting overwhelmed. Right at that moment, Julia showed up next to him and said with a teasing smile, "Looks like you're having a rough time." HenRy grumbled, "Just drop it." Julia chuckled softly and teased, "Well, you're the hero who saved everyone, so you can't really help it, can you?" HenRy brushed it off. "Let's talk about something else. You got moved up to the S class too, right?" Julia nodded and replied casually, "Probably because of that practice match and this whole incident." HenRy furrowed his brows slightly, asking with confusion, "You don't seem too thrilled about it." Hearing that, Julia whipped her head away, pouting as she mumbled, I mean, a certain someone is there too, after all." HenRy totally missed the hint and asked another question. "On that note, how's Ruby doing?" Julia smiled and answered, "She's doing fine, and we've actually gotten closer now." Julia was genuinely so happy about this. "It's all thanks to you." Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him, saying with a sincere smile, "Thank you. Meeting you here was the luckiest thing for me." Hearing this, HenRy flicked her on the forehead in annoyance, causing Julia to ask in confusion, "Hey, what was that for?" HenRy pouted, "You only need to thank me once. Why do you keep repeating it?" Then he turned and walked off. Julia watched him go, and then she smiled. It seemed her young heart was starting to flutter. Ooh la la. Meanwhile, in the Prime Minister's office, all the top officials had gathered. The Prime Minister was on a call. A moment later, he announced, "With this, the conference call with the other nations is officially over." Someone asked uncertainly, "Finding the cause of this second disaster isn't going to be easy, is it?" The Prime Minister nodded slightly. "They're already doing everything they can to find a countermeasure. And then there's the rumor about the student who defeated that final boss." They continued to gossip about the disaster and the fact that HenRy had destroyed the demon general. On another note, on the rooftop of the Magic Academy, HenRy had been summoned once again. This time, it was Ruby and Ryder, along with Julia. The four of them just stood there staring at each other, and the air was thick with awkward silence. After a long silence, Ruby finally spoke up. "HenRy, I have a favor to ask of you. Please take me on as your disciple." As she said this, her eyes were filled with crazy determination. Rewind a few days earlier, at the Misty family estate, probably some swanky penthouse on Park Avenue. The two sisters, Ruby and Julia, were sitting outside. After a long silence, Ruby was the one to speak first. "This disaster," she began suddenly, making Julia jump a little. Ruby paid her no mind and continued calmly, "It seems HenRy was the one who stopped the disaster this time, wasn't he?" Hearing his name, Julia nodded. "That's right. HenRy defeated the demon general boss with level 4 composite magic." Ruby stared at her, totally incredulous, and asked, "You're telling me it was level 4 composite magic? That's a type of magic that even high-ranking mages can't use. You realize that, don't you?" "It's the truth," Julia insisted with a firm nod. Seeing her sister's conviction, Ruby hesitated for a moment, then said, "Then I guess it must be true. My Julia would never lie to me, would she?" Julia was a bit surprised and asked, "Why are you so sure I wouldn't lie?" Ruby let out a small laugh and answered nonchalantly, "Because you've always done as you were told, ever since you were little. I always thought a kid like that could never be a useless mage, but it seems I was too harsh on you." Hearing this, Julia's expression suddenly fell, but then, she shot to her feet and declared forcefully, "I'll definitely get stronger so you won't have to worry about me anymore. So please, believe in me." Dang, Julia was more determined than ever before. "Go off." Her sister's reaction left Ruby a bit stunned, but she quickly broke into a smile and said, "You've really grown up, Julia." Hearing that, a glimmer of joy appeared in Julia's eyes. Ruby fell silent, her thoughts turning to HenRy. His power was monstrous. It was far beyond that of a student. He might even be stronger than her own father, With that thought, Ruby looked up and said, I need you to do something for me. Back in the present, Ruby was silently waiting for HenRy's answer. She knew that if things kept going as they were, she would only ever become a high-ranking mage. To get stronger, she needed HenRy's help. Taking a deep breath, Ruby spoke again with sincerity. I'm sorry for insulting you and looking down on you. I am truly sorry. She admitted that she knew just how selfish her request was. However, she was willing to swallow her pride to ask him. Ruby's voice now held a pleading tone. She lowered her head and began to speak in a low voice. Please, allow me to. But before she could even finish, HenRy cut her off flatly. Sure. The answer was so abrupt it left Ruby stunned and speechless. HenRy repeated himself. I said, I'll take you on as my disciple. Ruby was still bewildered. She asked doubtfully. But why? It was HenRy's turn to be confused. What do you mean? This is what you wanted, right? Ruby quickly replied, well, yes, but I did so many awful things to you. HenRy just shrugged nonchalantly and said, you already apologize, so I forgive you. Besides, you wanted me to accept your apology, didn't you? That's all there is to it. Ruby was stunned. Was his answer really that simple? Just then, Ryder quickly jumped in, then count me in 2. HenRy just pouted and agreed. Fine, whatever. Teaching 1 or 2 more people won't make a difference. Seeing that Ruby was still baffled, Ryder explained, that's just how he is, sis. Ruby narrowed her eyes at HenRy, thinking to herself, what a strange kid. A little later, in a classroom at the Magic Academy, HenRy and Julia had been called in for some reason. Standing before them were Inspectors Sloane and Sergeant Kara. They were bowing to HenRy and said with sincerity, first of all, please allow us to thank you. If it hadn't been for you, all of us, including the civilians, would have been wiped out. HenRy couldn't help but sigh. You guys have been thanking me ever since the questioning. I think that's more than enough. So is there something else? Sloane nodded slightly. The official investigation into the disaster is closed, but there are still a few things that have piqued our interest. HenRy asked, surprised. Things that have piqued your interest? Sloane didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. HenRy, you awakened your mage abilities after being involved in a traffic accident, correct? The people around you have testified to the same thing, so there shouldn't be any mistake. But after some digging, I heard from someone that after the accident, you were like a completely different person. Hearing this, HenRy froze, and a guarded look flashed in his eyes. The plot thickens. Sloane didn't seem to notice and continued. Your personality changed, and your power grew at an abnormal rate, strong enough to even destroy a demon general. The more he talked, the more confused everyone got. Julia couldn't hold back her annoyance and demanded, hold on a second, what are you trying to imply? Sloane seemed to realize he'd misspoken, frowning as he muttered, all right, let me rephrase that. And that's where we're leaving it. Make sure you smash that subscribe button so you don't miss the next part. So this cop, Scott, leans in and is like, you kids hear about this dark mage character? And oh my god, Mason and Julia just stare at each other, totally clueless. Like, what does some random vigilante have to do with them? So Scott starts spinning this tale about a mystery mage who cleans up monsters and saves people after dark. He's like, for real? The vids are blowing up on TikTok. How have you not seen this? He whips out his phone to show them, and his partner, Kara, gets this look like she's totally putting it all together. But Julia is times not times having it. She frowns, getting all protective. Okay, and what does this have to do with Mason? Scott just shrugs, all casual. Well, they've got a similar build, about the same age. The word on the street is the dark mage is some kind of pro, but nobody can pin down his magic. Oh, and the timing. He first shows up right times when Mason here gets out of the hospital. Kinda sus, don't you think? The guidance counselor chilling nearby hears this and, I swear, his face goes white as a sheet. He looks seriously freaked. Kara's dead silent, but Scott just keeps on talking. Look, using magic in New York City without a license is a big no-no. This guy's getting so much attention online that the NYPD had to get involved. When Julia hears he could be in deep trouble, she shoots Mason a super worried look. Scott just stares him down, his voice going cold. You confess, we'll do what we can to lighten the sentence, so be straight with us. Are you the dark mage? Mason, cool as ever, just shakes his head. No, I'm not. And get this, Scott just cracks a huge, creepy smile. He gets all cheerful again, like, alrighty. Not you, huh? That's great news. Then, boom, he and Kara are standing up to leave. Well, thanks for your time. We'll be on our way. They just bounced. Later, Scott's thinking about it, and damn, that kid didn't even flinch. If he really is the dark mage, he's got some serious guts. Kara, on the other hand, is like 100% positive it's him. The whole vibe, the voice, it's a perfect match. Could he really just be sneaking around at night to save people? She can't sell him out to Scott. I mean, yeah, it's a total breach of protocol, but the dude's a legit hero who saved her life. So you've got these two cops working together, but with totally opposite goals. Scott is hell-bent on exposing Mason, while Carr is secretly trying to protect him. Talk about drama. Anyway, after that whole mess, Mason and Julia finally make it to class. The teacher's up front. Everyone, these are our new students, Mason Miller and Julia Waters. They're joining us today, so please make them feel welcome. But since Mason is literally the guy who took down a demon general, he gets mobbed the second he sits down. And of course, Julia is from a super rich family, so she's getting swarmed too, and she looks so overwhelmed. The teacher is just sighing, "All right, people, find your seats, please. Everyone, settle down. Class has started." But it's useless. Mason is so annoyed, you guys. He's getting grilled from the first bell all the way through break. This is exactly why he didn't want to be famous. He tries to sneak off, but someone calls his name. He turns around and sees the pink-haired girl he rescued from that monster attack. Uh-oh. She's all shy and asks, "Mason, can I talk to you for a second?" A few minutes later, they're on the school rooftop, and Mason is so over it. Again with the rooftop. Is this, like, the official spot for dramatic confessions now or something? But wait for the plot twist. Julia's already up there. She was just looking for a private place to practice her magic, she swears. She did times not times expect to find Mason up there, with some other girl. What's the tea? The pink-haired girl is standing in front of him, asking hesitantly, I don't know if you remember me." And Mason, bless his oblivious heart, just says, "Sorry, I don't." And she doesn't even look surprised, which is kind of heartbreaking. In a super quiet voice, she says, "I'm the one you saved during the disaster." That's when it finally clicks for Mason. "Oh, right, I remember that." The girl's face immediately turns bright red. She looks down and mumbles, "During the training session, I was attacked by monsters then, too, and someone saved me. That magic. That was you, wasn't it, Mason?" Mason totally remembers that. He was just acting on instinct, but the girl looks at him with total adoration. "Thank you for saving my life. Twice." Mason just shakes his head. "Don't worry about it. I just did what I could." But she's still all shy. "You're so cool, Mason." All this time, Julia is trying her best to eavesdrop but can't hear a thing. The struggle is real, y'all. And then, out of nowhere, the pink-haired girl just shouts, "Mason, I like you. Please go out with me." And, scene. Julia is shook. Was that a confession? Even Mason looks like he's just seen a ghost. Seeing him just standing there, frozen, the girl presses on. "I know I'm not amazing or anything, but I'll work really hard to be better. So please, let me be your girlfriend, Mason." He's just stunned into silence. Just when she thinks it's a total L, he finally says, "Thanks for liking me." Her whole face lights up, but her joy lasts for about 2 seconds. Mason says apologetically, "But I'm sorry, I don't really have time to think about dating right now." Oof. The rejection hits hard. "There's something I have to do." Hearing that, the pink-haired girl just bows her head and mumbles, "I understand." But then she pops right back up, smiling bright as ever. "Thanks for being honest with me. I think I can move on now." And just like that, she turns and leaves. Julia thought she was hiding so well behind a wall, but nope. Mason's eyes are locked right on her. Busted. He lets out a little scoff. "How long are you going to lurk back there, Julia?" She jumps, takes a big gulp of air, and then peeks her head out, looking so awkward. "I thought I hid my mana pretty well." Mason just pouts. "Your control is awful. Your mana is leaking all over the place. This is the second time now. What are you, a stalker?" Julia fires back. "I just overheard by accident." "Okay, it wasn't on purpose. Anyway, why'd you shoot her down? She's super cute, right?" Mason just gives her a look and says, "I'm not thinking about that stuff right now," before turning to leave her standing there totally baffled. What he really means is that the age difference is insane, even though he looks like he's in the same grade. Julia watches him go, mumbling to herself, "So, you're not going to date anyone, then?" And then it hits her, wait a sec, why does that make her feel so relieved? Whoa. She starts following him downstairs, totally lost in her thoughts, when he suddenly spins around, and she freezes mid-step. So embarrassing. Mason just says coolly, "You need to practice your mana control. You're still way too sloppy." Julia finally snaps out of it and pouts. "I know, you keep saying that." But inside, she's determined to train hard enough to finally impress him. Later that night, Mason is doing his usual patrol, and the number of monsters around the city shows zero signs of chilling out. The big disaster is over, so is this like a preview for the sequel. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoes through a dark alley off Bleecker Street. "Help! It's a girl, and some sketchy mage is chasing her." The creep sneers, "Nobody's wandering around here to save you now." But surprise, surprise, he was wrong. Mason appears out of nowhere, and the mage totally freaks out. Before the guy can even blink, Mason clocks him right in the gut, sending him flying. Mason narrows his eyes, thinking, Just some amateur who gets off on this messed up stuff. His fighting skills are total trash. Bet he's never fought a real mage in his life. The girl he rescued looks at him with total gratitude, and then she recognizes him. She screams, "No way, you're the dark mage." But before she can finish, Mason is gone, ignoring her calls for him to wait up. He uses his magic to zip away. The dark mage, he thinks to himself. The kids at school, that Scott guy. I guess everyone is talking about me. How the heck did I get so famous all of a sudden? The next morning, it's a squad meeting on the academy rooftop with Mason, Julia, Ryder, and Ruby. He frowns, trying to sound casual. So that cop, Scott, mentioned some guy. A mage who acts all mysterious at night? People are talking about him a lot, and I was just wondering why. Ryder, mouth full of a bagel, replies, probably because he's trending online, dude. Mason just stares at him. What's online? The other three just stop dead in their tracks and start whispering to each other. This is hilarious. Finally, Julia tries to explain it. The internet is like a giant worldwide system with all the information on it. That's why news spreads at, like, the speed of light. After listening for a minute, Mason kinda gets it. Ryder pulls out his phone for a practical lesson. You can get to it on your phone. See, you have a phone, right? Just open, like, Google or something. Mason fiddles with his phone for a hot second, and then his eyes light up. I did it, he says, way too proud of himself. Julia and Ryder actually start clapping. You did it. Mason just pouts. What's the big deal? Seeing them act like total kids, Ruby just sighs. She cuts in. All business. By the way, you promised you'd help us train. When do we start? Mason grins. We can start right after school today. Since you guys taught me how to use a smartphone and the internet, I'll totally help you out. Hearing that, Julia suddenly gets this terrible feeling in the pit of her stomach. This is going to be bad. And just like she predicted, that afternoon, they're all at her family's mansion in the Hamptons to train. Before you know it, all three of them are collapsed on the ground. Mason just shakes his head in disappointment. Seriously, we haven't even finished the warm-up. You have to put your whole soul into this, like your life depends on it. His words totally hit a nerve, and they all scramble to their feet, looking fired up. I can still go. Don't you dare underestimate us. Mason finally nods, satisfied. That's more like it. Now, come at me. Immediately, Julia, Ryder, and Ruby all rush him at the same time. Meanwhile, all the way over in Los Angeles near the broadcast tower, a crazy anomaly appears. A technician watching the monitors starts screaming, I can't believe it. It was clear just a second ago. What in the world is happening? The scene on the monitor makes them tremble in fear because monsters have suddenly appeared in massive swarms around the LA broadcast tower. Back in New York, at Julia's mansion, the three are quickly defeated again by Mason. He just raises an eyebrow. What's wrong? Giving up already? Not yet. Take this. The three of them leap back up, attacking Mason with a combined blast of their magic. Guys, it's getting intense. Smash that like button if you're hyped, and tell me in the comments who you're rooting for. But of course, Mason just had to throw up a whole-ass protective barrier to block everything. Not only that, he literally flicked some mana right at Luca's and Ryder's foreheads, which made them totally recoil in pain. While they were down, Drea tried to jump him from behind, yelling all cocky, "You're wide open." But Mason just smirked. Then he just sidestepped, and Drea's attack completely missed. What a fail. Drea was totally shook, screaming. How in the world did he dodge that? But before she could even process it, bam. A flick of mana smacked her right on the forehead, too, and just like that, all three of them got clapped by Mason. Again. He let out this big sigh and was like, all right, let's take 5. Hearing that, the three of them just dragged their defeated butts over to a bench for a water break, already soaked in sweat. Ryder, wiping his forehead, just had to say it, dude, you're on a whole other level. For real. Luca totally agreed, nodding. Even me, the top student at the academy, can't even lay a finger on you. Drea sighed, adding, seriously, this guy isn't playing on a normal student's level anymore. As she said that, she gave Mason this super intense, meaningful look. Honestly, that stare was starting to majorly creep Mason out. Ugh, so tired of explaining this again and again, he decided to just rip the band-aid off. Okay, look, I almost got deleted in that accident. The second I woke up, I had this power. I have no clue why, so don't even bother asking me again. Got it? Hearing that, Luca got all pensive, trying to connect the dots. So that near-death experience, it must have been the trigger that unlocked your powers. Seeing them actually buy it, Mason breathed a huge sigh of relief. Man, these guys were so gullible. He could literally read on their faces that they'd swallowed his story whole. But, plot twist, Mason had no idea that Drea wasn't buying a single word of it. She totally figured he had a real reason for hiding the truth. And if he was going to all this trouble to keep it a secret, she figured it was probably best not to poke the bear. Mason just squinted at the three of them sitting there all quiet. He was seriously thinking they were way too easy to fool. A little later, they finally wrapped up training for the day and everyone went their separate ways. As they were walking, Ryder sighed, "Man, that was an awesome training session." Mason, walking next to him, couldn't help but add, "You're a real beast, man, no cap." Ryder just smirked and said, "That's because I'm always training. But dude, I am starving. Gotta get home and cook for the little ones." Hearing that, Mason was like, "Wait, you cook for yourself? Even though you're built like a linebacker?" Ryder shot him an annoyed look. "What's that supposed to mean, you little twig?" The two of them kept bantering as they walked down some street in Queens. Ryder asked suspiciously, "Let me guess, you always eat out?" Mason just shook his head. "Nah, most of the time I just eat instant ramen." Ryder full-on stopped in his tracks, screaming, "Instant ramen? That's literally all you eat?" Mason just shrugged like it was no big deal, pouting, "Hey, the world's a convenient place, what can I say?" Ryder just glared at him, his voice totally laced with irritation. "How is your body even functioning, cramming that nutritional garbage into it all the time?" Seeing his massive overreaction, Mason just grumbled, "You sound just like my dad." But Ryder completely ignored him, throwing an arm around Mason's shoulder and literally dragging him along. "All right, that's it. You're coming to my place. I'm cooking you a real meal." Mason really wanted to say no, but this guy was just way too stubborn. So in the end, they both arrived at Ryder's house, somewhere in a quiet neighborhood in Brooklyn. A total introvert like Mason was suddenly swarmed by 3 tiny kids, leaving him completely frozen. Like, what do you even do with these things? As for Ryder, he just slipped right into chef mode. The huge guy, wearing a freaking bear-themed apron, came out carrying 2 plates of food. Ryder said apologetically, "Yo, my bad for making you watch the Chaos Crew." "No worries," Mason said with a casual smile, and then, get this, he used his mana to make the kids float in midair. Seeing this, Ryder couldn't help but sigh. "That's exactly what I'm worried about, you crazy kid. Don't use magic in the house." He slammed the 2 plates down on the table, grumbling as he did. "I've literally never heard of anyone using magic to babysit before." Mason didn't care at all, looking down at the little girl beside him and smiling, "Looks like I got told off." The 3 kids just kept swarming Mason and playing, and Ryder was like, "But for real, I'm actually surprised. I mean, you're not half bad with kids." Mason suddenly got quiet, remembering his past life and how many children had died in all the disasters. After a long, awkward silence, Mason sighed and said, "Kids are the future, you know?" Hearing this, Ryder grumbled, "You sound just like my grandpa." "Oh, just shut it." Mason shot back with a cold huff, then went right back to playing with the 3 kids. Soon enough, dinner was ready. The kids got super excited seeing the food and started digging in. Mason happily ate right along with everyone. After just one bite, he couldn't stop himself from yelling, "Dude, this is delicious." It had been so long since Mason had a real home-cooked meal. He'd been so obsessed with protecting the country that he'd totally forgotten to take care of himself. Thinking about it, Mason asked curiously, "Come to think of it, where are your parents?" Ryder just shook his head. "Don't have a dad, and my mom works super late nights, so I handle the housework and watch these little rascals for her. And I work a part-time job whenever I have free time." Hearing all this, Mason couldn't help but say, "Man, you're crazy busy." With a small laugh, Ryder said casually, "It's a grind, but I don't hate it. I get it. The harder the challenge, the more you want to crush it, right?" Mason nodded, totally getting it. Ryder admitted it without a second thought, not forgetting to flex his muscles like a total meathead. Mason couldn't help but sigh. All brawn and no brains. After dinner, Ryder and Mason played with the 3 kids for a little while before they all crashed. Lying next to Mason in the dark, Ryder whispered, "Hey, sorry you had to stay over, 'cause of the kids' childish request." Mason just shook his head slightly. "It's cool, this is nice for a change." Ryder smiled in the dark and said gratefully, "Thanks, man." Mason was non-committal, speaking casually. "I didn't do anything for you to thank me for." But Ryder shook his head. "No, man, for real. It's about Luca. She seems so much more alive lately. I think it's all thanks to you, kid." Mason was totally taken aback. "Whoa, hold up, don't tell me this is some kind of confession." He narrowed his eyes. "You like her, don't you? You're crushing on her." Ryder couldn't help but burst out laughing. "What, me and Luca? LOL, no way, that's never gonna happen. The truth is, we're both kinda outcasts, so we just naturally ended up sticking together." Mason was surprised to hear that. "Outcasts? You too." The next day, Mason and Ryder walked to school together. When they got to the main gate, Luca and Drea were already waiting there. Seeing them finally show up, Drea complained, "Seriously, you guys are late. What's up with that?" Ryder quickly explained, "Hey, give us a break. This guy's a total pain to wake up." Luca and Drea both gasped in shock. "You guys had a sleepover? Were you secretly training without us?" Mason was a little confused by their whole vibe. How did they all just happen to meet up this early? Whatever, he didn't really care. But just then, two people approached from a distance, Inspector Sagan and Sergeant Corin. Sagan looked straight at Mason and said, "Can we have a moment of your time, Cross?" Mason sighed, totally defeated. "You've got to be kidding me." Again, Corin looked super apologetic. "Sorry to keep bothering you. This time, it's really urgent." She explained that demonic beasts had just popped up out of nowhere and were now surrounding the Liberty Tower. It's possibly connected to a cataclysm, so they were really hoping he'd cooperate. Mason frowned when he heard that. "But I'm literally just a high school student." Sagan just shook his head slightly and said, "Seriously, you single-handedly stopped an entire cataclysm wave. From that moment on, you stopped being just a student. And to be totally honest, this situation is something we absolutely cannot handle on our own." Mason narrowed his eyes at him, asking doubtfully, "Is it okay for a cop to be admitting that?" Sagan's face was dead serious. His tone was basically begging. "It means our backs are completely against the wall. Cross, please, work with us." Mason hesitated for a sec, then finally nodded. "If you guys are cool with it, then fine, I'll lend you my power." Sagan was absolutely stunned when he heard that. Mason, meanwhile, felt truly helpless about the whole thing. Even though he really didn't want to stand out any more than he already did, the situation just wouldn't let him stay on the sidelines. Of course, Sagan had no clue what Mason was thinking. Hearing him agree, he was immediately over the moon. "Of course, you'll receive proper compensation for your help. And don't worry, we'll contact the Academy for you." Hearing this, Luca and the other two in the back immediately wanted in on the action. The three of them offered in unison, "We want to help too. We can provide support from the rear. We want to join." Sagan just sighed, "Thanks for the offer, kids, but with the way things are now, there's absolutely nothing you can do." Luca heard this and shot back defiantly, "We're all top students at the Academy, and yet..." But before she could finish, Sagan cut her off coldly. "You're at the top of your class at school, sure, but we're talking about a literal life or death battle here." He then narrowed his eyes at the three of them and asked seriously, "Or is there anyone here confident enough to say their skills can even come close to matching Cross?" That one question completely silenced all three of them. No one could say another word. Seeing they had nothing left to say, Sagan sighed and said, "You should all head back to the Academy. Let's go." With that, Sagan led the way to the car, ready to roll out. Before getting in, Mason suddenly called out, which totally startled Luca and the others. With a smirk playing on his lips, Mason raised an eyebrow and said, "You guys better work hard to catch up to me." The three of them were stunned for a second, but then they snapped out of it and replied in unison, "Of course." Then they turned and headed back into the Academy. A short while later, over at one police plaza, in the conference room of the Emergency Cataclysm Response Division, the commander sat at the head of the table and announced grimly, "There are currently hundreds of demonic beasts swarming near the Liberty Tower. We need to come up with a definitive solution to this problem before they become a threat to the citizens of New York." He mentioned that he had requested help from a student who was the key player in the cataclysm that struck the Magic Academy a few days ago. He then asked Mason to stand up. Hearing his name, Mason immediately stood up. Seeing the kid in a school uniform, the officers in the room started whispering to each other, and you could just feel the contempt dripping from their words. Corin felt so awkward for Mason hearing their comments, she really couldn't stand it. Just then, Sagan leaned right into the microphone. He cleared his throat once, and everyone immediately shut up and looked at him. Sagan then spoke forcefully. "Mason Cross is the student who single-handedly stopped the cataclysm at the Magic Academy. I witnessed it with my own two eyes. Not a single person sitting in this room can even compare to him." He just kept hyping Mason up, saying that cooperating with him was absolutely necessary. So treat him as a partner, not as a student. But his words still didn't shut up the useless cops below, who still saw Mason as just some snot-nosed kid from Queens. Seeing that they wouldn't shut their traps, the commander gave another order. "Our mission remains unchanged. Regardless of whether an outsider is involved, we are to eliminate the demonic beasts immediately. Everyone, return to your units." At his command, everyone quickly filed out. A few of them kept pointing and making rude-ass remarks about Mason as they left. Sagan waited until everyone was gone before running up to Mason and saying apologetically, "Sorry about what just happened, Cross." Mason just shook his head, totally unfazed. "It's fine. I guess having to work with a high school kid just hurts their fragile egos." Sloane just had to say something, seeing how chill HenRy was. "Dude, you seriously leveled up. And then there's you, Kara. Like, what are you even doing?" Kara literally jumped when he called her out, stuttering. I was, like, totally frozen in fear. HenRy just flashed this killer smile, seeing them all worked up. "Yo, chill out, guys. It's really not that deep. I'm good." And oh my god, Kara was basically thinking he was a literal angel sent from heaven. Anyway, they all piled into the whip and started heading for the Empire State Building. HenRy, chilling in the back, was like, "Aight, so what's the squad looking like for this throwdown?" Sloane took a deep breath. we've got 80 mages. Most are mid-tier, only a handful are high-tier. You could see Henry's face get serious. Mid-tiers can rock level 2 magic, and high-tiers can drop level 3 spells. Not exactly an all-star team, you know? While Henry was processing that, Sloane kinda mumbled, "Look, this is gonna sound super lame, but since you can throw down level 4 composite magic, you're basically our MVP right now." Henry just gave him this intense stare, not letting up. "And the strat," Sloane barely whispered, "in a mess like this. The only plan is to just blast the demonic beasts with everything we've got. It's not really a strategy. Like, that's not a plan. If it were just a bunch of grunts and low-level beasts, maybe. But the big bosses, like a demon general, those things are smart." Henry knew they needed an actual game plan for that. Just running in and starting a mosh pit isn't a strategy. For real. With that thought, he hit him with another question. "Drop a comment if you think they need a better plan than just go for it. And let me guess, we don't have any real gear either, right?" Henry asked, already knowing the answer. Sloane just shrugged, looking defeated. "We usually just roll up in whatever's easy to move in." Henry's face was pure disbelief. "But there was anti-beast equipment, wasn't there?" Sloane gave a tiny nod. "Yeah, but it's super rare now. There's hardly any of it left." The more Henry heard, the quieter he got. "How is that even possible? We used to be stacked with that stuff. I know magic and mages these days are different, but what the heck happened in the last 50 years? Sloane peeked in the rearview mirror and saw Henry just stewing in the back, deep in thought. A little later, they pulled up to the Empire State Building, which was swarming with beasts, and the cop cars finally rolled in. Hopping out of the car, Henry took one look at the mess on 34th Street and just sighed. The main event hadn't even started, and the number of beasts was already off the charts. He was seriously wondering what was going on. The cops, on the other hand, were literally shaking in their boots, faces white as a sheet. "You've got to be kidding me. There's way more than the report said." And what really freaked them out was the frickin' demon general chilling in the middle of the crowd. Like, how were they supposed to win this? "We need to call for backup, get the private orgs, get the noble mages." But Sloane just sighed, already did. They can't get here in time. With the huge spike in demonic beasts and illegal mages coming out of the woodwork, we're not exactly their top priority. Okay, hearing that sent the cops into a full-blown panic. So they had to take on this whole army themselves? That's basically a suicide mission, right? Sloane looked over at Henry. The tension was thick. "Henry, you got this?" Henry didn't even blink. "Yup, I got this." The cops were not buying it, though, and they started shouting. "Don't be so cocky, you little punk. This ain't the time to play hero. What's a kid like you gonna do?" But Henry was totally unbothered, just coolly saying, "But something feels off." His comment just left everyone confused and kinda creeped out. And right then, the beasts started acting super weird, and the sky, which was totally clear, just turned blood red out of nowhere. Kara saw it and just screamed, "The sky. It's a disaster." And bam, emergency alerts started blaring on everyone's phones. A massive, never-before-seen disaster was covering the entire country. People all over the US were freaking out, but Henry, he just narrowed his eyes at the mob of monsters below. He was stone cold, while Sloane's crew looked like they were about to have a heart attack. The police officers, seeing this for the first time, were totally losing it. Another disaster? How is this even possible? But Henry was already in his own world, thinking, disasters are usually a natural thing, but this, it felt like that last wave of beasts triggered it. In just 50 years, they figured out how to force a disaster? That's insane. Seeing how bad things were, someone suggested, saying there was no way they could handle this without reinforcements, that they had to fall back. While Sloane was just standing there, totally clueless, Henry's voice cut through the noise. "They're moving." And just like that, the horde of beasts started charging towards the city. The cops completely lost it, scrambling everywhere. Some wanted to fight, but most wanted to run for the hills. Seeing them scatter, Henry let out this cold, unimpressed scoff. For cops, they were being pretty whack. That totally set one of them off. "What did you just say, you little punk? How are we supposed to fight a whole army of monsters?" Henry just gave this smirk full of confidence, said something epic, and then, without even hesitating, he just jumped straight down. His target, the entire horde below. He landed right in the middle of them in like a second. And there he was, all alone, moving like he was dancing through the crowd of beasts and demon soldiers. The monsters went absolutely nuts seeing him. From up top, the cops were freaking out. "That kid's gonna get himself killed. Get out of there." But right as they said it, this insane surge of magic just exploded from Henry, sending out these razor-sharp claws of wind. The cops were just speechless. Sloane was just as shocked, but dude, he was hyped. With just one wave of his hand, Henry wiped out all the low-level beasts around him. The demon soldiers saw this and got big mad, all of them launching their magic at him at once. A whole storm of spells flew right at Henry, but clang. They all smashed against an invisible barrier, totally blocked. Smash that like button for HenRy's epic entrance. One little magic barrier should do the trick. After all, there were tons of people watching HenRy from, like, their apartments on 5th Avenue. He just popped it up to be safe. Then, he cast another spell and just erased the demon soldiers in front of him. The more Sloane watched, the more his jaw dropped. What kind of insane power is that? Can HenRy actually use multiple magic types? Just like he thought, it had to be him. With that, Sloane snapped out of it and yelled, "Let's go. Follow him." Kara was right behind him. I'll back him up too. The other cops were still shaking, not sure what to do. But they finally got their act together and charged in after Sloane and Kara. I mean, their magic was nowhere near HenRy's level, but they could still handle the small fry. Up ahead, HenRy saw them finally joining the fight and cracked a smile. All right, not totally useless after all. But that feeling didn't last long because a massive demon general stomped into view. Its sheer size had the cops totally bugging out again. They looked like ants next to this thing. Only a legendary mage could even dream of fighting it. But then, out of nowhere, this giant serpent made of water just erupted, opened its mouth, and swallowed the demon general whole. HenRy's voice was super calm. "I'll handle this one. You guys get the rest." When the water disappeared, it left this massive crater in the street, which completely freaked out the cops. Did that kid just one-shot it? That power is terrifying. Sloane quickly snapped everyone back to reality. We need to clear out these beasts until the final boss shows up. Leave the demon generals and anything bigger to HenRy. And speaking of HenRy, he was up ahead, just wrecking several demon generals while thinking about the past. 60 years ago, a world-ending disaster happened, the first one. After that, smaller disasters kept popping up, all trying to wreck the planet. If history was really repeating itself, then this disaster was about to go global. But this time, HenRy was here, and there was no way he was going to let them take out humanity. Meanwhile, over where Kara was playing medic for the injured, a demon soldier popped up right next to her, making her jump. It raised its hand, ready to totally choke Kara out right there. But just in time, HenRy appeared and smoked the demon soldier. From behind, Kara saw his strong, dependable back, and it was just like that other time, when the black mage saved her. After dealing with the monster, HenRy turned to her, all concerned. "You good?" Kara finally snapped out of her daze. "Oh, yeah, thanks, HenRy." That was way too similar to last time. I wonder if she put it together. And just as he thought, Kara totally had. She was wondering why HenRy would be a black mage and how he was so ridiculously OP. But Kara figured HenRy would totally hate her as she started grilling him with questions. And then she was like, "Oh god, I'm being so weird right now. He's just a student. Stop having these weird thoughts." While she was having a whole internal crisis, another beast lunged at her. Luckily, HenRy yanked Kara out of the way before blasting it with magic. Kara looked at him, so embarrassed. "I'm so sorry." "Just stick close to me," HenRy said, not sounding annoyed at all. "Looks like you can't use any attack magic, huh?" Kara was a little taken aback, but she nodded quickly. "Okay." But a thought hit her. Is HenRy really just a student? He acts way more mature than she does. And right then, something happened that made everyone's blood run cold. The cops' faces went completely pale as they started freaking out. What is that? I can't stop shaking." The demon general was now glowing with this insane amount of magic energy. Seeing it, Sloane totally yelled out, "A mutated demon general? Why is a top-tier one like that here?" The other cops were so scared they literally collapsed, just muttering in despair. "No way. I don't think even a noble mage could take that thing on." The only one who wasn't freaking out was, you guessed it, HenRy. He just stepped forward. Seeing him, two of the cops screamed, "Are you insane? Stop. No matter how strong you are, you can't fight that monster." But HenRy just turned, gave them a confident smile, and said, "I got this." And you know what? His words just stunned them into silence, and slowly, they stopped shaking. Kara was now just praying that HenRy could actually beat the mutated demon general. Sloane was watching with this look of pure hype. He was probably already as strong as a noble mage, so beating this thing wasn't impossible for HenRy. Thinking about it, Sloane got this excited smirk on his face. "All right then, show me what you can really do, HenRy." So HenRy could focus on the big boss, Sloane ordered everyone to concentrate all their firepower on the demon soldiers. At the same time, HenRy was locked in this intense stare-down with the mutated demon general, just standing there, silent, face to face. And while HenRy was calculating his next move, the mutated demon general made the first move and attacked. A freaking massive fireball shot right towards HenRy, but it just whizzed past his head and boom, exploded in the back. Smoke and fire just filled the sky, dude. Seeing this, the cops behind them were totally bugging out, and get this, that was just a level 1 attack. What kind of insane power is that? Yo, these monsters are straight up savage. The mutated demon general stared him down, its super deep voice rumbling. The hell are you supposed to be? Shrugging it off, HenRy hit him with a smirk. Just your friendly neighborhood high school student. For now, anyway. His words just sent the demon general into total confusion. While it was still buffering, the power inside HenRy's body just exploded outwards. Seeing that insane energy surge, the demon general instantly knew it was in deep trouble. It opened its mouth again, mumbling some crap about offing the strong human. Right after, a gigantic fireball just poofed into existence in front of HenRy. From way down the street, the cops saw it and lost their minds. A level 6 spell? No freaking way, man. But HenRy? He was cool as a cucumber, just weighing his options. If he dodged it or smacked it with his own magic, the people behind him were going to get totally roasted. At the same time, the demonic beasts attacking the cops in the back suddenly spun around and aimed their magic right at HenRy. In a flash, a whole light show of spells flew at him, creating a scene straight out of a nightmare. Sloane's face immediately got super serious. Are they coordinating their attacks? This is ridiculous. Kara was just as scared, screaming, "HenRy, get out of there." But HenRy just stood his ground, calmly facing the storm of magic coming right for him. At that same moment, that massive flaming meatball was also hurtling toward him. But before it could even touch him, a huge wave of water appeared out of nowhere and just snuffed it out. On top of that, all the other spells from the beasts were also stopped dead in their tracks by HenRy. They all just slammed face first into some invisible wall before they could even touch him. The sight left the mega-mutated demon dude completely stunned, just frozen. HenRy just raised an eyebrow at it and hit him with a stone cold. "You done yet?" Even Sloane's jaw literally hit the pavement, his eyes wide like, "What the heck is this kid?" Kara was bugging out just as hard. She gasped. What in the world just happened? Sloane was thinking this was beyond anything he could have imagined. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Something so impossible was happening right in front of him. Kara couldn't help but blurt out that only, super elite mages could use level SIX magic. It's a special skill on par with casting spells from a different zip code. And HenRy can just do that? Sloane muttered, totally stunned. But what's even more insane is that he cast a second spell at the same damn time. Usually, you can only use one type of magic at a time, and you have to wait before casting another. But HenRy used two different spells almost simultaneously. This completely blew Sloane's mind. Just one of those spells is already powerful as heck. To use more than one spell at the same time, he really thought HenRy might be even more OP than an elite mage. The more Sloane thought about it, the more hyped he became. His gut feeling had to be right. HenRy was the one he'd been searching for, a second Mason. But Sloane had no idea that the HenRy in front of him was actually that legendary mage, reincarnated. Oh my god, the drama. Right at that moment, the demon general went full-on rage mode and charged at HenRy. HenRy wasn't fazed at all. He just calmly said, this spot's kinda lame. Let's take this party upstairs." His words completely baffled the demon general. Before it could even process what he said, an invisible force just yeeted it into the sky. HenRy had used magic to toss it up, but the demon quickly used its own spell to steady itself in the air. Immediately after, he shot up into the air too, going face to face with the demon general. He smirked. "Oh, so you can use flight magic too. Huh? Cute." The demon general narrowed its eyes at HenRy and hissed menacingly, "If you don't want to face another one of our campaigns." But before it could finish its threat, HenRy coldly cut it off. "I could not give a single crap about your lame-o strategies." Because up here, he could finally let loose. Seeing his defiance, the demon general charged him, but HenRy dodged its strike with total ease. Of course, the demon general wasn't about to quit. It attacked again like a maniac, forcing HenRy to skid backward. It seized the opportunity to summon its magic. HenRy narrowed his eyes and glanced up. A massive fireball had formed, its intense heat radiating through the air, probably all the way to Queens. At the same time, the demon general got right in his face. Without a second thought, it just decked him with a brutal blow, sending HenRy crashing down to the earth. The demon general looked down from the sky as a huge cloud of dust billowed up. But when the dust cleared, it was stunned. HenRy was standing there defiantly, without a single scratch on him. What a king! The demon general roared in disbelief. How can that be? HenRy obviously wasn't about to drop his skincare routine or anything. He launched himself from the ground, appearing right in front of the demon general in a flash. He smirked. "Looks like you're all out of mana, buddy. Guess it's time for fisticuffs, but spoiler alert, that's useless too." As he spoke, his eyes filled with this insane resolve. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed the demon general. HenRy scoffed, "You can't defeat me." In a blink, his powerful fist connected with a massive crack, sending the demon general flying backward. It muttered in disbelief. No way. A human's punch actually did something, before using magic to regain its footing in the air. It was now absolutely enraged, roaring, "You damn punk! What the hell are you?" HenRy didn't answer, just cracking a smile and saying, "You think I'm just a one-trick pony with magic? Oh, sweetie. Let me show you something special." My own signature move. With that, HenRy flashed a wicked grin. A moment later, a strange, multicolored aura of mana just flared up all around him. In a flash, it exploded into the sky, a power so immense it felt like it could swallow all of Manhattan whole. The demon general immediately panicked at the sight. What kind of terrifying magic is this? Sloane and Kara were just as stunned. What's happening? What is that kid doing up there? HenRy paid no attention to their reactions, focusing only on unleashing his power. What a cliffhanger, right? If you're hyped, smash that like button. He closed his eyes, focusing, as if drawing in all the energy from the atmosphere. Once he felt he had gathered enough, HenRy slowly opened his eyes. His face was filled with confidence, and his entire presence had shifted. The demon general was getting more scared by the second, but it stubbornly yelled, "Even if you wrap yourself in magic, your pathetic human attacks won't do a thing to us." "We'll see about that," HenRy scoffed, and then vanished, reappearing right in the demon general's face. The demon general panicked instantly. It tried to move, but it was too late. HenRy's fist was already flying. He didn't stop there, unleashing a relentless combo of punches. HenRy's ferocious assault was overwhelming, forcing the demon general back step by step. This incredible scene left Sloane completely floored. He mumbled in a daze, "Is that kid really bodying a demon general in a fistfight? How? A human's punch shouldn't be able to hurt a magical creature, and on top of that, HenRy can injure it with magic too. This is just unbelievable." And in the blink of an eye, the demon general's body was already covered in injuries, causing it to cry out in frustration. "Why? How are your human attacks working on me?" HenRy explained coolly. "Regular punches and weapons are useless against your kind, but it's a whole different ballgame when you juice him up with a massive amount of mana. Attacking you while my body is cloaked in this energy combines magic and martial arts. HenRy said you could call it composite magic combat, to make it simple." The demon general got even more pissed. It roared furiously. "A pathetic little human thinks he can beat me? Not a chance in hell." It then charged at HenRy like a mad bull. But HenRy dodged its attack effortlessly and countered with a solid punch to its stomach. That one punch blew a hole straight through the demon general's gut, sending it falling from the sky like a rag doll. Its body crashed down right in the middle of the other monsters. As soon as it fell, the sky cleared up, returning to its natural blue. Seeing this, everyone erupted in cheers. The disaster's over. "That kid actually did it." Seeing everyone celebrating, Sloane quickly shouted a warning. "Don't lower your guard yet, everyone. Clear out the rest of these monsters." HenRy looked down from the sky and smiled with relief, thinking he could leave the cleanup crew to the cops. With that, he quickly retracted the mana cloaking his body. In just a few moments, it was completely gone. HenRy was back to his normal self. He chuckled to himself. "Man, it's been a hot minute since I used composite magic combat. I'm getting rusty." A moment later, HenRy landed, only to be a little surprised by the sight in front of him. The cops had already finished off the remaining monsters and were now standing in a formal line. Seeing him, Sloane announced loudly, "We are truly grateful for your efforts. On behalf of the entire New York Police Department, thank you for your cooperation in taking down that boss. Attention, salute Mr. HenRy." As soon as he gave the order, the entire police force gave HenRy their most formal salute, so epic. From that day forward, natural disasters began to strike all across the globe. Thanks to the swift actions of the police and the elite mages, the calamities were officially brought to an end. However, the drama surrounding the disasters continued to rise. The public began to heavily criticize the government and the police online. The mages were hit with a constant cycle of high hopes and bitter disappointment. As everyone's anxiety grew, someone started a rumor. If the Black Mage was here, he could protect us. And just like that, Bring Back the Black Mage started trending worldwide. But no matter what was going down on Twitter, HenRy had his own mess to deal with. What do you think? Drop a comment if you'd be Team Black Mage. Someone had leaked that HenRy was involved in the fight against the disaster. Once again, the students in his class swarmed him with questions. HenRy was seriously annoyed. Dealing with them was more tiring than fighting a demon general. Julia, sitting beside him, saw him sighing over and over and started to get worried. Right then, the teacher walked into the classroom. She stood at the front of the class and announced seriously, "Today we'll be discussing the recent disaster." As the teacher talked on and on about their future duty to protect the country, the students' faces all grew grim. The teacher didn't seem to notice and kept going. "Therefore, it's possible that you all could be drafted someday. Because of that, you need to be prepared for anything. Though, we do have one student here who already has some field experience." As she spoke, her eyes darted toward HenRy, but at that exact moment, Kara suddenly burst into the room. The confused teacher rushed over, asking, "Hold on. What's all this about?" Kara spoke urgently. "We're with the police. We have orders from headquarters for HenRy." "Whoa, what do they want now?" Be sure to subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. Ugh, look, we hate to be those times guys, but we were kinda hoping we could borrow your power again. Mike just heard this and let out a huge sigh. Like, They weren't even trying to keep up their whole 5-0 vibe. Where's the badge pride, yo? And what is with all these looks from everyone? He's thinking. Cut it out with those creepy worshipful stares. It's mad weird. He really wasn't feeling it. But, like, what else could he do? Mike had to agree. He gets up, strolls over to Kate, and is like, spill the tea. What's the sitch? Kate gives a little nod and replies, okay, so on top of all the crazy natural disasters, we've got magical monsters popping up everywhere. Plus, all the rogue mages and shady underground crews are getting way more active. Right now, we are stretched times so times thin. And boom, that's why they're blowing up Mike's spot again. She then sighed, looking super apologetic. I'm so sorry for dragging you into this over and over. But for real, Cross, there's nobody else we can count on like you. Mike doesn't even say anything, just whips out his phone and goes, well, next time, just shoot me a text first. Kate was totally caught off guard for a sec, then was like, oh, right. My bad. I'll totally remember that for next time. So boom, she gets Mike's digits and just stares at the screen for a hot minute without saying a word, like it's a holy relic or something. Mike looks at her and says, dead serious. So, what's the mission? Kate snaps out of her trance and quickly says, we need you to go play pest control with some magical beasts that are tearing up Venice Beach. Mike just gives a slight nod. Got it. Kate sees he's ready to bounce and suggests, we can give you a ride down there. But before she could even finish her sentence, WHOSS, Mike zipped right past her. He'd already used magic to blast off into the sky. He just says all cool like, that'll take forever. I'm going ahead. Seeing Mike just vanish in a blink, the cops behind them were just standing there with their jaws on the floor. That was way too fast. A little later, over at Venice Beach, the whole place looked like a scene from a disaster movie. All the sick beachfront condos on Oceanfront Walk were just piles of concrete and rubble. And inside, 2 little kids were trapped. The younger one was hugging his brother, trembling and mumbling, big bro. The older kid, even though he was totally terrified, held his little brother tight and said, all firm, it's cool, I got you, I'll protect you. Just then, a massive beast starts charging right for them. Even though he was scared out of his mind, the older boy grabbed his brother's hand and they made a run for it. But in all the chaos, the little brother trips and totally eats dirt. The monster's razor-sharp teeth were getting closer and closer. Y'all, it was looking real bad for them. In that super intense moment, bam, a bolt of magic shoots out from a distance and just zaps the beast, dropping it on the spot. And the one who fired the shot, our boy, Mike. He had just landed, saw the whole thing go down, and jumped in without a second thought. The 2 kids were just totally shook, staring at him after he took out that monster with just a casual flick of his wrist. Mike slowly walks up to them, smiling and saying, yo, you were mad, brave back there. That was awesome. But right after, he spots a little doll on the ground. He picks it up and asks, all curious, is this yours? The younger kid immediately goes, yeah. Mike could totally see the hero worship in the kid's eyes. He couldn't help but crack a little smile. Finally, Mike says softly, I'll protect you both, then just turns and runs right back into the battlefield. The 2 kids bowed to thank him, but he was already gone in a flash. Like, did he even hear them? Lol. The younger brother clutched that doll super tight, his face just full of pure adoration. Meanwhile, Mike had pushed deeper into the chaos of the city. The battle here was way messier than that whole situation back at the academy. Since there were still tons of people running for their lives, he couldn't just start blasting magic bullets everywhere. Mike can tell the difference between monster magic and human magic, but he can't sense regular people with no powers. The only way to save everyone was to sweep the entire area. While Mike was figuring this out, the magic police squad finally rolled up. The squad leader is yelling at his team, focus fire on the beasts, let the LAFD and the army handle civilian rescue. Just then, one of the cops spots Mike up high. He looks up, waves, and yells, yo, Cross. Mike squints, looking down below. He remembers this guy. Wait a minute, wasn't he the one from that whole disaster at the Wilshire Grand Center in downtown LA? Recognizing a familiar face, Mike immediately hops down to their level. The cop runs over and says, man, you're here as backup? Thank God, that's a huge help. Mike cut right through the small talk. What's the situation? The cop didn't hesitate. Dude, we haven't even rescued half the civilians yet. The situation is so gnarly we can't even get to the east side of the beach. That area is completely swarming with these things. Hearing that, Mike's just like, then I'll go check out that side of the city. And with that, he was off and running. The cop quickly yelled a warning. We've got reports of rogue mages over there too, be careful. But he knew it was kind of pointless to worry about that times kid. Thinking this, the cop glanced back at his teammates. The ones who weren't at the skyscraper disaster were seeing Mike in action for the first time, and they were completely bugging out. Who the hell is that kid? He just deleted those monsters in the blink of an eye. The other cop just chuckled and said, all cool. He's kind of like our own personal superhero. Only seems to show up when things get really messed up. Drop a comment below if you think Mike is a total legend. Meanwhile, on the east side of the city, Mike was just wrecking shop with some insane level 6 magic, wiping out hordes of beasts. But something was bugging him, like a demon captain showing up when it's not even a great calamity period. That's mad sus. For the past few years, the beasts have been multiplying, and they've been leveling up, too. Things had gotten to a point where even Mike was starting to feel the pressure. If they don't get a game plan together like yesterday, this whole thing could spiral out of control. That might be true, but saving people right now was priority number one. Mike reaches out and just yeets some rubble off two people trapped underneath, then he hands them over to the firefighters and is gone again. He had a few plans cooking in his head, but wasn't sure which one to go with. Thanks to Mike's help, tons of trapped civilians were rescued. By the time Kate and her squad finally showed up, the situation was starting to calm down a bit. Mike didn't even give them a glance, still totally focused on saving people. Thanks to him, almost all the civilians in the city were saved. A cop, looking super grateful, grabbed Mike's hand and said with a huge smile, "Thank you, you've been a massive help, Cross. Because of you, we kept the casualties way, way down." Mike heard this and just shook his head, like, "Nah, that was all thanks to you guys and the firefighters. I just helped with the simple stuff." The cop was totally stunned by his humility. After a long pause, he actually bowed his head to Mike and said, all serious, "For real, I'm truly sorry for how we acted before. We were being immature, and I hope you won't hold it against us." Seeing them like this, Mike just sighed and was like, "It's all good, don't even trip about it." He was being so mature it was making these grown adults feel awkward. LOL. They could only just keep thanking him. Kate also chimed in gratefully, "Thank you so much. I feel really bad that we have to keep relying on you, Cross, especially since you're just a student." Mike didn't say anything, just shook his head and replied, "It's fine. I'm the one who agreed to help." Then, he suddenly got super serious. "But what's really bothering me isn't just their numbers. It's the fact that they're all incredibly strong." Kate nodded, totally agreeing, "Facts. We need a whole new game plan to deal with these monster hordes and the disasters. Chief Sloan is already working on something." But while they were talking, those two little kids from before suddenly walked up to them. Seeing the kids, Mike smiled. "Hey, I'm glad you guys are safe." Just then, the younger kid innocently asked, "Mister, are you the Great Sage?" Hearing this, the older kid got all embarrassed and quickly explained, "Sorry, my little brother is a huge Great Sage fanboy." Mike didn't seem to mind, his eyes were glued to the doll in the kid's hand. If he wasn't bugging, that was a doll of him from his past life. The corners of Mike's mouth twitched up. You could tell he was low-key pleased. Then he just nodded and replied, "Yup, I'm the Great Sage. You caught me." The kid's eyes immediately lit up, and he started cheering excitedly. Flashback to 50 years ago, when he was the legendary Mike, he was so annoyed about being turned into a doll and was complaining to the person next to him. But that person didn't care at all. They just said cheerfully, "Not just dolls, but trading cards and keychains too." Mike sighed, totally over it. There's no way anyone would want junk like that. The other person was not having it, saying forcefully, "The Great Sage is a pillar of hope in everyone's hearts. This merch is an absolute must-have for kids." Mike still wasn't buying it. Seeing that being nice wasn't working, the other person just yelled, "You're wrong. 50 years, no, even 100 years from now, he will continue to save people, so please just allow me to do this, you legend." Snapping out of the memory, Mike smiled faintly. It seemed those words were true, but a mere doll doesn't have the power to actually save anyone. A great sage like him was still needed in these crazy times. Elsewhere, at a shady bar on the Lower East Side, a group of guys gathered to report on the Dark Mage. The man sitting on the throne was Ace Black, the top dog of the Black Rebellion organization. After hearing his subordinate's report, he gritted his teeth and said, "An unaffiliated rogue mage? Does this mean some punk dares to defy me?" Hearing the rage in his voice, his underlings were literally trembling in fear. Cold sweat was dripping down the guy's forehead as he stammered, "Yes, sir." With a soft grunt, Ace coldly ordered, "Find the true identity of this dark mage. I don't care if you have to use military force." Hearing this, the goons immediately went dead silent. Then, a dude with glasses suddenly stepped forward. This was the manager of the entire downtown LA underground, Suji. He smirked and asked, "And if he refuses our offer, can we just, kill him?" Ace let out a chilling laugh, sneering, "Only after you torture him. I'm really looking forward to it." Hearing this, Suji got even more smug, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Smash that like button if you think Ace and Suji are about to get totally wrecked. The next day, Mike's crew was back to their usual training at the Waterford Sick Mansion out in the Hamptons. During a water break, Luke suddenly asked, all doubtful, "By the way, Cross, what's your current magic level at?" Drew was also a little curious, probably around 100,000 or at most, maybe 500,000. If it's Mike, that's possible. While everyone was speculating, Mike casually answered that it was actually 99,990,000. Hearing this number made Luke and the others totally freeze up. The three of them just could not believe it. Luke pouted and mumbled, even the legendary Mike was only at around 1 million. Hearing this, Mike couldn't help but frown. The legendary Mike's magic power was only 1 million? Drew immediately replied, yeah, duh. That's why people always say 1 million is the ultimate limit for magic power. Luke asked in surprise, you really don't know that? That's common knowledge. Mike didn't answer. He was pretty sure his power in his past life was way more than just 1 million. I've got to look this up online. No sooner said than done. Mike quickly tried to search for info online, but after messing around for a while, he couldn't find a single thing. Mike sighed, totally frustrated. I've forgotten how to even use this brick. Anyway, this is already a pain. Just forget it. Just then, Mike's phone suddenly started ringing. It was a call from Chief Sloan. He quickly answered the call. Mason, like totally confused, was all, yo? Who's this? And on the other end, this dude, Officer Sullivan, sounded like he was in a full-blown panic. Oh my god. Sorry for the rando call. Are your friends there? Mason was like, yeah, they're here. Sullivan got all serious. Do me a solid and put me on speaker. Bro, for a gamer, Mason was so clueless with his phone, he literally had to ask Dana how to turn on the speaker. A second later, Sullivan's voice was blasting from the phone. All right, here's the tea. To deal with all these crazy disasters and the insane number of magical beasts, we're putting together a special squad to hunt them down. We're calling it the Special Ops Mage Unit, and get this, I want to nominate you, Mason, to be the captain. The three of them were just shook, like completely speechless. Dana was thinking, if you're going to call yourself a mage, you've got to snag a title like that. There was no way Mason would say no, right? But Mason, without even blinking, just goes, nah, I'm good. Before Sullivan could even ask why, Dana totally lost it and screamed, what do you mean, no? Mason was so confused, like, why was she getting so bent out of shape? What did this have to do with her? From the phone, Sullivan cut in. Can you just, let me explain first? Mason just sighed and muttered, fine, whatever. Let's hear what you've got to say. So, Sullivan started spilling. First, there were way too many problems popping off at once, and they were crazy short-staffed. Plus, the current situation was a total mess. They couldn't even handle the magical beasts on their own. Mason's brow furrowed, listening to all this drama. He was thinking, is it because all the mages right now are total noobs? He thought for a sec, then asked skeptically. So, what about the so-called noble mages? Sullivan shot back. The heads of the Miller, Hawthorne, and Kane families are all still out of the country at some boring conference. That just leaves the Faulkners, but things are kinda messy with them. Mason glanced over at the Miller sisters and was like, come to think of it, I haven't even met your parents yet. Dana just pouted. Yeah, well, I haven't been home in forever. Mason just nodded, getting the vibe, and dropped it. Sullivan kept going on the phone. The new squad members will include over 12 cops and some peeps from the academy, including Ruby Miller, Dana Miller, and Ryder. I'm putting you three forward. He promised he'd handle all the boring stuff like permits and negotiations from his office down at One Police Plaza. All Mason had to do was focus on training and leading the team. Easy, right? And, of course, there was a reward. When Mason didn't answer right away, Sullivan practically jumped out of his chair, his voice cracking, please, man, you're the only one I can count on. Cross, I'm literally begging you, please take the captain's spot. Hearing how desperate he sounded, Mason let out a huge sigh. He caved. All right, fine, I'll do it. Sullivan was instantly, over the moon. For real. The three of them on his end were hyped too, all agreeing to join. I mean, they had no reason to say no. Plus, they didn't want Mason to have to carry this whole thing by himself. Mason was still a little iffy, but he figured it'd be fine. He could just whip them into shape. A few days later, a massive wave of hate started crashing down on the Faulkner Mage family online. Not only did they totally ditch their duties during the Magic Academy disaster, but their response to the magical beasts was also a joke. The head of the Faulkner family was fuming when he saw all the comments, gritting his teeth and cursing. These peasants. Do they seriously think noble mages are their personal errand boys? Just then, someone knocked on his door. The old man barked, come in. The butler walked in and reported in a low voice. Pardon the intrusion, sir, but a document just arrived from the NYPD. The Faulkner head frowned at the paper, muttering, an announcement about forming a special mage team. These commoners and their pointless little projects, I swear. But as he said it, a light bulb went off in his head. He smirked, hold up. This might be just the thing to shut the public up. Go get my idiot son. The butler just bowed and scurried off to do it. The next morning at police headquarters in New York, Sullivan called a big meeting for the new special unit. Obviously, the captain, Mason, was there. Ruby and the others showed up too. They gave their word, so they couldn't just ghost everyone. But besides them, it was just Sullivan and 3 other cops. Talk about a smaller turnout than expected. Awkward. Mason shot Sullivan a look and said, not trying to hide his annoyance, I thought you said 12 people? Sullivan looked super guilty and was like, yeah, my bad. We had some people who were interested at first, but when it came time to actually sign up, crickets. No one sent in an application. Mason just sighed. Well, can't blame them. Who'd want to take orders from some high school kid who hasn't even graduated? While Mason was lost in thought, Sullivan slipped something into his hand. Also, this is for you. It was a temporary mage badge. Sullivan explained. Look, this is all kind of an off-the-books op, but since you guys are still students, flash this when you need to. It's temporary, because you're not technically official mages yet. With that, he handed badges to Ruby and the others too, then clapped Mason on the shoulder with a huge grin. My work here is done. The stage is all yours, my dude. Captain Cross. Mason couldn't help but crack a smile. It had been a hot minute since he stood in front of a crowd like this, but he didn't hesitate for a second and took a few steps forward. Mason spoke, his voice clear. I'm Mason Cross, and I'll be your captain for this little special ops unit. First things first. I promise you, I'm gonna make every single one of you stronger than those so-called heads of the noble mage families. After dropping that bomb, he flashed this super confident smile. But his words left Ruby and everyone else totally floored, and even the cops were just staring with their mouths open. Seeing their faces, Mason wasn't surprised at all and just said calmly, What, y'all don't believe me? That's cute. All right then, let's put it to the test. Officer Sullivan, you guys got a manometer here, right? Sullivan was still completely shook, stuttering, Of course we do, but whatever. He had someone bring out the mana testing device a minute later. Mason glanced at the crew behind him and was like, First up, Ruby and Ryder, let's see those mana levels. The 2 of them were game and immediately stepped up. Ruby put her hand on the device and let her mana flow. Ryder did the same. Mason, just chilling next to them, casually said. Ruby's mana used to be at 10,000, and Ryder's was at 8,000, but check it, Ruby's mana is now at 30,000. She was seriously shocked. Even Ryder's had shot up to 28,000. He was just staring at the number like he'd seen a ghost. After hearing what Mason said, Sullivan and his crew were screaming, No way. That's literally the mana level of a top-tier mage. Seeing them freak out, Mason just pouted. Are you guys seriously getting worked up already? Dana, you're up. Dana froze when he called her name. She walked forward but then just stood there, hesitating to touch the device. She was totally spiraling. What if the gap between her and Ruby was still huge? Ruby had worked so hard. The thing was, she wasn't a genius like her sister, so she was terrified. What if her results were trash? Taking a deep breath, Dana forced herself to chill. She wasn't going to run away anymore. Then, she slapped her hand on the testing device. In that same second, Dana's mana totally exploded. Whatever the result was, she wasn't going to lie to herself anymore. But her result left Sullivan and the others absolutely stunned. Dana, meanwhile, was too scared to even look at the screen, but her number had unexpectedly skyrocketed to 26,000. Sullivan was going from one shock to another, just muttering to himself. According to her old records, her mana should be like 2,000, tops. There's no way it could jump that much. Hearing this, Mason clapped back. That's where you're wrong. We can totally boost our own mana. All it takes is some natural talent, a ton of hard work, and never giving up. Then he looked at Dana and praised her. I'm seriously proud of you. You crushed it. Then he reached out and ruffled her hair. Seeing her results, tears just started streaming down Dana's face. All her hard work had finally paid off. Ruby looked at her little sister, her eyes filled with so much pride. She covered her eyes to hide it, trying to keep her cool girl vibe going. Just then, Mason walked over to praise them. You two were amazing, too. Ryder just grinned all cocky and said, Duh, did you even have to ask? Mason totally ignored him and turned to Ruby, saying, And you were exactly as awesome as I expected, Ruby. Ruby barely reacted, just shrugging. As a member of the Miller family, this is nothing. I don't need your praise, but I want to give it anyway. You did an amazing job. Mason totally insisted and even reached out and patted her on the head. If you ship these two, smash that like button right now. Ryder was instantly stunned. He thought Mason was just some cold, emotionless dude, but now, this guy probably didn't even know how to spell fear. Even Dana was completely bewildered. Oh my god, her sister was about to go nuclear. But, plot twist. Ruby just brushed Mason's hand away and said, a little annoyed, I'm not a kid. Mason didn't even care, just nodded like, yeah, you're right. Seeing this, Dana and Ryder both let out a huge sigh of relief. Thank God Ruby didn't lose her mind. Ruby was just thinking that it was the first time anyone had ever patted her head like that, not even her own dad. Just when everyone was feeling the good vibes, this super shrill voice cut in. So this is where you all are. I tore this whole freaking police station apart looking for you. Why haven't you greeted me properly yet? Sullivan saw the new guy and immediately rushed over, trying to explain, I was told you weren't coming, so. But before he could even finish, the dude cut him off, all bitter. Well, I'm here now, aren't I? Sullivan was so over this guy, but he had to just suck it up. Right. Well, everyone, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Xavier, a noble mage from the Faulkner family. Everyone looked over and saw this dude with green hair just standing there. The word douchebag was practically tattooed on his forehead. Total bad news vibes. After the intro, Sullivan leaned in and whispered to Mason, we had no choice, man. We needed a noble's permission, so I had to send them your info. My bad. Mason asked, his eyes narrowed. The Faulkner family. They're the ones who dipped during the Academy disaster, right? Sullivan just gave a little nod and said, this family cares more about keeping its power than following any government orders. While those two were whispering, Xavier suddenly spoke up, his voice dripping with contempt. I heard this is supposed to be the top magic unit in the country. Huh. All I see is a bunch of high school dropouts playing dress-up. Sullivan sighed, totally defeated, and pointed at Mason to introduce him. This is Mason Cross. He's the one who single-handedly stopped the disaster at the Academy. Based on that, he's been appointed captain. After hearing this, Xavier just squinted at Mason. After sizing him up for way too long, he sneered. Stopped a disaster, huh? A commoner. Not even a noble. And as soon as he said that, Xavier freaking stomped on Mason's foot. Hard. He grunted. How dare a piece of trash like you not bow to me? Don't get cocky. You're just garbage. That move made Ruby and the others absolutely furious. They started yelling at Xavier, but he just smirked. Commoners get so emotional, don't they? Well, look what the cat dragged in. The Mizell sisters. I guess y'all aren't completely useless after all. Ruby and Dee were shooting daggers from their eyes. But Zane's ego is thicker than a concrete wall. For real. He just smirked and was like, I bet. I'm the captain of this squad now. Sloan heard this and was not having it, clapping back with, bro, the higher-ups already gave the captain's spot to Cade. Zane just blew him off, proposing, then let's have a little contest. Whoever claps the final boss of the next calamity gets to be captain. Sloan was getting heated and tried to stop him, but that clown Zane was already bouncing with his two little minions. He's all smug, like, it's settled then. Sloan felt super bad for Mason and was like, my bad, dude. I couldn't shut him up. But Mason was totally unbothered by that psycho, casually saying, it's all good, bro. He wouldn't have listened anyway. We just gotta win, period. The three of them made a pact right then and there. They would absolutely not let that punk become captain. Then they stormed out, totally ticked off. Mason just watched them go, like, damn, these guys have more energy than me after a double espresso. A little later, out at the NYPD training grounds on Rodman's Neck, Mason got everyone together, but he wasn't sure how to kick things off. The squad's mana levels were hitting around 10,000, so he figured he'd start with the basics. So Mason cleared his throat and went into teacher mode. All right, listen up, fam. First things first, we need to talk about why magic is so clutch. Mana is basically the juice that fuels your powers, but it can do way more than that. Then, he called out, yo, Ryder, get over here. Ryder looked confused but shuffled over. Mason just goes, hit me. With everything you've got, Ryder looked at him like he'd grown a second head, but Mason just kept egging him on. Finally, Ryder's like, fine. Don't come crying to me if this hurts, and throws a massive punch right at Mason's face. But get this, it stopped mid-air, hitting an invisible wall. Mason calmly explained, that, my friends, is a mana shield. With enough juice, you can pop one up easy. If your mana level is even higher, you can do it without even thinking, Mason said. Basically, it's an auto-cast spell, like having a permanent defensive buff. Ryder was gritting his teeth, trying to break through, but no dice. He finally had to give up. Seeing him all frustrated, Mason continued, and that's exactly why grinding your own mana capacity is the most important, fundamental goal for any mage. Remember that. After that epic mic drop, he went around and taught every single person how to feel their own mana. And just like with Ruby and the crew before, everyone was totally shook. They wrapped up with some combat training, and the day was a wrap. Mason bounced and headed home to his apartment in Queens. His brain was still buzzing about the squad. Magic training is cool and all, but they seriously needed some better gear. He was hoping to borrow some stuff with resistance to magical beasts, but seeing Sloane's face earlier told him that was going to be a whole mess of red tape. Ugh, he sighed. There's probably no one left who can craft legit gear these days. Guess I'll have to DIY it. I mean, how hard can it be? Famous last words, am I right? He started tearing through his place looking for materials and found this one ring. Looked kinda cheap, but it was in perfect condition, so it had to be important. This is a start, but I need more. Just then, BZZT. His phone on the bed went off, making him jump out of his skin. Smash like if you've been personally victimized by your phone's vibrate function. He looked down and saw it was Ruby calling, which was super random for her. He picked up, and all he heard was, "It's me." He was like, "Sup?" But she was dead silent on the other end for, like, forever before she finally said, "You're the only one who's right for the captain's position." Mason couldn't help but joke, "Aw, you calling just to gas me up?" And without missing a beat, Ruby replied, "Yeah, I am." Mason actually laughed out loud. "You're surprisingly sentimental." An idea popped into his head. "Hey, since I have you," he asked, "if you're not busy tomorrow, you want to go shopping with me for some stuff?" Ruby sounded confused. "Shopping?" Mason quickly explained. "Yeah, there's some stuff I have no clue where to find." She then asked, "So are Dee and the others coming too?" Mason just shook his head. "Nah, just the two of us. No need to bring the whole crew." Hearing that, Ruby was totally stunned, asking all quiet, "Jay, just the two of us?" Mason, completely oblivious, was like, "Yeah, so what do you think?" The line went silent again. For so long Mason thought she hung up, but then she suddenly said, "I don't have anything going on." Mason was instantly hyped. "You're a real lifesaver. So where we going?" Ruby suggested in a low voice, "Melrose Avenue. They might have what you need there." So boom, they made a plan to meet at the station in LA tomorrow at noon. After a little more small talk, they hung up. Ruby just stared at her phone, totally lost in thought. Meanwhile, Mason was on cloud 9. "This is perfect. Now I can buy enough rings for everyone. Maybe I should try enchanting this one right now as a test run." With that, he started channeling his mana into the ring. Cut to the Mizell sisters' bougie mansion on Park Avenue. Dee knocked on Ruby's door. "Hey sis, dinner's ready." But, crickets. Dee frowned. No answer. Is she asleep? That's so not like her. After hesitating, Dee was like, "Whatever," and just pushed the door open. "I'm coming in, sis." But as soon as she walked in, she saw Ruby in the middle of a full-on fashion show, trying on tons of different outfits. Dee was completely baffled, like, what is happening right now? Ruby finally heard her, turned around, and saw her sister just standing there looking dazed. She frowned and snapped, "What is it?" Dee finally rebooted and was like, "Oh, sorry, dinner's ready." So, Ruby just gave a little nod, cutting her off. "I'll be right there." Dee booked it out of there, her mind racing. She's never seen Ruby this worked up before. Is she going out with someone? Could it be Mason? The next day at noon, over at the station on Melrose Avenue, Mason was already there waiting. And because she's nosy, Dee had secretly followed Ruby all the way to LA. But she was scared Mason would spot her, so she was hiding her mana and keeping her distance. She felt super guilty, muttering to herself, "Why am I even tailing these two? This is so creepy." In the distance, Mason saw a figure walking towards him, and it was Ruby. But this wasn't her usual look. Today she was rocking tight jeans, a tank top, and a super stylish khaki jacket over it. She was literally making everyone turn their heads as she walked by. Ruby didn't even notice. She just walked right up to Mason and raised an eyebrow. "Did I keep you waiting?" Mason just shook his head. "Nah, I just got here too." The people around them immediately started whispering, totally thinking Mason was her boyfriend. Dee, hiding behind a plant, heard this and had a mini meltdown. "My sister is on a date with Mason? How did this even happen?" Mason, still totally clueless that they had a third wheel, started walking with Ruby down Melrose Avenue. As they walked, she asked, "So what are you looking for?" Mason casually replied, "Rings. A lot of them." Hearing that, Ruby got all suspicious. "As gifts?" Mason just nodded. "Something like that. I need a bunch of them." Ruby was stunned. "A bunch? You're giving them to a lot of people?" Mason didn't think anything of it and just said, "Yeah, basically." Ruby, meanwhile, was jumping to all sorts of conclusions. She got all irritated and reminded him, "Hey, just so you know, we do the one partner at a time thing here." Mason was so confused, he just muttered, "Yeah, I know." Ruby whipped her head away, pouting. "If you want to buy a lot, then the cheap places are your best bet. I happen to know a spot." Hearing that, Mason's face lit up. "All right, I'm counting on you then." So the two of them hit up a jewelry store to look for rings, with Dee, of course, creeping not far behind. No luck there, so they checked out some street vendor stalls. After a while, they ended up at another jewelry store. Ruby stood at the entrance and sighed, "A ring that's sturdy, not too expensive, and also low-key. I can't believe finding something that fits all that is this hard." Mason went inside to look, saying after a bit, "Even when I find one that looks okay, the vibe is off. And this one is way too expensive." Meanwhile, outside, Dee had set up a stakeout at a coffee shop across the street, secretly watching them. She grumbled under her breath, "What the hell? And why are they standing so close to each other?" Inside the store, a sales clerk bounced over to them. "Welcome. What can I help you two with? If you're looking for a ring for your girlfriend, we have a special discount. Mason heard the word girlfriend and immediately tried to correct her. Oh no, she's not. But before he could finish, Ruby's face went stone cold, and she said, I am not his girlfriend. The clerk heard that and apologized like crazy. I am so sorry. Please feel free to look around. Then she practically ran away, leaving Ruby totally bewildered. Mason just sighed. This was so awkward. A little later, at a diner, Mason slumped into a booth and started complaining. So much walking. I'm totally exhausted, especially in a crowded place like this. We went through all that trouble and still couldn't find anything. He was starting to wonder if his criteria was impossible. But just then, Mason noticed that Ruby didn't look too happy. After a long, awkward silence, Ruby hesitated and mumbled, I'm not good at showing my feelings. Do you even know me or understand what kind of person I am? Mason was a little taken aback, but he recovered fast and nodded. Yeah, I do. At the same time, Dee was sitting in a booth not too far away, and hearing Ruby's confession made her gasp. Then Ruby spoke again, her voice low. I can't even be close with Dee. You should have just asked her to go with you. I'm just getting in the way. Mason immediately shut that down. No way, that's not true at all. He shook his head. You looked up all the jewelry stores beforehand, didn't you? You also put a lot of thought into each item. Hearing this, Ruby went silent, her eyes still looking insecure. Mason continued, even though we're shopping for me, you were so serious about it, like you were buying something for yourself. What I mean is, you've helped me a lot. Ruby looked at him, and then she actually got shy. She lowered her head, fiddled with her hair, and whispered, Really? Dee saw the whole exchange and had to get up and walk outside. She had never, ever seen that look on Ruby's face before. What am I even doing here, she thought. Maybe I should just go home. And so, she turned around and left for real. A while later, Mason and Ruby finally found what they were looking for. Mason was so pumped. We finally found them. Ruby, walking beside him, asked doubtfully, But you're buying 5 of them. Mason answered calmly, Yeah, so everyone gets one. Ruby got even more suspicious, staring holes into him. After a long moment, she said softly, They're going to love this gift from you, because you chose it so carefully. Mason glanced at her and said, matter-of-factly, This is gear for our whole squad, so of course they have to be happy with it. Ruby was stunned for a second, and then you could see the light bulb go on. Oh, she nodded. I get it. Oh, so times was the deal. Mason totally missed her whole internal monologue and was just vibing, thinking back on the day like, Yo, for real. I don't know what I would have done without you today. Thanks a ton. Ruby just kinda shrugged it off. All cool. Don't even sweat it. Just knowing I could help is, like, enough for me. But Mason was not having it. He was dead serious. Nah. I gotta get you something to pay you back, right? Ruby pouted a little, looking all cute. You really don't have to, dude. But right as she said that, my guy Mason whips out a ring, and Ruby was literally shook. He didn't even pay attention to her bugging out and was just like, Give me your hand. Ruby got even more flustered, muttering, Oh, what are you doing? Mason was getting impatient. Just give it here already. Then he straight up snatched her hand and slid the ring right onto her ring finger. Y'all, he winked and grinned. This is the first piece of gear I ever cooked up. Keep it safe, okay? Thinking about what that even meant, her cheeks went, like, supernova red. She totally dodged Mason's gaze and just bolted, yelling, I'll treasure it. See ya later. Mason was left there all confused, trying to call out to her, but she was already ghost. Bro, I was still explaining its stats though. Whatever, I'll just hit her up next time. Meanwhile, Ruby ran like a whole block down 5th Avenue before she finally stopped to catch her breath. Ruby just stared at the ring on her finger, like, completely mesmerized. A thought just popped into her head and she clutched it to her chest. Oh my god. The next day, over at the police precinct's training yard in Brooklyn, Mason got everyone together and announced, Aight, I'm handing out the new gear now. Everyone gets one. He then started passing out the rings to the squad, and as they held them, everyone just completely lost their minds. Kara muttered, completely buggin'. Yo, this thing is giving off a legit magical reaction. Don't tell me this is anti-demon beast gear. Mason just gave a little nod, all chill. You got it. It's anti-demon beast gear, enchanted with wind magic. If you channel your own magic through it, you can basically upgrade it to a tier 1 wind spell. Sloan was even more floored by this and had to ask, where in the world did you even cop these? Mason just answered super casual, like it was nothing. I made them. Sloan was just reeling, going from one shock to the next. Like, only master craftsmen could forge anti-demon beast gear, and they were basically extinct. But this kid just mass-produced them like they were iPhones. He couldn't help but be amazed. Kid, you just never run out of ways to surprise us, do you? Mason just kept passing out the rings to the rest of the team. But when he got to Ruby, he just skipped right past her, which made Chloe do a double take. Then she clocked at a ring already on Ruby's ring finger. Chloe was stunned. Her sis had never worn a ring like that before. Was that from their date yesterday? Did something happen after she got home? What the hell went down? Drop your theories in the comments, guys, because Mason had no clue what was storming through her head. After handing out all the gear, Mason announced, "The only thing we're lacking now is a way to get around. We can't keep relying on squad cars. They're just not fast enough for zipping around Manhattan." Sloan had to agree. They were always showing up late to the scene. Mason then used his mana to just float up into the air, calmly explaining, "With this gear, anyone can use the wind-type balance spell. This will cut our travel time down to basically nothing," but he warned them to keep one thing in mind. It's just a simple charm and the mana cost is super low, so don't even think times about using it to attack anyone. With that, he told everyone to try it out. They all jumped on it, but legit none of them could keep their balance. Mason patiently reminded them, "Look, it's not that hard. Balance needs both levitation and stability, so try to imagine you're jumping first." As he said that, he glanced over at Chloe and saw she already freaking nailed it. He immediately hyped her up. "Awesome job, Chloe." Flattered by Mason's compliment, Chloe got super cocky. "Peft, you have any idea how long I've been practicing my mana control? This little trick is a piece of cake." But then she accidentally locked eyes with Mason's super intense stare and it made her jump. Chloe immediately looked away, feeling this whole new wave of guilt for spying on them. While she was freaking out in her head, Mason suddenly asked, "By the way, I got a question for you. You know a lot about Ethan Cross, don't you?" Chloe nodded a little. "Yeah, he's my biggest hero." Mason narrowed his eyes at her and asked, "Was he powerful?" Chloe replied, all casual. "His mana capacity was about 1 million and he could use a ton of different spells. He died fighting the Demon Lord during the Great Calamity." Mason got skeptical. "What happened to all the mages after he died?" Chloe explained slowly. "Back then, there were hardly any combat-ready mages left. The Misty family played a huge part in rebuilding everything from their headquarters in Queens. Back then, almost all the documents and data about magic were completely destroyed. That's why their ancestors had to rebuild the entire magic system from the ground up." Mason's brow furrowed. From what he remembered, the number of mage casualties was high, sure, but there should have been tons of materials and data left. He'd stored backups all over the place just in case something like this happened. But modern magic was so basic and full of holes, and mana levels were ridiculously low. Was this just because time passed, or did someone do this on purpose? Noticing Mason was dead silent, Chloe asked with concern, "Hey, you all right?" Mason snapped out of it and shook his head. "Yeah, I'm good." Chloe still looked worried and said, kinda hesitant, "If anything's bothering you, you can talk to me about it. I might not be able to do much, but..." Before she could even finish, Mason cut her off with this gentle smile. "Just knowing you're worried about me is more than enough. Thanks a lot. You've already been a huge help." Mason knew Chloe wouldn't snitch on him about his questions, but the whole issue with the Dark Mages was still not resolved. Thinking about the risk of dragging her into this mess, he decided it was best not to mention it too often. At this thought, Mason cracked a smile to himself, thinking, if Chloe ever found out I was actually Ethan Cross, she'd probably pass out for a solid week. Lol, right? But she totally misread his silence, thinking he wasn't telling her stuff because he didn't trust her. Asterisk. So what if she got stronger then? Asterisk. Chloe's expression got super determined. She was going to go all out. 1 week later, back at the precinct training yard, Mason was leading the team through their drills. All units assumed firing positions. Instantly, the whole squad launched their attacks. Kara was now able to use Tier 2 Holy Light magic. Sloan could deploy Tier 3 magic. Ryan had leveled up too, now capable of using Tier 4 magic. The Misty sisters combined their strength, creating a simultaneous Tier 4 water spell. Mason was seriously pleased. The whole unit's combat power had jumped up like crazy. Even Kara could now use magic to defend herself, and she couldn't use a single spell before. But the ones who surprised him the most were Ruby and Chloe. Their teamwork was absolutely insane, especially for sisters. It wasn't just Mason who was impressed, even Chloe was shocked by her own power now. The destructive force of the Misty sisters' magic was massive. It left 2 huge craters in the ground. Chloe thought back to how she used to be, and was so hyped she literally jumped for joy. Mason saw this and couldn't help but smile. Then he got the group's attention again. Everyone did great work, but don't get cocky just because you've gotten stronger. Your overall power level isn't just about the tier of your magic. Then he made a crazy proposal. Ruby, hit me with a Tier 4 spell. Ruby immediately nodded. Got it. The words were barely out of her mouth before she launched a massive magic attack at Mason, but he stayed perfectly calm. He waited until the tidal wave of water was right on top of him, then casually flicked his wrist. A Tier 1 spell shot out, piercing straight through Ruby's attack and completely shattering the raging wave. That insane display made Sloan shout in astonishment. A Tier 1 spell can cancel out a Tier 4 spell? No way. Mason explained patiently. Your tier just raises the cap on how much mana you can use. It doesn't automatically mean a higher tier spell is stronger, he went on, saying that even with a tier 1 spell, if you pump your maximum mana output into it, it's totally possible to beat a tier 4 spell. Of course, you also have to factor in elemental matchups. Water is weak against earth, duh. Mason continued, don't limit yourselves by thinking about your tier versus your opponents. If you truly understand the nature of mana and master your incantations, every single one of you can get way stronger. Hearing this, a new fire just lit up in everyone's eyes. They could now see a path to surpassing even the elite noble mages. Mason watched them. His eyes narrowed, and added, and never forget that you have comrades by your side. If we combine our strengths, we'll be more powerful than ever. The moment he finished, the whole team shouted in agreement. And right at that moment, a disgusting, slimy voice cut through the air. My, you plebs must be trying so very hard. It was Vince, flanked by his 2 little cronies. Sloane frowned. What brings you here? Vince clicked his tongue and sneered. The calamity is taking its sweet time, and I'm bored out of my mind. Sloane questioned him. If you're not training, why not help us take down a few demon beasts? Vince just shook his head and chuckled. Nah, that's way too much trouble. Besides, that's what you cops are for. His words made Ruby and the others see red, wanting nothing more than to just deck him. Vince didn't give a single damn, though, tilting his head back and whining. Ugh, I wish the calamity would just start now. The guy must have been born under a bad sign because he totally jinxed it. Chloe suddenly screamed, look at the sky. The once clear blue sky was now completely covered in a blood-red color. Vince yelled with excitement, it's here. It's finally here. The calamity has begun. He then shot a super provocative glare at Sloane's crew. Don't forget, whichever squad kills the boss first gets to be the captain of the new unit. The game starts now, you pathetic peasants. Chloe got more pissed off by the second and yelled back, like hell we'd lose to a scumbag like you. Vince just smirked, talk is cheap, see you around. Losers. And with that, he used magic to dash off. Chloe watched him go, yelling in frustration, he got a head start, that's totally unfair. Mason, however, seemed unfazed and said calmly, we've got work to do too. Don't forget your comms. This is our unit's first live combat mission, so everyone stay on high alert. Roger that. The team answered as one and took off using the Tier 1 flight spell. At the same time, down on the streets of Los Angeles, traffic was flowing as usual. Suddenly, Vince zipped past, cutting off a black sedan on the 405. He laughed arrogantly. So slow. Pathetically slow. You guys are so slow I could have yawned 100 times already. Behind him, Ruby and the team were giving chase. Watching Vince and his crew's speed, they couldn't help but say, damn, they're fast. That dude's built like a meatball, but he can really move. Mason sighed at their reaction. After all, their rivals were experts with wind magic. It totally made sense that Chloe's team was struggling to keep pace. He could easily take them all down by himself, but then what would be the point of this unit? As long as no civilians were in danger, there was no need to push his team too hard. Just then, Vince, who was way up ahead, yelled back tauntingly, what kind of joke mage squad is this? You guys are huffing and puffing just to keep me in sight. What a bunch of pathetic losers. Chloe couldn't make out what that jackass was saying, but she knew damn well it wasn't anything good. A few moments later, Vince and his crew finally reached their destination. If you want to see what happens next, make sure you smash that subscribe button. Zeke screamed, yo, the disaster's finally here. It's time to clap some of these brain-dead beasts. And just like that, his 2 cronies started blasting attack magic, and he jumped right in. Mad powerful mana just wrecked the monsters charging at them. Civilians being chased were running for their lives, screaming for help. But Zeke? Nah, he couldn't care less and just barked at his crew. More. Keep firing, crush them all for me. At his command, 2 goons let loose again. And you won't believe this, 2 civilians who had just escaped the monsters got caught right in the blast. Like, they were just regular people from down on 5th Avenue. A direct hit from that magic would have totally yeeted them into the next life. In that crazy life or death moment, a golden beam of mana just appeared out of nowhere. It was Mason. Oh my god. He threw up a protective shield around the 2 civilians. He shot this ice-cold glare at the short, fat dude, asking in this super serious voice, what the hell do you think you're doing, you pig? The whole vibe Mason was giving off literally made Zeke's 3 stooges freeze up, just shaking in their boots. Zeke was sweating buckets, like, what is happening right now? He couldn't move a single muscle. Seeing their chance, Vance's group ran over to check on the 2 civilians. After making sure they were okay, Vance whipped around to Zeke's crew and snapped, what is wrong with you guys? Don't you dare drag innocent people into this. Zeke didn't even answer. It took him a hot minute before he could even move again. What did Mason even do to me? Hiding his confusion, he just snorted and said, it's their own damn fault, running around like chickens with their heads cut off and getting in the way of a noble mage like me. They totally deserved it. Can you believe the nerve? This just made Vance even more furious. But Zeke didn't give a crap. He just bragged, I'm gonna go take care of the boss monster. You little chickens can stay here and kiss up to those commoners. With that, he and his crew straight up bounced. Mason watched the three scumbags dip, thinking that shutting down Zeke's magic was easy peasy. But hold up, doing that kind of felt like he was showing his hand too early in this game, you know? Then again, this whole situation was actually working out better for him. With that thought, Mason gave an order, I'll handle evacuating the civilians. The rest of you, focus on taking down these beasts. Soren still looked a little worried and was like, but can you handle that all by yourself? Even for you, rescue missions can get super sketchy. A little smile crept onto his face as Mason said with total confidence, I'm the captain of this special unit, after all. Soren was stunned for a sec, then just burst out laughing, and said all sheepishly, that was a dumb question, wasn't it? Just then, Dana shouted, we can't just lean on Mason for everything, let's go wreck these beasts. Seeing their hype, Mason also chimed in, guys, if you're hyped too, smash that like button. Go, bring us back a W. At his command, everyone just scattered, starting to use their magic to wipe out the low-level monsters. Vance was feeling himself now, super confident in his skills. These low-level beasts or demon soldiers, he could take them out as easily as flipping a light switch. Dana used to be so scared and would totally freeze up, but now she could take down demon soldiers all by herself. Seriously, she had a major glow-up. Elsewhere, Mason found a rooftop somewhere in Greenwich Village and used his mana to scan the whole area. There was still so much power buzzing around, a mix of his teams and the monsters. Looked like a ton of civilians were still trapped. The rescue op was definitely not going to be easy, or so everyone else thought, but not our boy Mason. A second later, Mason just leaped right off the building. He didn't even hesitate, moving like he was the wind itself. At the same time, Zeke's crew was also taking out demon soldiers. Roxy's group was no different, they were totally in the zone. But then, this insane amount of mana just exploded onto the scene, making Vance shout, whoa, what is this crazy power level? While everyone was still tripping, a demon general started walking towards them from the distance. Zeke also felt this energy and rushed over with his crew. The final boss is mine. I'll show you guys what real tier 4 magic looks like. Seeing this, Zeke's lackey immediately tried to talk some sense into him. But sir, the opponent is a demon general. You can't just take it down with one tier 4 spell. Unfortunately, Zeke was arrogant AF. Who says I can't? Has anyone here actually fought a demon before? How can you be so sure? I'm a noble mage. Winning is basically my birthright. Bro, as soon as he finished talking, he summoned a tier 4 wind attack. But the demon general wasn't even phased. It summoned its own magic, too. A massive fireball just appeared. The flame hit the wind and got even bigger, while the wind attack was completely swallowed up. Seeing this, Zeke's face went completely white. He was trembling and muttered, my ultimate magic. It did nothing, but the flame was already barreling towards them, and seeing things were about to get real ugly, Zeke just booked it. The direction they ran in went right past some civilians, and the flame was getting closer and closer. Luckily, right before the civilians were about to get fried, Mason showed up, but before he could even move, a huge wave of water crashed in from a distance, and like the blink of an eye, it totally snuffed out the flame. The ones who did it were Roxy's group. Mason smiled, totally satisfied. Not bad at all. Meanwhile, the short, fat Zeke, who had run for his life, finally found a spot on some stoop on Bleecker Street to collapse. But it wasn't long before someone walked up to him. The person who came over was Dana, and honey, she did not look happy. She gritted her teeth and demanded, why did you drag civilians into this mess? Zeke just snorted, pouting like a child. I already told you, it's their fault for not running away. If they're dumb enough to get in the way of a noble mage, they should expect to get smoked. It's a fitting punishment. But the second he finished his sentence, Dana raised her hand and swung. A loud smack echoed across the block, a slap so hard it sent Zeke flying several feet. Vance was still fuming and yelled, noble mage my ass. You're just a fat, shameless pig. Zeke, still in total shock, trembled on the ground, muttering in disbelief. You dared to slap me? You slapped a noble mage? Dana just scoffed. Just ignore that pig. He's got no self-respect. Let's finish cleaning up these monsters. Then they just ran off, completely ignoring Zeke, who was still screaming. Mason, who was rescuing civilians from a rooftop in Los Angeles, saw the whole thing and couldn't help but think, damn, they're really that fired up in a place crawling with demons? But I gotta admit, they bounced back quick. I guess that's a good thing. It looked like there were still a ton of civilians who needed help, and he also had to keep an eye on the boss. A freaking demon general had actually shown up here, and this disaster wasn't gonna end until it was dealt with. At the same time, in some busted-up house, the short, fat Zeke and his two goons were hiding. One of them kept trying to reason with him. Sir, we don't stand a chance against those demons. We should seriously just fall back. The little lordling bit his lip. Zeke gritted his teeth and thought, it's true. Those demons out there are strong. Even for me, taking them all down wouldn't be easy. But then Zeke suddenly had a light bulb moment and quickly said, hey, wait a minute. What if we let them weaken all the demons out there, and then we swoop in and clean up for the win? Hearing this, his two goons immediately started cheering, still brilliant as ever. Sir, Zeke said smugly, it's nothing, really. Now we just lay low, chill out, and wait for our moment to shine. Outside, Roxy's group was squaring off against the demon general. The amount of power it was giving off was terrifying. Dana had no idea if they could win, but no, they had to win. Just then, Riley roared, let's end this quick. Everyone immediately unleashed their mana, attacking the demon general all at once. Waves of water and bolts of lightning were flying everywhere, with constant explosions. Riley looked hopefully into the cloud of dust, whispering, did we get it? But when the dust settled, the demon general was just standing there. It was still standing there, perfectly fine, without a single scratch on it. Everyone's face just dropped. Roxy bit her lip and muttered, what we need right now is a tier 4 spell or enough raw power to just obliterate it. Just then, the demon general launched its fire magic. A massive flame rushed forward, the heat so intense it felt like it would burn up everything. Seeing this, Dana's group immediately scattered. Dana squinted at the fire below, thinking, this is even more insane than before, maybe even double my own power. The gap is just too wide, we can't beat this thing. What are we supposed to do? While they were totally lost, Mason's voice suddenly came through their earpieces. Looks like you guys are in a bit of a pickle. Huh. Here's a little pro tip for ya. Coordinate with each other. Mason was just watching from a distance. It wasn't his time to jump in yet. Hearing him, Dana immediately cried out, but we're already doing that. Mason slowly explained, combine everyone's power in its purest form. The key is you and Roxy. The more Dana heard, the more confused she got, asking, what are you even talking about? But Mason didn't explain any more. You guys figure it out. Dana wanted to ask more, but he had already cut the comms. At the same time, she felt this murderous vibe coming at her. It was the demon general's flame, rushing right for her. Roxy and the others quickly threw up defensive spells. Roxy then said, what Mason said has to mean something. We need to put our heads together and figure it out. Dana frowned a little. Just like Roxy said, Mason had always been the one leading them, so what was she supposed to do now? She just stood there, thinking. After a moment, Dana spoke up. Its magic is super powerful, but it takes a long time to cast. Let's take out the minions first while we dodge its big attacks. She suggested Soren and the others focus on the east side, while the three of them would handle the west, and she'd give the signal when it was about to attack. Soren and Kara were a little shocked, but they caught on fast. They both nodded and replied, got it. After that, everyone followed Dana's lead, while she waited for the demon general's next move. As soon as it raised its hand to cast, Dana shouted, get ready. She started counting down. When she hit the last second, the flame shot out. Dana yelled again, go now. Following her command, everyone used tier 1 levitation magic to zip out of the way. Mason, watching this from way off, was pretty surprised. So Dana was taking charge. He totally thought Riley or Roxy would be the one to step up, but honestly, she was crushing this role. At the same time, after getting everyone out of the line of fire, Dana was panting, totally drained. Their current magic level and power just wasn't enough. What could they do? While she was panicking, she tried to remember what Mason had said. What was it he said that one time? Or had she totally misunderstood him? She wasn't even sure if this next idea would actually work. After hesitating for a long time, she decided to just go for it. A moment later, Dana walked up to everyone, and she said with total conviction, everyone, please, lend me your strength. Far in the distance, Zeke was secretly watching Roxy's group from his hiding spot. He muttered to himself, what the heck are they planning now? Before long, Roxy's group had a new game plan. Following Dana's idea, the two sisters stood at the front line. Soren and Riley were right behind them, and finally, Kara and 2 other officers. Let us know in the comments what you think their plan is. Shane was still kind of tripping, like, yo, for real, are we sure we can actually pull this off? Erica just shook her head. I dunno, girl. But it's not like we have any other options. Luna, though, was all confidence. Oh my god, I totally believe in you guys. Riley jumped in, totally determined. We just gotta go all out. If it flops, we'll figure out a plan B. And right then, the demon general whipped out a level 5 spell. A freaking massive times fireball just appeared out of nowhere, instantly lighting up the whole sky. The heat wave hit so fast even Vance's crew felt the burn. Vance pursed his lips and grumbled, ugh, these broke-ass peasants are gonna get us all cooked. But his boy cried out, boss, look over there. Holy crap. Vance snapped his head around, and his eyes went wide. He saw Luna's squad, straight up Leroy Jenkins seeing it right into the flames. Kara had already thrown up a level 3 holy magic spell, which instantly wrapped around Luna and the crew. Watching from a distance, I couldn't help but crack a smile. Okay, not bad at all. Dodging a level 5 spell is basically impossible, so Kara's magic was a big brain move to tank some of the damage. Meanwhile, Julia and Luna were prepping the main event. The two Mizuno sisters combining their powers, that's how you get some next-level water magic. I nodded, totally satisfied. That's right, if you can't win solo, you team up. That's literally the secret sauce for creating an ultimate spell. And just like I thought, they whipped up a level 6 ultimate water spell, Mermaid's Freaking Tear. In a flash, this massive mermaid made of pure water just materialized. Seeing this, Shane couldn't help but yell, "Whoa, hold up. Since when could these two sisters pull off level 6 magic? That's insane." In a blink, the Demon General's fire just got times snuffed out asterisk, and the dude was frozen solid. Seeing his chance, Vance got all hype and shouted, "Yes, that's our cue, time to steal the show." But before he could even move, these crazy vines just shot out of the ground, wrapping him up tight and sucking the life right out of him. Vance dropped to the ground like a sack of potatoes, totally useless, and guess who did it? Me. Like, did these clowns seriously think I wouldn't notice them trying to pull a fast one? Gotta shut that down. On the other side, Luna's team had no idea some clout chaser almost jacked their moment. Shane looked at the frozen Demon General and was like, "It's over, we did it." And just like that, the sky went back to its normal blue. Shane started cheering. "We won, we stopped the disaster." Kara nodded, "Shout out to the Mizuno sisters and the whole squad, for real." Just then, Luna and Julia started wobbling like they were about to pass out. Riley rushed over, like, "Yo, you too good." Luna was totally beat. "My mana's on E, I can't even move." Julia was just as weak, but she was so hyped. "We did it, sis." Luna just gave her a little nod and a smile. "We won." A little while later, we were in a conference room back at One Police Plaza. I was standing in the middle of the room, hyping everyone up. "All right, listen up, team. You guys absolutely crushed it. We stopped that disaster cold. This was also the first official mission for our unit, and you killed it." Everyone sitting down was beaming, especially the Mizuno sisters, who were the MVPs of this fight, no cap. I was super proud of them and couldn't stop saying it. But for real, everyone showed up and showed out. I can seriously see you all leveling up. Especially you, Luna, your glow-up has been insane. Luna was kinda shocked, I called her out, but then she totally puffed out her chest, looking all proud. "You love to see it." I kept the praise coming. "Your battlefield calls were 100% on point. That ultimate spell was wild, too. Did you guys plan that strategy out beforehand?" Luna just shook her head. "Nah, I was just winging it." "Wait, asterisk that times was an ultimate spell? Sick." I was floored. "You're telling me you didn't even know? Then how the heck did you pull it off?" With a little laugh, Luna smirked and said, "You gave me the hint, dude. The rest was just vibes, I guess." I was even more confused. "Man, this girl might be a low-key prodigy or something wild." I kept going. "Anyway, you did an amazing job, especially dropping a nuke like that on the fly. Obviously, that sister-sister psychic link, you two have played a huge part in it." Just then, I glanced at the clock on my phone. It was almost time. I grabbed the remote and flicked on the big screen TV. A live press conference from the NYPD was on. A reporter was grilling the police chief. "We're hearing that the leader of this new special unit is the same student who single-handedly stopped the disaster at the academy. Can you confirm that?" "Hold up, I got this." Before the chief could even answer, Shane jumped in. He leaned right into the mic and announced, "Name's Shane. I'm the PR guy for the captain of the SMT, that's the Special Magic Task Force. And yeah, you heard right, he's a student." The whole room of reporters just went dead silent, then started buzzing. Hearing the doubt in the crowd, Shane went on, getting more hyped. "He's packing power that makes these so-called noble mages look like a joke. When disaster hit the Magic Academy, not a single one of those nobles bothered to show up. They left cops and civilians from the Bronx to Brooklyn out to dry. But Mason showed up and saved everybody's ass." Shane was really feeling himself now. "I'm telling you, he's the future of this country, period. No one else is even on his level to be captain." Back at the PD, I'm just cringing so hard, like, "Dude, chill with the hype, you're doing too much." At the press conference, the reporters were starting to get salty about Shane's speech. More and more people started shouting questions, and the whole room got louder. They even started bringing up the heads of the noble mage families, especially the Frost family. This whole thing had the police chief literally sweating bullets. He quickly tried to shut it down. "We're here at the police department, please. Let's not ask questions that invade the privacy of the noble mages." But right then, a loud shout came from the entrance. Everyone looked over, and it was that fat slob Vance, standing there with his two goons. He stomped into the hall and announced like he owned the place, "This kid you've got running the show is a complete clown. Only a top-tier noble mage like myself is worthy." Then, Vance got all up in their faces. And you clowns didn't even have the decency to hit me up. Holding a press conference all by yourselves, you have zero respect for your superiors. Shane just glared at him. Why are you even here? You lost the bet, remember? That shameless jerk Vance just straight up denied it. New phone, who dis? I have no idea what you're talking about. Shane was fuming, but Vance just ignored him and kept going. A noble like me speaks, and that's the law. You commoners should just shut up and listen to what I say. Just then, a reporter stood up. I'd like to ask a question. Vance looked over at the female reporter and smirked. Ooh, a pretty lady has a question for me. The new captain? All right, lay it on me. The reporter's whole vibe changed. We've received information that not only did you fail to rescue any citizens, but you actually put them in more danger. Is that true? Hearing that, Vance jumped like he'd been zapped and started shaking his head. What? That's straight up fake news. You're lying. But another reporter held up a phone with video evidence. We've got similar reports, and we even have receipts, video, and photos. Immediately, the whole press corps started grilling Vance, just roasting him alive. The more Vance heard, the more pissed he got, his face turning beet red. He screamed, "Shut up, all of you. It's their own damn fault for getting in my way. You pathetic peasants better watch your mouths." At that point, Shane couldn't take it anymore and said loud and clear, "And there you have it, folks. The era of the noble mages has officially crumbled, thanks to clowns like this." He said what people need now are real heroes who are willing to protect everyone. People who fight selflessly like the current captain of the Special Magic Task Force. Then Shane pointed right at Vance's crew and laid into them. We don't need entitled pricks like you who couldn't care less about the safety of the people anymore. The heat from the reporters and Shane was just too much. The NYPD brass was speechless, and Vance was absolutely losing it. He literally bolted out of there, but not before screaming, "You'll all pay for this. You're all dead meat for doing this to me." Watching this from our conference room, I just sighed. Damn, Shane really went for the throat this time. Huh. Just then, Riley gasped, "Oh my god, look at this." The video of the disaster is blowing up online, and everyone's dragging Vance for his actions. The noble mages are getting absolutely cooked in the comments, especially the Frost family. I was shocked. Geez, the internet is terrifying. That stuff spread faster than a wildfire in California. Let me know in the comments if you've ever seen something go viral that fast. While I was still processing, Riley yelled again, making me jump. What now? She pointed at the screen and hesitated. We're in the video too. The footage was super clear. You could see all of our faces perfectly. I just put my head in my hands. Welp, there goes my dream of a quiet, low-key life. As if things weren't already complicated enough, now this. A whole week later, in conference room 3 at the PD headquarters, I walked in and my jaw just dropped. What is all this? The place was jam-packed, not a single empty chair, like a friggin' concert. Why are there so many people? When Shane saw me, he rushed over, looking super apologetic. So, for a few reasons, we got the green light from the higher-ups way easier, and the number of volunteers just exploded. I know I went a little ham at the press conference, so I wanted to apologize to you, Mason. I promise I'll make it up to you. I just shook my head, totally defeated. It's true you wanted to retrain the mages, but man, this is way too much attention. While I was whining, Riley came over all cheerful. Hey, might as well lean into it, right? We're a trending topic. After all, the whole world is watching you now. I sighed. This is such a drag. Please, universe, no more drama. Cut to somewhere else, in some sketchy, dark basement. A dude is tied up tight to a chair. In the dark, a creepy voice echoes, "I'm gonna ask you one more time. What do you know about that dark mage?" As the voice fades, a sharp knife gets pressed against the tied-up guy's neck, and it's none other than Jude. The guy holding the blade to his neck was Silas. Jude was freaking out, screaming, "I swear, man, I told you everything I know. He's just some dude who can use some seriously busted magic, that's it." But the second he finished talking, the blade came down, and let's just say it got real messy, real fast. Overwhelmed by the pain, Jude just threw his head back and screamed his lungs out. Sloan was giving him the iciest stare, like, "Oh, I bet you know way more than that." Jax just kept begging, total desperation mode, but it was getting him nowhere. Finally, he whimpered. Okay, I remember. The feds are swarming the Magic Academy, like all over their campus at 120 Broadway, so the word on the street is he might be a student there." Hearing that, Sloan just nodded, all cool and collected. "I see. Guess that's all I'm gonna squeeze out of you." What a total letdown. Jax, thinking he was off the hook, got all excited. "So, you're gonna let me go, right?" Sloan just laughed, a nasty sneer on his face. "Oh, for sure. I'm gonna let you go. Straight from this world." And before you could even blink, he swiped his blade and it was lights out for Jax. Red stuff went flying everywhere, even splattering on Sloan's sleeve, making him gag. "Ew, you got your filth all over my fit. Gross." Gross, gross. So disgusting. He was frantically wiping it off, looking absolutely repulsed. Then he got this wicked look and muttered, "But a student, huh? The sound of some kid begging for his life is gonna be exquisite. Just you wait, Mr. Dark Sorcerer." With that, Sloane shot this creepy smirk and bounced, his eyes literally gleaming with excitement. Meanwhile, over in Midtown Manhattan, a mysterious figure just popped up. And yup, it's our boy Mason, suited up in his Dark Sorcerer gear. He was back on his grind, ready to clean up some of these demonic beasts. But then, he heard a noise behind him. Mason whipped around and saw two dudes with their phones out, creeping up in the dark. He instantly yeeted himself up into the air, totally out of their view. After a few more steps, they spotted the monster's body on the ground. One of them sighed, totally bummed. "Aw, man, the monster's already toast. The Dark Sorcerer must have been here. I missed my shot to get him for my TikTok." Mason, watching from above, just sighed. He seriously thought the whole Dark Sorcerer hype train had left the station. But nope, people were still hunting for him, and even in quiet residential spots like this, patrols were way up. It looked like the city was getting way better at handling monsters and disasters. Maybe they didn't even need a Dark Sorcerer like him anymore. But just then, he spotted something sketchy going down. Below, two thugs had a guy pinned, yelling in his face, "Pay up. You owe us $10 million, and if you don't pay, we'll be harvesting you for parts." The guy shot back, totally panicked. "But I only borrowed $200,000. Seeing the guy wasn't playing ball, the two goons powered up their magic and sneered. "Ever heard of interest? Genius. We're about to school you." But right then, a figure dropped from the sky. It was Mason. He threw up a protective shield around the dude, who instantly took his chance and bolted. The two loan sharks, seeing their payday run off, were absolutely fuming. "Who the hell is this clown, crashing our party? You got a death wish or something? Think you're a hero?" one of them yelled. "Looks like you need a taste of pain to learn some manners." Sure. All talk, because literally seconds later, Mason had completely wrecked their faces. He just narrowed his eyes at them, lost in thought. The two thugs started whispering to each other, totally terrified. "Dude, is that the Dark Sorcerer? The rumor is all the underground crews are looking for him." Mason overheard and leaned in. "Underground crews, you say?" The two of them, scared of another beatdown, bowed their heads fast. "We don't know anything about any organization." "Dark Lord, sir, please let us go. We won't say a word." Mason just stared them down, his voice ice cold. "How much do you know? Spill it, and maybe you get to walk away from this." One of them nodded like a bobblehead. Black Rebellion is this underground sorcerer group. They operate deep in the shadows. They're into all kinds of shady stuff, making an absolute killing. The other dude chimed in, "Yeah, gangs, mafias. They're the ones pulling all the strings from behind the scenes. They've got connects in the media, in politics. They basically do whatever they want." They told him Black Rebellion has a branch right here in Los Angeles, over in the Neon District. They were hoping to join up, or whatever. After getting the tea, Mason knocked both of them out cold. He dipped from the scene, walking down some random street off Sunset Boulevard, deep in thought. Kara mentioned the Black Rebellion sorcerers were getting bolder, didn't she? I get it now. This is getting juicy. Maybe Mason, the Academy student, can handle the monster of the week stuff. The Dark Sorcerer's job is to take out the trash in the underworld. Aight, bet. Time to go wipe out that Neon District branch. With that, Mason took off running toward the district, which was just starting to light up as night fell. Legal fun, illegal fun. It was all happening there. You could hear promoters on every corner trying to pull people into their clubs. Mason slipped through the crowd like a ghost, kinda in awe. Man, these modern entertainment districts are a whole vibe, almost blindingly bright. He could feel magic buzzing everywhere, but he couldn't lock onto any specific crew's signature. He figured he should probably just grab some dudes doing sketchy business and shake them down for info. As he was thinking that, Mason ducked into a dark alley where a couple of punks were hanging out, checking out some merchandise. When they saw Mason, they got all hostile. "Yo, what are you looking at? You want a problem?" Mason didn't say a word, he just moved bam, and knocked them both out flat. Welp, looks like they were clueless. He pulled out his phone, dialed 911, and reported the situation. Just then, some people started walking toward the alley, so Mason waved them off, signaling them to go another way. 'Cause the merchandise those two clowns were holding? Yeah, those were actual guns. A second later, Mason saw something on one of their phones. He frowned, muttering, "Weston." So, he went and found some other local goons to ask, "Is that the spot where the organization's members hang?" The thug was trembling. "You'll let me bounce after I tell you. For real?" Mason just scoffed, got the info, and took off. "This better be legit, for your sake." Meanwhile, over at a dive bar called Weston, a girl with short hair slipped quietly through the door. The second she stepped inside, bam, every single eye in the place was on her. She walked straight to the bar and slid onto a stool. The bartender didn't even look up, just kept wiping a glass, and asked flatly, "What can I get for you?" The girl stared right at him and said softly, looking for some information. And with that, she slid a few bills across the counter. The bartender scooped up the cash without a word and asked, "What's the tea you're looking to spill?" The girl didn't even hesitate. The location of Black Rebellion's hideout. And oh my god, you guys. The bartender's eyes snapped wide open. His voice went ice cold. Wrong question. You should be asking something else entirely. The girl was just looking at him, totally confused, when the dude leaned in and said, "You should have asked. What's about to happen to you now?" And that's when she realized the entire bar was closing in on her. She immediately started to panic, totally trapped. Before she could even process it, the whole crowd powered up their magic, ready to absolutely wreck her. She fought back, but she knew she was completely outmatched and had to dip, like, now. With that thought, she turned to run for it. But then whoosh, a blast of fire flew out and nailed her, sending her crashing to the floor. The thugs started closing in, with these disgusting smirks on their faces. "We don't mind a feisty one. Just imagine a hottie like you all to myself." The girl glared at them, total despair in her eyes, and whispered, "I'm sorry, Kai. Your big sister couldn't do it." Just as one of the creeps reached for her, the door to the bar flew open, and in walked Mason. Everything just stopped. The thugs froze mid-action, completely stunned. Mason, though, didn't even give them a glance, just casually strolled into the bar. He looked around and asked coolly, "So, is this where the members of the underground sorcerer organization hang out?" The question left them all totally speechless. By the time they snapped out of it, one of the goons had snuck up behind Mason and said, all menacing, "Are you nuts? Do you have any clue where you are?" He put a hand on Mason's shoulder and whispered, "Go run home to mommy, you little punk." But he barely got the words out before a fist slammed into his face. A single punch sent the guy flying backward, smashing hard against the far wall. The dude started screaming his head off. The whole bar was just shook. The short-haired girl was thinking, no normal person can send someone flying like that. He used magic, but he didn't even say a chant. Who is this guy? Mason couldn't care less what they were thinking. He just said coldly, "Looks like my intel was spot on. Just a bunch of low-level scrubs here. Ganging up on a girl? That's pathetic. You Black Rebellion wannabes are rotten to the core." Mason's vibe was so intense, the crowd was getting seriously scared, but they tried to act tough, shouting, "Get him. He's just one guy. If we all jump him, there's no way we lose. Drop a comment if you think they're about to get clapped." And just like that, a whole storm of magic spells flew right at Mason, but he was dodging them like it was nothing. The short-haired girl was watching, totally worried. No matter how strong he was, it was like 30 against 1. Plus, he wasn't using any big spells. She thought he was done for, screaming out, "Run." But Mason just calmly weaved through all the attacks. He let out this cold little laugh and sneered, "My condolences." The second he said it, he moved like a flash of lightning, appearing right in front of some thug. He landed one punch, sending the guy flying. He didn't even stop, just kept throwing punches, and in the blink of an eye, he dropped like 5 of them. It was an absolute flurry of fists. His speed was insane. Nobody could even touch him. The short-haired girl was completely floored. She was just standing there, stunned, because in just a few seconds, the entire crew of thugs was down for the count. She couldn't help thinking, he moved so fast I couldn't even see him. What kind of magic was that? Mason slowly walked toward the last guy standing, who was shaking and stuttering. What the hell are you? Who are you?" Mason narrowed his eyes at him and said, "Dead serious, I am the Dark Sorcerer, and I will destroy the Black Rebellion." As soon as he said it, bam, he knocked the last guy out. Right after, Mason walked over to the girl. She glanced at the bodies all over the floor, completely bewildered. He took them all down in an instant. This guy was on a whole other level. She was thinking, he's got to be, like, a legendary sorcerer or something. While she was still spacing out, Mason leaned in close to her. She saw his eyes and realized he was probably only high school age, which is wild. Mason helped her up and whispered, "Looks like you're not hurt. You good?" The girl finally snapped back to reality and nodded. "Huh, oh, yeah, I'm okay." Hearing that, Mason nodded and then walked over to the bar. He leaned down to the terrified bartender and said coldly, "Tell me about the organization." The guy, shaking like a leaf, covered his head and refused. "I can't. They'll kill me if I talk." But the second he said that, Mason slammed his fist on the counter, making everything jump. He stared the man down and warned in an icy voice, "This is your last chance. Tell me about the organization, now." Seeing that death glare, the dude just freaked out, screaming, I'll talk. Please, man, just don't turn me into sashimi." He spilled that the organization's base in Los Angeles has a ton of branches, not just the one in Hollywood, and the head of the Hollywood crew is a real piece of work. He heard the leader is some mega-influential sorcerer in the underworld, and there are even whispers he's secretly pulling all the strings in the country from, like, a mansion in Beverly Hills. After hearing all that tea, Kane just asked coldly, "So where is this branch?" The guy started waving his hands and shaking his head like a bobblehead. "I swear I don't know, man. They don't tell low-level scrubs like us anything. They just toss us chump change for grunt work." Kane's brow furrowed a little. If this guy didn't know, he was back to square one. Guess it was time to just go hunt down more of these illegal magic users. With that thought, Kane turned to bounce, but after a few steps, the girl called out to him. "Wait." Kane paused for a sec, and the girl said, full of gratitude, "Thank you so much for saving me. I literally can't imagine what would have happened if you weren't here." Kane just shrugged it off, saying all casual, "Don't sweat it. I was just passing by. But if you knew this place was sketchy, and you still walked right in, then that's kinda on you, ya know?" Hearing that, the girl actually let out a little laugh. "Wow, you're pretty harsh on adults, aren't you?" Then she asked, "You're looking for the Black Rebellion's branch, right? What are you gonna do when you find it? Just tear it down." Kane replied with a single, ice-cold word. "Yeah. Y'all, just that one word." But you could tell he meant it. He was gonna burn the whole Black Rebellion to the ground. Like, Kane was strong, no cap, but he couldn't do it alone. And she probably couldn't either. After thinking for a hot minute, the girl suggested, "Can we, team up?" Kane frowned, giving her a super skeptical look. The girl nodded and introduced herself. "I'm a private investigator. I can get my hands on way more intel than you, and I've got connections all over from here to New York, but I definitely don't have your kind of power." The Dark Sorcerer was even crazier strong than the rumors said. So if she worked with Kane, she might actually pull off her goal. Hearing her offer, Kane hesitated for a moment before saying coldly, "So, you want to trade your info for my muscle?" The girl gave a little nod. "Sounds like a pretty perfect partnership, doesn't it? Let's join forces." The Dark Sorcerer, Kane, just stared at the girl in front of him, silent for what felt like forever. Okay, he needed intel, for real, but could he actually trust this rando? Getting too involved could seriously drag him down. After a super long, dramatic pause, Kane slowly opened his mouth. "Fine, we'll work together." Hearing this, the girl was so happy. She quickly introduced herself. "I'm Haley." Kane just replied, "I'm the Dark Sorcerer." Haley frowned and muttered, "That's a bit of a mouthful. You don't have a shorter name?" Kane just shook his head. "No. That's what everyone calls me." Haley then got all excited trying to think of a nickname for him. After a second, she asked, a little hesitant, "How about Chrono?" "Fine." Kane agreed instantly, then got all suspicious. "So why were they coming after you?" Haley answered casually, "Oh, I was just looking for the Black Rebellion's hideout." Kane sighed at that, like, "Dude, so reckless." Haley shot back, all defensive. "Aren't you doing the exact same thing?" He scoffed, "I can handle myself." Haley knew he had a point inside, defeated. "I know I'm weak, okay, but I don't have another choice. Nobody dares to stand up to them, and the so-called noble sorcerers could not care less. The cops are swamped with the disaster aftermath, so the Black Rebellion is just running wild all over Los Angeles with zero consequences." Kane had heard about that from Kara, but he was noticing the way Haley was trembling when she spoke. He narrowed his eyes at her and finally said, "You're helpless in this too, aren't you?" Haley looked down, biting her lips so hard it was about to bleed. After a long moment, she said with so much rage, "My little brother was attacked by a sorcerer. Ever since their parents passed a few years back, Haley had been taking care of Kai. She was grinding like crazy to raise him, and Kai, even though he was alone a lot, never once complained. Until one day, their apartment on Sunset Boulevard was broken into, and Kai saw the whole thing. And then the burglars hit him with magic. He was just a little kid. He couldn't fight back. Kai could only run, but he couldn't get away." As she told this part, Haley's face was just pure fury. Kane glanced at her and asked, a little doubtfully, "So he got hurt?" Haley shook her head, "Not on the outside, but he's unconscious." Kane was surprised. Can't healing magic fix it? And that's when Haley just screamed in frustration. "The doctors keep saying he'll wake up. He's only 9 years old. It's their fault. They got caught, but that's not enough." Oh my God, guys, her eyes were filled with so much hate and anger. It's just heartbreaking. Kane totally picked up on this and asked, "So you're looking for revenge?" "I want justice." Haley yelled back fiercely, "I want to stop other people from going through this. I don't have the power, but you do, right?" Kane didn't say anything, but you could see the gears turning in his head. He's thinking, "She seems legit, but this whole story is a play to get me on her side. What a smooth operator." But honestly, Kane didn't hate it. He then said coldly, "If you can actually be useful to me, then fine." Haley smiled, totally triumphant. "Investigative intel. I've already looked into a few things, not a lot. They're either Yakuza or Mafia, so I'm digging into their crews." Kane didn't care about the details. He just made a serious demand. "Take me to their den." Haley was stunned, like, "Wait, what are you planning to do?" Kane answered super casually, "We're breaking in." Haley started to panic and tried to talk him down. "Whoa, that's way too dangerous. You're strong, but you're not, like, immortal." But Kane just said with total confidence, "I won't die. I'm the Dark Sorcerer, after all." Haley looked at him, totally hesitant, but after a long beat she agreed, "Okay, I'll go with you." Kane was a little surprised. "You could die." Haley just shook her head firmly, "I don't care." Kane narrowed his eyes at her, asking in a super serious tone, "What about your brother?" Biting her lip hard, Haley replied in a low voice, "If I die, he'll get the insurance money." Oof. Kane suddenly remembered all the people who died in the disaster in his past life. He sighed and said, "Money's useless. That's a pointless death." But Haley yelled back, full of determination, "How could someone strong ever get how the weak feel? To live a life that means something, you have to do this. You have to fight, even if you know you're going to lose." As she said this, tears just started streaming down her face. Haley's whole body was shaking as she struggled to say, "My brother, we made a promise." "Oh man," she just broke down. The tears wouldn't stop. Kane just stood there silently watching her, until Haley probably thought he was going to ditch her for being too emo. But then Kane suddenly spoke up, "What are you waiting for? Take me there." Hearing that, Haley's head shot up. Kane was already walking toward the door. He looked back at her and said with total seriousness, "We're going to take them down." Haley gave a small smile, wiping the tears off her face, and said confidently, "You know we are." The two of them quickly left the bar, and Haley immediately started to complain, "Ugh, walking is going to be such a drag." But Kane just shook his head and said, "We don't have to walk." Then he walked right up to Haley. Without even a warning, he scooped her up into his arms, making her eyes go wide with confusion. A second later, in a swanky high-rise suite in downtown LA, a bunch of thugs were just chilling. The guy on lookout by the window suddenly yelled, making everyone in the room go, "Dude, what's up?" Before they could even figure out what was going on, the window just exploded inward. Kane crashed right through carrying Haley, and just for fun, kicked the guy standing next to it. The whole chaotic scene left the dudes in the room completely shook. Kane put Haley down, scanned the room, and said, "So, is this a Black Rebellion den?" Haley didn't answer. She was too busy hyperventilating from fear. For real, she thought she was a goner. Just then, all the guys in the room pulled out their hardware guns, swords, the whole 9 yards. They pointed them right at Kane, warning him coldly, "Who the hell are you? Do you even know where you are, fool?" Kane wasn't even fazed. He just said, "All cool. So this is all the Yakuza's got." Some dude in glasses walked up to Kane and asked coldly, "Who are you, you little punk?" Kane replied flatly, "The Dark Sorcerer." The dude with glasses heard this and just lost it, yelling, "Are you insane? Get him!" Instantly, the thugs swarmed them. Kane said in a low voice, "Stay close to me." Haley just nodded, "Got it." At that exact moment, a goon with a sword charged, but all he managed to do was slash at thin air, and his sword just snapped in half. The guy freaked out, trembling and muttering, "What the heck even is this?" Seeing the sword attack totally flop, the goons started blasting at the two of them. Too bad for them, the result was exactly the same. The bullets just smacked into some kind of invisible force field and poofed out of existence. This scene had the thugs looking like they'd seen a ghost, screaming in total disbelief. Swords and guns don't do squat. Is he some kind of monster? HenRy just walked past these clowns and went straight for the fat dude in the glasses. He spoke coldly, "You the boss here? This crew is hooked up with the Black Rebellion, right?" Those words made the guy completely freeze up, and after a long second, his whole body started shaking. He yelled, trying to sound tough, "You bastard, you think you're getting out of here alive? You have no idea who the Yakuza are." The second he finished, the leader and his goons unleashed a storm of bullets right at Kane. Too bad for them, it was just as useless as before. Kane stood there, totally calm, and whispered, "Good, so they're just nobodies." Haley was sweating buckets, asking with a shaky voice, "Aren't you scared? And how are we not getting turned into Swiss cheese?" Kane didn't answer. He was busy scanning for magical energy, and after a bit, he said, "There's no magic here, so they're not connected. No reason to be here anymore." Just then, the leader screamed again, "You're dead meat, die." Kane was so over wasting words on them, he just did a clean, sweeping kick. A whole bunch of them got slammed into the wall, knocked out cold. Bro didn't even have to use attack magic to take him down. What a bunch of chumps. Haley just stared at the scene, completely stunned. Kane didn't explain, just said coolly, "They don't have any info. Let's go somewhere else." Haley stared at Kane, thinking with total awe, "He's so strong. Is this the power of the Dark Sorcerer? He can probably actually take down the Black Rebellion, right?" While she was having her main character moment, Kane scooped her up again. Haley stammered, "What? Don't tell me." Kane said flatly, "We're leaving." Then, he jumped straight down from the top floor, scaring Haley so bad she let out a massive scream. A little later, using the exact same method, Kine brought Haley crashing through the window of another gang's hideout, then beat them up for info. After hitting a few spots, Kane suddenly wondered out loud, why do they always attack us first? Are all Yakuza this dumb? Haley, finally catching her breath, said with frustration, they're not NPCs. Did you think they'd just listen to us? Then she glared at Kane and demanded, and can we please stop using the window? You're giving them a heart attack. Also, I'm afraid of heights. Kane totally ignored her, suddenly muttering, I know. If they're Yakuza, it's all good. Haley looked at him, absolutely speechless. What kind of backwards logic is that? Ignoring her reaction, Kane nodded firmly and said, all right, let's bet on this next one. After that, the two went to some random office and actually knocked on the door. A bald-headed guy opened it. Seeing them, he frowned and asked, who are you? Kane replied coolly, we want to know about the Black Rebellion. Immediately, the door slammed shut with an angry shout. Don't know. Get lost. Bro, I can't. Haley's face at that moment was priceless. If you think Kane needs to learn some social skills, smash that like button and let me know in the comments what he should try next. Oh my god, she was totally bugging. Head in her hands and everything. Like, who even tries to get intel on some underground crew by knocking on the front door all polite? Kai, that's who. Bet. Obviously, it didn't work. So he just went full beast mode and kicked the freaking door in. This bald dude sees the busted door, gets all heated, and is like, yo, you trying to start something? Where you from? Kai, cool as a cucumber, just repeats himself. I'm just here to ask about the Black Rebellion. And yeah, that just made the guy even more mad. So homeboy balls up his fist and charges. Kai just sighs, like, for real, can't a guy just have a conversation? And then, bam, one punch, and the dude goes flying. His head literally gets stuck in the wall behind him, leaving the rest of his crew absolutely shook. Kai doesn't even flinch, just asks all cold, all right, where's your boss? Just then, some dude in a suit walks out, speaking low-key. That would be me, Osorio. What do you want? Kai, my boy, does not beat around the bush and get straight to it. Is this spot connected to the Black Rebellion? Osorio's brow just furrows, all sus. The goon behind him gets triggered and yells, who the hell are you to ask questions like that? Yo, he even tried to jump Kai, but Osorio stopped him dead. That's enough. The goon tried to talk back, but Osorio shut him down with a single look. Don't even try it. He's not someone you can handle. Then, he looks at Kai and says, straight up, we have zero connection to the Black Rebellion. I swear on my crew's honor. Kai is just unbothered. He just asks, so, you know where their hideout is? Osorio shoots back. If I tell you, will you bounce? Kai just nods. No hesitation at all. This is some serious gangster negotiation, y'all. So get this. After all that, Kai and Haley get invited to sit at a table, and some thug brings them 2 cups of tea. Tea. Haley was looking around like, what in the fresh heck is even happening right now? Then Osorio speaks up. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Osorio. Kai, smooth as ever, goes, I'm Chrono, the Dark Mage. Haley quickly follows his lead, like, and I'm Haley. After the world's most awkward meet and greet, Osorio whips out a map, pointing to a spot and saying, the Black Rebellion's hideout is way far from here, over near Red Hook. He claims that's all he knows, no cap. Hearing this, Kai frowns. It's totally different from what Haley said, and our girl Haley is usually on point. Kai narrows his eyes at Osorio and asks super coldly, are you telling me everything? You holding out on me? Osorio just shakes his head a little and replies, nah, we're enemies. We just don't really mess with them. Kai scoffs, smirking as he says, yeah, we hope so. Osorio gets all forceful. I don't lie to someone in my office. The mob has principles. Don't talk to me like that. Kai was actually surprised that a dude with an old-school code like that still exists in New York. Thinking it over, Kai immediately stands up to dip. We got what we needed, so we're out. Osorio watches him go and asks, kinda hesitant, what about your plan to fight the Black Rebellion? Word on the street is, they're connected to some big shots. It's not going to be easy. A little smirk creeps onto Kai's face as he pulls Haley close, raises an eyebrow, and asks, what about an opponent like me? I've faced way worse. And with that, he grabs Haley and just jumps out the window, leaving Osorio with a see you never. Lol, who needs stairs? Osorio watches Kai's silhouette from above and can't help but grin. Never thought I'd see a guy like you. If you're making a move, you'll probably wipe out the Black Rebellion for good. Kai has no clue what he's thinking. He's just carrying Haley as they bolt to their next spot. Elsewhere, at some busted, abandoned house in the Bronx, 2 crews were making a deal. The 2 leaders were on high alert, scanning the area like paranoid squirrels. Their goons were checking out the merch, a whole wooden crate of it. A second later, one of them speaks up. The quality of these goods is legit. With everything confirmed, they start the trade. A huge suitcase packed with cash gets handed over. The leader in black smiles, totally satisfied. The red-haired leader goes to shake his hand, sealing the deal. The other guy nods a little and says, "Good business. This city is wild. No other place treats guys like us this well." Hearing this, the redhead smirks and says, "This place is full of peace-loving sheep. It's the greatest country ever for our line of work." With that, the two of them just burst out laughing like total psychos, but just then, crash. A window gets totally shattered. A figure lands right next to them. Both groups jump, freaking out. What the hell? Who was this guy? The party crashers were Kai and Haley. Kai speaks, his voice ice cold, finally found the Black Rebellion. Then, he just scans the whole crowd in front of him. He was doing a quick head count, wondering how many mages were in the room. Everyone who looked like they were Black Rebellion were magic users, and half of them looked like straight-up mobsters. Haley, being the smart queen she is, immediately moves to the side. She knows this fight is above her pay grade. She didn't have that kind of power, so Haley quietly ducks out of the way and pulls out her phone to record the evidence. Getting their shady deal interrupted made both crews furious. The redhead glares at Kai and demands, "Who the hell are you?" Hearing that super original line, Kai can't help but sigh. "Geez, do all you villains lead with that one?" His comment just leaves the guy totally confused. Kai doesn't even pay him any mind and calmly states his business. "I'm the Dark Mage, and I'm here to destroy the Black Rebellion." The mob boss didn't recognize the name and just asks in a low voice, "The Dark Mage?" The redhead stared at him, muttering, "Destroy the Black Rebellion." But a second later, the whole room just erupts in laughter. The redhead sneers, "A punk like you? What can one person do?" But just as he finishes his sentence, a massive fireball comes flying out of nowhere. With a huge boom, the flames explode, sending the whole nearby crowd flying. Kai just scoffs, "I'm gonna take every last one of you down." Pissed off by the sudden attack, the two leaders immediately give the order, "You've got guts. Get him." The whole crew instantly starts blasting Kai with magic, but none of it could even touch him. All the attacks were blocked by some kind of invisible shield. Inside the building, they could only use level 2 magic. Anything higher would bring the whole warehouse down. Kai could use combat magic, but their numbers were a serious problem. Seeing Kai totally unharmed, the crowd started to lose it. "Our attacks aren't working. The bullets aren't even hitting him." The mob leader was just as freak and yelled, "Why isn't he taking any damage?" The redhead was completely clueless. He had no idea. He'd never seen magic like this before. Kai just sighed. It wasn't even magic, but whatever. Their panic was hilarious to watch. Just then, the mob leader yells, "We still have that thing I brought, right?" The redhead suddenly remembers, and all his confidence comes rushing back. He lets out a cold laugh. "Enjoy your confidence while it lasts, Dark Mage or whatever." Kai was actually surprised. Looks like they snapped out of their panic. Huh. While he was wondering, a dude brought over a freaking poison gas canister. Kai saw it and immediately screamed a warning, "Haley, get out of here now." Haley listened and immediately booked it for the door. At almost the same time, the dude chucks the poison gas canister. Kai wasn't playing around and quickly used magic to pull it back, but in a flash, all the poison gas was released anyway. The two leaders had already slapped on gas masks and were gloating at the scene. They were laughing their heads off. "Too late, you idiot. Even you can't fight poison gas. Game over. He's finally done for, right?" As they talked trash, they walked forward to check out the damage. But when they got a closer look, their eyes went wide with pure terror. Because inside the poison cloud, Kai's figure was still standing tall. He was completely fine. The two guys stumbled back in shock, yelling in disbelief. "Wait, he's still alive. How is that even possible?" Kai was nice enough to explain it to them. "Magic shields can't block gas, but gas is just air. If I just circulate the air with a little wind magic, it's no threat at all. A top-tier mage like him couldn't be taken out by something so basic." The more Kai talked, the more terrified the whole crowd got. The redhead frantically yelled for backup. His goon quickly tried to make a call, but surprise, no one picked up. Kai wasn't shocked at all and said coldly, "Of course no one's answering. Because I've already taken them all out. All the bases outside the Neon District have been crushed by me." Kai lets out a smirk. "You guys are the last ones. Get ready." Those words made the color completely drain from the two leaders' faces. Kai didn't hold back one bit. He took down every single person inside that abandoned house. Kai said casually, "The Black Rebellion in the Neon District is finished. Time to call Haley." But just then, a sound from inside the warehouse made him jump and frown. From outside, Haley was dragged back in with a knife pressed to her throat. Along with her came a sinister voice, "You did all that by yourself." "I gotta say, I'm impressed." The knife was just a few millimeters from Haley's neck. The slightest move would be a disaster. Her captor was Silas. He smirked and said, "Want to make a deal, Dark Mage?" Kai narrowed his eyes and started doing the math. The distance was too far. He couldn't react in time with his usual combat magic. Unless he got an opening, then he could instantly pop a level 1 spell and make the guy drop the knife. As if he could read Kai's mind, Silas just sneered. Whoa there, don't try anything stupid, unless you want to see this woman die. Kai's frown deepened. This dude could actually see his magic power. Drop a comment if you think Kai can get out of this. It looked like there were still mages in the modern world who could sense magic. Silas's magic power was around 40,000, making him look like a high-level mage. Though it was possible he was hiding his true power. Haley, thinking this was all her fault, spoke up all guilty. I'm sorry. I was reckless for following him. Kai just brushed it off, saying flatly, don't worry about it. I'm definitely saving you. Silas, pissed about being ignored, yelled angrily, don't you ignore me. Do you have any idea what kind of mess you're in? I'm the god of this place. If you try anything funny, I'll end her. As he spoke, he pressed the knife against Haley's neck, making her wince. Seeing that, Kai immediately nodded, I get it. I won't do anything. Good boy. Seeing him play along, Silas smiled, super pleased with himself. Then, he continued, sorry for the late intro. I'm Silas, the head of the Black Rebellion's Neon District branch. He laid it all out for Kai. His boss had ordered him to investigate the Dark Mage, maybe even befriend him, but if not, then to eliminate him. Silas also said that he had been shaking down people connected to the Dark Mage and was finally about to get the info he needed. At this point, he suddenly gritted his teeth, pure fury in his eyes as he yelled, and then you just had to show up and destroy my entire branch. As he spoke, his knife pressed closer to Haley's neck, and fresh blood started to trickle out. Kai frowned when he saw it, and Silas saw his look. And that's where we're leaving it. Make sure to like and subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. And then this dude, Sloan, pretends to be sorry, all like, oh, my bad. Then he pulls the knife back with this nasty smirk and goes, hope you can forgive my little moment. I mean, it's not like me, but taking out a hostage is no biggie, right? And y'all, Haley's blood is on the knife, which gets Sloan all kinds of hyped up. He gets this totally twisted grin, thinking her blood smells amazing, like, way too good. Not gonna lie, it's way more fun when you're just watching the drama unfold. Mason, totally worried Sloan's about to do something to Haley, jumps in like, so, what's the deal here? What are the terms? Sloan just lets out this little chuckle and is like, oh, right, I almost forgot. It's simple, really. Starting now, I'm gonna make your life a living nightmare. He tells Mason he can totally refuse and bounce, but if he does, Haley is toast. Then Sloan points the knife right at Mason, laughing like he's already won. So what's it gonna be, Black Sorcerer? It's either you or this girl. Pick one. And oh my god, Mason doesn't even hesitate for a single second. He's just like, I'm in. Do your worst. Hearing that, both Haley and Sloan are literally shook. Sloan's jaw drops, like, for real? You got that whole self-sacrifice thing going on. That's wild. You really about that life? But low-key, Mason isn't even sweating it, because he knows any attack is basically useless against him. So yeah, a little torture session wasn't gonna mean a thing. But here's the gag, Sloan wasn't a complete idiot. He claps back immediately. Okay, hero, then drop that massive magic power of yours. There's no point if you're just gonna hide behind that magic shield. And you could just see the panic on Haley's face, like, that shield was Mason's cheat code. What happens if he turns it off? Even Mason was floored. He did not expect Sloan to know about his shield. He must have clocked it during their last throwdown. Way too sloppy on his part. But there was no other choice. Mason had to power down his magic. He just raises an eyebrow and asks, happy now? Sloan just gives this ice-cold laugh and starts blasting his magic straight at Mason. He's laughing all smug, like, don't move. He didn't unalive Mason, but started messing him up with his basic, level 1 magic. Seeing this, Haley just screams in terror, stop it. But, spoiler alert, there was no way Sloan was gonna listen. He's laughing like a total psycho. Are you kidding? I'm having way too much fun to stop now. In a blink, Mason gets knocked flat on the ground. Haley sees it and lets out this horrified scream, Mason. Her eyes are just filled with guilt, thinking this is all her fault. She was ready to take them all down, even if it meant she had to go down with them. But now she dragged Mason into this mess because she felt so useless. At that moment, Sloan was feeling himself, thinking he'd already won. He yells like a maniac. It's a bummer, but this is game over for you. Thanks for the entertainment, though. Peace out, Black Sorcerer. Haley bit her lips so hard, she was not going to let him take out Mason, because he was her only shot. With that fire in her, she starts struggling to get free, trying to power up her own magic at the same time. But Haley's little escape plan didn't get past Sloan. He lets out this cold laugh and just shoves her to the ground. He's so disgusted, like, I can see right through your pathetic attempt. If you weren't here, he wouldn't have lost. A legend like him has to fall because of you. It's the perfect ending for a dumb girl like you. The second he said that, Sloan charges with his knife, ready to finish Haley for good. But just then, plot twist. Mason moves. He slams a fist right into Sloane's face, sending the guy flying across the room like a busted piñata. Mason just scoffs and says coldly, "The only pathetic one here is you." Seeing Mason was okay, Haley was in total shock. "How did you? Didn't you lower your magic shield?" With a little laugh, Mason just casually replies, "Easy. Right before his magic hit me, I popped up a tiny little shield, small enough that Sloane wouldn't even notice." Hearing that, Haley looked like she'd just seen a ghost, and said with total awe, "That is not easy at all. Only you could pull off a move that insane." Mason just shrugged it off. "All cool. Whatever. The point is, you're safe now, so chill." He then totally heals the cut on Haley's neck. Only then did Haley finally let out a breath she was holding. "Oh, thank God." Sloane, meanwhile, is absolutely furious, screaming, "What's this thank God garbage?" Mason was actually a little impressed. Even though he used a super fast combat spell, that dude was tough for not being knocked out cold. Sloane glares daggers at Mason and spits out, "How dare you lay a hand on me? Since messing with you doesn't work, I'll just burn you to a crisp instead." And as soon as he said it, his magic just starts exploding out of him. Mason's face gets serious. Sloane's power level was skyrocketing. Just like he thought, the guy had been holding back this whole time. In that moment, Sloane's eyes were just pure rage. He roars like an animal, burned to ashes. And bam, the whole abandoned warehouse, probably somewhere like an old building at 555 West 25th Street in New York, just fills with these insane flames. Seeing the fire rushing at them, Haley totally freaks out, screaming, "Level 4 magic? There's no way we can block that." But Mason, he just stood there, cool as a cucumber, not moving an inch. In a flash, the fire was all around them. And then, Mason finally moves. He just casually waves his hand, and this shield pops up, completely stopping the inferno. Seeing this, Haley yells in pure disbelief. A level 1 spell just blocked level 4 magic. How is that even possible? She's just standing behind Mason, staring at his back like he's a superhero. What was this feeling of safety Haley was getting? Did she just trust that he could handle literally anything? Who even was this guy with all this power? Seeing his attack get blocked, Sloane didn't even freak out. He just throws his head back and starts laughing, then sneers. "Nice. I knew you were a beast. Figured my magic wouldn't be enough. However, I've still got a trick up my sleeve." And just like that, Sloane amps up his magic again, making Haley gasp. Why isn't the fire going away? His spell should be gone by now. "It's sustained magic," Mason explained slowly, which only made Haley more confused. Mason calmly said, "Normally, you can't cast more than one spell, and after a bit, a spell gets weak and fades. But if you recast it with the same power right as it's fading, it gets refreshed. It's the same idea you use to fly with your wind magic, Haley. If you don't keep it up, you fall." Hearing Mason bring up her flying, Haley just yells, totally stressed, "Thanks for the science lesson. But we don't have time for a lecture. The shield is about to." But right as she's saying it, she notices. The shield isn't fading. Her eyes go wide with shock. Seeing her reaction, Mason casually speaks up again. "If I can explain it, it means I can do it. So obviously, I can use sustained magic too. It's a piece of cake." Okay, talk about a flex. Drop a like if you think Mason is the king of clapbacks. But Sloane on the other side was genuinely impressed, shouting in disbelief, "No way, you can use sustained magic, too." Haley, getting all her confidence back, gets right in his face. His magic is on another level. "I'd surrender now if I were you." Hearing this, Sloane hangs his head, and his body starts shaking. But then he snaps his head up, a wicked smile spreading across his face. "Just kidding." Seeing that smile, Haley was instantly confused. What does that even mean? Sloane lets out this grim laugh and says coldly, "Yeah, he's strong. A straight-up fight would be tough. But like I said, I've got an ace up my sleeve." And right then, he starts controlling the flames again. Instantly, Haley starts feeling super sick. She's struggling to breathe, and her voice is trembling as she gasps. "It's so hot. I can't breathe. Why do I feel so heavy?" Seeing this, Sloane laughs smugly. Ever wonder what happens when you put a shield up in a sealed room full of fire? Duh. The oxygen burns up and the temperature just keeps climbing. So now Mason had two choices. Let them both suffocate inside the shield, or drop the shield and get roasted by the flames. That's how it would be for a normal person. But this is Mason. In a second, Haley's choking feeling just vanished. She gasped in surprise. "Wait, it's not stuffy anymore, and it feels cooler." Sloane saw this, and his face was pure, unfiltered shock. Mason lets out a little huff of air and says in this stone-cold voice, "Cute trick, using your fire to mess with the atmosphere. But it looks like you forgot that magic itself is part of the atmosphere." Hearing this, Sloane starts trembling. What the hell are you even talking about? So Mason, being so generous, breaks it down for him. "A magic shield is a mix of my magic and the natural magic in the air. Magic is in the air, and it has the property of air. As he finished, this layer of energy appeared around him, and in a second, it swirled around the shield and just pushed all of Sloane's flames back. At the same time, the vents on the ceiling of the warehouse popped open. Mason says quietly, "So, in other words, my magic is both air and a shield. Are we clear now?" The more he freaked out. He grabbed his head and screamed, "Impossible! How did it end up like this? My trick was perfect. It was supposed to be the ultimate way to break anyone." Mason just scoffs, "You little punk, I'm not letting you have a breakdown just yet. You like to torture people, right? Then how about you feel the same pain your victims did?" As soon as he finished, he places his hand on the guy's forehead. Instantly, Sloane's eyes went totally blank, and 2 streams of tears started rolling down his cheeks. Mason smirked. He cast a spell called the Shadow Zone. In Sloane's mind, he was falling into this pitch-black void. He had no idea where he was, he couldn't make a sound, and he couldn't hear a thing. This insane fear just washed over Sloane. He panicked and begged for help, but nobody answered. Before long, Sloane's mind just broke, and he collapsed. Mason felt zero pity, saying coldly, "Pay for what you've done in the dark." But just then, they heard a noise outside. Haley flinched, realizing someone must have called the cops to their little party at the abandoned lot on 1901st Street, Los Angeles. Knowing they couldn't stick around, Mason was like, "Let's bounce." With that, he just scoops Haley up, making her panic and go. "Wait, don't tell me we're flying again." But yeah, her complaining was totally pointless. Mason just carried her and leaped right out the window, landing on the rooftop of a building nearby. Looking down at the chaos, Haley said quietly, "So the Black Rebellion's whole operation in the meatpacking district has been totally shut down." Mason just nods and says, "Looks like it. Time to move on to the next one." Haley stared at him for a long time before finally asking, "Hey, Mason, I have a favor to ask. Can you let me be your ally?" She admitted she wasn't strong and might just slow him down, but she had info and connections and really needed his help. Haley's voice was practically begging. Mason just looked at her for a long moment before sighing, "I'm just now realizing I'm a total sucker for these kinds of requests." Haley's face lit up with hope. Mason gave a little nod and said casually, "All right, let's do it. Welcome to the team." And y'all, the look of pure joy on Haley's face was everything. A new duo is born. Let me know what you think their team names should be in the comments, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more. She shot back with total confidence. "Oh, it's on. I got this. I'll handle all the PR and rally our crew. Just watch me work." Hearing that, Vance was like, "Wait, hold up. PR? What the heck is that?" The next morning, it was all over the news. The Los Angeles chapter of that shady underground group, Black Rebellion, got completely wiped out. And get this, the reports were all buzzing that some dude called the Black Sorcerer was the one who took him down. The whole thing is supposedly under investigation, but you know how that goes. Meanwhile, over at a TV station on 5th Avenue, some anchorwoman gets the shock of her life. A message drops. A straight-up declaration from the anti-illegal mage squad led by the Black Sorcerer himself. Boom. A video pops up on screen. This shadowy teenage figure in a black cloak fills the frame and lays it all out. "Yo, listen up. It's me, the Black Sorcerer, and I'm here to clean house. Any of you illegal mages tied to Black Rebellion, you're done. Pulling shady stunts? Not on my watch. I don't care who you are. Consider this your one and only warning." And fam, that message went viral, broadcast all across the country. Of course, Victor saw it too. He was so ticked off he nearly broke the table, just screaming curses about that damn Black Sorcerer. Right then, some guy walks over and is all like, "Dude, chill. The Black Sorcerer is a total nobody." Hearing that, Victor kinda cooled his jets and was like, "Yeah, you're right. Plus, you've got me now." And that guy? Oh, just the head of the Wintercrest family, Jin Wintercrest. He smirked, saying, "That's right, a top-tier player like me. So why is a big shot like Jin even here? Spill the tea." Well, get this, earlier, he was watching the news, and his own family was getting dragged for blasting the Noble Mages. All the major networks were putting the Noble Mages on blast, saying they're supposed to be protecting people, but the clips from their press conferences were making them look like straight-up villains. The more Jin watched, the more his face soured. The anchors were even arguing that Vance's special unit was way more effective, raising the ultimate question. Do we even need Noble Mages anymore? Yikes. Drop a comment below. Fam, are the Noble Mages cancelled? Jin's expression was just twisting with every single critique from the media. His butler was just standing there beside him, smart enough to keep his mouth shut, and yup, it didn't take long for Jin's anger to totally blow. He straight up used his magic to shatter the flat-screen TV in front of him. Jin gritted his teeth and snarled, "Get Xander in here, now." The butler didn't even flinch, just bowed and said, "Right away, sir," and dipped out. But Jin was still fuming, his eyes practically glowing with murder intent. He was thinking, I'll show them what happens when you mess with the noble mages. Meanwhile, over in New York, the city was pure chaos. People were screaming, running for their lives down by Battery Park. A full-on disaster had hit. Freaking demon soldiers were tearing up a major street. The NYPD rolled up fast, trying to fight off the monsters. But there were way too many, and they were getting pushed back hard. One officer yelled, "Where the hell is the SMT squad?" The cop next to him shot back, "Disasters are popping off everywhere. Man, they can't get here that fast." Hearing that, the first cop just cursed, "Damn it, a bunch of useless suits." While they were arguing, a massive explosion went off, lighting up the sky with smoke and fire and catching a bunch of people in the blast. Then, a freaking demon general just appears in the middle of a New York street. Seeing that thing, the cops started to panic for real. Like, how are you even supposed to fight that? What are we gonna do? But just then, a whole series of magic circles just blinked into existence all around the demon general. In a split second, this insane pillar of fire erupted, reaching for the sky like it was gonna swallow everything whole. This crazy scene had the cops on the sidelines just staring, completely bewildered. And that wasn't even the end of it. Right as the flames shot up, a giant sphere of water appeared out of nowhere. The water orb just merged right into the flames without a second thought. The cops' eyes were bugging out, and they were just trembling and muttering, "What in the actual heck just happened?" Just then, a voice crackled over the officers' earpieces. Basically, dispatch was like, "Listen up, a disaster specialist is on site. Your job is to support them and get the situation under control." And this specialist's name? Cyrus Misty, a noble mage from back home. Cyrus was just chilling on a nearby rooftop, and without even thinking, he just yeets himself off the building. Cyrus starts weaving magic in his hands, and the demon general, knowing this was serious business, reacts instantly. One fire spell, one water spell, they just slammed into each other with insane force. At first, it was a crazy clash, but then, they merged into one. In the end, the flames just poofed out of existence. But that wave of water kept going, charging straight for the demon general, and in the blink of an eye, it literally vaporized the creature. Cyrus landed on the ground in a total superhero pose, looking like an absolute boss. The cops who saw him one-shot that monster were stunned silent for a second, but then they just erupted in cheers. They all started crowding around Cyrus, hyping him up like crazy. The next morning, over at JFK International, the second Cyrus showed up. He was mobbed by reporters snapping pictures. Some politician-looking guy grabbed his hand and started gushing. "Because of you, the damage was kept to a minimum. We can't thank you enough." Cyrus just calmly shook his head, all cool like, all in a day's work. No thanks needed. Meanwhile, the two bodyguards next to the politician were whispering and spilling all the tea about Cyrus. The gist was that Cyrus is totally washed up. Apparently, besides his noble name, his magic level is basically in the gutter these days. Cyrus looked like he got the memo, but he was playing it cool, not showing any cards. Cyrus and his crew dipped out real quick. The middle-aged dude behind him just gave a little wave goodbye. The country's rep, the current drama with the noble mages, and the fact that his daughters were on that special magic task force. He knew he had to get back to his penthouse on Park Avenue and fix this whole mess. He couldn't let it slide any longer. Back in the capital, Julia's crew was doing their usual training with Vance. During a break, Ryder couldn't stop complaining, "Dude, Vance is so OP, it's not even fair. He might be the strongest person in the whole country, no cap." Jules nodded along, "For real, and it doesn't even look like he's trying." Hearing them whine, Hugo chimed in to hype them up, saying they'd definitely have a chance if they all jumped him at once. "No matter how strong he is, we can't back down." Those words totally lit a fire under Julia and the other two. Their eyes were just blazing with fighting spirit. But of course, Vance just happened to wander over and heard the whole plan, smirking as he asked, "You guys want to try that right now?" The three of them froze solid, totally busted, and started panicking when they saw him. Jules just shook her head, trying to play it off. "Nah, we were just talking trash." Vance just chuckled. "Really? Trying to dip out? Am I that scary or something?" His words just totally set off Julia and the other two. But Vance didn't care. He just calmly said, "All right, break's over. Next training drill, your mission is to try and defeat me. Any method is fair game, just give me everything you've got." Hearing that, Julia and the crew got instantly hyped, their eyes practically glowing with determination. All three of them had one goal: take Vance down. Immediately, they all started powering up their magic. Even Hugo and Kara jumped in on the action. Vance wasn't even sweating it, he just casually threw up a barrier. Seeing that shield, Jules said with a confident smirk, "That little shield isn't going to be enough to stop us." But then, Vance layered another, even higher-level magic shield on top of it. Ryder couldn't help but freak out when he saw that. Vance added another shield on top of that. Julia frowned and yelled to the team, "Stay focused. Hit him with everything you've got to break through." In an instant, a whole storm of powerful spells flew straight at Vance. but they all just fizzled out against the barrier, doing absolutely nothing. Like, zero damage. The whole crew was just standing there, completely floored. Vance just smirked and dropped the barrier. Jules ran right up to him, yelling, "But we hit you with level 6 magic. I knew you were strong, but I had no idea you were this broken." Ryder was also complaining, totally frustrated. Seriously, what even eye is this guy? Seeing their reactions, Vance just smiled and was like, "I guess it's my turn now, huh?" Then he started gathering magic in his hand. Seeing this, everyone's face just dropped. They knew they were so screwed. And yep, it wasn't long before he completely wiped the floor with all of them. The whole group was just lying there thinking, Vance is an actual monster. Just then, the phones in the Misty sisters' pockets started ringing, which totally confused them both. They scrambled over to check, and the looks on their faces instantly turned to stone. Seeing them, Vance asked, confused, "What's wrong? You too?" Jules looked at him and said in a super low voice, "Our father. He's coming home." A little while later, at the Misty family mansion, Jules and her sister were back, sitting in front of their dad, Cyrus. Facing the father they hadn't seen in forever, the two sisters were super awkward, and Cyrus just sat there saying nothing, making the whole room feel heavy and silent. After a minute that felt like an hour, Cyrus finally spoke. "I've heard that you two have joined the Special Magic Task Force." Julia and her sister were stunned for a second, but they quickly nodded. "Yes, that's right." Cyrus just narrowed his eyes at his daughters and finally said, "Tell me about it." Hearing this, the sisters' expressions totally lit up, their eyes shining with excitement. Jules jumped in first. "The Special Magic Task Force is doing so much good for society. We've stopped so many disasters, and everyone on the team is seriously amazing." Julia chimed in. "And we've grown so much. Our magic power has more than doubled, and we can even use high-level spells now." They told Cyrus that it was mostly thanks to Vance. The two of them just couldn't stop praising him. After listening, Cyrus frowned and said in this deep voice, "This friend of yours, Vance, he seems like a pretty incredible guy, huh?" But where they couldn't see, his eyes had this super dark glint. The two sisters just kept gushing about how strong Vance was, totally oblivious. Cyrus just calmly took a sip of tea. Then he slowly set his teacup down and said, "Cold as ice, you're leaving the Special Magic Task Force." Julia and her sister, who were just beaming with happiness, were completely stunned. They asked in total confusion, "But why?" Cyrus said coldly, "I'm sure you've seen it. Right now, the reputation of noble mages is in the toilet, and it's having a terrible effect on the country. It's the noble mages who hold this nation together." He said the task force wasn't just not helping, it was making things worse. Hearing that, Julia and her sister's faces just fell, their eyes showing pure defiance. But Cyrus didn't care and kept lecturing them, and especially that friend you mentioned, Vance. "From this moment on, I forbid the two of you from ever associating with him again." That did it. Julia and her sister totally erupted, arguing back with everything they had. "That is so unfair. This is just what you want." Cyrus just glared at his two daughters and said icily, "You have always done as I've said, and you will continue to do so." Jules bit her lip, pissed off. She had always listened to her father, never once talking back. But things are different now. And right after saying that, she looked him straight in the eye and declared war. No. Jules said she was not leaving the Special Magic Task Force, and she was not turning her back on Vance. He's the one who saved the world, and besides, we've been training like crazy this whole time. The task force is doing the job the noble mages are supposed to do. We'd be happy to work with you, Dad, but forcing us to quit. Before she could even finish, Cyrus cut her off, his voice dripping with ice. "Then we have nothing more to say." Oof, what a cliffhanger. Smash that subscribe button so you don't miss what happens next. Don't you dare call yourself a magic noble again. Got it? Julia didn't miss a beat, clapping back ice cold before turning to bounce. But right at the door, she spun back around with this super genuine smile and was like, "I'm working with the Special Magic Unit, and it's just Julia, not some fancy pants Julia Misty." And with that, she was out. Cyrus just stared after her, totally stunned. "I seriously didn't think Julia would go that far." Ruby said it so calmly. "Julia's changed, Dad. And so have I." And boom, just like that, Ruby started walking to the door too, making it clear whose side she was on. Cyrus narrowed his eyes at her and said, all frosty, "If you leave with Julia, you can forget about being Ruby Misty anymore." Ruby shot back without even thinking, "I know. If you're cutting me off, then say less." With that, she gave Cyrus a little bow. "Thanks for everything." "Goodbye, Dad." Cyrus just let out this huge sigh, like, ugh, they just don't get how important the magic nobility is. He looked completely defeated, his eyes just full of frustration. Meanwhile, the two sisters, Julia and Ruby, were already out on the street with their suitcases. Julia was grumbling, "Dad is so stuck in the past. Me, you, and HenRy have been grinding so hard." Ruby totally agreed, nodding. For real, we get to decide how we live our own lives. But then, like 2 seconds later, Julia kinda hesitated and was like, but, are you sure about this? Us? Like, actually running away from home? Ruby just shook her head and smiled. Don't even worry. I'm with you on this. Besides, you think I'd let my little sis go rogue all by herself? I'm your big sister, duh. Julia got all mushy when she heard that. She immediately ran over, grabbed Ruby's arm, and got all cute and clingy. So next, they tried to find a hotel to crash at, but oh my god, they got turned down everywhere. After trying for ages, Julia just sighed, like every hotel, motel, even the 24-hour internet cafes. We're literally gonna be homeless, sleeping on some bench at a bus stop on Sunset Boulevard. Ruby, sitting across from her, sighed too. They see we're minors, and just shut us down instantly. She could probably fib about her age to get a room, but she knew Julia would never go for it. Julia took a sip of her boba and complained, this is so whack. We have cash from working on the Special Magic Task Force, but we can't even use it. Just then, 2 random dudes walk in, spot Ruby and her sis, and try to spit game with this corny laugh. Yo, you two are cute. You famous or something? Come chill with us. Before Ruby and her sis could even say anything, these 2 clowns just sat right down at their table. Julia's face went from 0 to 100 real quick, and she warned them in this deadly voice, yo, back the hell off my sister, or I will end you. For real. One look at her death stare and those 2 guys got so scared they practically teleported out of there. Ruby watched them bolt and just scoffed, like, what a bunch of losers. Total idiots. Seeing her sister so fired up made Julia crack a smile. Then she grabbed Ruby's hand and was like, forget this, let's just go have some fun. Ruby looked confused. What about a place to stay? Julia just shrugged it off. We'll figure that out later. So, they hit up a mall in Los Angeles, tossed their bags in some lockers, and went on a massive, happy shopping spree. Honestly, this was probably one of the only times the sisters just got to act like normal kids their age. It was so cute. After that, they even found a karaoke booth and just screamed their lungs out. It wasn't until later that afternoon that they finally left the entertainment district. Julia was walking and laughing. Today was so much fun. We did everything. Ruby was nodding along. I have never had this much fun in my entire life. Just then, Julia stopped right in front of Ruby. She had this huge smile and said, I'm so glad we have each other, sis. Ruby smiled back at her, all warm and fuzzy. You think so? But, we still gotta figure out where we're sleeping tonight. Julia's happy vibe just popped like a balloon, and she sighed, if only someone would let us crash at their place, and right on cue, Julia's phone buzzed. The notification, a text from HenRy. Ruby and Julia's eyes met, and you could practically see the light bulb go on. So, yeah, a little while later, a very reluctant HenRy had to answer his door to these 2 unexpected guests. He was so confused, like, why are you 2 just showing up at my apartment in Queens? Julia gave HenRy the biggest puppy dog eyes you've ever seen and begged, is it cool if we stay here? Of course, HenRy didn't just slam the door on them. He let them in to get the full story. After hearing about the whole Misty family drama, he was shook. So you 2 actually ran away from home? The sisters totally thought HenRy was judging them inside. You think it was a bad idea too, huh? We knew it. HenRy just narrowed his eyes at them. They had both changed, for real. They seem more like their true selves now, and their sister vibe was stronger than ever. While HenRy was lost in thought, Julia spoke up again. I know this is a huge ask, but could we please crash here for a bit? Ruby chimed in, please, we literally have nowhere else to go. HenRy didn't answer right away, just thinking. He knew they were girls, but it's not like anything weird was going on. Right? Yeah, that wasn't really a problem. Finally, he gave a little nod and said, all right, you 2 can stay for a while. When they heard that, Ruby and Julia were so happy, they almost started jumping up and down. Seeing how hyped they were, HenRy had to add, let me just warn you, my place is pretty tiny. But Ruby and Julia just shook their heads, like, we don't mind, we love it. HenRy just sighed, you 2 are such a handful. It was only then that it finally hit Julia and her sister what was actually happening. Julia started blushing like crazy, realizing that seeing HenRy now felt different than at work. They were actually going to be living together. She felt like they were doing something totally insane. Ruby was right there with her, heart pounding like a drum, with no clue what this feeling was. While they were having their internal freakouts, HenRy spoke up again. You 2 want to take a shower? Guys, those 3 words, take a shower, totally short-circuited the sisters' brains, making them jump. HenRy just looked at them, all confused, and asked, what, you don't want to? Julia finally rebooted and shook her head super fast. No, that's not it. We'll take a shower. So she went into the bathroom to wash up first. After being out all day, that cool water must have felt amazing to Julia. Meanwhile, back in the living room, HenRy looked at Ruby and said, anyway, what you 2 did was really brave. I never thought you'd actually run away from home. With this little helpless laugh, Ruby said quietly, I'm just as surprised as you are. This is the first time Julia and I have ever gone against our dad. He's always been so strict, like, he never let anyone do their own thing. Hearing that made HenRy frown, and he said, but it sounds like he has a really bad opinion of the special magic unit. He might try to cause problems for us, you know. While they were talking, Julia popped out of the bathroom. That felt amazing. Sis, it's your turn. Ruby gave a little nod and replied, okay, thanks. Then she headed into the bathroom too. That shower water hitting her probably felt incredible. Outside, Julia was chatting happily with HenRy. You know, it's kind of weird, being in your room like this. HenRy just nodded slightly. Yeah, this is the first time I've ever had someone else stay over at my place. Smiling at him, Julia said, thanks, HenRy. Without you, we'd probably be sleeping on the street right now. HenRy just shrugged like it was nothing. Don't even worry about it, it's not a big deal. Hearing that made Julia just burst out laughing. HenRy looked at her, totally confused, and asked, what's so funny? Julia just shook her head and replied, nothing, it's just. You always say that. You know. HenRy didn't see the issue and just said, the special magic unit is my squad. You're part of the team, and you're my friend. No matter what happens, I would never abandon you. And boom, HenRy's words just made Julia's cheeks turn bright red. Her heart started beating so fast she thought it was going to pop out of her chest. What do you guys think is happening here? Let me know in the comments. Just then, Ruby pushed open the bathroom door and came out, totally startling Julia and snapping her out of her blushy daydream. Ruby had no idea what was going on and just calmly said, I'm done. Seeing the girls were finished, HenRy stood up and went to the bathroom. Well, I'm gonna go take a shower. Ruby glanced at him as he went in, then looked over at Julia sitting on the other side of the room. The vibe immediately got super quiet, like Ruby was deep in thought. The next day, in the police department conference room, Sloane handed HenRy a file. Here's our training schedule. HenRy scanned it and nodded, satisfied. Looks good. Seeing HenRy was cool with it, Sloane said, all right, then our regular meeting is over. He was about to get up and leave, but HenRy stopped him. By the way, I have something to report. Julia and Ruby have started living with me. Those words made Sloane freeze mid-motion. He whipped around in shock. So the three of you are living together? HenRy just admitted it like it was nothing. Yeah, that's right. Sloane was completely speechless. You're living with not one, but two girls, and you're this calm about it? Is this what kids do these days? This was bad. HenRy was a weirdo, so Sloane figured he had to teach him some basic life lessons. Thinking this, Sloane suddenly got super serious. HenRy, this isn't a reality show. You know, polygamy isn't a thing here. HenRy just looked at him, completely baffled. He just mumbled to himself, wondering if that was the new trend now. Lol. Later, HenRy left the conference room, but seriously, he was thinking that 3 people in that tiny apartment was going to be tight. Maybe he should move. Walking down the hall, HenRy saw Kara training in the courtyard below. She had been going so hard that her forehead was completely drenched in sweat. HenRy slowly walked over and said with a smile, still at it, Sergeant. Kara jumped when she heard him and looked up, smiling shyly when she saw it was HenRy. I'm so far behind everyone, so I've finally gotten to a level where I can use attack spells. Then, she remembered something and quickly added, actually, HenRy, you're our leader, so you don't have to be so formal with me. I'm your subordinate, so from now on, you can just talk to me casually. She was being so serious about it, so HenRy just nodded. That made Kara smile, relieved. But then HenRy just coolly said, all right, cast an attack spell. Kara was totally taken aback, but he ignored her and just said calmly, I'll give you some pointers. Let's go. So Kara started casting her magic. HenRy stood by and watched, and after a bit, he praised her. You've improved a lot. Keep this up, and you'll get way stronger. Kara was so happy to hear that, but then her face fell, and she muttered, but compared to everyone else, I'm still so weak. HenRy narrowed his eyes at her and reassured her, don't sell yourself short. I can see you're working really hard. Kara smiled at him and sighed, the only reason I joined the police force is because they said holy mages are super rare. How can someone like me ever be on the same level as the others? She knew she was the weakest link in the unit, and she absolutely hated feeling that way. At this point, Kara felt like she was being a total downer, and worried HenRy would get the wrong idea. She waved her hand and said, sorry, I'm being weird. But HenRy didn't care and just asked her calmly, why did you want to be a cop? Kara hesitated for a second before frowning and mumbling, my grandmother was a holy mage. She helped so many people during that huge disaster a while back. I wanted to be just like her, so I joined the police force. She's gone now. As she said this, Kara turned her head away to hide her face. It's a lame reason, isn't it? I don't have some big, epic goal like everyone else. She was always thinking she was trash, that she couldn't get anything right. HenRy just watched her, then asked real chill. You really believe that? Kara didn't say squat. So HenRy walks over to her, smiling, and is like, Kara, you've got your own thing going on. You can heal people, and you're even learning attack spells. That's a total boss move. Who cares why you pick this life? It's what you do that counts. You've been grinding hard and you're passionate about it. HenRy put a hand on her shoulder, giving her some real props. You've leveled up so much, and trust me, we all see it. Hearing that, Kara just broke down crying, total waterworks. Later, they were chilling on the stairs, talking it out. Kara looked at HenRy, all apologetic, and said, Sorry about that. I must look like a total train wreck to you. HenRy was like, totally non-committal. I don't think age is the issue here. Kara let out a little laugh. You're right. When I see you, I feel that way too. Thanks, HenRy. He had literally saved her butt time and time again. To her, HenRy was a legit hero. The long day finally ended, and night fell over New York. HenRy slipped out in his usual hoodie. He was posted up on a rooftop in Brooklyn, looking at the person in the distance and calling out. What's with the last-minute call? The person who wanted to meet was Haley. She just raised an eyebrow at HenRy and said with a smirk, Oh, I've got some tea you're gonna want to sip. It's about all the shady rumors going around about the magic nobility. Hearing that, HenRy's brow furrowed. A sec later, he grinned and said, I'm listening. Spill it. Haley wasn't in a rush, though. She pointed at HenRy, pouting a little as she reminded him, put on your black sorcerer uniform first. HenRy heard this and just grumbled. You think I rock that thing 24/7? With a little huff, Haley just cut to the chase. Okay, fine. I've been using my connections to dig into rogue mages and these underground magic crews, and girl, the dirt I've heard about the magic nobility is wild. Money laundering, backdoor deals, embezzlement. The list goes on forever, especially with the Fuya family. They seem to be tangled up with the Black Rebellion. After hearing all this, HenRy frowned and asked, So who's the top dog of this Black Rebellion? Haley answered casually. Word on the street is, it's Kuroi Akudo, a mage who used to be nobility. Apparently, he was a total menace back in the day and got himself kicked out. The whole thing was even on the news for a hot minute. Hearing this, HenRy nodded like it all made sense, so that just confirms the sus connection with the magic nobility, right? Haley replied nonchalantly, Exactly. There's a whole lot of smoke but no fire, you know? No hard evidence. Nobody's snitching and you can't find squat online. They're probably threatening people. So, watch your back if you plan on digging into this. HenRy didn't even flinch at the threats. He just calmly requested, Send all the info to my phone. Haley asked, kinda skeptical, What are you even planning to do? Time to take out the trash, HenRy replied with a little smile, then used his magic to leap off the building like some kind of superhero. He had a million ways to deal with his enemies, and believe me, he never showed mercy. HenRy zipped back home. Ruby and her sister were doing their own things, totally ignoring each other. Ruby was sitting on her bed, deep in meditation. Her sister was hitting the books, doing her homework, while HenRy was glued to his phone. He figured he needed to do a deep dive on Mason, the disasters, the 50 years of history, and get this, he had also finally figured out how to use a smartphone. Can we get a round of applause? Then, HenRy started Googling Mason, and the search results popped up instantly. HenRy scrolled and read. Mason's history, right up to his death, was almost identical, but it seemed like modern mages were described as being on a way lower level, like they'd been seriously nerfed. There were also these wild fan theories that the ancestors of the magic nobility were still kicking it. A ton of the info on the noble mages was super vague. The secrets to their high-level magic and how they trained were still a total mystery. If his grimoire hadn't been lost, mages wouldn't have gotten so weak. But according to Ruby, it's like all the books and data on the subject just vanished. It's almost like someone was plotting behind the scenes to make all mages weaker. Maybe the older generation of the Misty family knew something, but meeting them now would be next to impossible. There was also barely any info about the disasters. The more HenRy thought, the less he understood why they kept happening, why they even started, or what the heck these disasters even were. HenRy sat there, totally lost in his thoughts, and Ruby just looked at him, a little confused. The next day, over at the police department's training facility, HenRy was whipping everyone into shape like usual. Just then, an emergency alert blasted through his earpiece. All units, listen up. A disaster has been detected on the west side. All units, get to the location. As soon as possible. The second he got the info, HenRy gave the order. Let's roll. His squad took off immediately, but when HenRy got there, he saw that clown, Fui Yukasu, down below. He had his foot on a demon minion, sneering as he said, Well, look what the cat dragged in. A little late to the party, aren't ya? He walked right up to HenRy, pointing and laughing. I've already cleaned up all the boss's little minions. Seriously, what's the special magic task force even doing? Seeing HenRy stay quiet, Shu got even cockier. Oh, chill out. No civilians got hurt. And with that, he and his crew bounced, not forgetting to add with a smug laugh. You guys are always yapping about protecting citizens, but what would you do without us? Huh. Try to be a little more focused next time. Got it? Hearing this, Ruby just cursed out loud. What in the actual heck is this crap? HenRy nodded, like, you read my mind. But then, on another day, the exact same scene played out. By the time HenRy's team got the call and showed up, Sue's crew had already handled everything, relentlessly clowning them. Too slow, you're late again. You guys are useless, for real. Ruby's crew was fuming, legit ready to throw hands, but Shu just swaggered off with his people, saying, honestly, what is even the point of the special magic task force? It's obvious the world still needs us magic nobles. Ruby was so frustrated she could scream, snapping. This is the 5th time. This is way too weird. There's no way he's not rigging the game. Sloane sighed, totally defeated. Someone might be blocking us. The intel we're getting is definitely delayed. HenRy felt the same way. He could feel a disaster nearby, but the farther it was, the fuzzier his senses got. What was he supposed to do? While HenRy was thinking, Ruby kept ranting. And he just dips when a high-level demon boss shows up. It's so freaking annoying. Just then, Kara suddenly shouted, yo, it looks like Fuyuka's crew is getting a ton of love from the public. Sloane found this super weird, muttering, that's sus. Just a little while ago, they were getting totally dragged online. Kara scrolled on her phone for a sec before saying, there's a press conference about to start. HenRy frowned and asked, what's it about? Kara shook her head, no clue. Fuyuka is gathering reporters downtown. A little while later, the Fuyuka family's press conference kicked off. Jin sat at the podium and spoke clearly. Thank you all for coming. This conference was called today for one reason. It's about the recent mistakes and disappointments from the magic nobility, especially from my own son, Shu. He put on this super remorseful face, saying, we have been dealing with non-stop criticism for his actions and the way he treats people. Hearing this, the reporters in the crowd started whispering and dissing him. Jin just sat there in silence, waiting until they were all done before bowing a full 90 degrees and saying, I sincerely apologize. This move left the reporters totally stunned. You could hear a pin drop. Jin didn't even look at them, keeping his head bowed as he went on. This is, without a doubt, a reflection of my own failures as a father. However, I promise you all that Shu is trying to make up for his mistakes and is actively helping out with the recent disasters. And just like that, the reporters' whole vibe changed, and their harsh questions got way softer. Seeing this while still bowing, Jin had this tiny, smug smirk on his face. But when he looked up, he put his serious mask back on and said, it's true, there has been a lot of talk about how my son has dealt with the disasters. The recent chaos and the fact that other noble mages are suddenly overseas have created a major manpower shortage, making things even worse. We are working on a complete overhaul of our measures. Meanwhile, Ruby's team was watching the press conference and they were so mad. The Fuyuka conference was blowing up online. More than half the comments were totally Team Fuyuka. The more Ruby watched, the more pissed she got, yelling, they're just saying what they want. We've been busting our tails, only to get clowned like this. HenRy patted her head, gently telling her, chill out. It doesn't matter what people say, our job doesn't change. Trust me, I got this. As he finished, he flashed a super confident smile. Let me know in the comments if you think HenRy's got a master plan. After the Fuyuka family's PR stunt that day, Sloane got called into the chief's office. After hearing his orders, Sloane just exclaimed in disbelief, I'm sorry, you said what now? The chief spoke calmly, you heard me. At this rate, the team's entire existence is on the line. Complaints about the Special Magic Task Force are stacking up to the ceiling, and making enemies of the magic nobility is basically a death wish. The chief even hinted that the whole mess was partly Sloane's fault. Hearing that, Sloane's face just froze. He shot back, totally not buying it. But sir, the real problem is Fuyukazu's behavior. Before he could even finish, the chief just yelled, totally fed up, I don't care. You shouldn't have been so aggressive. You're the one who pushed for this team and picked a fight with the magic nobility. You dug this grave yourself. Biting his lip, Sloane asked suspiciously, our missions have been delayed. Do you know anything about that? The chief just snorted. Oh, so now you're accusing me? You're a disgrace. He ordered Sloane to fix the police department's public image and make nice with the magic nobility. If you can't do it, then disband the team. Those words hit Sloane like a ton of bricks. At the exact same time, Jin was chilling at his private mansion on the Upper East Side, laughing his head off. Everything is going exactly as planned. The butler standing next to him added, all slimy. Your foresight is unmatched, my lord. No one would ever dare to question you. Jin just clicked his tongue and laughed like a maniac. The public is so easy to manipulate. A little bit of acting, and those idiots will believe anything. With the people on our side, we'll crush the Special Magic Task Force in no time. With that, he just threw his head back and cackled, like he'd already won. Meanwhile, Sloan left the police department looking completely crushed. What was going to happen to HenRy's team? And for the entire next week, the special unit didn't get a single mission alert, which was driving Ruby crazy. It's so sus that we haven't been called out for a whole week. Ruby's sister nodded. Yeah, Fuyuka has handled pretty much all the recent disasters. Ryder snorted and cursed. It's obvious people inside the PD are sabotaging the special magic unit. HenRy said while munching on some pizza. There's probably a mole in the department working with the magic nobility. To them, our team is just a huge pain in the neck. Ruby, still not getting it, yelled. I just don't get why we're the bad guys here. Mason started spilling the tea. Super chill. Basically, our whole vibe is kind of messing with the rich mage family's reputation. Plus, a bunch of them are secretly buddy-buddy with the Black Rebellion, so us getting popular is a major L for them. The more Dee heard, the more she was fuming, straight up yelling, that's so not our fault. It's those bougie, useless mages who are the real problem. Yeah, if they don't want their rep dragged through the mud, maybe they should, like, actually do something useful. Getting screamed at for no reason, Mason was just like, dude, why don't you go tell them that? Dee just pouted, giving him the silent treatment and shot a look at Ruby, asking, you think our old man is in on this? Ruby sighed. No cap, I'm suspecting him too. Seeing them so bummed, Mason hopped up, all hyped. All right then, let's roll up on him and find out for real. Ryder nodded, totally on board. Facts. Just sitting here ain't gonna solve squat. Dee was kinda hesitant, mumbling. Oh, but I'm totally on his bad side right now. Mason just shrugged it off. K, so don't come. Your loss. That one line made the two Waters sisters lock eyes, and after a hot second of thinking, they both blurted out at the same time. No, we're going. He's our dad. After all. A little later, they pulled up to the massive Waters family mansion on Park Avenue, New York. But the butler was a total wall, refusing to let them see Cyrus. Dee immediately pleaded, we literally just want to talk to him. Ruby added, her voice dead serious, can't you just make one exception for us? The butler just shook his head, zero hesitation. The master was crystal clear. His daughters are not permitted on the premises. We cannot allow anyone who has been disowned to set foot past this gate. Oof. Ruby and Dee's faces just dropped, totally speechless. Mason stepped up to the plate. I'm Mason King, captain of the Special Mage Unit. I need to ask Mr. Waters a few questions. The butler just gave him a deadpan look. All interview requests must be scheduled in advance, sir. Mason just shook his head. Nah, this ain't an interview. I just have a couple questions. Long story short, they were getting stonewalled. No matter what they said, the answer was a hard no. And Mason was visibly getting ticked off. He was like 2 seconds from just shoving past the guy. But just then, Cyrus himself walked out. He squinted at Mason, all suspicious. What's all this commotion? The butler immediately ratted them out. These individuals wish to speak with you, sir. Cyrus's brow furrowed instantly, just silently staring Mason down. And you bet Mason was staring right back. After a super awkward silence that lasted forever, Cyrus finally sighed and told the butler to let them in. Mason's crew was finally inside the ridiculously huge mansion. As they were walking, Mason whispered to Ruby, wait, that's your dad? No way. Ruby just sighed, totally defeated. Yeah, that's our father. Dude's old but looks like he's still in his 20s, it's wild. Cyrus saw the three of them whispering and got this super salty look on his face. A minute later, they were in the formal drawing room. Cyrus sat across from them, still squinting at Mason. Since he wasn't talking, Mason played it cool and stayed quiet too. After another long pause, Cyrus finally dropped the bomb. His voice all deep. So, you're the one who's been corrupting my daughters. A little smile crept onto Mason's face as he clapped back, real calm, blaming other people, 'cause your kids finally grew a spine is a bad habit a lot of parents have. For real though, aren't you happy your girls are growing up? In a split second, you could feel the tension in the room spike. Cyrus was times not times happy. Mason, though, totally unbothered, still rocking that casual smirk. He wasn't one to play games and just cut straight to it. So, why are you trying to sabotage the Special Mage Unit? Cyrus just casually shot back, I never ordered anything like that, and I've got nothing to do with it. The Noble Mages almost never work together. Winter is just doing his own thing. Mason looked genuinely surprised. Wow, didn't expect you to be so blunt. I thought I'd have to work way harder to get you to spill. Cyrus replied all formally. I respect people with actual skills. I've heard the stories about you. A student with the power of a noble mage, the so-called hero who stopped a bunch of disasters. But I gotta say, I have my doubts. Mason narrowed his eyes, his voice dropping low. You want to test me? The second the words left his mouth, Cyrus unleashed a tidal wave of his mana. Mason didn't even flinch, meeting it head-on with his own power. Ruby and the others in the back were totally floored by the insane surge of mana. What is this power? Holy crap, are they even human? Their magical pressure is absolutely bonkers. The two crazy powerful streams of mana were clashing like crazy. After a sec, they both powered down. Cyrus squinted at Mason and was actually impressed. Not bad. Very few people can take my magic head on like that. Mason didn't let the praise go to his head, saying coolly, sensing and controlling mana is like Magic 101. Besides, you weren't even going all out. Hearing that, Cyrus actually cracked a smile. Hey, you've got a sharp tongue, kid. Mason just stared back at him. Cyrus's control over his mana, and the pure amount of it, was on a whole other level compared to any other mage. It was obvious he was leagues above everyone in this era. You couldn't just chalk that up to talent. There was definitely something more going on with Cyrus Waters. With that thought, Mason spoke up again. One last question. Why are mages so much weaker now than they were back in the day? Cyrus didn't answer, just shot back coldly. And what makes you say that? Mason just shrugged. Because I know about stuff that went down 50 years ago. Cyrus actually paused for a second, and after a long moment, he said, it's for restriction and control. Mason was totally lost. What's that even mean? But Cyrus clammed up. He just said all mysteriously, you'll get it when the time is right. But let me tell you this, the noble mages are a necessary evil. Mason was not buying it. He raised an eyebrow and shot back, even trash like the Winter family. Cyrus had no comeback for that. Mason didn't push it. He stood up and said calmly, all right, we should probably dip. Thanks for answering my questions. He could get up, but Ruby and Dee were basically glued to their chairs. Dee yelled out, yo, hold up. We can't move from that crazy power backlash. So Mason had to go over and help them up. Before he walked out, he left Cyrus with one last thought. Honestly, if the Waters family was mixed up in this, I might have hesitated. I'm kinda relieved you're not like the rest of them. Because, you know, Dee and Ruby were his friends. Cyrus squinted at him, totally confused. What are you even talking about? Mason just shrugged, giving a little smirk. Who knows? A few days later, over at the police headquarters in downtown Los Angeles, they'd just gotten a bunch of cardboard boxes. Some cop immediately started cheering, yes, the new uniforms are finally here. This is anti-monster gear. It can even resist magic. Sloan nodded with a smile. With these, we can finally get down to business. Mason could not have cared less about the new threads. He was staring at his phone, whispering to himself, looks like my own prep is finally done, too. Sloan overheard and gave him a weird look. Prep on your end? Mason just nodded coolly, a sly grin on his face. Let's get this party started. We've got a score to settle. Meanwhile, at the Winter family estate, Jean was laughing like a total maniac. The special unit's time is almost up. Soon, Jean Winter, will control the whole country with the Black Rebellion's help. Hearing this, Xander started cackling right along with him. All the money and fame will belong to the Winter family. Those pathetic commoners will have to bow down to us. But their little evil party didn't last long, because a bunch of people suddenly busted through the doors. It was the LAPD, and the captain roared, "Police! Everybody freeze!" The sudden raid threw Jean into a total panic. He sputtered, "What is this? Do you have any idea whose house you just broke into?" Right on cue, a news helicopter appeared overhead. A reporter started her broadcast. "We're live as police have just raided the residence of suspect Jean Winter. This marks the first time a noble mage has ever been charged with a crime." Inside, the police captain held up the warrant, his voice ice cold. "You are under arrest for bribery, intimidation, and abuse of your special authority. We're conducting a full investigation." Hearing that, Jean totally lost it and shrieked, "Are you serious right now? How dare you treat a noble like some common street criminal? You better have some solid proof." Just as he said that, a calm voice echoed from the doorway. "You challenging us on that?" All the Winter family members whipped their heads around to look. And who strolls in? Mason's crew. He was holding up his phone with a smirk. "The proof is right here." Xander, of course, recognized him and screamed with rage. "Mason King from the Special Mage Unit? Why are you here? There's no way you have any proof." "Oh, but I do. Here's all the tea on your corruption," Mason said casually, and then hit play on a video for everyone to see. On the screen, clear as day, was the head of the Winter family taking a fat stack of cash from some shady group tied to illegal mages, and even making some pretty nasty threats. Seeing the video, Jean's face went ghost white, but he still tried to deny it. That's a deepfake. In this day and age, anyone can edit a video. Mason didn't even bother arguing with the old dude, just slowly walked over to give him a better look. He smirked and asked, "You really want to say this is fake?" And bam, another video started playing. This time, it was a secret recording of a conversation between Jean and his butler. They were talking about straight up ignoring a natural disaster on purpose. The evidence was just overwhelming. Jean's face went from pale to sheet white, and even Xander was freaking out. Jean frantically scanned the faces of his family members, yelling, "Who was it? Who's the rat? Only a few of you can even get into my private study." In that moment, the butler stepped forward and confessed, "It was I. Sir, Gene looked like he'd seen a ghost. He lunged forward, grabbing the butler's collar and screaming, "How dare you? You're just a servant. How could you do this to me?" The butler just looked tired. It was the only way, and we flashed back to a few nights ago. Mason, rocking his black mage disguise, had cornered the butler and asked him to help expose Winter's crimes. At first, the butler was like, "No way, I can't betray my master." Mason just scoffed. "You're so loyal, but is that loyalty real? Is it your job to just stand there and watch the family you serve completely implode?" Those words totally hit home, and you could see the butler start to think. Seeing him hesitate, Mason went in for the kill. "So, what's it gonna be? You gonna let the Winter family name crash and burn, or are you gonna take the hit now to save the entire mage nobility? Make a choice." And obviously, his choice led them right here. He sighed and said, "Sir, you are a disgrace to the mage nobility. You deserve to be brought down." When he said it, there wasn't a single shred of respect left in the butler's eyes. Getting roasted like that by his own servant, Gene's face went dark. He hit his boiling point and screamed like a madman. "All of you can just die." He instantly summoned his mana to attack, but right then, Gene's eyes went wide as a bolt of magic shot in from the side, blasting a freaking table in half. Gene barely had time to shove the butler out of the way before the magic hit. The one who fired the shot was Mason. He just scoffed. "You've got nowhere left to run, you pathetic wannabe noble." Gene was shaking with pure rage, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. "How dare you? You look down on everything I've worked for. All the money and power I spent my entire life building. It's all gone now. So get this." Mason just scoffs, right? Like, "Dude, you totally asked for this." But Gene? Oh my god, this guy throws his head back and starts cackling like a total psycho. He's all, "I have never been this ticked off. I've got safe houses from here to Sibia just for this. If I bounce, y'all can't catch me. But first, I'm gonna wreck every single one of you." And bam, just like that, he and Zane's whole crew start throwing hands. But right when it's about to go down, poof, a massive barrier pops up in front of the cops, blocking everything. Mason just casually flicks his wrist, cool as a cucumber, and is like, "Magic ops, you're up. Everyone else, get back." Meanwhile, outside, this reporter is seeing all this insane magic energy lighting up the sky over New York, and she's on it, reporting live like her life depends on it. She's yelling into the mic, they're throwing spells. It looks like the Fujioka family is fighting back. Is the magic elite corrupt? With everything going on, natural disasters, monsters in the streets, these guys are only looking out for number one. And this is being broadcast live, coast to coast. The whole country is glued to their screens, praying the magic ops unit can take out the trash and clean up these dirty mages, ruining it for everyone. Drop a comment below if you think these rich mages need to be stopped. So now it's a full-on showdown with Zane's posse. And you already know, the GOAT, Mason, is stepping up to handle the big boss. Yep, he's going head-to-head with the top dog of the Fujioka family, Gene himself. Gene is giving him the ultimate death stare, pure rage. Meanwhile, Zane's got his own squad of wind magic dudes just floating there, looking like they own the place. Zane looks down at them, all smug, like, "For real? You think you can take us with this tiny crew?" But Julia, she just scoffs and claps back, ice cold. "Unlike you lazy, entitled rich kids, we've actually been busy. Our other members are out there handling real problems, like disasters and monsters." Oof, Zane was so triggered by that. He just starts screaming in frustration. He's like, "You annoying pests, why are you always in my business?" That's it. Gloves are off. I'm taking every single one of you out. But Julia, she doesn't even flinch. She goes, stone-faced, "You're a disgrace to your family name, and I will never forgive you." Up on the balcony of their Fifth Avenue mansion, Gene's sneering at Mason. "You seriously think you can take on a noble mage?" Mason just shoots back, super chill. "I see zero reason why I'd lose to a bunch of gnats like you." Gene scoffs. "Oh yeah? Watch this," and fires this huge magic beam into the sky. But before it even gets close to the news chopper, shield, a barrier pops up and blocks it. Mason just looks at him, totally unimpressed. Could you times be times any more pathetic? Gene just shrugs, totally unbothered, and smirks. "Hey, when you're rich, you kinda times have times to be a dirtbag." While these two are trading insults, it's an all-out war down below. And let me tell you, the Magic Ops squad is not playing around. It isn't long before one of the bad guys gets totally rocked. Zane sees this, and his face just sours. But it gets worse for him, as his goons start dropping one by one. Zane's face is just frozen. You can see the gears grinding, like, this can't be happening. They're supposed to be the elite. How are they getting stomped? He just can't compute it. A noble mage, losing to Luke's crew. No way. So he screams out, "I don't care what it takes. Use all your magic and finish them." His last two dudes hear him and are like, "Bet." The three of them start powering up for a massive, all-out attack. But the task force, totally unfazed. Julia and her sister just share a look, that telepathic sibling thing, and give a little nod. Then, working together, they summon this gigantic tidal wave out of nowhere. It looks like it's about to swallow the entire LA block. No cap. And yup, Zane and his boys get absolutely wrecked by the wave. They're just sitting there, soaked and defeated. When they see the sisters walking up, you can see the panic in their eyes. But Julia and her sis are not having it, just giving them this dead-eyed stare. Realizing they're totally screwed, Zane and his goons start begging. It was a mistake. A lapse in judgment. I'll change, I swear. Please, let us go, they plead. And Julia actually hesitates for a second, then nods. Okay, I get it. If you're serious about changing, then I guess we have to forgive you. She starts to turn away. But then Zane gets this evil laugh and goes, "You absolute moron. Gotcha." And the three of them try to pull a sneak attack, but before they can even blink, the entire task force aims their magic right at their faces. Zane's legs turn to jelly and he just collapses, shaking and whining. "But you said you'd spare me." Julia just scoffs. "Did you really think we let a snake like you go, when you're obviously not sorry at all?" Hearing that, Zane and his crew just start wailing. Lol. Meanwhile, back up on the balcony, Mason totally knew his team had it handled. He gets this satisfied smirk and says, "Welp, sounds like they're done. Looks like your precious baby boy and his friends got absolutely schooled by my teammates." Ooh, Gene was livid. He bites his lip, eyes blazing, and screams, "You filthy mutt." But Mason, not even scared, just stands there, vibing. Mason, being so chill, just made Gene even more furious. He finally snaps and starts blasting away at him. But Mason just sidesteps his tier 1 magic like it's nothing. First attack fails, so Gene amps it up to tier 2 magic. Same result. Mason's speed is just unreal. Even wind magic can't touch him. But Gene isn't giving up. He pours even more juice into a tier 3 magic attack. And Mason, still not breaking a sweat, just casually dodging everything. The whole thing is being filmed by the news chopper, and the reporter is losing her mind. That magic is incredible. But Mason looks completely fine, doesn't he? After that whole barrage does nothing, Gene starts gathering even more magic. Okay, we're at tier 4 magic now, people. Mason is still just standing there, totally unbothered, like he's on a casual stroll through Central Park. Gene is biting his lip so hard it's about to bleed, summoning a ton of magic circles. Suddenly, a massive tornado just rips through the air and surrounds Mason, looking like it's going to eat him alive. Seeing this, Julia screams out in panic. Reggie's muttering, "Uh-oh, that looks hella dangerous." But while everyone else is freaking out, Mason is the definition of calm. He just floats there and lets the tornado come right at him. And then get this, right before it hits, the tornado just disappears. Pfft, gone. When the dust settles, Mason's just chilling there, safe behind a couple of barriers. The T is, Gene's tier 5 magic couldn't even scratch him. Luke is just staring, completely shook. Did he just block that monster attack with a basic shield? Man, that's a Kusanagi for you. And dude, the livestream chat was going wild. Some people were impressed by Gene's power, for sure. But way more were just losing their minds over how OP Mason is. Smash that like button if you're on Team Mason. The reporter chimes in again. Neither of them is backing down an inch. I have never seen a battle this intense. Mason lands back on the ground, looking kind of thoughtful. He's thinking. His magic isn't times strong. Is he stalling? He's probably planning to dip. Just then, Gene gets this creepy smirk and goes, "Hey, what's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Or your feet?" Mason just squints at him and says, "Real low, I could end this right now, but that's no fun. Show me what you've really got." And you can see the challenge in his eyes. Bring it all. I'll take every bit of it and then I'll break you. Oh, that set Gene off. He's grinding his teeth, muttering, "You arrogant little punk from the Bronx, I'll show you." But right as he's about to attack, he stops and sneers. But first, a little warning. Try not to wet yourself. Then Gene starts bragging that his magic power is at 200,000 AIN. That number absolutely floored Luke's crew. Nobody thought that was even possible. Luke scoffs. "No way, he's bluffing. We gotta jump in. Give Mason some backup." Reggie's right there with him. "Yeah, I'm not about to just stand here and watch." And with that, the whole squad makes a run for the balcony. Mason senses them and turns, but sees they've been stopped dead in their tracks by a barrier. It was Gene. He stopped them without even looking, and snorts, "Count your blessings. One step closer and you'd all be dust." You could see the look on their faces. Man, they were pissed. Just then, Gene lets out this primal scream and this insane magic energy just explodes from his body. It's so dense he actually starts to glow. Someone from the crew whispers, "This is nuts. That's enough power to take out even a Kusanagi." This has Luke's team seriously worried. But Mason just smirks. And of course, Gene thinks he's scared. He gets all cocky and says, "My power level is way beyond anything you can imagine." Huh? So let me show you what real power looks like, so even a simpleton like you can get it. And as he's saying this, a bunch of magic circles pop up around him and a freaking rip in space opens up in the air. But Mason, he's not scared. He's actually excited. He's never seen a spell like this before. Instantly, the rift starts sucking everything in. The balcony railing from his 25th Avenue penthouse just gets crunched into a pile of dust. Jean gets even more smug. This is spatial magic. The strongest there is, it crushes everything around it. It'll turn a person into a pancake in a second. Mason just squints at him with a smirk. I'd like to see you try. That comment sent Jean over the edge. He roars like a total maniac. Fine. Get crushed. Take this. And boom, a tier 6 spell appears. The spatial rift goes into overdrive, sucking everything in, including Mason. Seeing this, Jean starts laughing his evil head off. There's nothing you can do. Just die. You've earned it. Luke and the crew, though, are totally freaking out. They just can't believe Mason would go down that easy. It has to be a joke, right? Julia is staring into the vortex, screaming, Mason, answer us. But no matter how loud she yells, there's just silence. Then the rift closes, and Mason's just standing there. Julia's jaw drops. Mason, how are you still alive? And Mason, looking super annoyed, just goes, hey, don't just write me off like that. Jean, on the other hand, is losing his mind. He's screaming, how are you not hurt? I know for a fact I crushed you. Mason just shrugs, all casual, simple physics, my dude. If the pressure inside equals the pressure outside, there's no problem. Same reason fish in the Mariana Trench don't implode. Jean is not buying it, yelling, so what if that's true? You can't use spatial magic. That's my signature move. Mason gives him this duh, look and says, I just watched you and copied it. Julia is just completely stunned, staring at him and whispering, you copied it, just by watching. Mason just nods, then gets this huge, cheeky grin. Yeah. If you just attacked me, I might have gotten a scratch. But you were so nice and explained exactly how it works first. Thanks for the tutorial. What a burn. Let us know in the comments if that was the most savage comeback you've ever heard. Yo, at the end of the day, it's just a little spin-off of Wind Magic, for real. No biggie. On top of that, I'll let you experience sometimes real times basic magic. And bam, Jax's body started twisting up like a pretzel. He's clutching his head, screaming, yo, what are you doing to me? With a total smirk, HenRy casually answered, I just cranked up the sound pressure. That's it. He called it sonic sorcery. Just another flex of his wind magic game. Julia heard that and just froze. It looked like a total light bulb just went off for her. Meanwhile, Jax got even more triggered. He gritted his teeth and yelled, are you seriously clowning me right now? That's it. I'm done playing. I'm about to end you with everything I've got. The second he said that, all of Jax's mana just exploded. He claimed his power level was 200,000 N, but nah, that was just him warming up. When he unleashed everything, it was a whole 500,000 N. Feeling that insane power drop, Sloane's crew immediately started tweaking out. He wasn't bluffing? Bruh, what even is this power? At the same time, Jax threw his head back and laughed like a total villain. What a massive letdown. HenRy, was it? In like a split second, all the mana in Jax's body just went nuclear. The massive energy was swirling like a hurricane right in Los Angeles. Jax looked smug AF, like he already had this win in the bag. Ruby and the other two couldn't help but panic. Is this the real power of the Magic Elite? With this kind of insane magic power, there's no way they could take him on. Even Sloane was shook, biting his lip and muttering, we totally slept on the power of these high society mages. We've got no way to counter that. Seeing everyone losing their minds, Jax just smirked and opened his mouth. This is my full power. The window for you to beg for your lives is officially closed. But HenRy just stood there, cool as a cucumber, and even let out a bored yawn. The disrespect. Jax was too hyped to even notice HenRy's chill attitude and just kept laughing like a psycho. You guys are so dumb. So stupid you can't even clock my power level, right? Jax figured his spatial magic only failed because HenRy got lucky, but playtime is officially over. He was going to wreck them all with his ultimate spell. As he's saying this, a magic space materializes, but when he looked at HenRy, my dude was still just standing there, totally unfazed. That whole vibe made Jax grind his teeth in pure rage. Right after, he started muttering some wild incantation. In a flash, a bunch of magic circles merged into one massive one. Seeing this, Sloane freaked out and yelled, no way, a level 7 spell. Kara also mumbled nervously. Even HenRy can't handle that. Julia's brow furrowed. Even in this totally hopeless situation, she just knew HenRy would figure something out. She trusted him, like, please, just win this, dude. Jax let out this nasty laugh, saying all confidently, you guys missed your one big chance. The time I spent prepping this spell, that was your only window to bounce. It's way too late for regrets now. Bro was monologuing for days. HenRy pouted, totally losing his patience. All right, you done with your little speech? Hearing that, Jax yelled back, totally pissed. There won't be a single speck of dust left of you. Eat my strongest spell. The moment he finished, this massive void just ripped open in space. The shockwave it sent out was so intense, it even rattled the KTLA news chopper hovering over downtown Los Angeles. Sloan shielded his eyes, muttering through clenched teeth. How are we supposed to fight against an attack like that? Ruby was super worried about HenRy and screamed a warning. HenRy, get out of there. Ryder chimed in too. You can't block that attack, man. Julia just stared at HenRy's back, her eyes filled with worry. Just then, Jax lets out a cold laugh. You can run if you want, but I'll just take out your friends to make up for it. So, I want to see what HenRy chooses. Run or get erased. That massive void closed in on HenRy in a heartbeat, but he just stood his ground, calm as ever. HenRy smirked and said, obviously, I'm gonna take it head on. Then, he pulled a mana crystal out of thin air. Seeing this, Jax scoffed in contempt. What kind of spell is that? You think that little rock can stop my magic? Suffer for your own ignorance. Turn to dust. Despite the old man's crazy rant, HenRy stayed completely chill. Right before the void could suck him in, he flicked the mana crystal from his hand. It shot forward like a bullet, tearing through the air and plunging straight into the spatial void. It quickly blended in. But a few seconds later, the void was completely shattered by the crystal. That sight made the color drain right out of Jax's face. Even Ruby's crew in the back were completely floored. They never expected HenRy to shatter a level 7 spell so easily. Jax's body started shaking uncontrollably as he muttered in disbelief. Why? Why did my magic just disappear? HenRy just snorted lightly and said in a flat tone. Why? Because the wind element gets cancelled out by the earth element, and a spell that takes that long to cast is just asking to be neutralized. He raised an eyebrow, totally taunting him. Don't the so-called magic elite from Park Avenue know something that basic? Jax couldn't believe it, grabbing his head and screaming. No, no way. My magic was beaten by a low-level spell like that. HenRy just pursed his lips and clicked his tongue. That's right. An amethyst crystal has 0 attack power. Even if it hits you, it won't do any real damage. However, it's packed with high-density mana, so it can neutralize other spells. Even with a huge level gap, consider this a free lesson. Jax glared at him, demanding, why would you even use a useless spell like that? Shrugging nonchalantly. HenRy said with a straight face, cause it's a spell I made up myself, just for kicks. Hearing that, Jax fell to his knees in total despair, mumbling over and over, you create magic. Just for kicks? I spent decades perfecting my spells. HenRy did not give a single care, walking over to him coldly and saying, now, it's time for you to face the consequences. Jax finally felt true fear and started begging. My mana is completely gone. I can't even move. HenRy gave a small smile, but it was 100% sinister. I don't want to waste any more time on pointless stuff. As he spoke, he raised his hand to flick Jax on the forehead. Seeing this, Jax probably thought the kid was an idiot. Did he really think a little forehead flick would take him down? But he seriously underestimated HenRy's power. With just a light flick of his finger, Jax did a few flips in midair before getting launched down the street. Seeing that, Julia and the others were completely stunned. He flew that far from just a little flick? Is HenRy even human? Just then, the police squad rushed in and slapped the cuffs on him. Seeing this, the reporter on the scene lit up and yelled into her mic. The elite mage is down. The captain of the Magic Special Ops unit, the one and only HenRy, takes the W. The people watching the live stream went absolutely feral in the chat. They were spamming W's and fire emojis like crazy. Finally, the good guys win. Back at the Fuyuka mansion. Since they won, the three of them ran over to hype HenRy up. He glanced over at them and didn't hold back. Y'all were fire out there, too. With that said, HenRy looked over at Jax being hauled away. These magic elites are nothing special. And this is supposed to be the pinnacle of New York high society. The current generation of mages really needs to be retrained. With that thought, HenRy walked up behind Jax and called out, Hey, I've got a question for you. Jax glanced back at him, waiting. HenRy got serious. After Mason's death, what did the magic elite do? They destroyed that ancient book from 50 years ago, didn't they? If so, why? Jax just snorted and said coldly, how could a commoner ever understand the profound philosophies of the magic elite? HenRy shot back, confused. What's that supposed to mean? Figure it out for yourself. Jax snorted, leaving him with that one cryptic line before being led away. HenRy was left staring after him, totally baffled. After the whole showdown with the Fuka clan, HenRy got dragged into a press conference. Sloan stood beside him and announced, We will now begin the press conference with the captain of the Magic Special Ops Unit, HenRy. First, let's have a few words from Captain HenRy himself. And for the next few days, HenRy's face was plastered all over every screen in Times Square. Meanwhile, the guy himself was on vacation in Hawaii. HenRy was sprawled out on a lounge chair, sighing to himself. What am I even doing in a place like this? Just then, someone walked up. It was Julia, wearing a cute bikini. She asked softly, "Is something wrong, HenRy?" A few days earlier, back at the NYPD conference room at One Police Plaza, everyone had been gathered together. Sloan had made an announcement. After hearing it, HenRy yelled in shock. "Did you just say we're going to Hawaii?" Sloan sighed. "Look, you all know this. The Magic Special Ops Unit has been getting a ton of buzz lately. We're completely overloaded, trying to handle all the attention from the public and the media." HenRy just stared at him, confused. Julia then showed him a video on her phone. The setting was their school, and the star of the show was HenRy. On top of that, the video was going viral on every social media platform. Ruby then spoke up. "The internet is flooded with articles about the Magic Special Ops Unit." Ryder added, "Yeah, even on TV, it's all news about the Magic Elite and us, with non-stop updates." Sloan looked over at HenRy and sighed. "The eyes of the entire country are on you guys. That's why I decided to give you all a vacation. Go to Hawaii and chill out until all this blows over." He said that thanks to HenRy, the team had gotten way stronger, and with support from the Misty family, they now had enough resources to handle any unexpected disasters or monster threats they might face. At that point, Sloan walked over and clapped HenRy on the shoulder with a smile. "You've all been working your butts off. Take this time to get some rest." And that's how HenRy and his crew ended up in Hawaii. Back to the present. After hearing Julia's question, HenRy sat up on his lounger, sighed, and said, "I was just thinking about some stuff." Julia nodded like she understood, then asked, "By the way, what do you think of this? Is it too weird?" HenRy gave her a serious once-over from head to toe before answering, "It's cute." That made Julia flustered, and her cheeks immediately turned bright red. HenRy didn't seem to notice and just kept talking calmly. "It goes really well with your hair color. It really suits you, like it was made for you. To put it simply, it's super cute." The more he talked, the more embarrassed Julia got, mumbling quietly, "Thanks." Just then, Ruby walked up, looking drop-dead gorgeous in a black bikini. She frowned and said, "So this is where you were? I've been looking all over for you." Seeing Ruby, HenRy's eyes scanned her from head to toe. Noticing his stare, Ruby asked suspiciously, "What, you got something to say?" HenRy just nodded coolly and gave her a casual compliment. "I was just thinking you look incredible." His words made Ruby jump, but HenRy just kept his cool, matter-of-fact expression. "You look like a model. Your fair, smooth skin really makes that swimsuit pop. You're definitely the best-looking girl on this beach." "I know that." Ruby mumbled shyly, then turned around and ran off. Somebody's blushing. "So who are you shipping, fam? Team Julia or Team Ruby? Let me know in the comments, and don't forget to smash that like button." Ryder, just watching from the sidelines, was completely shook. This dude was built different, for real. Not only was he not shy, he was dropping compliments so naturally, with zero ulterior motives. Just then, Kara pops up, laughing all hyped. "Jax is here." And oh my god, unlike the sisters' super sultry look, Kara was rocking this fire spaghetti strap romper. Ryder immediately thought, "Oh, I'm in trouble. This is seriously not good for my heart." When Kara was in her school uniform, it was whatever, but this was a whole different level of knockout. Kara totally ignored him and asked HenRy, "So, what do you think of my swimsuit?" Ryder was internally screaming, "Please don't say something weird about her. You know." "Bro, just stop. Do not say anything about it." While he was stressing, HenRy just nodded all cool saying the style was pretty dope. Ryder finally let out a breath he didn't know he was holding, thinking that was a super safe comment. Of course, Kara was beaming, her eyes sparkling. But wait, there's more. HenRy kept the praise train rolling. "The switch up from your usual look? It's a total glow-up. You look stunning, no cap, with this whole sophisticated woman vibe." His words made Kara blush so hard she looked like a tomato, and she mumbled with a shaky voice, Okay. Don't gas me up times much." Ryder was too late to stop the charm offensive and just sighed. "Dude, you are an absolute menace. You think maybe you're laying it on a little thick?" Shrugging like it was nothing, HenRy pouted and said, "What? I'm just keeping it real. When I think someone deserves a compliment, why wouldn't I say it?" He thought all three of them were beautiful, so he said so. HenRy asked if there was a problem with that. Ryder quickly shook his head. "Nah, man, no problem here. But, it made the three girls so uncomfy. All of them were blushing like crazy. Then, HenRy just pipes up, "Yo, Ryder, you're pretty ripped too, my guy. You've got a solid frame, and those simple swim trunks are a good look on you. You should own that." And just like that, it was Ryder's turn to get all flustered. He yelled, "Bro, don't compliment a dude like that." Moving past the major awkwardness, we had a blast on the beach, even tried riding a jet ski. That day of just having fun really helped everyone loosen up a ton. That evening, HenRy bounced from the hotel. His throat was dry after all the excitement, so he went looking for a bodega down the block to grab a drink. He'd only taken a few steps when he bumped into a familiar face, Julia, though he couldn't tell if she was posted up waiting for him or if it was just a coincidence. So, the two of them started walking together. As they strolled, Julia said, "Today was mad fun, wasn't it?" HenRy just gave a little nod. "I didn't think we'd get a chance to just chill and have a good time like this. I mean, we've been throwing down nonstop for a hot minute." Julia narrowed her eyes, checking out the guy next to her. She remembered seeing Ruby wearing a ring earlier. She thought it meant she was dating HenRy, but she was desperately praying that wasn't the vibe. She just couldn't see them as a couple, especially since HenRy had said he was single. Julia's mind was a total mess with all these thoughts, until she finally caved and said, "Hey, can I ask you something?" HenRy frowned a little. "You gonna ask about my powers again or what?" "It's not that." Julia shook her head. Taking a deep breath, she asked all hesitantly, "What's your type?" HenRy seemed a little thrown, but he answered quick, "I've never really given it much thought, to be honest." Julia pressed him, like, specifically, out of the three of us or someone with our kind of vibe. HenRy thought for a sec before dropping this bomb. "Probably all of you." Julia was completely floored by his answer. HenRy looked up at the starry New York sky and said with a smile, "Y'all are super cute and charming, and on top of that, you're all grinders. I dig people who always go all out." That was so not the answer she wanted. She pushed again, "But isn't that different from, like, a romantic thing?" HenRy frowned, all confused. "Is it? I always thought they were pretty much the same, but now that I think about it, I guess I like you the most." Julia froze solid, like she was completely unresponsive for a long moment. HenRy didn't seem to notice and kept going. "You've been real, serious, and kind since day one, and most importantly, you always give it your all." At that, he turned to look at the still frozen Julia and said with a huge smile, "Julia, I really, really like you." Y'all, those words, "really like you," hit her like a ton of bricks. She turned bright red and just crumpled right there on the sidewalk. Seeing this, HenRy totally freaked out. "Whoa, what's wrong? Are you okay?" Julia didn't answer. Low-key, she was on cloud 9. She knew HenRy didn't mean it in a romantic way, but it still made her ridiculously happy. She realized she was truly catching feelings for him. Meanwhile, while they were having their moment, Sloan back at the NYPD precinct was totally stressing. Tensions were getting crazy, and the public backlash against the magic nobles was getting louder. At the same time, there was way more support for the Special Magic Task Force to take over handling natural disasters and the whole monster situation. HenRy's rep was blowing up, fast. At the same time, the reputation of the Dark Mages was also on the rise. It looked like a major showdown was about to go down. Instead of things chilling out, the whole situation was just getting more and more intense. What was the right play now? Meanwhile, over at JFK International Airport, a flight from overseas had just landed in New York. A super cranky voice echoed from inside the terminal. "Looks like things got real messy while we were gone." Hearing that, another deeper voice chimed in, "Friggin' lightweights." The owner of that first irritated voice was the head of the Morai family, a magic noble named Blair. She spoke again, totally annoyed. "If I'd been here, this whole disaster would have been cleaned up in, like, 5 minutes." The other guy was the head of the Kai crew, Brock, and he wasn't happy either. 1 week later, back at HenRy's apartment, Julia was cheerfully cooking up a storm in the kitchen. HenRy, chilling in the living room, couldn't help but sigh. "We're back way sooner than I expected." Hearing him, Ruby slowly replied, "It looks like the Special Magic Task Force got the media involved, and the school pitched in too." HenRy was much more relaxed, pouting as he said, "Finally, we can actually chill for a minute." As they were talking, Julia poked her head out of the kitchen and yelled, "Can you help me with the plates?" HenRy immediately nodded. "You got it. I'm on it." A little while later, a seriously delicious feast was laid out on the table. While eating, Julia asked, "School starts again tomorrow, but are you sure everything's going to be cool?" HenRy answered all casual, "The cops and the school have our backs. The hype around the Special Magic Task Force has probably blown over by now, don't you think?" He figured everyone would just get bored and move on. But when he showed up at school, HenRy realized how dead wrong he was. A whole mob of girls swarmed him, asking for his number, what his ideal type was, and like a million other questions. Meanwhile, Ruby was getting mobbed by a bunch of guys. Of course, both Ruby and Ryder were getting the same treatment. The two of them had always been popular, but after everything that went down, it was on a whole new level. Ruby, living up to her Ice Queen reputation, paid them no mind and stormed right into HenRy's classroom, shouting, "Sorry to bust in, we came to grab you for lunch, but, wow, it's a total zoo in here today." HenRy pouted. "You call this a bit of a zoo?" Julia chimed in helplessly. "Apparently, this is nothing. I heard it was way crazier before, when kids from other schools were flooding the place." Ryder, on the other hand, was used to this kind of chaos because of Ruby. As they were all taking in the wild scene, Ruby suddenly said, "Oh, by the way, HenRy, we're out of toilet paper, so we should probably hit up a Target on the way home. HenRy replied completely casually. Bet. We can grab more of those bath bombs too. You've been wanting to try some for a while, right? He was looking at Julia when he said it. Ruby was left completely speechless. Everyone else heard their whole conversation and immediately started whispering and giggling, which totally sent Ruby into a panic. She literally shoved the other two out of the room, like, whatever, let's just go to the roof. Up on the rooftop, the four of them were having lunch, like always. After hearing the tea about HenRy's crew living situation, Ryder literally screamed, "Wait, hold up. You guys are all crashing at HenRy's place." He was thinking they had to be dating, but then again, who knows with these people? Normally, he'd be against it, but since it was HenRy, he figured it was probably fine. Thinking this, Ryder turned to Ruby and said, "If you ever need anything, just hit me up. I'll do whatever I can to help." Ruby nodded slightly. "I really appreciate that." Julia also thanked him. Then, Ryder glanced over at HenRy and said, "Hey, HenRy, listen man. I think we're past all that formal crap. We're cool if I just call you HenRy, right?" HenRy nodded without even thinking. "Yeah, for sure, dude. Call me whatever you want." Ryder was thrilled to hear it, but Julia was totally lost. Not sure what she was supposed to call him now. Ruby, however, was deep in thought. This was a massive deal, living together, and everything. But she quickly shook her head, telling herself they weren't doing anything wrong. With that thought, Julia glanced over at HenRy, her eyes all shy. She wondered if HenRy ever felt weird about the situation. Of course, HenRy was completely clueless about Julia's complicated feelings. He was just happily chatting with Ryder. The day went by, and as usual, the three of them ate, did their own thing, and then all crashed in the same room for the night. Naturally, the two sisters, Julia and Ruby, took the bed, while HenRy slept on the floor. But even late into the night, Julia's eyes were wide open. She couldn't fall asleep. She glanced at the other two. How were they sleeping so peacefully? Was she the only one totally bugging out about this? The more she thought, the more annoyed she got. She rolled over, shut her eyes tight, and tried to force herself to sleep. It wasn't long before she finally dozed off. But as soon as Julia was out, another pair of eyes opened. It was Ruby, and she couldn't sleep either. Ruby wondered the same thing as her sister. Why were the other two sleeping so soundly when she couldn't? Was she the only one bothered by this? Ruby still wasn't used to sharing a room with HenRy. Thinking about it, she sat up in bed. She didn't get why she was so stressed, or why this whole thing was getting to her so much. Ruby peeked at HenRy on the floor, sleeping soundly, and in a flash, her cheeks flushed bright red. She finally gave up and buried her head under the covers. Ruby couldn't stop thinking about how she should address HenRy. Even the next morning, on the way to school, it was still bugging her. Ryder was already calling him HenRy, which meant she was the only one left being all formal. When was the right time to switch? Why was she hesitating so much? What was there to be shy about? She should just call him HenRy like it's no big deal, right? He wouldn't mind. With that thought, Ruby took a deep breath, ready to say his name, but the word got stuck in her throat and she just couldn't get it out. Her super weird behavior left HenRy baffled. Ruby awkwardly changed the subject. "Let's just have a good day today." This only made HenRy more confused, and he mumbled, "K, that was super random." Ruby clutched her head in frustration, mentally kicking herself for being unable to just say it. Even at lunch on the rooftop, Ruby tried her best to call him by his first name, but she just couldn't bring herself to do it. So get this, all day long, Ruby was just randomly calling out HenRy's name and then saying the most random, sus stuff. Like, her weird behavior went on for a whole day, leaving HenRy totally clueless. Like, what is even happening right now? That night, Ruby was literally twisting in her sheets, couldn't sleep a wink. She was always dodging the real talk. She really should have just spit it out sooner. Ruby thought she'd never been such a chicken. After basically zero sleep, HenRy's crew of 4 headed to school like normal. Only Ruby was dragging her feet, totally on mute. HenRy knew something was up, so he walked up next to her and was like, "Yo, you good? You looking kinda pale or something?" Ruby just shook her head a little and replied, "I'm fine, Kusanagi." Hearing his last name, HenRy narrowed his eyes at her and said, "All cold, don't call me that." "Oh my god." Ruby just stared at him, completely shook. HenRy spoke slowly, "We're not randoms, you know. Stop calling me Kusanagi, Ruby." His words left Ruby's brain in a total pretzel. A second later, she turned her head to hide her blushing face, mumbling super low-key, "If you insist, then. I guess I can change, HenRy." And with that, bam, that gorgeous smile was finally back on her face. Meanwhile, the magical elite were having a secret meeting because of all the recent drama. An impatient Hinata was like, "Okay people, our whole status as elite mages is on the line here." She said it was all because of the rise of this new magic special ops squad, all for some mystery person's benefit. They couldn't just sit around and do nothing. Hearing this, Riku frowned and hesitantly mumbled, "But their captain is." HenRy. How are we supposed to deal with him? Hinata nodded slightly, glancing at the person across from her and asking, I agree. What's your take on this? Cyrus was there too, obvious, and he thought for a sec before saying, I just do what my boss says. This attitude totally set Hinata off, and she yelled, still the strong, silent type. Huh, got an actual opinion or what? Cyrus hesitated for a second before finally saying, pretty sure HenRy has no clue who I am. Hinata was a little surprised, whispering to herself, wait, you think he doesn't even know we're a thing? Cyrus just nodded a bit. Yeah, that's highly likely. Riku narrowed his eyes at them both and asked, so we need to test him then. He could be useful to us. Hinata was totally on board with that, she declared. All aggressive. And if he's useless, we'll just get rid of him. Hearing them, Cyrus's face had this look of, I am so over this, and he just clammed up. Back with HenRy, he obviously had zero idea any of this was going down. He was in some NYPD training room on Pearl Street. HenRy pointed at a map and said, the next disaster is going to hit Chicago. The disasters are still following the same pattern as 50 years ago, except for the smaller ones. Hearing this, Rui frowned and said, it's already been all over CNN and Twitter. Ruby nodded, adding, the way they pop up might be the same, but the number of attacks has totally tanked. Kara, sitting in the front, also said hesitantly, we can't predict the next one, so the cops out in Chicago are just on standby, basically. Dan Mac nodded, and HenRy casually added, disaster response is facing a ton of problems right now, but other places don't have a specialized team like our Magic Special Ops unit. But just as he finished, Sloane suddenly burst out laughing. Ha! Knew you were gonna say that, HenRy. HenRy just stared at him, completely startled, with no clue what he was plotting. Sloane smirked, saying all smug, the T is, we're working hard to set up a second Magic Special Ops unit out in Chicago. The moment he said it, Ruby's group was stunned, asking in disbelief. Wait, a second team? Are you for real? Dan Mac just nodded. Sloane smiled and said, that's right, a collab between the National Guard and the cops to level up disaster response. In fact, they've even asked us to go show them the ropes. At this point, he looked at HenRy with this super slick smile and asked, you're down to go, right, HenRy? HenRy let out a tiny sigh and said reluctantly, dude, you always have a way of roping me into things. Fine. I don't really have a reason to say no. Hearing that, Sloane cheered. Awesome. Plus, there's actually someone there who's dying to meet you. This person survived that massive disaster 50 years back and is also one of the last OGs who makes anti-monster gear, Shizuku. Hearing that name, HenRy immediately froze. Yo, that name hit him like a ton of bricks. Sloane didn't notice HenRy's whole vibe shift and kept smiling. She's super interested in you and wants to meet in person. Don't stress about it, it's chill. HenRy shook his head a little and said casually, no, I'm gonna meet her. Sloane smiled, satisfied. That's great to hear. After all, Takagami was the one who designed the sick uniforms for the Magic Special Ops unit. HenRy didn't say anything. His mind was just racing about that name, Shizuku. Sloane finally noticed HenRy was vibing weird but couldn't figure out why. That afternoon, HenRy grabbed his suitcase and headed to JFK, ready to fly to Chicago. The other three came to see him off. In front of the terminal, HenRy smiled and said, all right guys, I'm out of here. Rui's group of three nodded, then each said their goodbyes. HenRy suddenly remembered something and quickly said, oh, shoot, I almost forgot to give you guys this. With that, he pulled a few bracelets out of his backpack and gave them to them. Ruby's crew of three was super confused but put them on like HenRy asked. He narrowed his eyes at them and instructed, you need to wear these until I get back, and like, for real, don't take these off for any reason. The three of them quickly replied, got it. HenRy nodded, but still asked with a bit of worry, y'all gonna be good while I'm gone, right? What do you guys think these bracelets do? Drop your theories in the comments. Rui chuckled and replied, we can handle ourselves now, bro. We've leveled up. Just go to Chicago without worrying. Ruby and Kara totally agreed with her. Hearing that, HenRy finally felt at ease and left. He waved goodbye to the three of them. All right, good. I trust you guys. Soon after, HenRy hopped on the plane. He plopped down in his seat and let out a sigh of relief. Finally off my feet. Everything's just like that wild flight to Miami, but security here is seriously tight. But whatever, I can't shake the feeling that this seat is a little sus. Sloane really did hook him up, though. HenRy could fly to Chicago without a single worry, just had to grab his bag and go. Just then, HenRy noticed two people who had just boarded, and oh my god, it was Hinata and Riku. Coincidence, or was this planned? They were on the same flight as HenRy, and even though they were sitting pretty far away, they were straight up staring holes into him. This made him super suspicious. Who are they? He thought. Mages. For sure. They've got some serious power vibes. It seemed like there were a lot of people like that on this flight, but with security this intense, there probably wouldn't be any trouble. And right after that, another group boarded. HenRy stopped paying attention. Before long, the plane finally took off from New York. Since he was in business class, HenRy was served some bougie-looking meal. His eyes immediately lit up. Okay, this food looks insane. So HenRy was like, drama can wait, and just started chowing down, living his best life. At the same time, a few guys on the flight were constantly watching the other passengers, looking super shady. Right after, a dude with curly hair and glasses suddenly got up. The guy walked past HenRy's seat, but he didn't even notice. He was too busy enjoying the amazing food and the incredible view from his window seat at 30,000 feet. A little me time in the sky. Don't mind if I do. But it looked like HenRy's chill time was about to get cancelled. And yep, a few hijackers grabbed a flight attendant as a hostage and then aggressively yelled, "Everybody freeze." Not only that, but the other passengers were also being tied up, and they even had a mage posted up watching HenRy. This was a full-on hijacking, but they had no clue that on this plane was a top-tier mage, HenRy, as well as two elite mages, Hinata and Riku. Laugh my ass off, these clowns had some seriously bad luck to run into this crew. Like, did these dudes forget to check their horoscopes today or something? HenRy narrowed his eyes at the hijackers, deep in thought. These were rogue mages, and there were 10 of them. If he took them down one by one, the passengers would be in danger. Besides, casting high-level magic could literally rip this plane in half. He probably couldn't handle this solo. Meanwhile, the passengers started screaming, which pissed off the hijackers, who yelled, "Shut your traps. Who said you could talk? You want to die or something?" There was even a kid on the plane, who clung to his dad in fear, sobbing, "Daddy, I'm scared." The kid's dad could only whisper comfortingly, "It's okay, sweetie." Just then, the leader of the hijackers yelled, "Our demand is simple. Release the members of the Black Rebellion." No one answered. Dead silence filled the cabin, so the leader yelled again, "We will not tolerate the unfair treatment of mages, you weak-ass normals." He said they had 5 minutes to contact the people on the ground and tell them to free their comrades, or they would start dropping hostages one by one. Up in the cockpit, the captain heard the hijackers' warning, and his face immediately went pale. In the passenger cabin, HenRy was thinking, "Okay, clock's ticking, gotta make a move." At the same time, Hinata was so done with this. Riku, on the other hand, was quiet, but his expression was not happy at all. Both of them simultaneously started flexing their magic. HenRy sensed their energy, frowned a little, and looked like he was about to make a move too. The other two noticed his gaze and looked over at the same time. At that exact moment, the hijackers also noticed HenRy and quickly warned him, "Yo, pretty boy, you twitch and you're dead." But the second they finished talking, Hinata and Riku sprang into action, no hesitation, just straight up clocking the two dudes nearest to them. Riku used something wrapped in black cloth and smashed it hard into another hijacker's face. Then he charged forward again. But when he got there, he saw that HenRy had already taken care of the hijackers on his side. The three of them just stood there for a second, looking at each other with this clear understanding in their eyes. Like, "Okay, bet, let's do this." Hinata gave a slight nod, and instantly, all three of them took off. Seeing them, the hijackers started to panic. But before they could even react, one of them caught a punch from HenRy that sent him flying. Riku wasn't playing either. He had drawn his sword from its sheath and started slicing and dicing the hijackers. Hinata wasn't just standing around. She moved with lightning speed, darting past the passenger seats. One of the hijackers saw this and immediately tried to blast her with a magic attack, but it was way too slow. Hinata was already using his face as a step stool to get past. She scoffed, "Nice try, loser." Seeing them rise up and fight back, the leader immediately threatened, "Enough. I've had enough of this. If it's come to this, then everyone's going down together." He said he would kill them all. As soon as he finished speaking, the magic in the leader's hand was pointed right at the flight attendant. But before he could even blink, HenRy aggressively charged forward and sent him to the moon with a single kick. He snorted, "Too slow." Hinata also decked a hijacker and pouted, "Too weak." Riku took down the last one and said coolly, "Too naive." In the blink of an eye, the three of them had taken down the entire group of hijackers. The passengers who saw this were totally stunned, but they snapped out of it quick. They were saved. Everyone started cheering like crazy. Smash that like button if you think that was an epic takedown. Hinata just blew past them and walked right up to the leader. Pathetic. "This'll be over in a flash," she said, total Ice Queen vibe. But right then, HenRy saw something and yelled out, but got cut off. Hinata was like, "Huh, what's he on about?" But without explaining, HenRy just bolted. He sprinted into the cockpit and, yup, there was a hijacker holding the pilot with a piece pointed right at him. Seeing them rush in, the dude immediately started screaming a warning. "Don't come any closer if you take one more step." But our crew, not even sweating it. Hinata was fuming, gritting her teeth. "Shut your mouth and get wrecked." She instantly launched herself at the hijacker and clocked him one. Even though the piece went off, the pilot was totally fine because HenRy threw up a protective barrier. Talk about clutch. But now, HenRy didn't look so hot. He frowned and muttered, "This is not good." And as soon as he said that, the pilot's controls went completely haywire. The whole plane started shaking violently. All three of them were stumbling, couldn't even stand up straight. The passengers out in the cabin were getting tossed around, too. Inside the cockpit, Hinata demanded, "What's going on?" The pilot answered with a shaky voice, "The system's totally fried. The radio's dead, too. If this keeps up, we're gonna crash." Hearing that, Hinata totally freaked out. "What did you just say?" "Damn it, do something." In the middle of all the chaos, the cockpit window just shattered. The suction from outside made it hard for everyone inside to stay on their feet. The co-pilot next to him started shivering uncontrollably. "It's so cold. We're gonna be popsicles before we even hit the ground." Hinata couldn't help but panic even more. "This is serious. What the heck are we supposed to do now?" Riku said helplessly. "I guess we're all going down together." Hinata shot back, totally pissed off. "Don't say messed up stuff like that. You idiot, dang it. Is there really no other way?" Riku just gave her this slow, sad nod, his eyes full of despair. That's right, things were looking grim. The co-pilot was in a full-blown panic, crying his eyes out. "It's hopeless. We can't be saved. It's over. We're all gonna get wrecked." But just as despair filled the cockpit, HenRy suddenly spoke up. "It's not a problem." Hearing this, the co-pilot asked in disbelief, "What do you mean it's not a problem? We're literally about to become a crater." HenRy looked at him confidently, a smirk playing on his face. "I'm going to save everyone." The co-pilot stared at him, totally incredulous. "No way. This isn't something a normal person can do. It's all over. We're gonna die." Seeing him start to cry again, HenRy let out a weary sigh. Right after that, HenRy just strolled over to the shattered window. His move made the pilot yell out in alarm, "Hey, what are you doing?" But HenRy didn't answer. He just jumped straight out. Seeing this, Hinata rushed over, screaming in panic. "That little troll just bailed on us." But just then, the plane suddenly lurched and then started gliding, diving straight down. The pilot felt it and was stunned. We're nosediving at an insane speed. At this rate, yikes. The plane would smash into the ocean in just a few minutes. The passengers outside could feel the nosedive and started screaming in pure terror. Desperate cries echoed through the cabin. A little girl clung to her father, crying her eyes out in fear. In the cockpit, the pilot tried his best to hold onto the controls, but the plane kept plummeting, getting dangerously close to the vast ocean below. In a split second, it suddenly changed direction and then shot up into the sky. The pilot stared at the readings in front of him, completely confused. The speed is starting to stabilize. Are we saved? What just happened? Hinata seemed to realize something, muttering under her breath. It was him. He did it. Y'all, get this. HenRy was at the tail of the plane, single-handedly holding the entire aircraft up. No cap. HenRy had created this massive shield with a crazy amount of magic, juiced up his physical strength with mana, and was using wind magic to steer the plane. Holding up a whole jet like this was a first for him and a huge challenge, but luckily, my dude pulled it off. When the pilot found out why, he cried out in disbelief, "This is insane. We're thousands of feet above the ground. Not to mention this plane weighs 230 tons. How can one person do something like this?" Even Hinata couldn't help but be in awe. Magic Special Ops Captain, HenRy, we're rolling with an absolute god-tier monster. After the chaos, the flight attendant finally announced that they were safe. Everyone on the plane let out a huge sigh of relief. They were finally saved. The little girl who was panicking earlier asked innocently, "Daddy, are we safe now?" Her dad immediately nodded to reassure her. "Yeah, don't worry anymore." But at that moment, the pilot was still super worried, muttering to himself, "But we can't chill just yet. The landing system is fried. A safe landing now depends 100% on him." And of course, HenRy was still back there, basically bench pressing a Boeing. Once it was close enough to the ground, he created a barrier, finally letting it touch down. HenRy bit his lip hard, his whole body trembling as his feet literally ground against the tarmac for a super long way. It looked brutal, but it was a safe landing. HenRy let out this massive sigh of relief. It finally landed. The passengers on this flight had just stared death in the face and were now joyfully hugging each other. The pilot was incredibly grateful to HenRy. He looked down from the cockpit and said with a smile, "Thank you, Captain HenRy." Hinata and Riku also watched HenRy silently from the plane, their minds totally blown. A little while later, at the LAX exit, a whole mob of reporters surrounded HenRy, just bombarding him with questions. He sighed in frustration. Same old annoying hassle. Luckily, airport security stepped in to hold back the reporters. HenRy was finally able to get away from them and was escorted by security to meet some lady named Shizuku. But before he could even meet her, he was blocked by Hinata and Riku. Hinata raised an eyebrow at HenRy, smirking. "Gotta say, I'm pretty impressed with what you just did." Shrugging nonchalantly, HenRy was dismissive. It wasn't really a big deal. Before he could even finish his sentence, Hinata huffed, annoyed. Are you trying to flex on us right now? Riku, on the other hand, was all genuine praise. That was some seriously next-level magic back there. Hearing that, HenRy complimented them back. You two weren't too shabby yourselves. The conversation started to get all stiff and formal, which made Hinata lose her patience. She waved her hand and said, whatever, just keep doing your best. Magic Special Ops Captain, HenRy. We'll be seeing you around. Then, Hinata and Riku bounced. HenRy just watched their backs as they walked away, not saying a word. A few hours later, in a swanky mansion on the Gold Coast in Chicago, an old woman was standing by the window, lost in thought. She was looking at the pictures on a shelf. Just then, there was a knock on the door, followed by a voice reporting, Ma'am, your guest is here. Send them in, the old woman said softly, putting down the photo. A moment later, the servant led HenRy in. Seeing him, the old woman immediately broke into a smile. I've been waiting for you, HenRy. Afterwards, the two of them sat down at a table. The old woman began to speak slowly. The reason I wanted to see you is simple. I'm interested in you. HenRy's achievements were legit impressive, but what's more, his magic was a dead ringer for times persons her teacher and old ally, Mason. Void magic is a super rare type of magic. It was a magic that Mason could use like it was nothing, but it was difficult to cast, and only a few mages could use it right, so it was often seen as kinda useless. But HenRy could use that magic. The old woman asked who taught him. How could he use the same type of magic as Mason? But at that moment, HenRy just burst out laughing, which totally confused the old woman. HenRy looked at her with narrowed eyes and said with a slight smile, Oh man, you really haven't changed a bit, have you, Shizuku? The second something piques your interest, you just jump right on it, don't you? It turns out this old woman was Shizuku, the person HenRy needed to meet in Chicago. Shizuku looked at him, bewildered, and asked, have we met before? Smiling faintly, HenRy replied casually, we have. So many times I can't even count. It's only natural that I can use Mason's magic. And then HenRy, with a straight face, tells her that he times Mason. The tea is scalding. This left Shizuku completely stunned. She didn't react for a long time. But soon enough, Shizuku snapped out of it and let out this super tired sigh. She spoke slowly, saying that a bunch of people had tried this scam before. They would claim to have a connection to Mason, trying to get close to her. Relatives, friends, old flames, even secret kids. But Shizuku had never imagined someone would have the audacity to claim to be Mason himself. What do you guys think? Drop your theories below. With that, she got up from her chair, looking totally let down. Look, I'm sorry if this is rude, and I know I'm the one who hit you up, but could you please just bounce now? But Mason just sat there, cool as a cucumber, and dropped this bomb. So, funny story, I just met these two brothers. The younger one had a Mason doll. She just looked at him all suspicious and was like, and, what's the tea? Mason smirked and said, you're the one who said it, right? That you wanted to make a doll that looked exactly like me. Shizuku's mind flashed back, and she was totally shook. Wait, how in the world could you know that? Mason just had this matter-of-fact look on his face, smirking as he replied, just like you said, my dolls are out there making kids feel better. To this day, Mason is still looking out for everyone. Shizuku stared at him, completely bug-eyed, muttering in a total daze. No way. Is this for real? Is it actually you? Mason, getting a little annoyed, was like, dude, you still not buying it. Fine, I got another story for you. Shizuku immediately plopped back down in her seat, trying to process what he just said. In like 2 seconds, her face was a total roller coaster of emotions as Mason started spilling more old stories. We're talking inside jokes and memories that only the two of them could ever know. Shizuku listened without saying a word, and finally, this huge smile spread across her face. Oh my god, it really is you. Mason was a little exasperated, pouting as he spoke, took you long enough. I was starting to think I'd have to show you my birth certificate from the 1800s or something. Lol. She shot back. Well, excuse me. Coming back from the dead isn't exactly something you see every day on the streets of New York. You were always extra, but this is a whole new level. Saying that, she just let out a huge sigh. After you, you know. In the final great catastrophe, everything was a total mess. Mason just looked at Shizuku, not really sure what to say about what went down 50 years ago. Before he could even get a word out, Shizuku spoke again, her voice all thick with emotion. But for real, I am so happy to see you again. I really am. Mason just gave her this warm smile and a little nod. What started as this weird senior-junior meeting totally turned into two old besties catching up. And that's when Mason got serious again. Shizuku, you know what really went down these past 50 years, don't you? All the magic knowledge is gone. Mages are weak AF. There's nothing but fake news about Mason, and now these magic nobles are running around Los Angeles like they own the place. He basically begged Shizuku to spill the tea on what really happened. Mason was desperate to know the truth about the last 50 years. Shizuku hesitated for a second, then finally just sighed and said, "I'm so sorry." But right then, her phone started buzzing, and her whole vibe changed in a split second. Seeing her face, Mason asked with concern, "Yo, is everything okay?" Shizuku got all shady, stuttering as she shook her head. "What ifs? It's getting hella late. We can deal with this drama tomorrow. And yo, since you're already here, just crash for the night, man." HenRy didn't even think twice and just headed to the room Skylar pointed him to. But yo, in the dead of night, some shady figure just creeps into his room, sword and all. And get this, the visitor was none other than Cyrus. He snuck up to the bed, totally ready to end HenRy right then and there. Not even hesitating, he brought that sword down hard. But when he saw what was under the covers, Cyrus totally froze. Oh my god, the bed was empty, and HenRy was just standing on the side with this smug little smirk, like, "So not cool, my dude, trying to jump someone in their sleep. You're that guy from earlier today, right?" Cyrus didn't say a word, just gave him this intense death stare. Without a sound, he lunged again. But HenRy, smooth as ever, just dodged it. Cyrus was crazy fast, but in like a split second, he landed a kick that literally yeeted HenRy through the window. Oof. HenRy got thrown out into the yard, but Cyrus was not playing around. He straight up summoned a Tier 1 magic attack aimed right at HenRy. Not taking any chances, HenRy threw up a barrier to block it. And just like that, Cyrus's magic blast was stopped dead by the shield. But Cyrus did not stop there. He just viciously slashed with his sword, and get this, HenRy's barrier split right in two. HenRy had to jump back a few feet, fast. He's eyeing the sword in Cyrus's hand and says with a grin, "Yo, sweet blade. It sliced right through my magic shield like butter. Is that some kind of anti-magic gear?" But Cyrus just stayed dead silent, not saying a single word. Total edgelord vibes. Shrugging like it was no big deal, HenRy smirked, "Silence is golden, huh? Guess asking why you're trying to send me to the Shadow Realm is a waste of breath. Aight then, let's have some fun." As he said it, he unleashed his own insane magic power. Cyrus didn't back down, just tightened his grip on his sword and rushed in again. A little glint of excitement flashed in HenRy's eyes. He finally had a legit opponent to play with, but before he could even make a move, a voice screamed, "That's enough. And you guys, it was Haley. She was in on it too." Not even surprised, HenRy just said calmly, "I knew you were part of this whole mess." Haley just narrowed her eyes at him and said with this icy smile, "Don't fight it, HenRy Kusanagi. We've got hostages. You have a lot of friends in Los Angeles, don't you?" Then, Haley whips out her phone and shows him a video clip. It was a live feed of Ryder's house and HenRy's place over on Rodeo Drive, where Mia and her sister were staying, with a bunch of dudes in black suits standing guard outside. HenRy's brow furrowed as he watched. "What do you guys even want?" Haley just smiled, all cool and smug. "First, let us introduce ourselves. I'm a magic noble and the head of the Hamurai clan, Haley Hamurai." After she said her piece, she gave Cyrus a little nudge. At the cue, Cyrus slowly introduced himself, "Magic noble, head of the Kai clan, Cyrus Kai." With the intros out of the way, Haley got straight to the point. "We have a proposition for you, join us. As a magic noble, HenRy will get all the fame and clout, not to mention money, power, and all the girls he could ever want. Literally anything you want, and most importantly, you'll be able to protect your friends. After all, their orders are absolute." She told HenRy to think it over, because even if he got away this time, he'd be hunted by them, the magic nobles, for the rest of his life. No cap. HenRy didn't answer, just listened silently. Haley kept laying on the pressure. "You might be the strongest guy in the world, but when you're eating, showering, sleeping, or away from your friends like you are right now, can you really protect them? Answer me." HenRy didn't hesitate for a single second. Hard pass. Hearing that, Haley didn't even flinch, just warned him coldly, "Is that right? Well, for the greater good, some sacrifices are necessary. Teach him a lesson he'll never forget, so he won't be so cocky again." As soon as the order was given, the goons sneaking into Ryder's and Luke's places made their move. But then, at the exact same moment, the bracelets on all three of them lit up, and this massive surge of magic power just exploded out. Seeing this, the guys in black started to totally freak out. In a flash, that magic power took the form of, like, a ghost. The figure was clearly HenRy, and it immediately started moving toward the intruders, looking pissed. There was zero response from the other end. And Haley finally started to lose her cool, yelling into her calm, "Hey, what's going on? Report." Too bad for her, there was no one left to answer. That surge of magic had captured all the men in black, then totally crushed them on the spot without making a single sound. Cyrus quickly figured it out, muttering, "They've been eliminated." Yikes. Haley stared at HenRy in total horror, demanding, "What did you do?" HenRy just shrugged, smirking. Y'all should have seen that coming, unless you're complete morons. At his words, fury just blazed in Haley's eyes. She snapped, "You annoying little roach. But I'll admit, your counter to the hostage play wasn't half bad. Looks like you passed the first test." HenRy frowned at that, asking suspiciously, "Wait, you guys set up that robbery too?" Haley just shook her head. "That was a happy little accident. We never do something that basic. So let's just move on to the second test." The moment she finished speaking, both Haley and Cyrus unleashed their magic power. HenRy just narrowed his eyes at them, saying flatly, "I'd really like to back out of this, if I could." "Yeah, right. In your dreams, buddy." With a cold scoff, Hannah rushed him. Rick was right on her tail. Hannah unleashed this insane flurry of kicks at Milo, but he surprisingly blocked every single one. The impact sent Hannah flying back. But she didn't quit. She instantly whipped out her fire magic and attacked. With a massive K-boom, a blinding explosion of fire just lit up the whole sky. But when the smoke cleared, HenRy was just standing there without a single scratch on him. "You guys, not one." Just then, Cyrus charged in with his sword. The blade aimed perfectly for HenRy's neck, only to be stopped by another one of his barriers. HenRy smirked. Wow, anyone else would have been absolute toast. His casual attitude was seriously ticking Haley off, and she yelled, "Don't get so cocky." Right after, a pillar of fire erupted, hot enough to literally melt steel. But HenRy didn't even flinch, just calmly countered with a massive wave of water. He even added this condescending smirk, not a bad incantation. With a huge crash, the two powers collided like crazy. But just like in real life, the water quickly doused the flames. LOL. Haley was so mad when she saw this. She gritted her teeth. "So the rumors are true. You can cast spells without an incantation, and you just countered mine with a tier 3 spell. Are you making fun of my magic?" Just then, Cyrus charged again, swinging his sword at HenRy. But he was way too slow. HenRy used a blink spell to just teleport out of the way, taunting them the whole time. "You can't use your full power on the ground, can you? So why not take it to the sky? You're getting way too confident." Haley screamed in rage, then shot up into the air. Cyrus followed right behind her. Facing HenRy, Haley gritted her teeth and muttered, "Maybe we did underestimate you. No more holding back." The second she said that, she and Cyrus began casting a joint spell. Oh snap, it's getting real. In an instant, a fire and an earth spell materialized. They both yelled together, "Our attack will annihilate everything." A massive demonic flame shot furiously toward HenRy. Next to it, a giant boulder was ready to crush him. Haley, looking so sure of herself, gloated, "This spell has enough power to wipe half of Manhattan off the map. You think you can stop it?" In a flash, the demonic flame and the giant boulder combined, looking like a literal meteor hurtling towards the earth. But HenRy didn't even look worried. He just scoffed. Then, he summoned a tier 7 void magic spell called Dispel to counter it. Instantly, a massive surge of magic power just enveloped the flaming rock. In less than 3 seconds, it completely vanished into thin air. Poof, gone. The sight left Haley and Cyrus completely speechless, jaws on the floor. HenRy just scoffed. "Of course it did. I just broke down and scattered the magic energy." Haley stared at him in disbelief, yelling, "No way. That's cheating. I don't accept this. You failed the test. Everything so far has just been a game. Now, I'll show you my real power." With that, she unleashed her magic again. But HenRy wasn't even paying attention to her, because he sensed something else appearing. Even Haley and Cyrus felt it, crying out in terror. "This energy signature, it's here." HenRy looked up at the sky, which had turned a creepy blood red, signaling that a major catastrophe was about to go down. He frowned, lost in thought. Way too many things were happening at once. This could not be a coincidence. All three of them turned towards the source of the catastrophe. Without even changing his clothes, HenRy was ready to bolt. But Haley yelled furiously, "Are you kidding me? Who gives a damn about some catastrophe? I'm going to crush you right here and now." Right after, she charged at HenRy again like a total maniac. But Cyrus grabbed her from behind and pulled her back. He reminded her in a low voice, "Don't forget our mission." Haley bit her lip, super pissed off, but finally backed down. HenRy wasn't scared of them at all. He just said calmly, "Sorry, but our little brawl will have to wait. I'm gonna go handle this catastrophe first." With that, HenRy looked off into the distance. "That's Dutton Borough, if I remember right. That place has been a total wasteland ever since the Great Cataclysm 50 years ago. Even without a new disaster, monsters are constantly spawning there." HenRy figured no one would ever go there, unless they were a complete fool. He quickly started running that way, using his magic to scan the area, and yeah, tons of monsters were pouring out. If they weren't contained, they could swarm into residential areas like the Upper East Side, and handling them alone would be tough. While he was worrying about this, Cyrus appeared next to him and said quietly, "We'll give you a hand." HenRy nodded. "Thanks, I appreciate it. Weren't you just trying to kill me like a minute ago?" Cyrus just shook his head and replied super casually. We were just testing you, and you passed. That's all there is to it. Haley, for once, was completely silent, just trailing behind them. HenRy didn't pay her any mind, just thinking to himself that his problems were really starting to stack up. Soon, they reached the area where the monsters were swarming. There were magic beasts and demon soldiers, just pouring out and attacking everything in sight. Haley landed on the ground and scoffed. Time for a monster hunt. The words were barely out of her mouth before she summoned her fire magic, incinerating a whole horde of monsters in front of her. On the other side, Cyrus wasn't slacking either. His sword was a total blur as he cut down beast after beast. HenRy was even busier, casting a non-stop barrage of spells, and in an instant, dozens of magic bolts filled the air. The bolts shot out relentlessly, taking down monster after monster. HenRy glanced down, figuring he'd clear out all the little minions while waiting for the big boss to show up. But then, he suddenly spotted a lone figure inside the ruined city. It was a middle-aged man with a cane, walking quickly. HenRy rushed over to him, yelling out, "Hey, sorry to bother you, but are you alright? What do you guys think is gonna happen next? Drop your theories in the comments." But yo, he got ghosted. Mason jogged after the old dude, trying to warn him, "Hey, Pops, this area is super sketchy. I think we should get you somewhere safer, for real." Saying that, Mason reached out to grab the guy's arm. But right then, the man whipped his head around like something out of a horror movie and just death stared him, making Mason literally jump back. The man saw he messed up his creepy vibe check and quickly was like, "Thanks for the concern, kid. I'm good, don't worry about me." Then he just dipped. Mason watched the guy's back, feeling hella weirded out. Like, why was an old man like him just hanging around a war zone in Los Angeles? Plus, he looked crazy familiar. Who the heck was he? The man walked straight outside to some blacked-out SUV that was already waiting. He hopped in and told the driver to floor it. A little later, the cops and the freaking National Guard rolled up. They jumped in on taking out the monsters too. Mason saw this and had to admit it was a whole mood. They reacted fast, ready to handle a disaster just like Sagan said they would be. Still, they were total noobs. Right then, a cop spots Mason and yells, "What the hell are you doing here? This place is a hot zone." But when he got a good look at his face, the cop's whole vibe switched up. Mason Cross of the Magic Special Ops. "You're here? Oh, thank God." While he was fanboying, a demon beast lunged at them. Good thing Mason just casually torched it with his flames. He warned in a low voice, "Don't lose focus in a fight, my guy." The cop nodded fast. "Yes, sir, got it." Mason then asked, "So what's the sitch?" The cop answered in a low voice, "The police and the SDF have locked down the area around Los Angeles. We're prioritizing getting civilians out, but they were so not ready to take down the big boss. They just didn't have the firepower." Hearing this, Mason calmed him down. "Don't sweat it. The main character just arrived." His words made everyone there feel a hell of a lot better. Mason cracked a small smile and said, "And I didn't come alone." The cops heard that and looked up. And for real, they saw Rick and Hannah just wrecking monsters. They yelled out in shock, "Magic nobility? Ain't that the Holt and Kane families? The Magic Special Ops is teaming up with those bougie mages. But how is that even possible?" They were suddenly way more confident. With Mason's crew here, they were sure they'd win. But right then, a massive wave of magic power just exploded in the air, freaking everyone out. A cop trembled and mumbled, "What's going on? My body feels so heavy, dude." Everyone looked over, and inside that magic surge, a figure had silently appeared. It was the Demon General. Oh, snap. The final boss was here. Seeing it, the cops on scene immediately started panicking. "No way. That thing has enough juice to wipe out all of Chicago. We can't win. We're so done for." But right then, Mason stepped forward, sounding hype AF. "About damn time you showed up." Hearing that, the cops totally freaked. This was insane. They were up against a demon general. How was he so chill about this? But before Mason could even blink, Hannah yelled, "Yo, that's our target. Stop sightseeing and get in here." Instantly, she and Rick charged forward. Mason sighed, "Aw man, they beat me to the punch." Oh well, they could definitely handle a chump that big. Hannah and Rick were on that demon general in a flash. Hannah shouted excitedly, "Whatever. I'll just take my anger out on you." Rick nodded in agreement. "I'm gonna put you down right here and now." Hannah quickly summoned her magic and screamed, "I'm gonna blow you to bits." Rick wasn't just sitting around either, creating a massive boulder. In a flash, the flames and the rock hurtled straight for the demon general. The demon general didn't even flinch, raising its hand to create magic circles. It unleashed a level 5 fire spell, and a giant sun just popped into existence. The heat was so intense it forced Rick and Hannah to fall back. The cops couldn't take it and backed off too, but Mason just stood there, cool as a cucumber. When the blinding light faded, the demon general was still standing there like a boss. And the ground in a 10-meter radius around it was completely trashed. Seeing this, Hannah and Rick were shook. It countered us. That magic is insane. Right then, the demon general spoke with a voice full of scorn. Pathetic humans. Don't you have a single decent mage among you? Hearing it talk, the cops around them totally lost it. It could talk. I heard they were smarter than your average monster, but this is next level. Mason glanced at them, thinking to himself, if they were just a bunch of mindless beasts, these guys would probably be less freaked out. But an enemy that can roast you with words, it makes sense they'd be scared. Of course, there were exceptions. Hannah yelled, totally pissed off. You think I'm a joke? I'll burn you to a crisp. I'm gonna hit you with everything I've got. As soon as she said it, her magic power just exploded. Rick wasn't slacking either. He gripped his sword and summoned a level 8 spell called Spatial Blade. This was the Kane family's super secret technique. Seeing this, Mason got hyped and yelled, Yo, is that an original spell? That's sick. Nobody answered him. Hannah and Rick yelled together, this time you're dead for sure. The demon general said coldly, impressive magic power. Hannah scoffed, you finally noticed? But the demon general just smirked and replied, I wasn't talking to you. OOF. It was talking about Mason, who was standing off in the distance. The shade is real, guys. It could feel the insane magic power just rolling off him. Rick and Hannah had no idea who it was talking about, but they were so mad. They charged in like total maniacs, yelling, you dare disrespect us, you bastard. Hannah created a giant phantom hand of fire and slammed it down, but the demon general blocked it. At the same time, Rick swung his sword, but the demon general just vanished into thin air like a ghost. When it reappeared behind Rick, it immediately started its counterattack. Rick and Hannah teamed up to block, but the demon general was just too strong, pushing them back step by step. Meanwhile, composite magic circles suddenly appeared in the sky. This was a level 6 fusion spell, Raging Fire Tornado. It's giving Sharknado vibes, but way deadlier. The fire tornado ripped through the area, putting insane pressure on Rick and Hannah. It wasn't long before they were both on the ground. Biting their lips hard, they quickly got back up, ready to attack again. But Mason walked over and said, I'll take it from here. Hannah heard that and snapped, you can't fight that thing. Even we, the noble mages, couldn't do it. Rick narrowed his eyes at him and suggested, running away ain't a bad option, kid. But Mason wasn't hearing any of it. He slowly walked forward and said coldly, chill out. A monster like that is no problem for me. Rick was stunned. Can't you see it? That insane magic energy? Hannah was just screaming like a maniac now. Damn it, this can't be happening. I won't accept this. She mumbled something about not embarrassing that person and needing to prove she was useful. Ooh, drama. Drop a comment on who you think that person is. Rick watched her, feeling pretty helpless. Mason didn't give a damn what they were thinking. He walked right up to the demon general and smirked. Looks like I kept you waiting. The demon general stared at him and said coldly, unbelievable magic energy. So who are you? Mason just shrugged and smirked. Do I really gotta answer that? This isn't a job interview. The demon general wasn't surprised and said calmly, probably not. Dealing with your kind is worthless to us. Hearing that, Mason couldn't help but grin, his eyes full of excitement. The demon general didn't back down, saying slowly, if that's how it is, then bring it on. As soon as it finished, it lunged at Mason. He didn't even flinch, just calmly unleashed his magic. The demon general attacked him like a wild animal, but its claws hit some kind of invisible shield, and it couldn't touch Mason at all. But Hannah, watching from the sidelines, couldn't see what was happening and thought, Mason got hit. She laughed smugly. See, I told you so. You can't do anything either. You can't beat the demon general. But just as the words left her mouth, she saw Mason move, landing a solid punch on the demon general. He stood there, unfazed, and said coldly, what a pain in the ass. Rick and Hannah's jaws were completely on the floor. After all those attacks, he didn't have a single scratch on him. But Rick quickly realized that just playing defense was pointless. The demon general's defense was insane. How could they ever hurt it? Meanwhile, Mason was thinking about something. There was a spell he wanted to try, but now probably wasn't the time. A random spell should be enough. With that, Mason cast a level 9 void magic called Starlight Stream. Seeing this, Hannah couldn't help but scream, a level 9 spell. Level 8 is our absolute limit. Mason ignored them and just focused on his spell. In a flash, beams of light shot out like crazy into the air. A second later, they completely surrounded the demon general's body. Hit that like button if you think Mason is totally up. When the light faded, the demon general's body was nothing but dust. Poof, gone. The cops watching from the sidelines were stunned. Is it over? He beat an enemy that even the noble mages couldn't handle. That's unbelievable. Right after that, they all rushed over to Mason, praising him like crazy. Mason ignored them, walked up to Rick and Hannah, and said with a grin, see, that was nothing to me. Hannah bit her lip hard, her eyes full of frustration. He had won, and he made it look ridiculously easy. They were no match for him, and in their current state, they couldn't do a thing. When they didn't answer, Mason asked again, "So, want to pick up where we left off?" The absolute audacity. Rick immediately shook his head. "No, we lost. You passed the test." Mason narrowed his eyes at him and raised an eyebrow. "You're gonna explain everything now, right?" Rick gave a small nod. "Yeah, of course. But for this, we need one more person." Hearing that, Mason glanced over and saw Shyla walking up. Shyla looked at him and asked, "You knew all along, didn't you?" Mason nodded. "Of course. You know you can't hide anything from me." Mason said she needed to explain why she was testing him. Why have mages been getting weaker for the last 50 years? And why did she decide to team up with these rich kids? Hearing Mason's rapid-fire questions, Shyla looked completely exasperated, like she needed a strong coffee. A little later, Shyla brought Mason and the other two back to her place, probably some sick penthouse in Tribeca. Mason sat across from her and said coldly, "All right, spill the whole story. Miss Shyla, you knew about these guys, right?" Shyla nodded slightly. "Yes. I even knew you were going to be attacked." Mason frowned. "Tell me why." "Ooh, the tea is about to be served, y'all. Make sure you're subscribed for part 2. So get this, Rick and Hannah were just standing there in total awkward silence. Like crickets. After what felt like forever, Rick finally opens his mouth, like, "Yo, we just wanted to see if you'd go rogue with your powers, to see if you were for real." But Mason is still looking confused AF, asking, "And that's why you dragged my squad into this messed up test?" Rick gives this little headshake. "Nah, that was just a bluff. We were never actually gonna hurt anyone." Mason just hits him with this ice-cold sneer. "Oh, a bluff? Then why'd you even go there?" Rick, trying to sound all-important, explains how they could have been a threat to the magic nobility, a real national security risk, blah blah blah. Hearing this, Mason claps back, all defensive. "That sounds like a you problem, your own mess. The Special Magic Unit never wanted beef with your Boji Club. Y'all are the ones who came sticking your nose where it didn't belong." Oh my god, Hannah was about to pop off, but Rick grabs her arm, like, "Chill, he's not wrong." Even he knew that when things first hit the fan, the nobility just ghosted everyone. He had to admit their whole response was a hot mess, but, like, the world still needed them, or whatever. Mason just squints at Rick, giving him major side-eye, not saying yes or no. Shizuka finally jumps in, ready to spill the ancient tea. "Okay, look, this whole drama started 50 years ago. It all kicked off with your death, which led to this whole whack situation in the country and why the magic nobility even exists. With tons of mages gone, including you, Ichikami Mason, and most of the demon generals MIA, the number of rogue mages in the nation totally skyrocketed. During that whole catastrophe, even the civilians and the National Guard were stretched super thin, so nobody could control anything, and the country basically turned into the purge. The legit mages fought like crazy to stop the bad guys, but everyone was on the verge of collapse, totally exhausted and had zero faith left. And no cap, it was all triggered by the death of Ichikami Mason. He was like the people's last hope, but then he was gone." At this, Shizuka just lets out this super defeated sigh. The mages who were left had to have this major brainstorm sesh on how to rebuild and give people hope again. Shizuka's face was just pure sadness. Hearing all this, Mason finally gets the picture and says flatly, "So that's why the magic nobility was created." Shizuka gives a little nod. "Exactly. They built a super clear power structure, the magic nobility, to get the public to trust them again. They thought if they had a new hero, a Mason too, the nation could finally get some peace. The power of mages back then was crazy dangerous, so the magic nobility confiscated every single spellbook and all related stuff across the country. They recruited all the talented mages, and if you weren't on the list, oof, you got cancelled. Permanently. All to monopolize magic." Shizuka's voice got quieter as she said it. A ban was slapped on the whole nation. Any rumors or stories about magic were totally forbidden. The country slowly got back to normal, but because of it, mages got way weaker. Mason nods, getting it, so the cop's skills and tech got left in the dust. Tale as old as time, am I right? He could still remember the scene 50 years ago, how many regular people and mages died, and how many crazies used magic for their own twisted games. It was easy to guess what would happen if he died. But Mason still wasn't buying the nobility's whole deal. He asked, super skeptical. For real though, did the magic nobility actually have enough power to pull all that off by themselves? Hearing this, Shizuka glances over at Rick and Hannah, who are standing way off in the distance. After a super long pause, she whispers, "You remember Miles Hifumi?" Mason nods slightly. "Yeah, I remember. One of my students. That dude always had an issue with Mason. A total pathetic try-hard, but you couldn't deny the guy had skills." Shizuka said quietly, "He's the president of the Mumo Corporation now, like a Fortune 500 company. At first, he was just famous as the heir to the whole Hmong group. He's been bankrolling the magic nobility ever since they started. Hearing this, Mason nods, finally connecting the dots. I get it now. He connects them to the global economy, and from there, to politics. But I had no clue he was some trust fund kid. Smiling faintly, Shizuka says with a sigh, haha, you're still the same. You don't care about fortune, fame, or money. You only care about magic and the people. Shrugging like it's no big deal, Mason just pouts. And what about it? I don't see a problem. Shizuka glances at Rick and Hana again. After another long pause, she goes on. The country's population of mages is the lowest in the world. We used to be top tier back when you were Ichikami Mason, but we're at the bottom of the leaderboard now. Hana overheard and clapped back defensively. The nation is peaceful because of our ancestors. That's a fact. Mason just glances at her and asks with a smirk, cool. So what's your game plan for the next apocalypse? That question hit Hana like a truck. She was totally stunned and couldn't say a word. Rick waited a long time before he finally said, back then, we thought a disaster wouldn't happen again, and even if it did, we thought the cops could handle it. Worst case, the magic nobility would swoop in and save the day. Scoffing, Mason snapped. And all those assumptions were dead wrong? Huh. Rick went silent instantly. He then looked at Shizuka and asked, you knew all this was going on, didn't you, Miss Shizuka? She nodded a little. Yes. I was involved 50 years ago, but I'm not part of the magic nobility anymore. My power and influence are nowhere near theirs. Now I'm just a girl who makes cool weapons to fight monsters. After hearing this, Mason's brow furrowed. So this was the tea from the last 50 years, the shady magic nobility, mages getting weaker, and all the disasters. But was that really the whole story? Is Shizuka holding something back? Drop a comment below with your theories, people. Thinking this, Mason narrowed his eyes and hit Shizuka with, you've told me everything, right? No more secrets? Shizuka was totally taken aback and quickly said, yes, that's the whole story. Rick and Hana glanced at him but stayed quiet. Mason scanned all three of them, then finally let out this exhausted sigh. He spoke up, all right, let's table this discussion for now. I have a proposal. Hana frowned a little, muttering all suspicious. A proposal? Mason said it super casually. Why don't we team up? This made Hana's face twist up like she just tasted something nasty. Mason completely ignored her and kept going. Let's just call it a collab. I'm not saying I'll work for you guys. You saw what happened last time. We need to work together. Hearing this, Hana let out a cold, mocking laugh. Ha! The great hero HenRy needs help from little old us. Mason ignored the shade and explained calmly. Even I have my limits. It would be a huge help if the magic nobility joined in. We could handle any disaster. It's not like you guys have a problem with helping people, right? Rick thought about it for a long, long time before saying, that's an offer we really can't refuse. We can't beat the demon boss, so we've got no choice but to rely on you. At this point, Shizuka chimed in. Let me join, too. I can forge the weapons. Of course, Mason wasn't going to say no, nodding with a smile. Thanks, you too. Then, all three of them just turned and stared at Hana. Her eyes were screaming, I don't wanna, but she finally yelled in frustration. All right, fine. You want to team up, you got it, Hana said. But in return, Mason, don't you dare bring this up again. And if you complain, I will literally smack you upside the head. Mason nodded without even hesitating. All right, bet. And you too, no more taking hostages. Hana just snorted back. Got it. And just like that, the special magic unit and the magic nobility became allies. This was the first time in 50 years, y'all. The magic nobility actually cooperated with someone else. Wild. Mason suddenly remembered something and whispered, wait a sec, why do I feel like I forgot something major? Nah, it's probably nothing. What he forgot was the crew in black suits he knocked out at some random house on West 83rd Street and the two Julia sisters. After seeing that scene, they were completely shook, with no clue what was going on. The next day, over at the Chicago Police Academy on West Adams Street, when word got out that Mason was coming, a whole freaking crowd came out to greet him. Good morning, Captain HenRy. Mason was so startled by the fangirling he didn't even know what to do. Just then, a sharp voice yelled out, get in formation. You're not high schoolers anymore. Hearing that, the whole crowd snapped to attention in a perfect line. A middle-aged guy rushed out and said, my bad, Captain Kusanagi. So embarrassing for the force, having them act like a bunch of kids. Mason looked at them, totally bewildered, and mumbled, right. The guy continued, but you get it, right? What the special magic unit did was so lit, even I want to join this training session. Mason just let out a tired sigh. It wasn't just the cops inside, there was a whole mob of onlookers outside the gates on Racine Avenue. Everyone wanted a peek at Mason, but he ignored them and kicked off the training. The second he finished speaking, all the cops started casting level 1 spells at the same time. During the training, a few of the female officers kept sneaking glances at him. Can you blame them? Smash that like button if you'd be distracted too, lol. He put his head in his hands, thinking that the media hype was way too effective. They didn't look stoked, but at least they had energy. But my man wasn't going easy on them. And so, a bunch of cops went through the most grueling day of their lives, basically hell on earth. Meanwhile, Mason stood on the sidelines like some demon drill sergeant, yelling, "This is to train your bodies and your strength. Run and feel the magic. Act like your life depends on it." The whole group just kept running, their foreheads and bodies drenched in sweat. You could hear groans and cries all over the training yard. Mason didn't care at all, flashing this devilish grin as he said, "Don't worry, I've got healing magic, so train till you drop. If it hurts, I'll fix you. Less whining, more running. The enemy won't care about your feelings." The group just ran on, totally desperate, gritting their teeth and pushing through. A week later, every single cop in the training could feel their magic power. Mason nodded, satisfied. "You've all done amazing. You're completely different from last week." He told them to keep up the grind even when he wasn't there. "You guys are the protectors of Chicago's peace." Hearing that, the officers there got super emotional. Some of them actually started crying. Mason paid them no mind, just turned and walked away. "The rest is on you." After that, the Chicago police force's magic skills leveled up big time, putting them on par with the New York unit. Mason figured he should get back to New York City as soon as possible before he got roped into another press conference. A few days later, the media dropped the story about the collab between the Special Magic Unit and the HenRy and Cataclysm Noble Magic families. And y'all, the internet absolutely exploded. It was all anyone was talking about. People all over the country were obsessed with the story. Even high school kids were glued to the news. But there was one thing that made the media super suspicious. Why didn't the head of the Misty family show up at the press conference? And what in the world were these magic nobles thinking? Since when was the country so ready to unite against a disaster? Meanwhile, at the New York Police Department's training ground, Mason glanced at the two people behind him and asked, all doubtful, "You guys really couldn't get in touch with the old man?" Yuri nodded slightly. "Yeah, he's totally ghosting us." Riley just sighed, all dramatic. "Andy, we've been ghosted by him. Again." Mason's brow furrowed a bit. "Yo, I'm low-key stressing that your old man still hasn't shown his face." Riley pouted. "For real? We thought for sure he'd show if we locked things down with the Hawthorne and Kane families." Mason went quiet, and you could practically see the gears turning. If the vibe between the two sides was solid, then the whole fam drama with Dana, Riley, and their dad should be ancient history. But Tyson was still on radio silence, which got Mason thinking maybe he needed to do some digging. He just stood there, deep in thought, while the sisters watched him like he held all the answers. After a beat, Dana just lit up. "Oh my god, we heard you were, like, a total big shot in Chicago now." Riley nodded hard. "No cap, we are so proud of you." Mason just gave a small smile and was like, "Honestly, it's been nothing but a massive headache." While they were catching up, Shane was giving Mason the side eye from across the room. He noticed that whenever Mason was M.I.A., so was the Black Sorcerer. Super sus, right? He couldn't help but think Mason was the guy. But if he was, Shane would have to bring him in. And man, he was really hoping he was wrong about this one. So that afternoon, Mason was walking home solo again. It was super rare for his whole crew to be busy, but a walk alone was no biggie. Except, on his way back to his place on 10th Avenue, he gets totally blocked. It's the Monroe family's people. They give him a formal bow and say, "Mason Cross, we've been sent to give you a lift." A little while later, at the Monroe mansion, Tyson is giving Mason the absolute death stare. "So, I hear my daughter is crashing at your place. If you get any bright ideas about her, I will personally end you right here." And as he said it, his magical power just flared up. Mason was kinda stunned, sighing, "Dude, we're literally just friends." Tyson's scowl deepened as he grilled him. "You're not gonna lay a single finger on her, right?" Mason just nodded, totally calm. "I would never do that to my friend." He seriously couldn't believe Tyson dragged him all the way out here just to play the overprotective dad. Guess the dude had some fatherly instincts after all. While Mason was processing this, Tyson was like, "All right, you and me. Let's take this outside to the yard." Tyson just started floating in midair, all casual, and said, "Let's have a little spar." Mason didn't even hesitate, just nodded back. "Bet, I'm down." The second he agreed, Tyson just unleashed his magical power. Mason didn't back down an inch, letting his own insane power just radiate out. Tyson was clearly itching for this, immediately throwing a level 7 spell, and this crazy wave of water came rushing at him. Mason knew he couldn't mess around and threw a level 7 spell right back to counter. With a massive boom, the two streams of pure energy just collided. They both landed back on the ground after the explosion. Tyson squinted at Mason, and you could tell he was impressed. "You used fire magic to cancel out my water magic, even at the same level. You're strong. I guess I can trust you with my daughter." And with that, he just walked right past Mason, leaving him standing there, watching him go, totally lost in thought. Meanwhile, across town. In some huge mansion, Axel was throwing a full-on tantrum, smashing everything. He was screaming like a maniac. "You're all trash. Chrono is still out there breathing. That's it, I'll just murk anyone who stands in my way." Then, he pointed at Tyson. "Wait, Tyson's there?" And demanded, "You're gonna handle my request, aren't you?" Tyson gave a slight nod. "Don't trip. I'll eliminate the Black Sorcerer." Axel glared at him, his voice ice cold. "I'm starting an all-out war between the Black Rebellion and the Black Sorcerer. You just wait, Black Sorcerer." So the next day at school, Mason is mobbed by his usual fan club of girls. He was so over it. It was getting even more annoying than usual. Dana was getting the same treatment, and her newfound popularity was seriously ticking off another clique of girls. They were so salty that Dana was getting all the attention. Dana finally couldn't take the non-stop questions anymore, so she made an excuse. I gotta hit the restroom real quick," and just bolted. She got out into the hallway and let out a huge sigh. "I mean, I'm used to this, but having people follow you around 24/7 is seriously draining." And right then, a group of mean girls corners Dana. The redhead leader raises an eyebrow. "Monroe, you got a sec?" Next thing you know, they're in some secluded corner of the school, and you just know they're up to no good. The redhead literally pins Dana against the wall with her foot, snapping, "You were so annoying, you know that. How did someone like you even get into the special magic squad? Don't think being some rich kid means you get special treatment." The blue-haired girl next to her added, "I bet she did something shady to get in. She's been a total snake since we were kids." Hearing that, Dana couldn't help but yell back, "I got in on my own merit. I trained my butt off for this. Why would I need to pull some dirty trick?" The redhead just scoffed. "Humph. So you're saying you don't like Cross? You're not going to admit he's your boyfriend? I thought you nobles weren't supposed to be liars." At that question, Dana just went completely silent, totally flustered. And right then, Mason shows up out of nowhere. He yells, super aggressively, "What do you guys think you're doing here?" His yell totally made the three girls jump. The redhead immediately tried to play it off. "We just think it's unfair that Monroe gets all this special treatment just for being a noble." The blue-haired girl nodded. "Yeah, she probably just used her connections." When Mason stayed quiet, the redhead got even bolder, asking all smug, "You probably pulled some strings for her too, huh? I mean, for someone as powerful as you, it's no big deal. It's just so unfair." Dana heard all this and couldn't even defend herself. She always choked like this, totally losing her nerve when people questioned her skills. Mason just frowned at her, quiet for a long moment. Seeing their chance, the three girls got even cockier, laughing, "We'd probably do way better if we were on the team." Hearing that, Mason let out this cold little laugh. Then he said, his voice dripping with ice, "I see you're all very enthusiastic. Fine. I'll let you join the Special Magic Squad's training session." He told them if they completed the training, they were in. In a flash, the three girls were totally hyped, swearing up and down they would pass. Dana saw this, and her heart just sank. She had no idea what was going on. That afternoon at the police department's training grounds in Los Angeles, Mason brought the three girls over and announced, "These three will be joining our training starting today." Ryder squinted at them and snorted, "Never seen these randos before." Riley nodded too. "Yeah, they don't look like much, and their power level seems non-existent." Ruby was just confused and didn't know what to say. Is Mason for real letting them join? But she shook it off to get her head in the game. She just had to focus on the task at hand. The three newbies, meanwhile, had no idea what was about to hit them, still all hyped and gossiping. But their chatter was really getting on Riley's nerves. "They're taking this way too lightly." Ryder grumbled right along with her. "Seriously, what's their deal?" Mason knew his team was sketched out and just said casually, "Don't worry about it. They need this." The redhead wasn't even thinking about training. She was just buzzing to be near Mason. But that fantasy died real quick. Once the training started, she could barely breathe, let alone drool over Mason. Too bad Mason didn't notice. He was just at the front of the pack, yelling, "Run like your life depends on it. The enemy doesn't care about your feelings. Imagine you're being chased by a monster." Riley's crew was used to this level of insanity. They just kept pushing forward. But the other three girls? Lol. After a super short run, they were already complaining. After running, Mason made them do push-ups. The three newbies couldn't last more than a minute before they collapsed. Next up was magic practice, and at this point, the girls decided to bail or they were literally gonna die. But before they could escape, an arm yanked them back. Mason flashed this wicked grin and said, "Where do you think you're going? This is just the warm-up." Finally, the three girls just broke down crying. "No normal person can train like this. This is torture. You're just doing this to mess with us." Looking at them, Mason didn't even care and just pointed at his team. He said slowly, "They couldn't handle it at first either, but they grinded every single day to get as strong as they are now." After he said that, the looks on the girls' faces turned super ugly. But Mason wasn't done. He just kept going. "Dana always works her butt off, always pushing herself. And she still thinks she's not talented enough. At this point, his voice got hard. And yet some people think she just got a free pass. Her looks, her connections. None of that has anything to do with it. As he talked, he walked right up to the redhead, making her tremble. Mason showed zero mercy, continuing in that cold voice, Dana is a really important friend to me, and I won't forgive anyone who tries to hurt her. The three girls literally shivered, tears streaming down their faces, and finally, they just couldn't take it and ran off, begging for forgiveness. Mason just watched them go, sighing like he was disappointed. Geez, what a bunch of quitters. They could have stayed if they'd just stuck with it. Ryder walked up next to him, muttering, "What was up with those chicks, anyway?" Shrugging, Mason was just like, "Don't sweat it, they're just haters." At that moment, it all clicked for Dana why Mason let those girls train. That evening, after practice. On the way home, Dana said gratefully, "I heard what you said back there. Thanks for standing up for me." And with that, she gave him this super genuine, happy smile. Mason just said casually, "I figured a reality check like that would stop them from sucking up and spreading rumors." But Dana was still smiling. "You just said not to worry about it, right?" Mason nodded, a little confused. "Yeah, that's right." Dana was so happy in that moment. She mumbled softly, "You know, I consider you someone important, too." "Oh yeah?" Mason raised an eyebrow, totally not picking up the vibe. Drop a comment if you think Mason is clueless. Dana knew important to him was different, but for now, it was enough. One day, when she was strong enough to stand by his side, then Dana was going to be unstoppable. Thinking about this, she suddenly picked up her pace. Her tone was playful. "I'm gonna get strong enough to beat you, Mason. So you better be ready." With that, Dana turned to look at Mason, flashing a radiant smile. The next day, it all went down again. Monsters started pouring into Los Angeles, just destroying everything. Immediately, a few figures appeared on the scene. It was Mason and Hannah. After the disaster alert went off, they rushed over to team up and handle it. The super impulsive Hannah charged in first, of course. Mason had no choice but to follow her in. The two of them were a blur, using their magic to take down the beasts one by one. Seeing this, the civilians who were running for their lives couldn't help but yell out, "That's freaking amazing." So, get this. The tea is that the Special Magic Squad and the Noble Mages are actually teaming up. And with the squad backing them, the Nobles are, like, slowly fixing their trash reputation. The whole vibe now is the Dark Sorcerer takes out the Rogue Mages, while the Special Magic Squad handles disasters and monsters. But the squad is kinda weird, because it's mostly run by students. Oh my god, some people think it's just another branch of the cops, who are always late, which is making everyone hate on the police even more. Meanwhile, over at a hospital on Park Avenue, this little boy, like 9 years old, was just lying in bed, totally out of it. Suddenly, the window slides open, and someone sneaks in like a total ninja. It was Mason, using some insane recovery magic on the kid. In a flash, this crazy magical energy just wrapped around the kid. Bro, recovery magic isn't even supposed to work on people in a coma. Mason was just hoping it would help his body and mind, you know? It's been so long, and nothing's changed. Even though Mason had been showing up and healing him nonstop, the magic just wasn't sticking. He just kept picturing Haley's devastated face, remembering this was her little brother. He couldn't help but get pissed off. No way was Mason giving up. But just then, a sound from outside totally spooked him. It was Haley. She pushed the door open and walked right in. But then Haley stopped, getting this weird vibe, and was like, "I swear someone was just in here. Or am I just tripping? Girl, you were not wrong." Mason was literally right there, but before she could even spot him, he had already bounced out the window. Haley walked over to her brother's bed and whispered, "How are you doing, bud? Not that I really need to ask." Then she starts telling Kai all these stories about the Dark Sorcerer. Haley was like, "The Dark Sorcerer is the most incredible dude ever. His magic is just on another level. He's a total go-getter and you can always count on him." She'd never met anyone like Mason before. After gassing him up for a minute, Haley started complaining. "But oh my god, you know what? He can be a real piece of work sometimes." She said it because Mason had been forcing her to train for crazy long hours. He's super strict and just, like, really intense. Suddenly, Haley just burst out laughing, but it was one of those sad laughs, you know? Let me know in the comments if you've ever felt that way. Her hand on the bed was shaking like crazy. Haley mumbled, her lips all tight, "I am not giving up. I'm gonna make sure nobody ever has to go through what you did." She promised she'd take down the Black Rebellion no matter what. Haley just buried her face in her hands, looking so small and alone. She reached out and touched Kai's pale skin, and after a minute, she just whispered, "I'm so sorry, Kai." Haley literally stayed there with Kai all night. Mason booked it from the hospital. The next evening, down at some sketchy warehouse by the Hudson, Mason showed up for the meeting with Haley, but she had these randos with her, and he was so confused. "Yo, who the hell are these people?" he asked. Haley just grins and goes, "They're your new squad." Mason was so annoyed. Where on earth did you even find them? Shrugging like it was no big deal, Haley smirked and said, I didn't find them, they found us. I basically just plastered your pics and vids all over the internet and waited for them to slide into my DMs. Hearing that, Mason just nodded, like, ah, makes sense. Seeing he wasn't going to argue, Haley added, don't trip. I ran background checks and got all their info from their place over at 1050 Park Avenue. They're legit. Just then, all the new people started freaking out. No way. It's actually Chrono, the Dark Sorcerer, in the flesh. Mason was so not impressed by this. He just said, all cold. I'm here to train you. I'm not going to go easy, so you better be ready. Hearing that, everyone went nuts, yelling, we're ready. We might not look like much, but we've got confidence for days. With a faint smile, Mason smirked, I'm looking forward to it. And fam, not even 60 minutes later, every single one of them was on the floor. Mason's training was absolutely demonic, and he was even complaining. You guys are totally useless. Train like you're about to die. Even though the new crew was all talk at first, you could tell they were serious. They got way better under Mason's watch. A new strategy team was formed, specializing in gathering intel and straight-up manipulation. The action team went around wrecking the Black Rebellion's bases. The Dark Sorcerer even got backup from some underground crews, and Mason's influence just kept getting bigger and bigger. Of course, word of all this got back to the police department. During their coffee break, they couldn't stop gossiping about it. The Black Rebellion's hideouts were getting completely smashed. Was this, like, some turf war between illegal mages? Some people were even saying the Dark Sorcerer was a neutral party. Sloan was right there listening, and his face just got darker and darker. Neutral, my ass. Illegal mages are nothing but a bunch of criminals. I'm not letting this slide. Over on Akuto's end, he was also losing his mind, cursing like, he dares to clown on us and look down on us like that again. I'm not the same dude I was before. Just then, one of his lackeys came in. Boss, we're all set. Akuto snapped. Took you long enough, you useless clowns. I'll get close to them and take them all out myself. Just you wait, HenRy, Mason, Chrono. Even with all the crazy news blowing up, everyone at the police department was still training like mad. During that time, Sloan was secretly watching Mason. The kid was a total prodigy, no doubt, but Sloan couldn't shake the feeling that he might be Chrono. I mean, based on Mason's age, his skills, and when he showed up, it was hard for Sloan not to be suspicious. Hit that like button if you think Sloan's onto something. He really wanted to believe Mason wasn't the Dark Sorcerer. While Sloan was lost in his thoughts, the three of them, Ruby's crew, were standing in front of Mason, apologizing like their lives depended on it. Mason was a little shocked, staring at the broken bracelets in his hand. Julia quickly explained, we tried to fix it, we swear. But before she could finish, Mason cut her off. Super chill, it's cool, don't sweat it. It just pushed past its limits. Guess a rookie like you can't really make weapons that can take down monsters. You should probably still hit up Shizuku. Hearing that, Ryder muttered, yeah, can't say I'm vibing with this. Ruby also grumbled, I bet they're gonna raid us tonight just to test us. Julia was not down for them just sneaking into their house in Los Angeles at night either. Seeing how salty they were, Mason quickly said, look, I'm annoyed too, but we're gonna have to work with them eventually. I'm sorry, but can you guys just let this one go? Hearing him say that, the three of them immediately nodded, no questions asked. Ruby suddenly remembered something and blurted out. Come to think of it, the Noble Mages were acting super weird back then. It wasn't like I was attacked by their magic, but they had no clue what was going on. Mason slowly explained, it's exhaustion magic. It's a type of magic that drains your energy and your memories. They literally don't remember a thing after the spell hits them. Seeing they were cool now, he was like, all right, training's done, let's head home. But Ruby's crew said they were busy and they all split up. Mason looked a little helpless, but he didn't say anything. Just then, Sloan walked over and offered, HenRy, let me give you a ride home. Mason didn't argue and just hopped into Sloan's car. Sloan was in the driver's seat and just casually started with, so, the Dark Sorcerer has been making some big moves lately. Mason couldn't help but frown, saying, you still think it's me, don't you? Sloan didn't say yes or no. He just gave a tiny smile. Chrono is an incredible person. I think someone in your position would get that by now. Shrugging like he didn't care, Mason pouted and said, I don't know anything. Sloan squinted at him, asking all suspicious like, what's that supposed to mean? Mason just said calmly, is this Chrono guy really a bad dude? Cause I haven't seen or heard about him doing anything messed up. Sloan answered right away, from what I know, he's a good person, but he's still a criminal. Hearing that, Mason asked, totally confused, why? Sloan paused for a sec, then pulled the car over on the side of the road. It got super quiet in the car. After a long beat, he finally answered, my father was a cop, a real man of justice. He was an amazing guy and had a family that was super happy and proud of him. My dad always used to say that criminals are people too, that they have a conscience. He thought if you were just straight up with them, they'd understand. As a kid, Sloan totally looked up to him for that. He wanted to be a cop just like him. But Sloan's father was killed. He was trying to talk down some criminal who was holding hostages. But the guy just hit my dad with a spell. For a guy like my dad who couldn't use magic, he went down in an instant. The more he talked, the angrier Sloan got, biting his lip so hard it bled. He said through gritted teeth he was too stuck in his ways. He put his trust in criminals and they repaid him by being cruel. The guy was convicted of robbery and murder and got arrested. When they asked him why he killed my dad, he said he panicked, that it wasn't his fault, it was my dad's fault. Every time he thinks about it, all that rage just comes flooding back. He screamed, bullcrap. He said he was scared. The person who should have been scared was the victim, my dad, who was murdered for no damn reason. I will never forgive people like that. Criminals are all the same scumbags. He said that even if they save someone, criminals don't deserve to be forgiven. Sloan finally just broke down, resting his head on the steering wheel, sobbing and muttering, my dad. What was it all for? Mason just sat there next to him, totally silent. For Sloan to share all that, it must have messed him up bad. After a moment, Sloan realized he'd lost it and quickly said, sorry, I totally overreacted in front of you. I'll be counting on you again tomorrow. With that, Sloan started the car again and dropped Mason off at his place. As for Sloan, he went back to his own house on Long Island with a heavy heart. The next morning, at the Magic Academy, Julia and her sisters were waiting for Mason, but he was in no show, and they were getting kinda ticked off. As for Mason, he was booking it down a street in New York when he passed a building and saw two sketchy-looking dudes acting super suspicious, clearly up to something bad. Just then, the massive screen on the building started glitching out. When the picture came back, Akuto's face was plastered all over it, he announced, super aggressively. This broadcast has been taken over by the Black Rebellion. Everyone on the street started freaking out, but some people recognized Akuto and started whispering, wait, isn't that Akuto from the old money Koroi family? Akuto had totally hijacked the broadcast, and he screamed, Special Magic Squad and Chrono, I've got a little present for you. He said the Black Rebellion had planted a bunch of bombs all over the country. Akuto also warned the cops not to try anything funny, saying if they disobeyed, he'd set them off one by one. But as soon as he finished talking, Akuto just casually snapped his fingers. Instantly, a massive explosion just ripped through the air. Smoke and fire were everywhere, and people were running and screaming. Chunks of the building started falling from the sky, big enough to totally crush someone. Luckily, Mason was right there and threw up a magic shield to protect everyone. After they were safe, the people were all thanking him like crazy. At the same time, the cops got the news, but all the information was totally scrambled. Sloan was totally tweaking, and get this, both the cops and the Special Magic Squad were straight up clowned, completely stuck. Meanwhile, Julia was blowing up Mason's phone, but no luck, girl. She's all worried like, oh my god, I can't get a hold of Mason. What the heck is he even doing? At the same time, over at the TV station, Akuto was laughing his butt off, all smug. Chrono, you're gonna roll up to the spot I picked, solo. You don't show, and this whole city goes boom. You're not gonna flake on me, are ya, hero? Our boy Mason, aka Chrono, just stares up at this giant screen, probably one of those in Times Square, looking mad serious. By nightfall, Mason had suited up in his slick black sorcerer fit and dipped to the location Akuto dropped. Through his earpiece, Haley asks all hesitant, okay, so the meetup is this sketchy warehouse down by the Red Hook docks in Brooklyn. You for real about this? Mason gives a little nod and is like, bet. It's all good. The other end goes quiet for a sec, then Haley's like, stay safe, Chrono. Don't you dare die on us, for real. Nah, never, Mason replies with this little confident smirk. A little later, he pulls up to the warehouse. And yo, even though this place is abandoned, the lights are on. A whole crew of goons rocking some wild green and red hair were just posted up there, looking like they were about to cause some major drama. The second Mason shows up, they straight up swarm him. And who pops out of the crowd? Akuto, with this super cringe, evil smirk, like, I've been waiting for you. Then he throws his head back laughing. I have been waiting for this day. The day I get to absolutely wreck you. He claims the guys there are all S-tier sorcerers with some crazy level powers. Like all of Black Rebellion's main players are right here, right now. Mason just scoffs and says coldly, so, if I wipe the floor with all you clowns, does that mean Black Rebellion is officially cancelled? Hearing this, Akuto lost it, laughing like it was the funniest joke he'd ever heard. His minions are jeering, are you dumb? No way you're winning this solo. Akuto is chewing his lip off, giving off major killer vibes. He grits his teeth and snaps, shut up, you idiots. That's how you get clapped, underestimating the enemy. But me? I'm not like that. I'm not holding back. I'm gonna end Chrono, and I ain't sleeping on him. Mason hits him with a cold smirk and is like, you think you can, little man? With that, bam, he just rushes forward. Seeing this, Akudo immediately starts laughing like a maniac and says, "Whoa there, buddy. You can't fight back, remember? Or else this whole city is gonna get deleted. I wonder how many people will die then." And just like that, Mason freezes in his tracks. Seeing this, Akudo gets all hyped and yells for his crew to finish him. In a flash, a whole storm of magic spells comes flying at Mason, but they all just bounce off this invisible barrier. This made Akudo literally grind his teeth in frustration. A magic shield. This dude is so annoying. His crew just keeps spamming attacks at Mason, but it wasn't long before they were all totally gassed. And Mason, not a single scratch on him. He states coolly, "It's useless. Your level 3 magic is whack. It can't touch me." Akudo gets even more tilted and straight up punches one of his own guys, furiously yelling, "You guys are so useless. You can't even put a dent in him." Seeing this, Mason can't help but curse. Trash. Akudo ain't having it, snapping back with a nasty smirk. This piece of trash is about to absolutely body you. He even admits Mason is OP, with a crazy amount of magic and high-tier spells, saying normally he wouldn't stand a chance against him. With that, Akudo whips out a freaking gun, smirking as he asks, "But what about this?" Mason is still super chill, saying casually, "A gun's not gonna work on me either, bruh." But as soon as the words left his mouth, a bullet grazes his face, leaving a small cut as fresh blood starts to trickle out. Oof. Akudo is cackling triumphantly. "I so wanted to see that look on your face. This little toy is enchanted with magic that can cancel out any kind of spell. It can slice through anything, even the most fire magic shields." Then he just starts blasting at Mason, who, not about to get caught slipping again, quickly starts doing some insane matrix dodges. Seeing this, Akudo mutters in annoyance, "Man, it's been a minute since I used a piece. My aim is trash." But just then, he sees this surge of magic power around Mason, and in an instant, the cut on his face is just gone. Not only that, but all the other little nicks on his body had also vanished. Akudo's whole vibe just darkens. "You bastard, you're using healing magic, aren't you?" Mason replies, all calm, "Don't get it twisted. This is natural magic. It activates automatically without my permission. I'm not resisting it." Akudo is totally biting his lip off, but he quickly chills out and speaks, "Whatever. It doesn't matter. Healing won't change the situation. Actually, this is even better for me. 'Cause now I get to hurt you again, and again, and again." As soon as he finished speaking, Akudo starts letting loose on Mason again. He's laughing triumphantly as he pulls the trigger. "Does it hurt? Bet it hurts a lot, right? Even if the wounds heal, you still feel the pain, don't ya?" But plot twist, Akudo doesn't even see that his own crew is starting to look super freaked out, because the shots on Mason are just flesh wounds, and with his healing magic, they're zipping right back up. The more Akudo watches, the more he starts to panic. This is sus. None of the bullets are hitting dead on. Is he dodging them? No freaking way. Just then, a voice comes through Mason's earpiece. "What do you guys think Haley is telling him? Drop your theories in the comments." He just nods and goes, "Is that right? I bet. I got it." Akudo absolutely loses it. Are you seriously FaceTiming your friends in front of your enemy? The disrespect. I've had enough. I'm going to kill you. But before he can even blink, Mason casts a level 5 spell, and a crazy gale force wind just erupts inside the warehouse. It just sucks up the whole Black Rebellion crew and yeets them outside. By the time the wind dies down, the entire squad is out cold. Akudo is tweaking, grabs his phone, and yells at someone, "Detonate the bombs, now." But whatever the person on the other end says makes him scream in panic. "Wait, what did you just say?" Then Mason drops the bomb. "It's useless. My squad already disabled all your little toys." Akudo is just frozen, totally shook. Mason lets out this cold little huff and says flatly, "I'll admit, that actually hurt, you know. But now I'm gonna pay you back 100 times over." Akudo gets even more pissed, grinding his teeth and screaming, "You bastard, I'll kill you." Just then, Sloan rolls up with his crew and yells, "That's enough." Julia glares at Akudo and says coldly, "All the bombs have been taken care of." Ruby also warns, "Just give it up. This pointless resistance is whack." Mason can't help but frown. They got here fast. Were they just camping nearby, stealth out or something? Ruby looks at his back and whispers, "That's the Black Sorcerer Chrono, right?" Ryder is all hyped. Dude, his power level is insane. Only Kara here knew that the dude in front of them was actually Mason. She was a little worried. Did he really come all the way to this dump at like 100 Water Street by himself? We gotta help him, like now. Seeing that his backup finally decided to show up, Mason is like, the tables have turned. Akudo is chewing his lip, his eyes just burning with rage. Just then, a new figure steps out, and this deep voice echoes, "Looks like you had a rough time." Seeing that person, the two sisters, Julia and Ruby, are instantly shook because the guy is Cyrus. Julia can't help but demand, "Why are you here?" Ruby also asks her dad, totally betrayed, Why are you rolling with this Kuroi clown? A smile creeps onto Akuto's face as he says all smug, "'Cause we're business partners, duh." This leaves both Ruby and Julia speechless, asking in confusion, "What does that even mean, Dad? What is going on?" Cyrus just keeps his indifferent attitude, saying coldly, "I have no obligation to tell you to." Even now, the sisters couldn't believe that the father they looked up to was in cahoots with a literal underworld boss. But Sloane wasn't even paying attention to this family drama. He actually runs towards Mason to try and cuff him. Mason just frowns, asking in annoyance, "Seriously, is this really the time to be treating me like the bad guy?" Kara then jumps in. "HenRy isn't here. We should be working together." Ryder nods in agreement. "For real, there's no time for beef right now." Chewing on his lip, Sloane hesitates for a long time before finally agreeing, "Fine. We'll cooperate, but just this once." But at that exact moment, Mason suddenly yells, "Get down." Almost instantly, several grenades land right in front of Sloane's crew. With a deafening boom, a massive explosion erupts, spreading smoke and fire everywhere. Luckily, Sloane's team managed to dive out of the way just in time. Ruby purses her lips and mutters, "That power was insane. Those weren't your regular grenades." Mason can't help but say, "I can't believe that on top of the gun, they also have anti-magic gadgets that can just cancel out spells." But Akuto just keeps on laughing and says, "Oh, that's not all, folks." With that, he rips open his jacket, showing off a whole stash of smoke bombs and other weapons inside. Meanwhile, the two sisters are just quietly staring at their dad. Ruby hesitates for a long moment before saying, "I never thought I'd have to throw down with my own father." Julia also says reluctantly, "How did things ever get to this point?" While the two are just standing there, totally confused, Cyrus casts a spell, sending a massive wave of water hurtling right at them. Seeing this, Ruby immediately jumps in front of Julia and casts a counter spell. The two waves of water collide hard. It's just that Ruby's magic level was weaker than Cyrus's. Her wave got totally washed, and Cyrus's wave crashed straight towards the two of them. Thankfully, Ryder managed to pop up a stone wall to block it just in time. Having dodged that bullet, Ruby looks at Ryder gratefully. "Thanks." Julia also chimes in, "Thank you both." Cyrus, though, showed zero concern for his two daughters at all. He says coldly, "You two have really gotten much stronger than before. Your teamwork isn't bad, but compared to me, it's nothing." As soon as he says that, the magic power in Cyrus's body just explodes. Ruby can't help but panic. His power is terrifying. Ryder was also shook and muttered, "Is he maybe on the same level as Mason?" But just then, someone steps up boldly. Julia walks forward confidently and declares, "Now we can make our move. Before, we were totally helpless, but things are different now." Ruby nods in agreement. "That's right, we're stronger now. There's no reason to hold back." Ryder also exclaims excitedly, "We've been through some seriously brutal training." Julia narrows her eyes at Cyrus and says with total confidence, "I will defeat you, and then you're going to tell me everything." Immediately, the two sisters link up their magic. A level 7 spell materializes, and a massive pillar of water just rages forward. So naive. Cyrus just scoffs, totally unimpressed. He then creates a level 8 water spell, unleashing a literal tsunami. The pillar of water and the tidal wave crash head-on. With a huge bang, there's an explosion, and everything turns into this fine mist that rains down, soaking Ruby's crew. Standing in the mist, Cyrus says coolly, "You can weaken my magic, but not cancel it completely. You two are still far too weak." Lying on the ground, Ruby looks at the man before her in total disbelief. He can cast a level 8 spell. He's too OP. Seeing this, Akuto laughs triumphantly. "Yo, this is a total one-sided beatdown, isn't it? Between them and us. Smash that like button if you think Mason's crew can turn this around." Okay, so boom, Axel is right up in Mason's grill, like they're about to drop a diss track on Canal Street. He's waving a piece around, talking mad trash like, "Yo, the great Chrono ain't all that against this anti-magic heat, is he? Bet you've never seen one of these up close before, huh? Plus, I got a heavy hitter on my squad." He was literally telling Mason to start begging, the absolute nerve. But Mason was just, like, vibing. Total ice in his veins moment. Axel is absolutely losing his mind, screaming, "Don't you dare ignore me," and just starts blasting. But get this, Mason Matrix dodges everything. Axel's face was a whole meme. I swear. If you think Mason's a total boss for that, smash that like button right now. You dodged all that? Nah, that was a fluke. No way a normal person dodges that. Try this on for size. Seeing the gun wasn't gonna cut it, Cyrus unleashes a freaking level AI date spell to attack. A whole tsunami just comes crashing down on Mason. At the same time, Axel jumps in, pulling out a blade and hitting him with some shadow magic called Nightfall 5 Strike. It's a full-on 2v1, y'all. In a split second, Axel is teleported right behind Mason. He swings his blade, but our boy Mason is just too slick and dodges it. So Axel starts blasting again, but the bullets are just whiffing past him, not even close. Meanwhile, Cyrus's crazy tidal wave is still coming, so Mason, cool as ever, just throws up a shield to block it. Effortless. Cyrus is just pouring it on, keeping that water pressure high, but Mason's shield isn't even cracking. He's just chilling behind it. Watching this insanity, Luke and his crew are just floored. They're like, are these guys even human? Watching this makes me feel so useless. For real, they knew they stood zero chance against Mason at this point. But okay, here's where the tea gets scalding. Sean starts scheming, looking for a way to snake Mason. He's thinking, a straight-up fight is a no-go, but right now, Mason is totally distracted. If the Warlock gets the upper hand, it could be their only chance to take him down. He knows backup is on the way to grab Axel and Cyrus, so it's now or never. And with that psycho look in his eye, he turns to Kara. Sanders, we're taking Chrono down. Kara's just like, what? Why? Sean gives her this cold, dead-eyed stare and says, he's only in it for himself. He's an outlaw mage. This is our shot to bring him in. Kara is visibly shook, like she wants to argue, but Sean just shuts her down. Please, this is our chance. Kara's face, you guys. She was so torn. And then, a second later, she moves. Sean gets this wicked grin, like, yes, you're gonna do it. And bam! Kara unleashes her magic. A huge blast of holy energy just slams into Mason, sending him flying mid-fight with Axel. Axel sees this and just bursts out laughing. Laugh my ass off. Not surprised. That's exactly what I'd expect from you worthless cops. Sean is so smug, like, nice one, now it's my turn. But wait, he looks closer and realizes Kara is using her magic to heal Mason. Oh my god. Axel starts screaming, totally pissed. Are these cops for real helping Chrono, an outlaw mage? Even Mason was a little shook. I mean, he can heal himself with his passive magic, but he got the vibe she was trying to send a message. Sean absolutely could not believe his eyes and gets in Kara's face. Why are you healing him? And Kara just claps back, because he's fighting to protect us. Sean loses it. What the hell are you even talking about? Kara is just like, are you blind? The only reason we can still move and breathe right now is because of him. Why do you think he's staying in one spot? He's literally using himself as a human shield for us. And she was right. You guys, Mason was totally protecting them. Kara kept pressing. If it wasn't for him, we'd be next on their list. That's why we can't just betray him. But Sean is just stubbornly shaking his head. No way. That's impossible. He's an outlaw mage. There's no way in hell he'd risk his neck for a bunch of cops. Kara has had enough, grabs him by the collar, and gets right in his face. Did you forget why he's even here? He came to this random warehouse in Brooklyn alone to save everyone. He's always been fighting for other people. Sean just goes silent, looking over at Mason, and it starts clicking. That's why he was so beat up. Was the Warlock really taking all those hits to protect them? The more he thought about it, the crazier it sounded. Was he totally wrong about him? Even though Mason was an outlaw, he was nothing like the others. Just then, Luke and his two buddies finally get back on their feet. They didn't care who they were teaming up with. They're dark mages. And a fight's a fight. Meanwhile, Axel is still laughing like a villain from a cheap movie. This doesn't change a thing. You guys are totally running on fumes, but Luke's crew isn't hearing it. Luke just yells, we might be low on gas, but we're about to give you everything we've got. Suddenly, Cyrus sees this crazy wave of water filled with sharp, dart-like rocks coming right at him. He's stunned and has to dodge, getting ready to counter. But before he can even blink, a massive fire demon is charging him down. Not messing around, Cyrus throws up a level 7 spell, creating a giant whirlpool to block the fire demon. Cyrus is frowning, doing the math in his head. He's got no clean shot at the Warlock. Even if he went for the magic squad, Mason would just jump in the way. They were working together way too well for this to be some random team-up. Just then, Luke's crew attacks again, yelling, at least we can keep you busy. All while Kara is playing support, healing Mason. He wasn't fighting alone anymore. Only Sean was still on the sidelines, just watching. After a super dramatic pause, you could see the decision on his face. He jumps into the fight, too. This sends Axel into a full-on rage, screaming, you disgusting freaks. Mason just narrows his eyes, processing everything. With the squad distracting Cyrus, this fight just got a whole lot more manageable. But Axel is not about to let that happen. He starts spraying bullets everywhere like a madman, yelling, you're all so damn annoying. I'm gonna end every last one of you. But just like before, Mason dodges every single shot. Axel is just staring, completely bug-eyed. You dodged all of them? What kind of trick is that? Is it an illusion? What magic are you using? Mason just hits him with, just normal dodging, bro. No magic required. Axel loses his mind, just dodging. Are you serious? This isn't some action flick from a theater in Los Angeles. Mason just shrugs with this little smirk. It's been a minute since I fought someone with a non-magic long-range weapon. I'm not even warmed up yet. So he starts blasting at Mason like a total psycho again. But Mason is still weaving through the bullets. He says coldly, "It's useless. I've already got your pattern down. Axel ain't quitting." He whips out a whole briefcase and roars. "Then how about this? An anti-magic rocket launcher. Everyone's getting blown to bits." But before he can even aim, POF Mason appears right behind him. He lets out this ice-cold laugh. "Gotcha." Axel is completely frozen, stuttering. You can use Flash Step," but Mason doesn't even answer. He just whispers 2 words. Sin's retribution. Instantly, this surge of dark magic floods Axel's body, and he just starts screaming in pure agony. This ain't your average dark magic, y'all. Unlike other spells, this one was designed to make Axel suffer for 3 straight days and nights. Mason gives him this wicked grin, a fitting punishment for scum like you. Axel is just writhing on the ground in pain, staring up in disbelief, but Mason is already over it. He glances over at Cyrus. "Now, it's your turn." At the same time, Luke and his crew are completely gassed, sitting on the ground, totally out of breath. Mason gives them a smile. "You guys were awesome. I'll handle the rest." Then he turns back to Cyrus. "All right, shall we dance?" Cyrus just stares at him for a long moment, then calmly raises his hand. He says slowly, "I surrender." Mason is like, "Excuse me, what did you just say?" Just then, his earpiece crackles. "Chrono, you copy." It's Haley. She says she's in deep. The cops and elite mages are surrounding all the Black Rebellion bases in Chicago. She's positive they're planning something huge.
Their intel was leaked by Cyrus.
Hearing that, it all clicked for Mason. He squints at Cyrus. "So you're a mole inside the Black Rebellion?" Cyrus just nods. "Something like that." But just then, Mason gets startled and whips his head around to see Axel, who somehow broke free from his spell. Axel is grinding his teeth, absolutely seething. "You have GOT, to be kidding me. All of you, every last one of you." Mason narrows his eyes. He must have used an anti-magic device to cancel Sin's retribution. Axel is completely unhinged now, holding a remote and screaming, "I'm destroying everything. I'm detonating the bombs I planted all over this place." Hearing that, Luke's crew starts to panic. "We gotta bounce. Now." But their bodies are just frozen in fear. Instantly, both Mason and Cyrus leap into action. Mason throws up a massive wall of fire to shield everyone. Even Cyrus creates an ice wall around Luke's crew. I mean, of course, he had to protect his 2 daughters. Ruby was just stunned, seeing the warlock that close. Axel is totally off the rails now, just screaming, "Die." But when he slams the button, nothing happens outside. Luke is shocked, whispering, "Nothing happened?" Axel is freaking out too. What the hell is going on here? "I know for a fact I planted bombs all over this block." Just then, Haley runs in. "Didn't we already tell you those bombs were disarmed?" Axel gives her this disgusting look, roaring. "One of the warlock's little minions. How dare you insects crawl together?" He's completely lost it, screaming, "You're all trash. Get on your knees and bow to me. The useless are just slaves meant to serve me." Haley was not having any of his nonsense. She rushes forward and just decks Axel right in the face. Watching him go down, she sighs in relief. Finally, payback. Axel still can't accept it, his voice trembling as he mutters, "You're all being played. I'm not the mastermind, I'm just a pawn." Then a voice just chuckles. "Ha ha, took you long enough to figure that out. Oh my god, who do you guys think the real mastermind is? Let me know in the comments." And with that, Axel was out cold. But Mason heard every single word he said before he passed out. He's frowning, deep in thought. Someone's pulling the strings behind the Black Rebellion? If that's true, what kind of crazy plot is about to go down? He's just standing there in silence. But then, he senses it. The cops are probably close. And just like that, Mason quickly scoops Haley up into his arms, ready to make a swift exit. So he's about to dip, and Julia's like, "Wait up." But oh my god, just like that, Mason ghosted. Poof, gone. Ruby and the others were just standing there, totally shook, like where did he even go? Vanished into the New York air. That is so typically him. Kara, on the other hand, finally lets out this huge sigh of relief. Low-key, she was so grateful to Mason. My dude literally saved everyone. The next day, the news is blowing up that Axel, some washed-up magic noble, got cuffed for a whole list of charges, including criminal conspiracy. Get this, Hannah and Rick just happened to be walking past a TV at the mall when the news drops, but Hannah was not having it. She just looked salty and stormed off in a huff. Meanwhile, Ruby's crew is like, "Dude, you went rogue on us." So when they finally see Mason again, they demand answers. After he gives them the short version, Ryan gets all suspicious, leaning in like, "For real though, did something go down with your family?" Ruby's all worried, telling him, "Just hit us up next time, okay? Keep us in the loop." Mason gives a little nod, looking kinda sorry. "My bad. things have been a total mess lately. A little while later, they pull up to the Clearwater family mansion. I'm talking a massive estate in the Hamptons, and 2 butlers are already waiting outside. The second they see Ruby's squad, they're like, super formal. We've been expecting you, members of the Magic Task Force. So extra. Inside this crazy huge living room, Ruby doesn't even waste a second. She's straight up to her dad. Okay, Dad, you need to explain what is going on, right now. Cyrus is quiet for a hot minute. Then he starts talking all slow and dramatic. To wash away the shame of the magic nobility and stop these rogue mages, I pretended to team up with Crow and infiltrate Break Rebellion. Axel is an old-school magic noble, and his criminal record is longer than his CVS receipt. He's all like, he couldn't just stand by while Axel was running his little empire of dirt. But Ruby, sharp as ever, hits him with, but why drop the act now? Cyrus explains slowly. It was a special directive from the NYPD. So apparently, Cyrus got summoned by the police chief himself and was asked to be their inside man. Since Axel was tight with Finn Lucas, they figured Cyrus, being the head of a major magic family, could get in close. And what do you know? It totally worked. Axel trusted Cyrus completely. Mason's just listening to all this, not saying a word, but you can tell he's connecting the dots and the whole story is clicking into place. Cyrus keeps going. And even though I'm not technically a cop, I'm getting special treatment, like an undercover agent. I've got full immunity. After hearing the whole insane story, Ruby and her sister finally breathe, like the biggest sigh of relief ever. Then, of course, they immediately start trashing the cops. Like, I can't believe they made you go through that while they just sat back and did nothing. But our boy Mason is still side-eyeing the whole situation. The Magic Task Force was just the public face. This could all go south real fast. But why did Cyrus have to be so extra about it? And the police, who usually kiss up to the magic nobility, are suddenly calling the shots. The whole dynamic is flipped. Plus, why did the cops decide to make a move right then and there? The whole "we couldn't ignore it anymore" excuse felt super weak. On top of that, Mason remembered what happened that night. After he bounced from the warehouse, he'd asked Haley if the cops really made the first move. Haley gave him this dead serious nod and was like, that's right. The police, with their B-rate intel, somehow acted before us. And get this, more than half the bombs were fakes. Mason's brow just furrows at that, thinking out loud. So they didn't have enough real bombs to begin with. Haley just shrugs, pouting like it's no big deal. That's one theory. But it's way too sloppy to be a real threat. The cops moved too fast, almost like they had a cheat sheet. This whole case is seriously sus. And while Mason is lost in his big brain thoughts, Cyrus keeps on with his speech. Following Hogan and Kai, I will also cooperate publicly from now on. And I am officially revoking the order of your disownment. I admit my faults, please forgive me. Hearing that, you guys, Ruby and her sister were literally beaming. Seeing them so happy made Mason feel a little better, I guess. After the big talk, the squad bounced from the mansion. Ryan's walking and laughing, all hyped up. The Clearwater family is back together and they're gonna work with the Magic Task Force. With Break Rebellion totally dismantled, all our problems are basically solved. But Kara, walking behind everyone, is silently staring at Mason, and you can just tell she is down bad. The Black Mage and him were the same person, and he was her hero. Like, if the Black Mage is really Mason, is he supposed to arrest him? What's the protocol here? It's a total mess. Ruby was also bugging out about the Black Mage's identity. She caught a glimpse of his eyes for like 1 second, and they were a dead ringer for Mason's. The theory was getting real, and Mason, walking up ahead, could literally feel everyone staring at him and just sighed. This is getting way too complicated. For real, this is a hot mess. If this keeps up, it's gonna get ugly. That night, same old routine. Mason sneaks into the hospital on Roosevelt Island to heal Kai, but the kid still won't wake up, and Mason's starting to get a little stressed. While he's in the middle of his magic healing thing, Haley just pushes the door open and walks in. With zero other options, the healing gets cut short, and Mason has to do a sick dive out the window to hide. Haley, totally clueless, walks over to Kai's bed and starts murmuring, "We beat the bad guys together, you don't have to worry anymore." With that, she reaches out to stroke his head, whispering, "No one's ever going to hurt you again." But before Haley can even finish, Kai's lips start moving on the bed, and he calls out to her. Instantly, Haley's face lights up and she grabs his hand. "I'm here. Your sister is right here." Kai had finally woken up, for real this time. He smiled at her. "Welcome back, sis. I tried my best to be strong while you were gone." Oh my god, Haley was so moved, she just hugged her little brother and started bawling her eyes out. In the end, all her hard work totally paid off. Mason, watching this super sweet scene from the fire escape, was actually happy for them. A second later, he slipped back into the shadows and headed home. The next morning, they're all chilling on the roof of the Magic Academy, and Ryan is basically begging Mason and the crew, "Please, I seriously need you guys to watch my little siblings tomorrow." Mason hears this and he's just like, "What's up?" Ryan quickly explains, okay, so my shift is literally all day tomorrow, so I'm gonna be home super late. Normally, I'd work with the Special Magic Task Force when my mom's off, but this time, it looks like neither of us will be around. Ryan said he can't just leave his siblings home alone that late, so he was hoping Mason could watch them. Without even hesitating, Mason just nods. Sure, I like kids anyway. Ryan's face totally lit up. Are you for real? Thanks so much, man. But just then, Julia speaks up all apologetically. Sorry, I don't think I can make it. I'm gonna be busy moving. After she said that, Ryan remembered and nodded. Oh, that's right, I forgot. Are you moving back to your dad's place? Julia just shakes her head a little. Nah, we're moving to a bigger place. My dad was all, be bold, assert yourself, and go explore the world, as long as you have Mason Cross by your side. He's so weird. Ryan couldn't help but get a little exasperated. Your dad is the same as ever, huh? Julia just scratches her head, all shy. Well, I guess it's lucky he's supporting us so much. Mason just frowns a little. If her dad really wanted them to be independent, wouldn't Julia and Ruby living together make more sense? It kind of felt like he had his own reasons for wanting Mason to stick around. Julia then asks quietly, so, does that mean Mason and Ruby will be going with you? But when Ryan looked over at the two of them sitting on the bench, the words total disaster immediately came to mind, so he instantly backpedaled. On second thought, maybe it's better for Julia to go by herself. Seeing this, Mason got annoyed. What's with the hesitation, dude? But Ryan didn't answer. Mason glanced over at Ruby and asked, what about you, Ruby? I can probably handle it alone. Ruby paused for a sec, then after a long, awkward silence, she stammered, I want to help too. Seeing that they both agreed, Ryan was stoked. Sorry about this, you too. I totally owe you one. Mason just shook his head like it was no big deal, then looked over at Ruby, who was sitting all hesitantly beside him. The next day, just like they promised, Mason and Ruby took the three little kids to an amusement park in New Jersey. He smiled all cheerfully and said, it's been a hot minute since I've been to an amusement park. The three kids were absolutely losing their minds with excitement, screaming about every single ride they wanted to go on. Mason was all in. All right, bet. We'll ride every single one. With that, he led the kids inside, but after a few steps, he realized Ruby wasn't even moving. Mason frowned and was like, what are you doing? Let's go. Ruby was just squinting at everyone, and her whole vibe was honestly a little terrifying. She opened her mouth and said super coldly, oh, okay, I'm coming. But her intense aura made the kids cling to Mason and start crying. Mason sighed, totally exasperated. Hey, you look way too scary right now. Can you maybe try smiling a little? Ruby apologized, looking guilty. Then she tried to force a smile. But you guys, it looked even worse than when she was crying. The kids started wailing again. You look so scary. This left Mason feeling kinda helpless, just trying to calm them down. Ruby was also at a total loss. Her face was just naturally intense and smiling was not helping. But the kids forgot about it pretty quick. Mason took them on the carousel, and then the Ferris wheel. They were so happy, just beaming. And that wasn't all. Mason then took the kids on a massive roller coaster. They spent the entire day like that, with the kids just begging to play more. What do you think is the best ride at an amusement park? Let me know in the comments. Only Ruby just walked quietly behind them the whole time, and Mason totally noticed. Seeing him look at her, Ruby could only force another one of those scary smiles, trying to signal she was fine. Just then, two of the kids had to use the restroom, and Mason quickly warned them, be careful not to bump into anyone. So Mason and Ruby sat on a bench to wait. Mason finally broke the silence. Seeing the kids, this hyped is the best, isn't it? Ruby just nodded slightly, hesitating for a moment before saying in a low voice, you're amazing, Mason. The kids totally adore you. Mason quickly shut that down. It's not that deep, but Ruby didn't think so. She sighed and said, as you can see, I'm not good with kids. It's not that I hate them, I'm just really bad at interacting with them. Smiling to himself, Mason replied casually, I know. The more Ruby talked, the more she started spiraling. She mumbled in a low voice, I'm sorry. I once told Julia she could never beat me, but that's not even true. I can't cook. I'm not as observant as Julia. I'm not good at getting along with people. I'm even getting left behind in magic. Ruby sighed, totally defeated. I'm not perfect. I'm just a clumsy girl who can't do anything right. Mason just listened silently, letting her vent. Realizing she was being a total downer, Ruby immediately tried to switch up her attitude, putting on a fake cheerful voice. I'm not normally like this, my bad. Just forget everything I just said. Mason didn't say a word, and right then, the kids came running back. But just at that moment, a group of obnoxious teens was filming some stupid video, cussing up a storm. These loud-ass kids are so annoying. We're recording all your dumb faces right now. And at that exact moment, one of the kids running back to Mason bumped right into one of them. Seeing it happen, Mason was instantly on high alert. But before he could even move, Ruby shot forward like a freaking lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, she had snatched the child up in a hug. The two of them slid across the pavement in this epic action movie move. Once they were safe, Ruby quickly pushed the kid away from her and asked frantically, "Are you okay?" The kid, just now realizing what happened, started bawling his eyes out. Seeing that the child was okay, Ruby let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, you're not hurt." But right then, those jerk teenagers stomped up behind Ruby, looking like they were ready to throw down. Oh no, what's gonna happen? Smash that like and subscribe button so you don't miss the next part. Okay, so get this dude bumps into them and doesn't even say sorry. Like, zero manners. Ruby was times not times having it and totally stared him down, firing back with, we didn't do squat. You're the one who needs to apologize." This just set the creep off, and he balls up his fist, lunging at her, screaming, "You think you can act all that just 'cause you got a pretty face?" But like, plot twist before he even laid a finger on our girl Ruby. His fist gets caught midair. Boom. Mason just swoops in, grabs the punk's wrist super tight and is like, "You lowlifes are a total vibe kill. Don't ruin a good time for everyone else." And then you guys, this was sick. He just twists the dude's arm back while the guy is totally flailing. Mason gives this cold little scoff and lets him go. You better believe his little buddies booked it out of there so fast. Mason's totally unbothered. He just looks over at Ruby and is like, "Y'all good?" Ruby's fine, but one of the little kids is totally clinging to her leg, sobbing. I was so scared. The other two were crying too, and Ruby was just frozen, like, completely flustered. She gives Mason this "help me" look, but my man is just standing there grinning. Classic. So Ruby just scoops up all three kids into a big hug to calm them down. She's like, "It's okay, you're all safe now." So cute. Later, after they get the kids home, Ryder finally rushes in that night like, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry I'm late. Were the kids a nightmare?" But then he stops, because he sees the most adorable thing ever. Mason and Ruby are passed out on the floor with the three kids, all cuddled up. Seriously, they look like a whole family. Let me know in the comments if you're shipping Mason and Ruby, because I totally am. Okay, so switching gears, the biggest buzz in New York right now is this magician duo, Shadow and Light. They're getting all the headlines. Meanwhile, the NYPD's rep is totally in the toilet. I mean, sure, they got props for being quick during the Black Rebellion chaos, but the Special Magic Task Force completely stole their thunder, so nobody cares. The cops are in full-on crisis mode, holding meetings about how to handle these dark mages. The police commissioner is literally fuming, like, "We can't let our honor be dragged through the mud." He's all, "We gotta arrest these wannabe night criminals," like, yesterday. Meanwhile, across town at the Kane family's massive estate, probably somewhere swanky like their place at 111 West 57th Street, Mason's been training with Rick ever since they teamed up, and today was no different. They were gearing up for a serious sword fight. And let me tell you, Rick was not playing around. He just calmly draws his sword, and bam, he moves like a blur, fast as the wind. Rick's sword was a whirlwind, coming at Mason from every angle, but Mason's speed was insane, too, and he was totally keeping his cool. Rick switched it up, going for a low attack, but Mason was already a step ahead and dodged it like it was nothing. That move failed, so Rick comes at him again, and you guys, they were deadlocked for what felt like forever. It was so intense. The whole thing ends when a sword tip freezes right in front of Mason's face. Rick narrows his eyes and just says, "Match over." It's a draw. A draw, you ask? 'Cause get this, Mason's sword was pointed right at Rick's gut. They both lower their swords, and Rick is just like, "Whoa, impressive. You can actually keep up with me." Mason just lets out this little laugh, making a pouty face like, "Nah, man, when it comes to straight-up sword skills, you've got me beat." Hearing that, Rick is even more impressed, nodding with a smile. Humble times and times talented. I'm seriously blown away. Mason's all polite. "You're too kind." Rick doesn't say anything, just walks over to the wooden rack to put his sword away. But the second that sword leaves his hand, his whole body just slumps. He starts grumbling, like, "Oh, what a drag." Mason is totally confused, like, "Dude, what just happened?" The vibe shift is crazy. Rick just listlessly explains, "Holding a sword is the only thing that gives me any motivation. Otherwise, I literally have zero energy. I wish I could just poof out of existence or turn into a tree or something." Mason walks over to give him a little pep talk, and he's like, "Look, man, let me be real. Even if no one's asking you to stick around, don't just check out. It's fine to do nothing. Just being alive is enough. If that's what makes you happy, then who cares about the rest?" Rick was kind of taken aback by that and was like, "You're a really interesting dude." He admitted he's always felt like an outsider, and getting famous for his sword skills just made him feel even more alone. But Mason just shook his head and hits him with, "That's not being an outsider, bro. That's being special." Rick is so confused, muttering, "Special? No one's ever called me that before." Mason lets out this soft sigh and gets real quiet. I've been through something similar. He's thinking about this insane, unimaginable horror he survived, a near-death experience that was his whole reality in a past life. Yeah, back when he was Ichikami Mason, during this world-ending event, he was just a regular guy. Some magical beast attacks him, and he fights back. And bam, that's when he awakened his powers. Rick is listening to this, frowning. Because in the files he dug up, it just said Mason changed after some accident. He thought that was the whole story, but now he realizes Mason's talking about something else entirely. And ever since that day, Mason taught himself magic by literally copying the monster's spells. And now, he's created his own freaking magic. But on that one horrible day, he was the only one who made it out. He couldn't save a single person. Thinking about it, Mason's fists clench and he says, with so much fire, "Everyone around me treated me like a monster, but now, this power, these abilities, they've saved people." After dropping that bomb, he looks right at Rick and asks, "Don't you have something you want to protect? Isn't that why you fight?" Rick was just stunned silent for a second. After a long beat, he finally nods and is like, "I get it. You're right, there are things I want to protect." And hearing that, Mason just breaks into this huge grin and says, "Then use your strength for them. You're special, right?" And just like that, Rick's confidence is back. He smiles, so grateful, and says, "You're right, thank you, Mason Kusanagi." Then they have this super sincere handshake, a total bro moment. Mason's all cheerful, looking forward to working with you, man. And Rick nods, "Yeah, me too." After their chat, Mason leaves the Kane's place, and Rick just watches him go, looking super thoughtful. Seriously, smash that like button if you love this new team-up. Meanwhile, Mason's totally rethinking his opinion of Rick. For the head of some fancy pants magician family, the dude is actually pretty cool. Yeah, he's got some weird quirks, but way better than those other arrogant, evil, or just plain weirdo mages. But while he's lost in thought, this person with fiery red hair slams right into him. Mason's super quick, reaching out to help them up, all concerned like, "Oh shoot, my bad, you okay?" But the person just snaps back, "Ouch, watch it, kid." Mason freezes, he knows that voice. It's Hannah. She spots him and gets all suspicious. "What are you times doing here?" She scrambles to her feet, totally pissed, grumbling, "I swear, I ran into the biggest pain in the butt today." Mason gives her a quick look over and smirks, "Whoa, not wearing your usual super extra outfit today, huh?" Hannah just glares at him. "Who do you think wears that stuff 24/7? It's for missions, genius. It's magic-resistant gear." Mason just shrugs all casual like, "I dunno, just thought it was your whole vibe." At that, Hannah just whips her head around and goes silent. Seeing her get all defensive, Mason mumbles, "Wait, so you actually like it?" This just makes Hannah even more annoyed and she shouts, "Shut up, it's my choice, okay?" Her yelling totally gets everyone on the street staring. Hannah immediately lowers her voice, "Ugh, we're making a scene." Then she spots this little coffee shop, maybe over on Sunset Boulevard in Los Angeles. So she bolts inside, yelling back at Mason, "What are you doing just standing there? Let's go." Mason's totally helpless against her. This girl just does whatever she wants, whenever she wants. But he follows her in any way, and they grab a table in the back. Of course, people still notice them and start whispering. Someone even recognizes Hannah, and suddenly the rumor is that they're on a date. Oh, the drama. This sends Hannah into a rage. She shoots the whisperers a death stare that could literally curdle milk, and they immediately start sweating. Mason's just thinking to himself, she's like a feral chihuahua, always ready to bite. While he's thinking that, Hannah pipes up, "Hey, you saw Rick today, right?" Mason looks at her, kinda sus. "How'd you know?" Hannah just huffs, pouting a little. "You two seem to get along times real times well, huh? Must have been nice." Mason totally thinks she's jealous, so he's like, "Ah, I should have invited you. My bad." Hearing that, Hannah just snaps. "I am not pouting because you didn't invite me. We're just temporary partners. I couldn't care less about being friends with you." But right as she says that, she sees this happy little family across the cafe and just goes quiet. Mason's totally oblivious to her mood swing, just smiling like, "That's cool too, as long as we can work together." Hannah quickly looks away, her voice getting super serious. "The confidence of the powerful, huh? It's annoying. But you really are strong. How did you get that powerful?" Mason just replies, "Cool as a cucumber. A car accident." Hannah is so not interested in that story again and cuts him off. Yeah, I know that part, but there's no way one little accident makes you times that times strong." She's basically calling him out, saying his magic level is off the charts, that it can't just spike overnight. That's not how magic works. The T is, Mason's actually holding back a ton of power, even more than usual. When he stays quiet, Hannah presses on. "If almost dying was all it took to get powerful, none of us would have to work so hard." At this point, she totally loses it, grabbing Mason by the collar and screaming in his face, There has to be a reason you're so strong, right? Spill it. Mason could see pure desperation in her eyes. Like, damn, she really wants to be stronger. But how could he tell her he's the reincarnation of Ichikami Mason? It would sound insane, and it wouldn't be the answer she wanted anyway. So after thinking for a sec, Mason just says, there's nothing special to it. If you want to get stronger, you just train. Hannah shoves him away, so mad, and scoffs, I will never understand you. But right then, the waiter shows up with their drinks, and puts this giant strawberry ice cream sundae right in front of Hannah. And when she sees it, Mason literally yells, what is that monstrous thing? But Hannah's eyes completely light up, and she gets this huge, excited grin. There it is. I've been dying to try this. Mason is even more lost now. Like, what is happening? Hannah's acting like a golden retriever whose owner just got home. She realizes she's being way too obvious and immediately tries to play it cool, putting on this totally fake reluctant face. Oh, looks like they messed up the order. But, I mean, since it's here. And with that, she completely gives up the act and digs in, taking a huge spoonful. The second it hits her tongue, she's in heaven and can't help but go, this is so good. Then she just starts demolishing it. Mason is just sitting there, helpless, sipping his drink, watching this girl go to town. And in, like, record time, she finishes the entire large sundae. She leans back, clutching her stomach and laughing. That was amazing. I'm so stuffed. Only then does she remember Mason is even there, and she gets all embarrassed, scratching her head. Hey, I've wanted to try the parfait here forever, but it feels weird coming alone, so, thanks. Mason's just quiet, totally shocked. This fiery, hot-headed girl loves sweets? Who knew? But then, his expression changes, because he realizes Hannah's magical power is suddenly going through the roof. What is happening? Make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss what comes next. Oh my god. It looked like Haley totally caught the vibe too. She shot up like she was out of there, saying, I got nothing else to say to you. I'm dipping. Mason didn't even try to stop her, just kinda quietly watched her bounce. She must have let her guard down for a sec, cause he totally peeped the magic she was holding back. And y'all, it was way stronger than the last time they threw hands. Like, how in the world did Haley get that juiced up? After thinking it over, Mason was 100% sure Haley was hiding something major. Meanwhile, over at the local NYPD precinct, Sloan was trying to get some work done, but he could not stop thinking that Mason might be the Dark Sorcerer. I mean, every time the Dark Sorcerer showed up, Mason was conveniently MIA, making it ridiculously sus. The police investigation was getting crazy intense. It was only a matter of time before the Dark Sorcerer got snatched up, so Sloan had no clue what to do anymore. He just kinda glanced at the family photo on his desk, totally lost in his thoughts. That night, on some bougie skyscraper rooftop in New York, Haley met up with Mason to spill the tea on recent events. The cops were trying to wipe out the Dark Sorcerer, and operations were popping off everywhere. Apparently, some of their crew had been busted but were only being questioned for now. Mason got all serious when he heard the news. The Magic Task Force got the order to hunt us down too. They're throwing everything they've got at this. He wondered if he should tell Haley that he, Mason, was actually a member of the Magic Task Force, but knowing her, if she got caught, she'd never snitch. So telling her would just put a whole bunch of useless pressure on her. Besides, spilling the beans right now wouldn't help anything. The timing was just all wrong. While Mason was having his main character moment, Haley spoke up again. If things keep going like this, they might. They might actually track us down to our cribs in Brooklyn. We need to cook up a plan. Mason gave a little nod and said with all the confidence in the world, leave it to me, I've got this. The next day, Mason went to find Skylar, all like, yo, sorry for the sudden request, but I need your help. Skylar didn't even hesitate, just straight up agreed. If it's a request from Captain Irving, I have no reason to say no, bet. Over at police headquarters, after days of searching with zero sign of the Dark Sorcerer, the chief slammed his desk so hard and yelled at his subordinate. Still no sign of Chrono? An officer quickly reported, we're still interrogating the members of the Shadow Bearers, but they keep capping, insisting they don't know anything. The chief heard this and barked back. A cop's job is to make them talk. Spill the tea. The officer hesitated. We don't have enough evidence to charge them. It's likely the low-level members weren't told anything important. The more the chief heard, the angrier he got, slamming his desk again and shouting, the honor of the entire NYPD is on the line. I don't care if you have to get rough or not, capture Chrono at all costs. Inside the Magic Task Force briefing room, Sloan stood at the podium and announced clearly, as you all know, we've received orders to hunt down Chrono and the members of the Shadow Bearers. Mason was there, of course, because of course he was. He just listened quietly to the whole thing. The siblings, Luke and Kara, were also listening hard, but you could tell everyone was stressing about something. The officers below started murmuring after hearing what Sloan said. For real? We're already swamped with disasters and monsters. Isn't this supposed to be the FMT's job? What are the higher-ups even thinking? Mason frowned in silence. It just proved how desperate the situation was getting. If the cops really went all out, the people in his crew would have a hard time getting away. Just then, Sloane continued. Prioritize responding to disasters and monsters while continuing the search for the shadow bearers. That's all. Dismissed. The officers below quickly cleared out. Kara then ran up to Sloane and asked, "Do we really have to hunt down the shadow bearers?" He nodded coldly. "It's an order from the top. We don't get a say." Ryder overheard and complained. "They've already dumped the heaviest disaster response duties on us." Luke also sighed. "Great. Now we've got more work to do. Who do they think we are?" Kara hesitated before speaking. "But I can kind of see why the higher-ups are doing this." Sloane replied coolly. "If those illegal mages get any more clout, who knows what could happen." Then he glanced at Mason and said, "I think it's time to end this whole charade, Captain Kusanagi." Mason frowned at that, asking suspiciously, "What are you even trying to say?" Sloane narrowed his eyes at him and pushed, "If you're Chrono, then turn yourself in right now." As soon as he said it, Kara and Jessica were literally stunned. Even Luke and Ryder were completely shook, like, "What is my man Sloane even talking about?" When they snapped out of it, both Kara and Jessica clapped back. "Mason isn't Chrono. I've told you so many times. There's no way in hell Mason is Chrono." Sloane looked at them coldly and growled. "The fact that you two are trying so hard to protect him just makes you look guilty as heck." Both Kara and Jessica were speechless, wanting to argue, but they had literally nothing. Sloane sighed in frustration. "Captain Kusanagi is essential, not just to this city, but to the whole world. And it's true that Chrono has saved a lot of people." Kara looked at him suspiciously, asking in confusion, "Then why?" Sloane bit his lip and said fiercely, "That's exactly why. If he surrenders now, there's a good chance the judge will go easy on him. At least it's better than getting busted by the cops." The timing of Mason and the Dark Sorcerer's appearances, their builds, and even their powers are all the same. But most importantly, Mason is never around whenever the Dark Sorcerer shows up. "This can't be a coincidence, my guy." His words left Kara and Jessica totally speechless. They didn't know what to say. Sloane ignored them and aggressively questioned Mason. "Answer me, Captain Kusanagi. Tell me your real identity. Are you Chrono?" Mason just frowned, staying silent for a super long time. Just then, Kara suddenly yelled, "Wait a minute." Sloane, totally interrupted, asked, annoyed, "Now what is it? Don't tell me you're still trying to defend that guy." "No, check this out." Kara quickly shook her head and shoved her phone in Sloane's face, showing a group of people in black coats. The guy sitting in the chair spoke in this chilling voice. "We have taken control of this broadcast station. I am the leader of the Shadow Bearers, Chrono." He paused for a beat, and then continued, "Sorry to interrupt your evening, citizens. It seems the world is dying to know who's stronger, Mason Kusanagi or me. So I will satisfy everyone's curiosity and officially challenge Mason Kusanagi to a fight." Hearing this, Sloane's group was completely shocked. Mason, however, seemed perfectly calm, like everything was going according to his master plan. Sloane was totally confused now. Like, what is this? He wants a fight? How can he do that if they're the same person? Kara was just as baffled. She had been sure from the start that Mason was the Dark Sorcerer. But what was this plot twist? Ryder also thought he'd been wrong. Maybe Mason really wasn't him. Ryder, completely clueless to what everyone was thinking, raised an eyebrow at Mason and asked, "So what are you going to do, Mason?" Luke smirked. "Do you even need to ask?" Mason glanced at everyone, then gave a confident smile. He calmly said, "Of course I accept the challenge." The next day, at the SBA Arena in Los Angeles, Mason arrived at the designated spot for the fight with the Dark Sorcerer. Naturally, for a huge event like this, the reporters were all there. They had shown up super early and started broadcasting live. The battle between Mason Kusanagi and Chrono was about to begin, but Chrono hadn't shown up yet. A massive crowd had gathered, like it was some kind of championship game. The police were deployed because this thing was obviously dangerous. They were probably also waiting to arrest the Dark Sorcerer. The crowd outside was constantly cheering for Mason. Of course, there were also people who thought the Dark Sorcerer would win. Let me know in the comments who you were rooting for. Ryder watched from a distance, unable to help but remark, "This whole thing has turned into a massive spectacle." Luke and the others were checking out the reactions online, and everyone was super invested in this. Sloane frowned as he watched Mason from afar. "What on earth are you planning?" There's no turning back now. At the same time, Haley and Rick were also there. Haley couldn't help but say, "He's late." It wasn't long before Tyler showed up too. Haley pouted and muttered, "So you're here too? Huh." Rick nodded in agreement. "This is a surprise." Tyler casually replied, "This is a battle I have to witness in person." Just then, Haley sensed something and quickly turned her head. Rick and Tyler noticed it too and looked over. Sloane's group on the rooftop yelled in alarm. "What is that?" A streak of light was seen hurtling down from the sky. It zipped past a helicopter in the air, making it wobble like crazy. Mason also looked up, waiting for this thing to appear. With a loud boom, the streak of light hit the ground. Mason stood there calmly, his expression unchanged. But the others weren't so cool. They were pushed back by the force of the impact. The Dark Sorcerer, leader of the Shadow Bearers, had arrived. Seeing the figure in the black coat, a reporter immediately shouted, "Chrono has appeared. This is incredible. It's really him in the flesh." Sloan was stunned when he saw the other person. Kara also exclaimed in shock, "So Mason isn't Chrono after all? They really are two different people." Down in the arena, Mason suddenly scratched his head and muttered, "I'm not usually one for big shows, but it looks like I don't have a choice." The Chrono opposite him didn't say a word, just got into a fighting stance. Mason couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and smirk. "What's wrong? Cat got your tongue?" "All right, fine by me. Let's just get this over with." Immediately after, they both got into their fighting stances, and the crowd watched with insane anticipation. Sloan's group also watched the two below. They were worried about Mason. As for Tyler's little crew of 3, they were also looking forward to this epic battle. Mason then summoned his magic to attack. Chrono didn't back down, summoning dark magic into his hands. Mason fired a sharp, golden beam of light, while Chrono created a phantom of a giant bird shrouded in terrifying darkness. With a massive boom, the two powers collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The helicopter in the sky was rocked violently by the blast, and the reporter couldn't help but yell, "We're gonna crash if we stay here. Let's get out of here." But the most intense part of the fight was happening below, and they did not want to miss it for the world. Just then, Chrono charged forward like the wind. Mason didn't back down either, clenching his fist and rushing in. Their fists clashed, neither giving an inch. Their speed was so fast the naked eye couldn't even follow. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged several blows. Chrono furiously threw punches at Mason's face. At first, Mason could handle it calmly, but after a few moves, Chrono suddenly struck his stomach, unleashing a level 9 lightning magic attack from his hand. Just like that, Mason was sent flying, crashing hard into the buildings behind him. Oh no. Y'all, hit that subscribe button cause you are not gonna want to miss what happens next. Oh my god, Chrono had this super cocky grin, like he'd already won the whole thing. HenRy pushed himself up, complaining, "Dude, for real? You're not pulling any punches, huh? My fit is totally wrecked now." Chrono was dead silent, just throwing another attack spell. In a flash, a freaking massive boulder was hurtling straight for HenRy. But my guy didn't even flinch, casually casting a spell of his own. Instantly, a shield just poofed into existence above HenRy's head. Once again, two insane spells just collided. But this time, the giant boulder was completely obliterated by the shield. HenRy let out a sigh of relief, reaching out to snag a little mana particle floating around him. He smiled, all satisfied. For a new type of magic, that's not half bad. Seeing this wild spell of his, the crowd watching from the sidelines was absolutely shook. But they snapped out of it and just started screaming and cheering, like, who even cares about the old money magic families anymore? These two were on a whole other level. The fangirls were absolutely losing their minds over HenRy. Over on the side, Hinata was muttering all salty. These null magic users are always so damn extra, just a bunch of clueless show-offs. Riku was in total awe that both of them could actually use level 9 magic, scoffing. Hinata grudgingly added that their mana pools were just ridiculous. Even after slinging such high-level spells, they still had juice left in the tank. Tusuru chimed in, but the most insane thing was HenRy's magic. His chain magic moved like it was alive. Hearing this, the three of them went dead, silent, just thinking. So, after you cast a spell, if you reactivate it in a super short time, the effect keeps going. That's chain magic. But HenRy's was on another planet. After a sec, Hinata spoke up again. Only, like, a handful of mages can use chain magic, right? Tusuru nodded slightly, and the number who can mix it with auto magic is even rarer. Another thing is HenRy's insane physical strength. He's probably using mana to beef up his body and using it to power up his offense and defense. Hinata looked at Tusuru and frowned. In other words, he's basically a walking wall of pure mana. Tusuru just nodded casually. That's probably it. It's because their magic is so freaking unconventional, they've surpassed us magic nobles in every single way. At this point, he was convinced that both HenRy and Chrono were straight-up monsters. Not knowing what everyone was thinking, down below, HenRy and Chrono were still going at it like maniacs. The spells they were throwing were all ridiculously high level. HenRy let out a cold grunt and, in a flash, appeared right in Chrono's face. With zero hesitation, he kicked Chrono hard, sending him crashing from the sky to the ground. But just as fast, Chrono used magic to fly right back up. Sloan's crew watched from a distance, their faces just pure shock. Julia couldn't help but say, "I knew they were strong, but I didn't think they were still hiding moves like this." Ryder just nodded in agreement. "Okay, now I totally get why the crowd is so obsessed with him." Kara then yelled that it was blowing up on Twitch and TikTok. And it wasn't just in New York. The whole world was watching this fight, even people out on the Santa Monica Pier. You could say this match was pulling in a massive audience. Everyone was just freaking out over their performance. Even Canada was no exception. It was so hyped that people were dropping everything to watch, literally ghosting their dates. One girl, getting ignored by her boyfriend, whined, "Who even cares about some New York mages?" But the second she said it, the crowd around her started chanting HenRy and Chrono's names. Just like that, a single duel had the entire world in a chokehold. At the arena, HenRy faced Chrono and spoke coldly. "You fought well, but I think this is where it ends." Chrono just stood there, completely silent. Then, he summoned a level 9 spell. A giant black blade appeared. Chrono swung it wildly through the air. A storm of slashes carrying dark energy just danced through the air. But HenRy wasn't fazed at all, calmly smiling as he said, "This is the end." Right after, he unleashed a level 10 null magic spell. HenRy created a massive wall and, with no hesitation, yeeted it into Chrono, launching him backward. The pressure from it was so intense that even Ruby's group, who were miles away, felt the impact. They couldn't help but scream. That magic is insane. Just how OP is HenRy? After throwing that one move, HenRy immediately flew towards Chrono. The reporter on the scene immediately told the pilot to get a move on and follow him, but the pilot just shook his head and said, "I can't. He's way too fast." Just then, the cameraman screamed in a panic that they lost the video feed. Hearing this, the reporter lost it. What the heck is happening? It was just getting to the good part, and the feed died. Down below, HenRy slowly walked up to Chrono, who was now just sitting helplessly on the ground. HenRy stood across from him, holding his hand out, and you couldn't tell what he was gonna do. Chrono's eyes suddenly shot wide open, and then magic circles appeared in his hands, which totally startled HenRy. He looked at Chrono with an icy stare and said, "You can stop now." As soon as HenRy finished speaking, Chrono suddenly started to shake. Then, a golden stream of mana wrapped around his body, and just like that, he vanished into thin air. HenRy let out a sigh of relief. "Woo, looks like I pulled it off." The anti-monster device you had Takigami make has also hit its limit. It probably could only handle level 9 magic for a short time. The clone magic is useful, but it's a major pain to use. The clone is way weaker than HenRy and can barely even talk. Meanwhile, Takigami was quietly watching the whole thing go down. Seeing it all go smoothly, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God, everything went well. She was shocked when she first heard that HenRy was the reincarnation of Mason, but to think that he was also Chrono was just beyond wild. He's always full of surprises. Since HenRy can't cast 2 spells at once, he only had a tiny window to reactivate the clone spell, which already has a super short duration. This means he had to constantly use a maintenance spell. HenRy couldn't use any other magic. That's why Takigami prepped an anti-monster gear set for him with auto magic, by using equipment capable of automatically casting a spell if he were to pass out. In theory, HenRy could use multiple types of magic at once. However, not only did it drain a colossal amount of mana, but he also had to personally control the clone with his mind. Otherwise, there was a risk the clone would go haywire and attack people. In other words, HenRy burned through a crazy amount of mana, all while controlling a clone and putting on this dramatic, epic fight. Seriously, only HenRy could pull that off. Just then, HenRy contacted Haley through his earpiece. "I'm Chrono. Haley, you can stop jamming the broadcast now." Haley immediately replied, "Got it. Is it over?" HenRy slowly answered, "It's all over." On his command, Haley ordered her organization to stop jamming the signal. Then she chuckled and said, "So no one will be hunting Chrono anymore. Is that right, Captain HenRy?" HenRy exclaimed in surprise. "You figured it out?" Haley just laughed softly. "Of course. Don't underestimate my intel network. I've known for a long time, I just never had a reason to bring it up, that's all." After hearing that, HenRy asked skeptically, "So you have a reason now?" Haley nodded slightly. "That's right, because today is the last time I'll see Chrono, isn't it?" A smile crept onto his face, and HenRy couldn't help but joke. "You saw right through me, huh?" Haley didn't answer, instead saying gratefully, "Thank you, Chrono. You saved me, the other members, and so many other people. I'm truly glad you were there for us." The number of illegal mages has dropped, and so has the crime rate in Los Angeles. The Shadow Bearers will lay low until the heat dies down. Without Chrono, New York will be fine. Haley then offered with a faint smile, "But I can handle HenRy's part of the work." For a fee, HenRy was a little exasperated. "You're gonna charge me?" Haley replied casually. "Of course, but I'll give you a friends and family discount." HenRy sighed, giving in. "All right, I'll count on you when the time comes." Haley smiled, satisfied. "Okay." HenRy just grunted, not knowing what else to say. Haley hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "Goodbye, Chrono." HenRy didn't reply, just disconnected his earpiece. He gazed into the distance, smiling and muttering, "Take care, Haley." Just then, Ruby's group ran over to HenRy. Julia asked urgently, "What happened to Chrono? Are you hurt?" HenRy answered casually, "Looks like he got away, but he's seriously hurt. I don't think he'll be showing his face for a while." As soon as he finished, Sloane bowed his head to him and said apologetically, "I'm so sorry. I misunderstood and thought you were Chrono. I'm really, truly sorry." Kara also stammered, "Me too. I was starting to suspect you. Please forgive me." Seeing this, Julia also quickly apologized to HenRy. HenRy honestly didn't know what to do. He felt incredibly guilty, but he had no choice but to lie to everyone. With that thought, HenRy just had to wave it off like it was nothing. Don't blame yourselves. Everyone makes mistakes. Meanwhile, after watching the fight, Hinata was super pissed off and yelled, "Are you kidding me? Damn it. How the hell are those jerks so strong?" After saying that, she bit her lip hard and muttered with total determination, "I have to get stronger. I'll never catch up to them with my normal training." Tusiru then remarked, "He still has mana left after a fight that intense. Just how deep are his reserves?" With this, HenRy was able to prove that he and Chrono are two different people. The Black Rebellion has also been called off, so the Shadow Bearers organization is no longer needed. Although Akuto's words still stuck in HenRy's mind, he had solved the biggest problem, and for now, that was enough. And so, in the days that followed, HenRy was literally everywhere in New York. He even started doing commercials for energy drinks. HenRy's ads basically broke the internet. Not to mention, videos of his training were all over social media for everyone to see. HenRy had to do a ton of interviews, and then he was on magazine covers. He was so popular that they sold out instantly. Let me know in the comments if you'd buy one. Not only that, but HenRy was also the top celebrity at the Magic Academy. Everywhere he went, he was mobbed by female students. HenRy was basically a teen idol at this point, which made him feel totally helpless. Julia and the others saw this and were worried about HenRy, wondering if he could handle it. The answer was obviously a big fat no. HenRy was going crazy. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore, slamming his desk and standing up. Without a second thought, HenRy just jumped out the window to get away. Only now did he regret blindly listening to Sloane. At this point, HenRy was a lost cause. The second anyone saw him, they'd start chasing him. When he got home to his place at 227 West 42nd Street, HenRy was completely wiped. Ruby asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" HenRy reluctantly managed a nod. "I'm fine. But more importantly, are you even done packing for the move?" "Wait, hold up, this place is already sparkling." Lucy was bragging all cheerfully, like, "While you were off the grid, me and my sis handled business." And by that, she meant Dana did all the heavy lifting, LOL. So get this, they moved into a sick 3-bedroom apartment in the East Village, so everyone gets their own space. With this much room, it's not going to feel all cramped. But real talk, the sisters were kind of salty about it. Cause with separate rooms, they couldn't sneak a peek at Mason's face while he was sleeping anymore. Oh my god, the thought had them both turning away blushing like crazy, leaving Mason totally oblivious. But whatever, he didn't even notice. He stepped out onto the balcony of their new place at 123 Main Street, New York, cause his phone was blowing up. Mason just hit accept right away. "Yo, Taylor." Taylor's voice came through on the other end. "You got a sec to talk?" "Just checking in, wanted to see if everything's cool after. You know." Mason was all chill about it. "It all went smooth, big thanks to you. Though, for real, the blowback is a whole thing now." Taylor couldn't help but crack a smile. "The price of fame, am I right?" Mason just brushed it off, talking all casual. "If you ever need anything for real, just hit me up. You're a real one, after all. My most important friend, and you're the only one who knows the real me." Taylor was quiet for a sec, then finally nodded and was like, "If anything goes down, you're the first person I'm calling." They chopped it up for a little more before Taylor hung up. And then, y'all, the drama, she just collapsed onto the floor, clutching a family photo. Taylor whispered, all broken up, "Ethan, what am I even supposed to do now?" The next day, over at the precinct's training grounds, a whole mob of rookies was already there, bright and early. And they were hype. The dudes were all stoked to train with the two sisters, while the girls were losing their minds to finally meet Mason. Dana, seeing the crazy long lines from way off, was like, "Whoa, there are way more newbies than I expected." "It's all because of Mason, duh," Sean explained, looking kinda embarrassed. Whatever their reasons, at least they're fired up. Hearing that, Lucy just made that times sound and shook her head. "I just hope they can handle it." Dana jumped in, totally agreeing. "For real, it's a straight-up nightmare." And right then, like he was summoned, Mason walked out of the precinct building. The second they saw him, the crowd went absolutely wild. Mason let out this helpless sigh, like, "Man, this is my life now, huh?" Thinking this, he instantly flexed his mana. In a flash, the whole squad of rookies felt this insane pressure just crush them, and they were all frozen solid. Just like that, the crazy chatter stopped cold. Mason smirked, totally satisfied, and crickets. "Love that for me." These new kids look pretty tough. I was gonna go easy on you for the first day, but I guess that's off the table now, isn't it? Hearing this, Lucy, Dana, and Ray all just face-palmed. Y'all, they suddenly had a super bad feeling about this. And just like they thought, the rookies charged in, hyped out of their minds, but got absolutely wrecked by Mason's boot camp from hell. The entire mob was throwing magic at Mason, but his shield blocked everything, and to make it worse, they had to listen to his non-stop trash talk. With magic like that, you guys couldn't even take out a single monster. It wasn't long before the whole group was totally wiped on the ground. You could just hear them all groaning. But right then, Dana suddenly screamed, "I'm not done yet," and bam! This insane tidal wave shot right at Mason. On top of that, Lucy and Ray launched their own attacks at the same time. Seeing this, the rookies were bugging out, yelling, "Bro, what? Even I is that? That's not training anymore." But the craziest part was still coming. Mason blocked all three of their spells with like one shield, not even breaking a sweat, and then all three of them collapsed, too. Mason just waved his hand and said with a grin, "All right, class dismissed. We'll measure your mana levels later." Everybody hit the testing room after a 5-minute break, and right after that, Mason just turned and walked away. The rookies watched him go, and one of them couldn't help but grumble. He just strolls away like that was nothing. What an absolute beast. But then they overheard what Lucy, Dana, and Ray were saying, and y'all, that sent the whole group into an even deeper state of shock, like their jaws literally hit the floor. A little later, in the mana testing room, the results dropped. Dana's mana level hit 120,000, Lucy's reached 118,000, and Ray's was up to 105,000. Kara and Sean weren't playing around either. Kara hit a solid 100,000, and Sean reached 112,000. Seeing these insane numbers, the rookies in the back were completely shook. Over 100,000. Dude, that's elite tier power. Are all the SMT members this jacked? Mason just stated coldly, Dana's mana level used to be just 2,000, but she managed to grind this hard. One of the rookies asked, all skeptical, "You for real? We can get that strong too?" Mason nodded without even thinking. "Absolutely, if you're willing to put in the work." Hearing him say that, the rookies got that look in their eyes, like, game on. And suddenly that training from hell seemed totally worth it. Mason didn't say anything else. He was lost in his thoughts. With her current power, Dana could solo a demon. Together, they could probably even take down a demon general. Everyone had leveled up a ton, but Mason knew deep down it still wasn't enough. The Demon King and the Demon God were still out there. As he was zoning out, Sean came over and slapped him on the back, smiling. "Yo, Captain Mason, you got a sec?" Mason's brow just furrowed in annoyance. "Oh no, I know that look. What fresh hell is this?" And just like he thought, Mason got roped into going to a party. Since it was some fancy thing, he had to wear a suit. Mason was so over it and just wanted to bounce. Sean walked up, all grateful. "Thanks for coming with us." "Captain Mason." Mason muttered under his breath, "Working with the elite mages is cool and all, but do we really need a whole party for it? Can't we just send a group text?" Sean quickly explained. "They want to use this to celebrate getting their power back." Mason sighed and rubbed his temples. As the captain, he couldn't just dip. This wasn't about laying low anymore. With that, Mason decided to just roll with it. He then started gassing Sean up. "Damn, Sean, looking sharp in that suit." Sean just laughed it off. "Thanks, I'm kinda used to wearing these things." Just then, Ray started whining. "Oh, I'm so not made for this kind of event." Mason immediately shot back. "Nah, I don't think so at all. You're tall and fit, you look awesome." Ray just shot him this annoyed glare, which left Mason totally confused. Just then, Sean yelled, "Looks like the girls are here." The first one to walk in was Dana. She was wearing this killer purple dress with a cute clip in her hair. And in contrast to Dana's total sweetheart vibe, Lucy wore a dark navy blue halter dress that was serving major glam and was super classy. Meanwhile, Kara looked adorable with a total girl next door look in a pretty blue dress. All three of them looked so different from how they usually do. Drop a comment below and tell us who had the best look. Dana walked up to Mason and asked all shy, "Is it weird seeing me dressed up like this?" Mason replied without a second thought, "Whoa, yeah it is. You look like 10 times cuter than normal." His words made Dana blush bright red. And he didn't stop there. Mason started hyping up Lucy's dress too. "The soft color of your dress really suits you too, Lucy. It brings out your style and highlights your whole sophisticated vibe." Not wanting to leave anyone out, he complimented Kara as well. And bam, all three of them are blushing messes, totally speechless. Ray just watched the whole thing unfold with a sigh. Classic Mason. He never holds back with the compliments, does he? Just then, someone else walked in, and this salty voice just slices through the room. Well, look who it is." Mason glanced over and saw Hannah walking towards them in a fiery red dress that was giving main character energy. Next to her were Rick and Tyson. Mason gave Hannah a once-over and commented, all chill, that dress looks great on you. The elegant style is a wild contrast to your usual, I will end you vibe. I dig it. His words just made Hannah even more pissed. She snapped at him, stop trying to sweet-talk me. You're so annoying. I'm out. Mason wasn't even fazed. He turned to Tyson and asked, you made it too, sir. Tyson just gave him this stiff nod. He replied all nonchalant, of course. I promised I would cooperate with you kids. I have no interest in wasting time on chit-chat, so if you'll excuse me. And with that, he just walked off, making the two sisters apologize. We're so sorry about that. Our father isn't really a talker. Mason just shrugged it off. It's all good, don't even worry about it. As they were talking, a woman in a black dress walked in. Mason's radar went off or something, and his eyes immediately followed her. Very soon, the party at the Plaza Hotel officially started. The host's voice boomed across the hall. Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. Please give a warm round of applause for your guests of honor for tonight. Tyson's group quickly formed a perfect line. The three heads of the elite mage families also got ready to hit the stage. The host also introduced two other people, the director of the Mage Association, Howard Fleming, and his daughter, Chloe Fleming. When Mason saw the man, he was just, shook. That was the dude he saw back in Times Square. So it really was him. And that girl in the mysterious black dress he'd noticed earlier. She's his daughter. Howard Fleming quickly stepped up to the podium and started his speech with a smile. Thank you for that introduction. I am Howard Fleming. Look, our country is in a tough spot right now with the emergence of disasters and monsters. Everyone in the hall below immediately snapped their attention to the stage, hanging on his every word. Howard declared with passion. But if the elite mages and the SMT join forces, these monsters will no longer be a threat. We, the elite mages, promise to throw everything we've got into protecting world peace. Tyson and the other two behind him were just standing there looking super awkward at his words, but they stayed quiet. The crowd below just exploded with applause. Mason had to admit it was direct, clear, and easy to get. Okay, gotta admit, that was a solid speech. He was nothing like those other politicians who just ramble on about nothing. As he was thinking that, Chloe's eyes just snapped right to him, totally catching him off guard. But instead of being embarrassed about getting caught staring, Chloe just gave him this mysterious smile. At that moment, Howard continued his speech. From this day forward, we will cooperate closely with the SMT as we both work to maintain public safety in the United States. He then turned to Mason, smiling. It's an honor to be working with you, Captain Mason. Mason returned the pleasantry. Yes, the honor is all mine, sir. And right after, the two of them shook hands. The second they touched, Mason could feel Howard's mana, and whoa. This dude was packing some serious heat. Mana-wise, he must have been training non-stop all these years. At that thought, Mason gave a satisfied smile. Looks like Howard hasn't changed a bit. And get this, it flashes back like 50 years ago, at the Mage Training Academy. Back when Mason was known as the Great Sage, he had arrogantly provoked the rookies below. Come at me, bro. All of you. I'm bored. Back then, Howard was just another rookie. Hearing those words, he had yelled out in frustration. Don't you dare look down on me. Take this, you jerk. So get this, Sloane was there too, obviously. And she was trying to tell him, dude, show some respect. You're talking to a living legend, the Great Sage. But this dude Hifumi was young and just way too cocky. You know. He straight up scoffed and was like, you think I give a crap who he is? I'm about to wipe that smug look right off his face. And then boom, Hifumi just starts blasting Mason with magic. Oh my god, and even though Sloane couldn't stand his attitude, she still jumped in. But Mason, seeing these two magic streams coming at him, just sneered. Seriously, what a totally basic display of magic. Then he casts his own spell. Hifumi loses it, yelling, Are you using a level 1 spell? Don't you dare play me like that. But Mason was unbothered, as these little throwing stars made of dirt just popped into existence. They shot out like they were fired from a cannon and just slammed it into the two magic streams, completely wrecking them. And not only that, but the stars kept going and hit the rookies in the back, taking them down. Sloane was floored, overpowering a level 4 spell with a level 1. What kind of insane power is that? Seeing them all go down, Mason just sighed, looking bored. And get this, he was already holding back a ton. So many people dip after the first training session, and he figured this time would be the same. But just then, Hifumi screams, I was just warming up, you jerk. And right after, he wobbles back onto his feet. Mason was actually a little surprised, whoa, you can still stand. Hifumi just grunted and said all cold, of course, this is nothing. A second later, Sloane also shakily got up, I can keep going too. Mason looked at both of them and, I kid you not, he smiled, totally satisfied. Okay, these two have potential. Looks like I finally got a good batch. But when they saw that smile, They got so ticked off they yelled at the same time. Wipe that arrogant smirk off your face. I'm going all out now. But, spoiler alert, they still got totally bodied by Mason. Hifumi was so not having it, clenching his fists and just muttering, "Freaking monster." Mason looked at the two of them. All the other rookies had already pieced out from the park on Roosevelt Island. These two were the only ones left. He was genuinely impressed they lasted this long. So, he just says, "All right, that's enough for today's training, go home and chill." But just as Mason turned to leave, a bolt of dark magic tried to cheap shot him, but he dodged it like it was nothing. And the one who attacked was, you guessed it, that stubborn Hifumi. He was gritting his teeth, muttering, "It's not over. It's not finished yet. I will beat you." But he literally face-planted the second he said it. Even so, Mason saw that fire in Hifumi's eyes right before he collapsed. He just knew that Hifumi was going to become a huge deal one day. And right behind him was Sloane, also trying to jump Mason while his back was turned. Looks like the Mage Association was about to get some seriously promising new talent. Man, back in those days, Hifumi always swore he'd surpass Mason. Hearing that, Mason would just smile and say, "Bet, I'll be waiting." And that kid is now a total boss. For a second, Mason thought, maybe it's cool to tell Hifumi that he was the OG Mason. But then he was like, nah, better not. Sloane had warned him not to tell anyone because it would just stir up a whole mess of drama. Right after that thought, the introduction ceremony kicked off. After they introduced a bunch of important people, the host spoke up again. That wraps up the intros. Please feel free to take this time to network and mingle. At that point, HenRy finally let out a sigh of relief, thinking his part was finally over. But then, all of a sudden, this girl Chloe walks up to him, smiling as she says, "Excuse me, got a sec? I'm Yumo Chloe." She said she had her eye on HenRy for a while and wanted to chat. HenRy, smooth as ever, answered, "It's an honor. You seem to be a mage as well." Chloe just covered her mouth and giggled. "That's right, but compared to you, I'm not even in the same league." And for real, she didn't have much magical power and couldn't control many elements, but something felt off. HenRy's spidey senses were tingling. What is this weird vibe? While he was lost in thought, Chloe smiled and said, "I hope we can become good friends. I have a pretty sharp intuition about these things." At the same time, across the room at this fancy gala on Fifth Avenue, the Julia sisters were secretly watching HenRy. And seeing him talking with Chloe, they looked kinda salty. Chloe had no idea they were watching her. She just kept chatting happily with HenRy, saying she was excited to work with him. HenRy replied politely, "Yeah, me too." Then, they shook hands. And in that 1 second, Chloe definitely sensed something. Her eyes narrowed for a split second, but she played it cool and smiled. "You're just as I thought. I'm so glad to know you're a good person." With that, she didn't even wait for a reply. Just turned and bounced, leaving him with this cryptic line. "We'll meet again soon, HenRy." HenRy didn't think much of it. He was more focused on that weird handshake. So the next day in class, as usual, HenRy was getting mobbed by a bunch of fangirls, and he was so over it. Just then, the teacher walks in and says, "Everyone back to your seats. Today we're welcoming a new student." And then, a pair of long, slender legs slowly walked in. "You guys," the new student was Chloe. She stood up at the front of the class and said all prim and proper, "It's nice to meet you all. I just transferred from the Magic Academy. My name is Mumu Chloe. I look forward to getting to know everyone." For a hot second, HenRy was just stunned, staring at Chloe like he'd seen a ghost. Immediately, the class started whispering. They all realized she was the daughter of the super-rich Mumu family. And wouldn't you know it, there was one empty seat right next to HenRy. So the teacher tells Chloe to sit there. Chloe didn't say a thing and just went to sit down next to him. HenRy glanced at her and said casually, "Didn't expect you to transfer here." Smiling, Chloe replied all cheerfully, "I told you, didn't I, that we'd meet again soon." HenRy couldn't help but give her another look. He was definitely trying to figure her out. During the break, all the guys in the class started crowding around Chloe, hitting her with a million questions. "What do you all think her deal is? Let me know down in the comments." Even Ryder was muttering, confused. What the heck is that girl thinking? Ruby's crew huddled up, starting to gossip about why Chloe would transfer to their school in New York. HenRy glanced over at them and couldn't help but crack a smile. Chloe, meanwhile, was totally unfazed by the crowd. She handled it like a pro, always with this faint, mysterious smile. After school, though, Ruby's group was in for an even bigger shock. Sloane brought Chloe to the police department's training grounds in Los Angeles. "All right, listen up. This is Mumu Chloe. She'll be joining the FMT starting today." As soon as he said that, the students were bugging out. "Isn't she the heiress to the Mumu Corporation? Why is she joining the FMT?" Sloane slowly explained. "To strengthen our relationship with the mage nobility, we've decided that Chloe will act as a go-between for both sides. That's the official word." At this point, Chloe also stepped up to introduce herself. "My name is Mumu Chloe. I'm still a student and don't have a lot of experience with magic, but I hope to get everyone's guidance. The three Julia sisters looked at each other for a long moment, and finally, Julia stepped forward to shake Chloe's hand and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Mummel." Chloe also nodded politely and replied, "Yes, I look forward to working with everyone." Sloane was super apologetic, though. He went over to HenRy and whispered, "Sorry, man, this was a sudden order from the higher-ups." HenRy just shrugged. They announced a major collab was happening. I already figured something like this was coming. Hearing that, Sloane let out a huge sigh of relief. "I see, that's our Captain HenRy for you." But just as he finished talking, HenRy said coolly, "But I still need to test her." A few minutes later, HenRy started training everyone. As usual, it kicked off with running. The three of them were running like their lives depended on it. But without even giving them a chance to breathe, HenRy said coldly, "I'm getting serious now. Keep up." The second he finished speaking, he took off like a rocket. The other three, not wanting to get shown up, scrambled to chase him. The other students had already tapped out. They couldn't keep up and just started groaning on the ground. But just then, a figure just zipped past them. It was Chloe. She caught up to Ruby's group in no time. And not long after, Chloe blew right past them. She smirked and said, "On your left." Seeing that, Julia's competitive side flared up and she yelled, "Oh, hell no, you don't," then started running like a total maniac. After the running from hell ended, HenRy started training them on magic use. Just like before, Ruby's crew held their own, and so did Chloe, even though it was her first day. Next up was push-ups and weightlifting. HenRy was like a drill sergeant from some insane action movie, yelling while they did push-ups, "Keep training your bodies. It only means something when you put your lives on the line." A while later, when basically all the students were collapsed on the floor, HenRy finally said with satisfaction, "All right, take a break." Ruby's crew wasn't doing much better, just sitting there groaning. Same old routine, but it's still so brutal. But Chloe, she was still standing. She walked right over to HenRy and said with a smile, "Is it break time already? I've still got plenty of energy left." Unlike everyone else, she still looked totally fresh. This left Julia completely shook. How is that even possible? Even we only just got used to this intensity. Chloe, not hearing Julia, just continued, "This really is an extremely intense training session." HenRy glanced at her and asked, "Is this too old school for you?" Shaking her head, Chloe replied casually, "Not at all. Actually, it's super logical. By training the body, everyone improves their physical strength and combat skills. And using magic when you're at your physical limit helps improve your technique and raises your power ceiling. By pushing your magic to its absolute max, you make it stronger." At this point, Chloe glanced over at everyone looking half dead on the other side. Then she smiled and added, "A little Spartanian-style yelling helps keep everyone's morale up. If you don't act like your life is on the line, you might actually lose your life in a real fight." After hearing her out, HenRy just nodded, totally impressed. "Exactly, you really get it." Chloe covered her mouth with a smile. "Well, I am the daughter of the Mummel family, after all." Julia was also shocked that Chloe understood so well and had to give her props. "You're amazing. I'll admit it." Ruby also nodded. "We should learn from you." Smiling, Chloe said humbly, "You all did great. I know the members of the FMT are all super reliable." With that, she turned to HenRy and asked, "By the way, Captain HenRy, I have a question." Seeing this, the Ruby sisters got this look of total annoyance in their eyes. I mean, Chloe is gorgeous. She's liked by everyone, and maybe even HenRy is into her. And her skills are no joke. If Chloe is stronger than them, she'll be the one standing by HenRy's side. Oh, the drama. Smash that like button if you are living for this. Oh my god, you could literally taste the salt coming off them, and poor Ryder was just standing there looking totally clueless. So, naturally, they decided to get their creep on and sneak closer to Mason and Chloe to eavesdrop. Apparently, SMT and the Magic Elite are teaming up, which means even with disasters popping off more often, they can handle it way faster. And get this, because of that power move, SMT is expanding big time. The number of people getting hurt has dropped like crazy. But still, the disasters just keep coming, so Mason knows they can't chill for a second. Right then, they were in the middle of a massive throwdown with the Magic Elite. Haley literally launched a flaming kick into some demon general, turning it to dust in a heartbeat. Her crew just went absolutely bonkers. "Yes, Queen. Those trash-tier demons didn't stand a chance against our boss. For real." At the same time, Danny scurries over to Mason and reports, "Okay, so the monsters are gone, but Haley basically soloed, like, all of them." Mason wasn't even fazed, just laughed it off. "She's a beast, way stronger than she used to be." Haley shot him a death glare. Her voice was dripping with challenge. "I'm coming for that top spot, so you better be ready." After dropping that bomb, she just spun around and walked off. Rick sighed, looking totally defeated, and apologized. "Sorry about her, man. She's just really bad at being nice." Mason was super chill about it. "I don't mind. so you shouldn't either. They kept talking while Haley lurked nearby, totally listening in, and Chloe was off being a social butterfly with just the special magic unit. Mason noticed this and couldn't help but ask, "Are the magic snobs not vibing with Chloe or something?" Rick just gave a little nod. "We usually try to keep our distance from the Muller family. You know." Just as he said that, Chloe walked over. Rick took the hint and bounced. Chloe smiled sweetly and asked, "Mason, you got a minute?" Mason's brow furrowed. "What's up?" The two sisters, Roxy and Danny, saw them standing super close and were glued to the drama. And then, Chloe just casually dropped a freaking bombshell. "Do you want to go on a date with me?" So, later that day at Grand Central Station, Mason showed up. While he was waiting, he could hear everyone buzzing about some ridiculously cute girl who was there. Before he could even process the gossip, the crowd gasped again. "Wait, isn't that Chloe Muller? Dude, she's gorgeous. Someone go talk to her." Mason looked where everyone was staring, and yup, it was Chloe. She was wearing this stunning black dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, making her look crazy elegant. Mason pushed through the sea of simps to get to her. He stopped right in front of her and apologized. "Have you been waiting long?" Chloe just shook her head, all cool and calm. "It's fine. I just got here too." That little scene left the crowd absolutely stunned, and all the guys who were about to shoot their shot just backed away, completely defeated. They walked off, leaving Mason totally baffled by the whole thing. As they started walking, Mason and Chloe started to chat. Mason asked, his voice full of suspicion, "All right, spill. Why'd you ask me here? You don't actually want to go on a date with me, do you?" With a tiny smile, Chloe raised an eyebrow. "You caught me. I don't really know my way around New York since I just transferred, so I was hoping you could be my guide." Mason was confused. She could have asked literally anyone. Chloe shook her head and said with a faint smile, "I also have something private I wanted to talk to you about." So that's why she called it a date. Mason nodded, finally getting it. But remembering how awkward he'd been, he felt a massive wave of cringe. While he was lost in his own embarrassment, Chloe sighed, "I'm the daughter of Muller Heston, so no matter where I am, I always feel like an outsider. Everyone puts on a fake smile and treats me like I'm made of glass. But you're different." Mason was so confused. "I am." Ignoring him completely, Chloe continued with a smile. "The first time we talked, I knew you didn't see me the way everyone else does." Mason just said coolly, "Because titles and status are just noise. What matters is who you are deep down. That's it." Hearing him say that made Chloe burst out laughing. She pouted thoughtfully. "You really are an interesting guy." At that exact moment, a shadow was silently tailing them. Who else could it be but Danny, on her stalking grind again? But then plot twist, Danny spotted another familiar figure lurking nearby. It was Roxy. Also following Mason, Danny was shooketh. No way her sister would ever do something like this. But there was no denying it, Roxy was clutching a street cart pretzel like a true New York spy. Danny had to keep moving or she'd lose them. But in her rush, she slammed right into Roxy. The sisters froze, staring at each other, before scrambling away like they'd seen a ghost. As they ran, Roxy whispered suspiciously, "Why are you here? What is going on?" Danny immediately shook her head, denying everything. "It's nothing." Up ahead, Mason heard the noise and glanced back. Seeing him look, Chloe asked curiously, "Is something wrong?" Mason frowned for a second, then shook his head. "It's nothing." The two sisters were hiding behind a giant bear statue, probably in Central Park, sighing with relief. That was way too close. Then Danny realized something and gasped. "Looks like we're both hunting the same target." Roxy gave a grim little nod. "Seems like it." They locked eyes, their faces full of fierce determination. And just like that, Mason and Chloe's stroll officially had two tails. Everywhere they went, the two sisters followed, sneaking around like a couple of super jealous stalkers. After walking for a bit, Mason and Chloe ended up at a cafe in Greenwich Village. Chloe asked cheerfully, "So what do people do next?" Mason thought for a second before answering, "They'll talk, grab some coffee, and then head home, I guess." The sisters were sitting way too far away, so they couldn't hear any of the tea being spilled. At their table, Chloe suddenly looked kinda sad. "I see. So this is what a normal date is like for a high school student." With that, she put her tea down and said coolly, "I wonder what the point of all this is. Just walking around, looking at stuff, then sitting down to eat and drink. What's the meaning behind it all?" Mason just replied casually, "Maybe the actions themselves don't have any meaning." Chloe asked, totally confused, "But people still do them without a reason?" Mason nodded slightly and explained, "What's important is who you're with. Just being with that person makes a simple walk feel special. That's why the time you spend with them becomes precious, even if there's no obvious point to it." Chloe went silent after hearing that, finally asking, "And that's called a date?" Shrugging, Mason replied, "I guess so." "So, was our time today valuable?" Chloe hesitated for a hot second before nodding. "I think it was." Mason smiled, looking satisfied. "I'm glad to hear that." Chloe suddenly looked down and mumbled, I often surprise people with what I say or do, but you don't even flinch." She then totally complimented him, calling him a very charming person. And of all the things for the Stalker sisters to overhear, it had to be that. They were both completely stunned. Could Chloe actually have a crush on Mason? But Mason, on the other hand, didn't think it was a big deal and just smiled. "I'm honored." Just then, someone in the cafe recognized them. The whispers and gossip started instantly. Not wanting any drama, Mason quickly stood up. "We should probably get going." Chloe nodded. "Good idea." The two quickly bounced from the cafe and headed back to the subway station. Chloe looked at him, super happy, and said, "Today was really meaningful for me." Mason replied casually, "That's good then." Chloe hesitated for a bit, then asked shyly, "Can we hang out again sometime?" "Of course, I don't mind." Mason agreed without even thinking. He then added that he wanted to get to know her better, too. From a distance, the two sisters heard this and their minds were blown. Chloe was also a little surprised, then she smiled and said, "You're very straightforward, but I feel the same way. I'll see you later then." With that, she turned and left. Mason waved goodbye. Danny watched them go, her heart a total anxious mess. She couldn't believe Mason would say something like that. Roxy was just as torn up. She wondered if Mason was actually serious. Mason had also turned and started walking away. The two went in opposite directions, leaving all four of them in a total whirlwind of emotions. The next day, in the Special Magic Unit's classroom, Ryder ran up to Mason with a smirk. "So, how was your little date yesterday?" Danny, who overheard, snapped irritably, "Why are you asking?" Ryder pouted. "I'm just curious about my friend's love life." Mason replied helplessly, "It wasn't a date. I was just showing her around the city. We just walked, shopped, and got some tea." "Dude, everything you just described is literally a date." The two sisters did not look happy right now, while Chloe was over there cheerfully chatting with Kara, totally unbothered by what happened. Ryder sighed. He just hoped this wouldn't stir up a bunch of drama. With that, he patted Mason's shoulder and warned, "Just be careful, man." Mason looked at him, totally confused. "What are you even talking about?" A little later, once everyone had arrived, Sloane started the meeting. "All right, let me explain our current situation. As of right now, we've seen a huge drop in casualties from disasters and monsters in the country. After the Black Rebellion was dismantled, the number of rogue mages also dropped off. On top of that, we haven't seen any sign of the Shadow Wielders or Chrono." Kara nodded in agreement. It seemed like nobody even talked about the Shadow Wielders anymore. Mason frowned, lost in thought. The police could probably handle the illegal mages by themselves now. Maybe the Shadow Wielders weren't even needed anymore. With that thought, he suddenly shouted fiercely, "But we can't get complacent. We're going to train ourselves even harder from now on." "Yeah." The entire Special Magic Unit roared back in unison. Drop a fire emoji in the comments if you're hyped for their glow-up. That evening, Mason got back to his apartment in Brooklyn. After dinner, he was lying on his bed, just thinking. The SMT members had definitely leveled up, but their teamwork with the magic aristocrats was still pretty janky. Just then, his phone rang. He answered immediately. "Yo, what's up?" Haley's voice came through, fast and urgent. "It's about Chloe Muller and Talia Shaw. I did some digging and thought you should know. Is now a good time?" Mason nodded slightly. "Yeah, tell me what you found." Haley didn't waste a second. "First, about Chloe Muller. She's not Muller's biological daughter. She's his wife's kid from a past relationship. Weirdly, she only became his stepdaughter a few years ago. Chloe's parents both died in an accident. Heston probably took her in after that." Mason listened, then asked with a hint of doubt, "She's studying at a magic academy, right?" Haley replied, "That's right. And even though she transferred schools at the same time she joined the FMT, it's obvious her magical abilities are way above average." Mason frowned when he heard that. You can't just call it way above average. Oof, what does he know? You have to hit that subscribe button so you don't miss the next part. Seeing he was quiet, Haley kept spilling the tea. So get this, she usually has this whole calm girl act down, but with a super creepy vibe. With her looks, she's always got main character syndrome, you know. She was cheffing it up, so she just left her phone out on the counter over at her place on 123 Main Street. Then Haley screamed, "Kai, get your butt in here and help me set the table." Kai immediately scrambled in from the living room, looking way less like a zombie. Mason, on the other end of the line, totally heard Haley's loving but scolding mom voice and couldn't help but crack a smile. After ordering Kai around, Haley got back on. "Oh my god, sorry, where were we?" Okay, next on the hit list is Sharon. The rumor is she has a daughter and even a little granddaughter, but like, poof. She's ghosted everyone lately. Mason's brow furrowed, asking suspiciously, "Whoa, hold up, what do you mean she's ghosted?" Haley answered slowly. "Some whispers say she straight up left the country." Just then, a huge crash echoed from outside. Mason quickly said, "Yo, hold that thought." He went out and opened the door to see the Diaz sisters were back, probably from a shopping spree in LA. He gave them a wave to welcome them home. After the quick hello, Mason ducked back into his room to get back on the call with Haley. "Hey, I'm back, you were saying?" Haley nodded on her end. "Right, but like I said, that's all just gossip for now. Still, my gut is screaming that this whole situation is super sketch. I'm gonna go full FBI mode and dig a little deeper." Mason, getting a boatload of intel from her, said gratefully, "Dude, I owe you one for all this trouble. For real." Haley just brushed it off, casually saying, "Psh, it's nothing. You've bailed me out, like, a million times. All right, I'll hit you up later." With that, she hung up. Kai saw this and ran over, asking with big innocent eyes, "Was that your boyfriend Mason you were talking to?" Haley gave the kid a side eye. "What makes you say that?" trying not to grin. Kai just said, "You had this super goofy smile on your face." His words totally floored Haley for a sec. A moment later, she just ruffled his hair and laughed. "Oh, I get it, so I look happy, huh?" Meanwhile, in the police chief's office, it looks like he was having a very sus meeting. He said coldly, "We need to get the full download on HenRy, and I want you to handle it." The visitor was none other than Sharon. Hearing the chief's order, she just stood there like a statue. The chief didn't seem to care, and just kept talking. "If we can't figure out the secret to his power, we're gonna be completely owned." After a super awkward pause, Sharon finally nodded. "I understand." The chief narrowed his eyes, asking all suspicious like, "That kid seems to let his guard down way too easily around you. Any particular reason for that?" Sharon went dead silent again, totally fumbling for an excuse. She finally stuttered out, "It's probably 'cause I'm old, you know. He's a really nice person, that's all." The chief didn't seem to be buying it but got up from his chair anyway. He walked over to Sharon and warned her with ice in his voice, "Either way, there's no turning back for me now. And you're strapped in for the ride, too." "Yes, sir." A look of pure whelp, "This is my life," now flashed across Sharon's face, but she ultimately nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, somewhere else in New York, over at the precinct's training grounds, it was go time for Mason and the crew. Seeing everyone was there, Mason immediately barked, "All right, fam, let's get this training started." But before they could even do one push-up, Sagan came sprinting over. "Sorry, hold up a sec." Mason glanced at him. "What's the emergency?" Sagan answered, all out of breath. "The U.S. Army's Mage Division is here for a meeting, and I just got word they want to spectate the SMT's training session." The squad below was totally shook. Rika mumbled, completely bewildered, "Wait, aren't they like the final boss of elite units or something?" Ruby nodded slightly. "They're famous for having some of the most OP mages in the entire world." Ryder just shook his head, totally clueless as usual. Mason also frowned, staying dead silent. The U.S. was not on this level 50 years ago. He figured they must have had a serious glow-up in this era. While everyone was still processing, Sagan explained, the SMT has basically gone viral internationally. That huge battle with Chrono not long ago seems to have really put us on their radar. Hearing this, Chloe got a wicked little smirk. So what they're really after is... She let the sentence hang there, and everyone else went quiet, nobody daring to guess what she meant. Oof, the tension. Mason was lost in his own head, not saying a peep. Sagan went on. "There's another reason they're here. Nowadays, these calamities are popping up all over the world, just like 50 years ago. They might be here looking for a way to team up and deal with them." But the second he finished speaking, a booming voice cut in. "Who the hell needs a way to deal with them?" Making the whole crew just about jump out of their skins. When they whipped around, they saw this absolute unit of a dude in a suit walking over. He was built, totally ripped, and definitely not from around here. Behind him was a whole squad of soldiers in U.S. Army gear. Seeing that crew, the SMT members were like, "Yo, so that's the U.S. Mage Division? They look scary as heck." The U.S. squad marched right up to Mason with some serious intimidating energy. You could literally feel two powerful auras of magic clashing under the surface. The pressure was so insane it forced everyone behind them to stumble back. They could barely even stay on their feet. Just then, the buff guy suddenly narrowed his eyes at Mason. A second later, he reached out with both hands. Seeing this, Ruby and Rika started to full-on panic. But instead, the guy yanked Mason into a massive bear hug, laughing loudly, "We finally meet, Kusanagi." But as soon as he said it, he seemed to notice something. The man started checking Mason out, literally squeezing his abs and then feeling his biceps. He muttered to himself, "You're toned, but way too lean. You can really throw down with a build like this?" The absolute audacity. Mason, getting super annoyed with this guy copping a feel, snapped, "Can you let go of me already?" The man finally realized he was being a total creep and quickly let go, saying apologetically, "My apologies for being so forward." He then introduced himself as Major Aaron Anderson of the U.S. Army's 157th Mage Division, and also the head researcher at the Institute of Magic. Mason's eyes went wide when he heard that. The Institute of Magic, he thought. the place that studies calamities and monsters and all magic in general. He then introduced himself. I'm the commanding officer of the SMT, Mason Kusanagi, and this is the rest of the SMT. Aaron just threw his head back and laughed. Who needs intros? I've already done my homework on every single member of the SMT. I hear you guys are the real deal. The SMT crew totally beamed at the compliment. I mean, who wouldn't be proud of a compliment like that? But Mason just went quiet, thinking. Our own magic research hasn't gotten very far, thanks to the old school mages. Plus, my own knowledge is 50 years out of date. I should totally use this as an opportunity. With that thought, Mason put on a smile and said, You're an expert in magic research, right, Major Anderson? If you don't mind, I've got a few questions for you about the monsters and the calamities. The second he finished, the U.S. soldiers behind them unleashed a heavy wave of killing intent. In a flash, it filled the entire area. Mason felt it and couldn't help but frown. The rest of his crew, however, completely buckled under the pressure. That killer vibe was way too strong, totally overwhelming their own magic. After a tense moment, Aaron finally yelled, Stand down. At his command, the U.S. soldiers pulled back their crazy energy. Aaron looked at the SMT apologetically and chuckled. Sorry about my rookies here. Good hounds can be a little overeager sometimes. Mason just shrugged it off with a smirk. No big deal. It was just a cool breeze. Hearing that, Aaron just had to laugh out loud. So the magic my squad threw at you was just a light breeze, huh? I'll give you this, kid. You got jokes. Mason just gave him zero reaction, a total stone face. Seeing him stay quiet, Aaron went on. So, you're the one asking about the calamities and the monsters? Mason gave a little nod. Yeah, my bad for not knowing, but I'm trying to get the lowdown on what they actually are and any new tea you guys have on them. Aaron hesitated for a second before saying in a low voice, It's hard to sum it up in a few words, and we're still looking into it, but I believe the monsters are living magic, and the calamities are the phenomena that bring them to Earth. Recent investigations have revealed that when a calamity hits, the area gets flooded with a special type of magic, completely separate from what humans have. Basically, the theory is backed up by the fact that people can detect magical energy when the sky turns that freaky red color, but so far, there's no hard proof that magical energy has the same properties as the monsters. In other words, the monsters are made of magic, and their bodies dissolve into particles when they die. This just reinforces the whole theory. Mason frowned after hearing this. So why do they attack people? Aaron shook his head. There's no clear reason, but one theory is that they're reacting to our own magic. 50 years ago, there weren't many calamities in the U.S., so there were fewer investigations and less data to go on. However, there were a lot of reports about calamities triggering a person's magical awakening. That's still true today. But recently, we've started to get a better handle on it thanks to better magic measuring equipment. For example, when a calamity's magic dissipates into the atmosphere, it remains as natural magic. When a monster is killed, it also generates a certain amount of magic. From this, we can deduce that the particles people see when a monster dies is its body breaking down into magic. One of the Diaz sisters was stunned. That's exactly what Mason had told her. But how did he know that? Mason looked intently at Aaron. I've seen a monster before that seemed like it was trying to cause a calamity. Aaron just nodded coolly and replied, Aside from a few similar cases, the world's first calamity happened when there weren't any monsters around. You probably misread the situation or got something mixed up. Mason frowned, thinking, mixed up? I don't think so. The Demon General's previous actions, like it was rallying troops, were definitely sus. Aaron then continued, but it is true that monsters, especially the boss-level ones, can get stronger over time. It's possible that a monster itself became the cause of the calamity. Mason asked, startled. For real? Aaron nodded calmly. We've run experiments. We waited to see what would happen. If you intentionally leave the boss of a minor calamity alive, more monsters will show up in waves. But they stop spawning after they hit a certain number, and their growth just halts. After that, the amount of calamity magic in the atmosphere doesn't increase either. There's no doubt that leaving a calamity unchecked is extremely dangerous. Even if the monsters are getting stronger, the boss still has to be taken out. At least until we can prove that theory is correct. Mason's brow furrowed as he listened. His own thoughts about the monsters lined up with this. Those calamity experiments were interesting, but Mason figured they hadn't found anything solid yet. Just then, Aaron spoke up again. Anyway, you've got an impressive amount of magical power, right? Not many mages out there are on your level. Please, let me examine your body. No way. So HenRy was like, nah, hard pass, without even thinking about it. Aaron just sighed, all dramatic, like, he thinks you're being super selfish, for real. But HenRy could not care less, calmly asking, so, spill. You know anything about the magical elite? Aaron shot back, all cool. I probably know about as much as you do. Like 50 years ago, America's mages were still kinda whatever. They told New York mages to kick rocks, cut off all the tech support, and bam, all the intel about mages was completely gone. HenRy's brow just crinkled a little, 'cause of the whole mage nobility hogging all the magic knowledge and skills. No doubt about it, the US had totally lapped them. How freaking ironic is that? After a sec, HenRy was all grateful. I learned a ton from you today, man. Aaron just waved it off. Don't even trip. We owe them big time for their help during that global catastrophe. Especially Mason. HenRy kind of glanced at the soldiers behind him and asked, a little hesitant, looks like you're after something else though. And just like he thought, the soldiers hadn't taken their eyes off him for a second. Aaron's tone got all serious. Aight, real talk. I want to get a taste of your power for myself. That's why this is my second trip all the way to New York. Hearing this, Sloane screamed in a total panic. Wait, weren't you supposed to be in New York for some super important meeting? Shrugging like it was nothing, Aaron scoffed. Who gives a damn about some stupid meeting full of clueless suits? Sloane was pleading even harder. But we're not authorized for combat training. Captain HenRy, please talk some sense into him. But HenRy just shot back, all aggressive. If everyone just keeps their mouths shut, it'll be fine. Hearing that, Aaron laughed, totally hyped. I am a huge fan of your attitude. This is a rare chance, so you better give it everything you've got. HenRy didn't back down, smirking right back. Who needs countermeasures? Isn't that what you said? That just proves how much faith you have in your own skills, right? Seeing is believing, my dude. Aaron snorted, and in the next second, the entire U.S. Army squad just flared up their auras. A flicker of excitement sparked in HenRy's eyes. This was a perfect chance to size up the magical strength of the American mages. Let's see what you guys are made of. Aaron raised an eyebrow with a grin. I'll let you get a taste of what these boys can do first. Before HenRy could even answer, Ruby and his crew stepped forward. Julia declared super aggressively, if you're putting your subordinates up, then we'll fight too. But Aaron held up a hand, stopping them. Sorry, but can you stand down? Julia asked, all confused. Oh, why? Aaron's voice dropped. We're only interested in the heavy hitters, unless all of you are on the same level as HenRy here. Julia froze at his words. She was totally at a loss for words because, let's be real, nobody there was in HenRy's league. Seeing everyone hesitate, HenRy spoke up. Yo, this is a good learning opportunity. You've all fought plenty of monsters, but we haven't had much practice fighting other mages. Pay close attention to our fight. The FMT squad responded in perfect unison without a second thought. Yes, sir. Seeing this, Aaron couldn't help but be impressed. He figured they were just some random crew from down on 125th Street, but they were surprisingly disciplined. Just then, HenRy said, all right, let's get this started. The moment the words left his mouth, Aaron's soldiers unleashed their magic power. Aaron roared, okay, let the sparring match begin. The American soldiers all snapped into combat stances, and in a flash, they broke off in different directions, charging straight at HenRy. HenRy wasn't even a little panicked, calmly casting a spell. Shockingly, the American soldiers actually managed to dodge the bolts of magic he shot out. In the blink of an eye, the whole squad had HenRy surrounded. Seeing this, Julia and the others started to totally freak out. They closed the gap without using any magic at all. They got to HenRy in a split second. HenRy was only a little surprised. He smirked. Not bad moves. The second he said that, the American soldiers attacked again. HenRy didn't rush to counter, just calmly dodging their attacks. Realizing brute force wasn't cutting it, the American soldiers started casting spells. Giving HenRy no time to catch his breath, they attacked non-stop. A wild barrage of multi-elemental magic rushed toward HenRy. He didn't even bother putting up a shield, simply weaving through the attacks. He landed safely without a scratch. But the moment his feet touched the ground, the American soldiers were on him again. They were so fast. HenRy was startled and blocked the attack with his arm, but before he could even catch his breath, the others just unloaded on him with magic. Again, this insane barrage of spells just appeared out of nowhere. This time, Mason didn't even dodge, just threw up a shield to tank the hits. Watching the whole thing go down, the FMT squad was completely floored. Dew muttered in disbelief, no way, are they actually pushing Mason back? Ruby added with a dead serious tone. Their magic levels might not be crazy high, but each one of them is packing serious firepower. Even HenRy's magic shield can't take that for long. So this is the strength of the U.S. Army's Mage Division. After a moment, HenRy emerged from the shield unscathed and said coolly, just what I'd expect from the U.S. Army. Your training is superb. Then, y'all, HenRy began to lecture loudly. In a one-on-one mage battle, you rarely see large-scale spells. Only when both fighters are top-tier do they get used. In most situations, you'll fight your opponent up close and personal. That's because it takes time to cast spells, and it's tough for a mage to use magic when an opponent is right in their face. Even between two high-level mages, hand-to-hand combat is the norm. As HenRy was giving his TED talk, the American soldiers' cooldowns finished, and they cast their spells again. Without a moment's hesitation, they attacked HenRy. Fire, then water. HenRy dodged it all, and even the lightning his soldier shot out was stopped by his shield. Smash that like button if you think HenRy's dodging skills are insane. Aaron watched from the sidelines, his brow furrowed. Was HenRy really giving a lecture just to show off for his underlings? If so, he was disappointed. Aaron wanted his men to wrap this up quickly, but soon, he realized his soldiers were in deep trouble. They couldn't even lay a finger on HenRy. He was just way too fast. Aaron watched in silence, his frown deepening. This was weird. What was even happening? He couldn't understand why his men were completely ineffective against HenRy. The longer he watched, the darker his expression grew. Why couldn't his soldiers land even a single scratch on the kid? They couldn't hit him, and none of their attacks worked. They'd never faced an enemy like this before. While the American soldiers were still reeling in confusion, HenRy spoke again. I have to praise your refined techniques. They're clearly the result of hard training, and your combat skills are amazing. As he finished, he unleashed his own magical power and said with a slight smile, as a thank you for the demonstration, I guess I'll get a little serious now. Right after that, HenRy shot forward. He relentlessly attacked them. His speed was overwhelming, giving them no time to react. HenRy threw punches and kicks, and every single blow connected with an American soldier. He took them down one by one without using a single spell. HenRy gave them zero chance to fight back. Before the last soldier could even cast a counterspell, he was already on him. This completely one-sided beatdown left Ruby and the others speechless. Aaron's expression grew grim. Every single American soldier had been defeated by HenRy. Aaron was stunned for a long moment, then sighed. My elite unit. Defeated just like that. Who'd have guessed a regular student from this once complacent country could be this powerful? HenRy said casually, your men fought great. Aaron replied sourly, I appreciate the compliment, but we got totally crushed. Where did you learn to fight hand-to-hand like that? I'm mostly self-taught, actually, HenRy answered coolly. Hearing that, Aaron couldn't help but burst out laughing. Haha, that's hilarious. You're a real interesting kid. In that case, allow me to show you what I can do. As soon as he spoke, he ripped off his jacket and tossed it aside. Aaron's solid, muscular physique was revealed to everyone. He raised an eyebrow and grinned. I might not look it, but I live for a good fight. HenRy was a little lost for words. Yeah, you definitely look like it. Aaron was now brimming with fighting spirit and said excitedly, So, shall we start our fight, HenRy? HenRy narrowed his eyes at him, a flicker of wariness in them, and in that instant, Aaron unleashed his magic power. HenRy was taken aback, his pupils shrinking. Before he could process it, Aaron appeared right in front of him. HenRy was shocked. His speed was insane. Aaron attacked HenRy without a second thought, but HenRy still managed to dodge. When his fist missed, Aaron switched to a magic attack. A bolt of lightning shot toward HenRy. He leaned back to avoid it, then did a backflip. HenRy landed safely without a scratch, but before he could even catch his breath, Aaron was already behind him. He sneered, too slow. HenRy flinched and quickly dodged away. He jumped back, putting a few yards between himself and Aaron. Now it was Aaron's turn to be confused, muttering, You're a slippery bastard. I was sure I had you that time. HenRy stated calmly, You're using magic to boost your physical stats, aren't you? Aaron grinned, raising an eyebrow. Glad you caught on. It's a technique I developed myself. He began to brag. Thanks to recent breakthroughs in magic sensing and measurement tech, we're developing a method to freely control our own magic. Aaron's power makes heavy use of that method. He calls it muscle magic. But at that exact moment, HenRy also called out a name. Mana Arts, that was the name of this power. The moment he said it, the magic inside his body began to surge. Aaron's face fell instantly. That was the same move HenRy used against Chrono. His magic power was on par with Aaron's, maybe even greater. This technique was the result of decades of research. It was a total mystery. How could HenRy possibly use it? But Aaron didn't care about that right now. He was going to power up right alongside him. HenRy wasn't about to back down either. Even though his own technique was far from perfect, he was surprised Aaron could use Mana Arts too. He never thought he'd meet someone who developed the exact same technique on their own. Looks like HenRy was actually going to enjoy this fight. With that thought, HenRy took off. He boosted his speed simultaneously. In a flash, HenRy was in front of Aaron, landing a punch on his face just as Aaron landed one on him. The two exchanged several blows in an instant. They were moving so fast that Ruby and the others couldn't even follow their movements. Ryder couldn't hold back and cried out, So who are you rooting for? Drop it in the comments below. Seriously, how OP is this guy? I mean, HenRy is just a student, like them. But his magic knowledge is on a whole other level, and he can dust any enemy without even breaking a sweat. This whole thing had them totally shook. The more Ryder talked, the more he was basically fanboying. Like, HenRy's going up against some elite dude from the U.S. Special Forces, and he's not just winning with magic, He's straight up dominating in a fistfight too. It's wild. So like, how is he even doing it? Julia couldn't help but get all quiet and stressed. All this time, she'd been pretending not to see that HenRy was just way too strong. Ruby was only just now getting how big a problem this was. They were leveling up, sure. That's why she always believed that one day, if they just kept grinding, they could stand next to HenRy as equals. But is that even in the cards anymore? For real, Ruby couldn't picture a future where they actually catch up to HenRy. The more the two sisters thought about it, the more they started to freak out. They just couldn't handle it. Meanwhile, back in the fight, HenRy and Aaron were still throwing down, and HenRy was just clowning on him. In the middle of it all, he landed this insane kick on Aaron. Aaron got sent flying backward, but he popped right back and threw a punch, only for HenRy to block it like it was nothing. Without even giving him a sec to breathe, HenRy shot a punch right back. He was way too fast, Aaron couldn't even see it coming. He ate the whole punch. Aaron bit his lip, trying to counter, but in a flash, HenRy was already gone. Taking the chance, Aaron collapsed to the ground, panting like crazy. And HenRy, he was just standing there, chilling. Aaron finally had to face facts. HenRy was on another planet. He was just a kid playing in the big leagues. Aaron was dead serious, wondering if HenRy was even human. Was this dude a monster? HenRy just narrowed his eyes and asked all cool, "We gonna continue?" Aaron just shook his head and was like, "Nah, I'm done. You smoked me. That wasn't even a fight." HenRy just walked over and helped him up. Aaron let out a huge sigh, pouting as he said, "I've rarely seen anyone as strong as you. I mean, we got some heavy hitters back in the States too." With that, he made an offer. "Yo, you should totally pull up to my home country. Maybe hit up my spot at 101 Patriot Way in Boston. You'll always be welcome as a friend." HenRy nodded without even thinking. "For sure, I'll go if I get the chance." As soon as he said it, they shook on it. Aaron, totally satisfied, happily bounced. "Catch you later, HenRy, and peace out to the SMT crew." After they were all gone, the SMT members mobbed HenRy, gassing him up like crazy. "That was sick, Captain HenRy. Not even the U.S. Magic Division can hang with you." Only Ruby's group stood there, dead silent. They had just made a decision that was about to change their entire lives. In the days that followed, Julia went full beast mode with her training. She needed to get stronger. Ruby wanted to be on HenRy's level, and Ryder felt the exact same way. He was so over being the guy who always needed saving. He had to figure out how to stand on his own 2 feet. While they were going nuts, training, HenRy was dealing with a whole different kind of drama. He blurted out, "Wait, we're gonna sell merch for the SMT and Magic Nobles collab?" Sloan gave a little nod. "Now that you're getting all this media attention, more people want to join SMT, and our budget's looking fat, so we're thinking about our next big move." Hearing this, HenRy shot back, not happy at all. "And that's why you want to sell merch? You're just trying to line your own pockets with the cash?" Sloan immediately shook his head, like, "No way." He denied it. "We need the money to keep the lights on. I'm not a huge fan of this idea either, trust me." HenRy sighed, giving in. "That's a shame." He then looked at the sketch in his hand, which was a plushie of himself. He suddenly remembered the Mason plushie from that little kid he'd saved, and finally nodded. "All right, fine. We can sell the merch." Hearing that, Sloan got super hyped, for real, but his joy was cut short when HenRy got this smirk and said, "But there's a catch." After hearing it, Sloan hesitated and mumbled, "Bro, that's gonna torch our budget? Are you sure we can swing that?" HenRy just pouted and said, "It's not a problem. The wheels are already in motion." And just like that, a little while later, the entire SMT team got a message that had them shook. A joint training camp with the Nobles had been proposed. A few days later, somewhere out in the sticks near Los Angeles, HenRy's crew had arrived. Before long, the Magic Nobles rolled up too. Hinata, leading the pack, couldn't stop complaining, "Ugh, what a total drag." Soon, Hifumi also showed up with his assistant, smiling like always. "My old back isn't really built for this, lol." Seeing him, Julia and Ruby screamed in shock. "Wait, is that Chairman Hifumi? No way. Isn't this just a normal training camp? Did we get the wrong address or something?" Sloan seemed to get it, muttering to himself, "Looks like Chairman Hifumi is the one pulling the strings here. Maybe he's trying to make good for all the sketchy stuff the Nobles pulled in the past." HenRy glanced at Chloe and asked, kinda doubtful, "The Fuyuka family isn't here?" Chloe just shrugged, totally unbothered, and pouted. "They're pretty much toast after their leader got locked up. The Fuyuka family is never coming back from that." HenRy still looked a little skeptical. "Aren't there still members who weren't in on that whole conspiracy?" Chloe replied casually, "Pretty sure they all bounced and are starting new lives." Hearing this, HenRy frowned and went quiet. He'd heard a little about the Fuka family from Haley, and it sounded like the butler was still okay. After that, they all hopped on a bus to the training grounds. As they got off at some remote spot, maybe 456 training road out in the Cali desert, HenRy suddenly caught Hinata staring at him. On the open field, other magic nobles were already there, but they were giving some serious side-eye. When they saw the SMT group, that is. Feeling them staring, Julia panicked. Why is everyone staring daggers at us? Ruby frowned and grumbled. Even though we're supposed to be a team now, they're not exactly rolling out the welcome mat for SMT. Seeing this, HenRy sighed, totally defeated. Oh, great, this is going to be a whole thing, isn't it? A moment later, they hit the locker rooms before meeting up on the training field. Hifumi stood up on a platform and spoke loud and clear. Thanks for taking time out of your busy schedules to be here. I'm pretty sure you're all totally fried. HenRy's brow furrowed a little. The cops and the other SMT squads back in New York were holding down the fort while they were gone. There shouldn't be any problems since things had been quiet lately, but he still couldn't help but worry. While HenRy was lost in thought, Hifumi kept going. But I believe this joint training is super key to beating this apocalypse thing we've got coming. From now on, your fights are only going to get crazier. That's why getting the mages, the nobles, and SMT to actually cooperate is extremely important. Hifumi said that very few people could actually lead everyone. This person needs to be righteous and wise, and on top of all that, a seriously outstanding mage. He thinks there's only one person who fits the bill, and that person is none other than Mason. He's going to be the instructor for this joint training camp. Hearing this, Hinata just scoffed, like he already knew what was coming. And right on cue, the magic nobles immediately started freaking out, lost their minds and started objecting. Hifumi totally saw this coming. He scanned the crowd and scoffed. Seems like some people aren't happy. Tell me, is there anyone here who thinks they can take Captain HenRy? That made the magic nobles shut up real quick, and no one dared to say a word. Only then was Hifumi satisfied. He looked down at HenRy and said, "All right then, Captain HenRy, please give us a little demonstration." HenRy frowned and stayed quiet. Even though what Hifumi said was true, this whole thing was totally a power play for him. The magic nobles had hoarded all the magic knowledge and skills, but they still couldn't beat him. They knew they'd hit their ceiling, and Hifumi was just using HenRy to get what he wanted. After all this time, he's still a sore loser. HenRy didn't really find that annoying, though. With that thought, he stepped onto the platform and declared, loud and clear, "You'll be training here for 2 weeks. I only have one rule. You will follow me like your life is on the line." With that, HenRy scanned the crowd, and not a single person objected. Whoa, HenRy's in charge now. Drop a fire emoji in the comments if you're hyped for this. Right after that, they all obediently started HenRy's training, only to be forced to do push-ups, which made them all start whining. "Why are you making us do push-ups?" HenRy didn't even look at them. The weight on his back was 10 times heavier than theirs, and he wasn't even sweating. He just said coldly, "Training your body is the foundation of all magic, so push it till you can't push no more." The 3 heads of the big noble magic families were also doing push-ups with everyone else. They had heavy weights on their backs too. As family heads, they couldn't let themselves look weak. After the push-ups, HenRy had everyone running while pulling tires, constantly yelling at them, "Run with everything you've got. It's useless if you half-ass it." And just like that, the whole group started running like maniacs behind HenRy, dragging those heavy tires. Hinata and the other 2 leaders stayed right on HenRy's tail, because there was no way they were going to lose to him. Julia watched this and couldn't help but say, "This is insane. The magic nobles are actually listening to HenRy. I never thought I'd see the day." A little later, the running drill was over. HenRy announced casually, "Take a 5-minute break. Make sure you hydrate." But someone just had to speak up. "What's even the point of this? We're just training without a clear goal." Before HenRy could even answer, an SMT member shot back aggressively, "Dude, you have no idea what you're talking about. Captain HenRy is a legend." And just like that, a huge argument kicked off. Neither side was backing down. Ryder just sighed, called it. Of course, this was going to happen. Julia also panicked. "We have to stop them." Not letting it get any worse, HenRy stepped in. "All right, that's enough. Both of you, chill." The SMT member wanted to keep going, but HenRy put up a hand to stop him. He looked at the magic noble and said coolly, "I know you don't trust me. If I wasn't the instructor, I wouldn't care what you said. But right now, I need you to fall in line." After that, HenRy looked at his own guy and laid into him. "And you, if you trust me, then just deal with it for now. Got it?" They both immediately nodded. Crystal. "Captain HenRy, our bad captain." HenRy managed to stop the fight, but he was still worried. It seems this beef between them runs deep. The fact that they're still looking for excuses to fight is the real issue. In a situation like this, of course, HenRy was going to do something about it. He suddenly got this absolutely chaotic grin on his face, which made Julia, who was standing right there, jump. And that's when their hell began. HenRy found a high spot and, without a word, just started spamming magic at everyone, making them all run and scream in terror. He yelled down at them, "Come on, what's wrong? This ain't a game. You're going to get clapped if you don't fight back for your lives, so use up all your magic until you're running on fumes. But could they really fight back against HenRy's magic? The answer was a big fat nope. And one by one, they all got taken out by his spells. The guy who was complaining before yelled out again, "Bro, this isn't training, this is straight up torture." Hearing that, an SMT member just scoffed, "Wow, you nobles are a bunch of crybabies." Yo, that diss totally wrecked the egos of the so-called elite mages. The whole squad was giving the SMT crew the death stare, like straight up daggers from their eyes. They were like, "Don't even sleep on us, we'll show you what happens when we get real." But the FMT squad wasn't having it, clapping back with, "As if we ever lose to you clowns." Jax, seeing all this drama unfold, just leaned back with this super smug grin. "Y'all, this is getting juicy. Smash that like button if you live for the tea." Okay, so boom. Looks like that totally lit a fire under them. Mission accomplished, baby. After that, Jax just wiped the floor with everyone. Then he's like, that's a wrap for today. Go chill and get ready for tomorrow." He starts to peace out, but literally gets 2 steps before Haley yells, "Hold up a sec, Ryder." Jax just barely turns his head, looking annoyed AF, and goes, "You got a problem or something?" Haley is just glaring at him, totally heated, and demands, "Are you for real? Gonna keep training us like this?" Jax looks kinda shocked for a sec and claps back. "You complaining?" She shakes her head, arguing, "No, but there's gotta be another way, dude." Jax just hits her with this ice-cold reply, "I already told you, there isn't. There's like one way to jumpstart your mana perception, and that's getting some top-tier mage to basically zap you, shocking your mana flow awake. But that's newbie stuff." He straight up says it won't work on Haley. Hearing that, she just snaps, yelling, "Then how did you get so freaking strong? How do you have that much insane mana?" Jax, cool as a cucumber, just explains, "Besides juicing your mana flow, you can also just burn through all your mana until you're running on empty, or leveling up your magic skills some other way. I don't know any other hacks to get stronger." Haley bites her lip so hard, looking super frustrated, and scoffs, "Fine, whatever, my bad." Then she just whips around and storms off. Rick sees this and gives Jax this guilty "my bad, bro" look before chasing after her. Jax just watches them leave, getting all quiet and thinking, for real though, how times I get this strong? Like, the first calamity was what unlocked his powers, but he's never met anyone else on his level. Why is Jax so OP? And why is his mana pool so deep? Bro honestly has no idea. The next day, it's the same old grind. Jax trains him just like always. After completely wrecking everyone again, he's finally like, "Alright, fam, we're done for today." The second he says that, all the elite mages on the floor just start groaning. One of them complains through gritted teeth, "Is this bootcamp training even doing anything? We're supposed to be high-class mages from a penthouse on Park Avenue, not grunts in basic training." A few days have gone by, and they're starting to think Jax is all hype. But plot twist, Jax totally overheard their little gossip sesh, and immediately speaks up, "We're going to the mana measurement room. Follow me." So the whole crew of stuck-up mages follows Jax, still acting all bougie, whispering like, "I bet you $100 nothing's changed." But when they get there, they're all shook. One dude's mana literally shot up to 40,000, and everyone else was getting the same insane glow-up, which left them totally speechless. Like, jaw on the floor, shocked. It actually went up that much in just a few days. Seeing them all bug-eyed, Jax drops another bomb. And that's not even the best part. You're gonna get even stronger in the next 2 weeks. Hearing this, a whole new fire just ignites in their eyes. And you best believe, for the next few days, they took Jax's brutal training without a single peep. Jax was loving this. His little reverse psychology trick totally worked. They finally get how valuable this crash course is. I mean, if they got that much stronger in a few days, imagine what going all out for 2 weeks will do. Their power levels are gonna go to the moon. Jax saw that look in their eyes and was, totally stoked. After the run, Jax started drilling them on how to use their magic. Before long, the SMT crew was totally wiped, just gasping for air. Their mana was basically on empty. But as they sat down, the elite mages swaggered past them, taunting, "The FMT really is a joke. You guys aren't even on the same planet as us elite mages." Those words totally lit a fire under the FMT. They just started running again like their lives depended on it. Seeing this, Ruby can't help but go, "Looks like they've got some serious beef now." Julia nods, adding, "I was kinda worried at first, but now they're totally fired up." But just as they're dishing, a gigantic fireball comes screaming toward them. The two sisters freak out and book it. After a minute, they both just collapse on the ground, totally out of breath. But they barely have a second to breathe before Jax strolls over with this evil little grin. "If you've got time to gossip during training, this must be way too easy for you, right? In that case, I'll just have to crank up the difficulty. Just for you two." Hearing that, Ruby and Julia literally scream in terror. A little later, in the training facility's cafe, The elite mages are buzzing while they eat. Like, oh my god, my magic has been flowing so well lately. Not only is my mana pool bigger, but my actual magic skills have leveled up too. This got them super hyped, and the whole vibe at the table was way more cheerful. Finally, one of them just blurts out, I guess Captain Ryder is actually the real deal. Hearing that, you could just see the guilt wash over everyone else's faces. They had totally slept on Jax before. As they're talking, the SMT crew rolls up, all smiles, like, told you so. Captain Jax Ryder is a legend. One of the elite mages scoffs and shoots back. Okay, fine, he's good. But our archmage is still a bigger deal. And just like that, another debate kicks off at the table. But this time, the whole vibe was completely different, you know? Jax just smiles to himself, totally satisfied. Looks like his master plan is working perfectly. After chow time, Jax herds everyone back to training. This time, it's target practice. Jax is just chilling on the sidelines, watching and thinking to himself that everyone's magic game has seriously improved. They were killing it. But then, his eyes lock onto one person in particular, Chloe. She was casting her dark magic so effortlessly, it was crazy. Jax frowns a little, thinking, wait a minute. Haley said Chloe's skills were supposed to be decent, but this is way beyond decent. As he's thinking, Chloe suddenly turns her head and flashes him a smile. Jax stays quiet, just watching her closely. It really seemed like Chloe was hiding her true power level. He just couldn't get a read on her. But for now, Jax decides to put the whole Chloe mystery on the back burner. The bigger problem was Rick, and that super hot-headed girl, Haley. I mean, Rick and Tyler were doing okay, but Haley had zero motivation. Jax kinda got it, though. Every time she even looked at him, she had this expression like she wanted to yeet him into the sun. He had no idea why. Still, her attitude was a total vibe kill and becoming a real pain. So after training wrapped up, Jax pulls Haley aside. Hey, sorry for keeping you. Haley just hits him with an ice-cold, just say what you want. Jax narrows his eyes at her and says calmly, look, it seems like this training isn't clicking with you. Can you tell me what's up? Hearing that question was like the final straw, because Haley, who had clearly been holding it all in, just completely lost it. Because it's totally useless. I can't get any stronger like this. Jax, looking confused, asks, but you still come every day? Haley just yells back, shut up. It's an order. I don't have a choice. Jax is even more confused now. An order? I thought only Mr. Harrison could get you elite mages to do anything. He was honestly shocked that she'd actually follow orders from anyone. While Jax is trying to process that, Haley turns away, all frustrated. Whatever, my opinion on this isn't changing. Seeing this, Rick gives Jax another one of those guilty apology looks for her. Jax just waves it off, shaking his head. It's cool, man, no worries. It hits him then that Rick is always with her. So, what's the deal with you and Haley? Rick hesitates for a second before saying, I thought we were just friends, but maybe I was wrong. There's nothing special going on. Jax gives a little nod like he gets it. Ah, my bad for prying, man. Rick manages a small smile. It's all good, and hey, I'm sorry for all the drama she's causing. Jax is a little confused by that, asking, you mean Haley? Rick just nods grimly. He sighs and says, her personality's a little abrasive, so people get the wrong idea, but she's not a bad person, you know? Hearing this, it all finally clicks for Jax, and he says with a little smile, I actually kind of dig people who are blunt and kind of grumpy like her. Oh, really? Rick gives him this genuine smile. Thanks, Jax Ryder. Right after that, Rick bounces too. Jax says his goodbyes, but in his head, he's like, okay, new plan, keep a much closer eye on Haley. The next day, at the training grounds, everyone's practicing like usual, chilling and chatting on their breaks. Everyone except Haley, who's off in her own little corner, ignoring the world. Jax is watching her, and he can't help but frown. This girl does everything alone, even eats by herself like she's living in a bubble at some diner in Queens. He decides he's got to step in and do something, and for the next few days, whenever Jax saw Haley, he made it a point to go talk to her. During training, he gives Haley extra attention, basically following her around like a puppy and just non-stop talking, which drove Haley completely bonkers. She finally just snaps and yells, what the heck? What is your deal? Why are you following me around like a stalker? What's your angle? Jax just shrugs, super chill, and casually goes, I just want to talk to you. Haley looks at him like he has 3 heads and asks, you just want to talk? Jax just nods a little. Yeah, you're always by yourself and you look kind of lonely. Hearing this, Haley immediately scoffs. I'm not lonely. I like being alone. Jax totally calls her bluff, retorting, yeah, but it doesn't look like it. This just makes Haley snap back, all heated. What would you know about it? And then Jax slowly starts to drop some truth bombs. People who actually like being alone don't sign up for team activities. They don't care about anyone, and they sure don't accept help, but that doesn't really sound like you. Hearing him say all that, Haley just frowns, muttering, "Stop acting like you have me all figured out." But Jax just plows right through it and suggests, "Let's be friends." Haley just stares at him, completely stunned. She has no idea how to respond, but she recovers quick and aggressively demands, "What the hell are you even talking about?" Jax just shrugs, raises an eyebrow, and asks, "So is that a no? 'Cause you know, I actually kinda like you." Oh my god, when Haley heard the word like, she turned beet red. She quickly fires back. "Normal people don't just go around asking to be friends, you psycho." Jax just mutters, all confused. "Oh, for real? Huh. I guess you're right." Haley glares at him, then her voice gets all quiet and she mumbles, "Look, just give up trying to get to know me. A girl like me is just annoying and a pain, right?" After she says it, she just gets quiet, but Jax immediately claps back without even hesitating. "Not really. I don't mind. In fact, I like that you're always real. People who are fake and just suck up to me get on my last nerve." Those words literally stop Haley in her tracks. After a beat, she raises an eyebrow and smirks. "For real, you're a total weirdo." Jax is completely stunned by that. What's that supposed to mean?" Haley then realizes what she just said, and you can see the panic in her eyes. She whips around and bolts, yelling over her shoulder, "Whatever, I'm never gonna be friends with you anyway." Aw, she's totally crushing on him. If you ship it, drop a comment below and don't forget to subscribe. That is so not happening. Mason just sighed, totally over it. Like, damn, looks like I got curved. But, oh my god, little did he know, their entire convo was being recorded by a secret listener. Chloe was literally right behind the wall at their place on Sunset Boulevard, hearing every single word. A little later, over at the training grounds, Mason had the whole squad grinding on their magic again. And let me tell you, after just a few days with Mason, Cyrus's magic was already on a whole other level. The two sisters, Ruby and Haley, saw this and you could literally see the fear in their eyes, like they were shook. Just then, Mason yells out, "All right, that's enough for today, y'all. Take a break." Everyone was seriously working their butts off, getting their powers on point. On the way to the mess hall, Mason spotted the Misty family, the dad and his two daughters. The sisters were trying to get Cyrus to finally have a family dinner with them. I mean, they hadn't had a real talk in forever, but Cyrus just hit him with his super cold, "I've still got a ton of work to do, so I'm gonna have to dip on dinner." And with that, he just walked off without even looking back. So brutal. Mason walked up to Ruby and Haley and was like, "He's still on that same energy, huh? His whole vibe hasn't changed at all, even after he decided not to totally cut you guys off." Ruby just kinda shook her head and was like, "He wasn't always like this, you know?" Hearing that, Mason got all confused, asking, "Wait, what was he like before?" Ruby's voice got all sad and quiet. "He used to be way nicer and would actually, like, listen to us. But ever since his wife passed away, Cyrus has never been the same. He barely talks to me and Haley anymore and he's always gone for work." Ruby then mumbled super low, "I think I kinda get how our dad feels, 'cause I'm the same way. When their mom died, she felt like she had to be the strong one." Trying to protect Haley, Ruby got way stricter and kinda lost who she was. Hearing this, Haley immediately squeezed her sister's hand to comfort her. "But you're still the same sweet sister you've always been." Ruby looked at her all grateful and smiled. "Thanks, sis, but I changed, and Dad hasn't. Does he even still love us?" Haley wasn't sure either, just shaking her head and whispering, "I can't even tell what he's thinking. He never tells us anything." Overhearing all this drama, Mason just chuckled and tried to cheer them up. "Look, if he didn't love you too, he wouldn't have seen me as some enemy and put me to the test, right?" He said that was 100% how a dad acts towards some guy trying to get close to his daughters. But there was one thing that was bugging Mason. Why was Cyrus's magical energy all over the place? It was like he was hesitating about something major. Just then, Chloe popped up out of nowhere and called his name. She smiled and said, "Can I talk to you for a sec?" Mason didn't say no. They found a quiet corner near the East River to talk. He totally figured Chloe was about to ask him on a date again. While Mason was totally lost in his own thoughts, Chloe started talking all slow. "I've been thinking a lot lately. I want to know more about you." As she said it, Chloe stepped right up to him. She closed the distance between them like, super fast. Chloe put her hand right on his chest and whispered, "I want to understand you, like, down to your very soul. I want to know what kind of person you really are." She said Mason wasn't like anyone else. Not his looks, not his soul. It was this vibe that only he had. Mason didn't even flinch at her words, just slowly nodded like, "I get it. I'm honored by your praise." Chloe was stunned for a hot second. Then she let out this tiny smile before saying all coolly, "What a strange man you are. So straightforward on the outside, but your mind is always working on a million things. Sometimes you're full of this insane swagger, other times you're super naive, and even the parts of you that are impossible to read are totally magnetic." At this point, Chloe paused for effect, then got super serious. Would you consider going out with me? She swore their relationship would be amazing, and despite how she might seem, she's a super loyal person. Chloe also said that if Mason wanted, she would do anything for him and give him everything she had. While she was talking, Chloe moved in even closer to Mason. Their faces were literally just inches apart. She raised an eyebrow and asked with a smirk, "So what do you say? Are we going to be together forever, Mason?" Seeing the gap closing, Mason quickly backed up, shaking his head and shutting her down. "Sorry, but I'm not really looking to date anyone right now." Chloe wasn't even that surprised by the rejection. She just smiled faintly and spoke. "Is that so? What a shame." And just like that, she was back to her usual self, smiling as she said, "Well, that's that. I'm out of here." Mason just watched her walk away, totally lost in thought. Elsewhere, back on the training grounds, Ryder suddenly threw an arm around Jax's shoulder and laughed his head off. "Keep it up, my man." Jax just frowned at him and mumbled, "You too, I guess. You're not half bad yourself." Mason had just gotten back and saw this whole bromance blooming, asking all confused, "What is going on here? How did we get to this point?" Ruby slowly explained that the two of them were comparing training routines and decided to have a little challenge. The result? They both did 1,000 reps, collapsed right after, and somehow that made them besties. After hearing the story, Mason just sighed, totally defeated, so they're both just a couple of muscle heads. Putting that nonsense aside, Mason started training everyone on how to use their magic again. After a while, the members of the SDF and the elite mages had gotten way closer. On the final day of the training camp, Mason stood on a platform and announced loud and proud, "All of you have trained your absolute asses off. What do you think of their progress? Guys, let me know in the comments. Today is the end of your training, but this is just the beginning." The crowd below was hanging on his every word. Mason continued, "A lot of lives could be on the line during this upcoming world-class disaster, but if you can all play your part and give it everything you've got, we can beat any catastrophe that comes our way." He told them they were all strong, that not even a global disaster stood a chance against them. He then told them to chill out until the mission starts and get their heads in the game. At this point, Mason raised his fist high and yelled with everything he had, "It all rests on your shoulders. We will absolutely protect the United States and the world." As soon as he finished, everyone below roared in agreement. The two groups that started out hating each other's guts had finally become a true team. Julia watched this whole scene from a distance, and she couldn't help but be impressed. Like, Mason really was an incredible dude. He didn't just train the STF, but the elite mages too, and their powers must have leveled up like crazy. Mason even got everyone here to open up and trust each other. He was even nice to her. The more Julia thought about it, the more she found herself just staring at Mason up on that platform. Thinking about the word friend that he had offered her, she quickly shook her head. "What am I even thinking? I don't need friends. Julia doesn't need that. It's all pointless to me anyway." A little later, Mr. Hifumi walked up to Mason from a distance and praised him. "The results are magnificent, Captain Cross." Mason just replied with a polite smile. "It's an honor, sir." Mr. Hifumi totally ignored the formal stuff in his words and kept talking. At first, they had their issues because they just didn't get each other, but now they were starting to build some real trust, and things were going super smoothly. By keeping this up, the world would finally see some peace. This made Mr. Hifumi so happy. "I hope so." Mason just nodded slightly in response, shaking Mr. Hifumi's hand warmly. Thanks to the training camp, the power levels of the STF and the elite mages had gone through the roof. The teamwork between the two sides had also gotten way better. Because of this, the damage from disasters and demons all around New York City dropped like crazy. Even though natural disasters still happened, the damage recorded was the lowest it had been in the last 50 years. People all across the US were so hyped about this. Now, we can finally go hang out in Central Park without worrying. Thanks to the success of the STF and the elite mages, for better or worse, the entire United States was living in peace. Well, except for the STF team, duh. They still had to train every single day with their drill sergeant from hell, Mason. He was on one side teaching, and on the other pushing them. Staying on the mat is useless if you don't push yourself to the absolute limit. The closer we get to death's door, the more peaceful America becomes. During training, Sloan ran up from a distance to report, "Captain Cross, it's been decided that we'll be cooperating with mages from all over the country. A ton of mages will step up to help when the great disaster hits." Mason nodded, totally satisfied. Kara added, "Based on the locations and damage levels from the great disasters 50 years ago, we've decided on the deployment plan for every single member." After the report was done, Sloan leaned in and whispered in Mason's ear, "I've arranged that distribution you asked for. I did it super low-key." Mason just nodded and said, "That'll be useful. We need an insurance policy." The world-class disaster, the biggest of all the great disasters, wasn't just going to hit the United States, but the entire world. This wasn't just one disaster but a bunch of catastrophes happening all at once. 50 years ago, humanity just couldn't handle a disaster that was so massive and unpredictable. But that was not going to happen this time. Mason was ready for anything. With this in mind, Mason shouted out loud and clear. As we all know, in a few days, the world-class disaster will begin. Rest until that day and spend a ton of time with your families. Hearing this, the STF members immediately started whispering to each other, is this for real? We have no idea how dangerous these great disasters will be. Mason heard them and spoke up to calm them down. We've done everything we possibly can. All of you have gotten so much stronger. So just chill, we are absolutely going to win this. Even though he said that, the people below couldn't stop worrying. Even Sloane's crew was no exception. Seeing their gloomy faces, Mason felt a little helpless. Right after, he declared with total confidence, "Let me say one last thing. Trust in me when things get tough, when the pain hits, when fear takes over, when it makes you want to turn and run. Remember me." Hearing this, everyone was instantly stunned. Haley, Ruby, Ryder, Sloane, Kara, and even Chloe. After hearing his crazy declaration, they all felt so much more confident. You could see smiles coming back to their faces. Mason continued to speak clearly. "No matter what happens, I will save all of you and this world. So, you can always count on me. Whatever the situation, I'll handle it. Yes, Captain Cross." Immediately, all the members of the STF roared back at him. Besides them, the heads of the elite mage families were also super busy. Julia and Jax were still sticking together. Cyrus seemed cold on the outside, but he was always swamped with work. Mr. Hifumi was the president of the Mage Association. He was always busy, but it was hard to tell if that was a good thing or a bad thing. To deal with the world-class disaster that was just around the corner, everyone was slammed. Some were handling work, while others spent time with their families. Haley, of course, didn't waste this time either. Mason and the two sisters also tried to enjoy this final period of peace. And then, the thing they all knew was coming finally happened. A few peaceful days went by, and then the announcement of the world-class disaster was broadcast all over the United States. Since they knew it was coming, the military deployed super fast to respond. Areas that needed to be quarantined, like all of downtown Los Angeles, were blocked off by the police, and the STF's battle had officially begun. This was their moment to prove what all that training was for. Mason narrowed his eyes at the slowly changing sky. He slowly opened his mouth. "It's here. Guys, if you're as hyped as I am, smash that like button and subscribe. It's going down." Oh my god, the sky looked like something out of a disaster movie. For real. And get this, this was the same times disaster that literally yeeted Mason Carter out of existence before. A whole army of, like, thousands of demons just appeared, trying to take over the planet. The only one who could stop this madness was Mason, because he's the great sage reborn from like 50 years ago. Wild, right? So he's leading the SMT squad right into the chaos, yelling, "All right, squad, let's roll out and save the world." Okay, so the world disaster is this insane event where a bajillion catastrophes just pop off all over the globe at once. We're talking history's biggest L, for real. And the main stage for this horror show, New York City, baby. This is the very same mess that got Mason Carter wrecked last time he fought it. Meanwhile, over at the White House on 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, all the suits are gathered and totally freaking out. Some aide just sprints in to break the news. "Mr. President, it's going down. The world disaster has officially started." The Prez's face just, like, dropped. You could see him tighten his lips and just mutter, "We're putting all our chips on you guys." Back in what's left of Times Square, monsters are absolutely everywhere. Mason and the squad pull up to the scene. He's looking down at the whole disaster from up high, and his face gets all serious. 'Cause damn, it looks exactly like the last time. Actually, scratch that, this time it feels even bigger. The whole vibe is way off. He can feel this crazy amount of mana just surrounding him. But Mason's like, "Not today, Satan." No one is dying on his watch this time. With the Cataclysm in full swing, the whole city's been told to lock down and shelter in place. Everyone's watching the sky turn this gross, sickly color, totally on edge. But you know, the kids, they still believe the great sage is gonna come through for them. The entire nation is basically pinning all its hopes on Mason. Right at ground zero, there's a news chopper buzzing around, going live with the whole thing. And then bam, the sky just goes blood red, and it spreads across the whole country. Monsters are just pouring out, like tons of demon soldiers and these big-shot demon generals. The news reporter is probably about to pee his pants, but he's a pro, broadcasting the whole nightmare for everyone glued to their screens at home. These demons are just popping into existence, slow and creepy-like. Evacuation orders are going out for all the projected disaster zones. But like, is anywhere really safe? For real, nobody knows for sure. With this many demon soldiers and generals on the loose, how can anyone be okay? The reporter's voice is getting shakier as the monster horde just keeps getting bigger and bigger, a literal endless swarm. But just when all hope seems lost, a freaking inferno just rains from the sky, torching the whole monster horde in a sea of fire. Whoosh. And at the same time, this total hero sticks the landing. It's Mason, y'all. He's here. The one person everyone was waiting for has finally shown up. He doesn't even pause, just rockets into the sky and starts lighting up these monsters with his mana. Then, a giant tidal wave slams into the demons, followed by a storm of freaking lightning magic. And it doesn't stop. Nature and shadow magic join the party. It's a whole magical rave up in here. This is the SMT's A-team, the elite squad. The sisters, Jessica and Ruby, plus Ryder, Silas, Kara, and Chloe, the whole gang's here. Mason gives them the look and barks out orders, take these demons down. We need to hold the line until the main boss shows up. There are multiple disasters happening, so don't burn through your mana. Ruby and the squad are on it, just dropping spells left and right. Their attacks are insane, just wiping out wave after wave of these demon soldiers. But Mason's getting a bad feeling. He frowns and mutters, "Yo, there are way more demons than usual." Jessica totally agrees, adding, "And they're hitting harder, too." Ryder, while blasting some demons face off, is like, "Where the heck are those bougie noble mages?" And Silas, looking grim, says, "I'm trying to hit them up, but I've got no bars. Even Tyler's ghosting me." Oh. Mason's spidey senses are tingling. Something is super sus. He turns to Chloe and is like, "You know something, don't you? Spill." But Chloe just gives this little head shake. "Sorry, I got nothing." Meanwhile, Kara is also trying to get a hold of the noble mages, but the whole network is dead. She totally panics and screams, "This is so not good. All our comms are down." Mason's just standing there, frowning. You can see the gears turning. They planned all this out, and now it's all going to hell at the worst possible moment. The timing is just too perfect. Yeah, someone is definitely playing games here. Right then, a soldier comes running up. Mason asks, "Our comms are toast. What's your status?" The soldier is out of breath. "Same story here, sir. The cops, the National Guard, we're all flying blind. It's pure chaos. Nobody can coordinate anything. Things are spiraling out of control, like, super fast." Jessica starts freaking out. "There's no way we can stop this without the noble mages." Ryder's like, "Damn it. What the hell are those clowns even doing?" Mason sees his team is about to lose it, so he just bellows, "Look, it doesn't matter what's going on. Our mission hasn't changed. Even without those fancy mages, we can still win this if we stick together." Everyone just stops and looks at him, and you can literally see them getting their act together. Seeing it worked, Mason shouts again, full of confidence, "I believe in every single one of you." And just like that, boom, morale is through the roof. They're like, "He's right. What were we even stressing about?" Like Mason said, they just gotta do their thing. Ruby can't help but smile a little. That's the Mason she knows and trusts, always the chill, dependable leader. With him in charge, there's no way they can lose. And just like that, they're all back in sync, just hammering these monsters. A non-stop storm of powerful spells is just slamming into the demons. Up in the chopper, the reporter is losing his mind with excitement. "Look at that. The SMT has the demons on the run. That's Captain Mason Carter for ya." With a leader like that, America is in good hands. You can practically hear everyone at home letting out a huge sigh of relief. They finally have someone they can believe in. The demons are getting absolutely wrecked by Mason's crew. They're just mowing them down. But here's the tea. Dozens of these disasters are popping up all over the country as part of the world disaster. And without backup from the noble mages, this is going to be one hell of a fight. But even with these insane numbers, Mason's not sweating it. He's confident they got this. He's been prepping for this day his whole life. Again. And speak of the devil, more demons start pouring out of these freaky rifts in the sky. Mason shouts, "Stay sharp, people. We've got more incoming." Ruby's team doesn't hesitate, they just charge right in. Mason's leading the pack, balling his hand into a fist. He doesn't even think twice, just slams his fist straight into a demon general's face. Boom. But then, Mason realizes he's been played. A whole squad of demon generals were waiting, and they all cast spells on him at the same time. The whole ground erupts in a massive cloud of dust, but when it clears, Mason is just standing there without a single scratch. Total badass. He just scoffs, "Is that all you got? Too easy." Then he drops a level 9 spell on them. Oh, it is on. This insane flash of light just lights up the sky, and POF, the demon generals are completely vaporized. Mason touches back down, but before he can even catch his breath, another wave of demons appears. Mason frowns, muttering to himself, "These guys just don't quit. Guess I'll have to use times that asterisk." Across the battlefield, Ruby's team is looking pretty rough, but they finally managed to clear out their section of demons. Mason is just holding the line, basically spawn camping every demon that pops up. But something's bugging him. They're way stronger, and there are so many more of them than 50 years ago. Just like he thought, this is not going to be a casual stroll through Central Park. Right then, the sisters, Jessica and Ruby, feel this insane surge of mana coming right for them. They both just gasp. That feeling, it's like the final boss just entered the game. And at that exact second, the huge red rift in the sky starts pulsing like a giant, angry heart. And out of it comes this absolutely massive demon. We're talking skyscraper-sized. Seeing how huge it is and feeling its overwhelming power, Ruby and the crew are instantly shook. It's a freaking demon king. The big bad has finally arrived. Everyone is just frozen solid, completely terrified by this thing. Ruby just screams, "That thing is horrifying," and Jessica's just like, "You have got to be kidding me." Before they can even process what's happening, the Demon King just flexes its mana and attacks. A giant, glowing ball of fire just appears in the sky. It's a level 10 fire spell, y'all, and it explodes with this unbelievable force, just wiping out everything in its path. The team is scrambling to throw up defensive shields, but the blast is just too powerful. Whole city blocks, like down on 5th Avenue, are just turned to dust. When all the smoke clears, the ground is just a web of hundreds of cracks. The Demon King looks around, bored, and is about to bounce, but this ice-cold voice stops it dead in its tracks. "And where do you think you're going? The party's just getting started." It's Mason. Of course, it's Mason. He managed to pop an Aegis Shield, a level 9 spell, just in the nick of time to save Ruby and everyone else. He saved every last member of the SMT squad, not a single casualty. Jessica and Ruby look at Mason, totally guilty. "We're so sorry, Mason. We were just too slow." But Mason just shakes his head, all cool like, "Don't even worry about it. This is a Demon King we're dealing with. Just stay on your toes." Silas is just in awe. "I can't believe he can cast 2 spells at the same time." Chloe, the resident brainiac, calmly explains, "That first shield was probably an autocast. The one that actually saved us was from Captain Carter." Kara's mind is blown. "Wait, what? I thought you could only cast 1 spell at a time." Chloe breaks it down for her. Automatic casting is super high-level stuff. It lets you control magic with your subconscious. Basically, by using these super-focused incantations and not needing to channel mana like a normal spell, you can skip the whole casting animation. It's like magical muscle memory. Long story short, Mason has totally mastered controlling magic with both his conscious and subconscious mind at the same time. The more she explains, the crazier it sounds to everyone. And Ryder, of course, is just fanboying hardcore. The dude just casually does the impossible. It's his thing. Right on cue, the Demon King charges them. Ruby and the squad dive out of the way. Then Ruby shouts, "Let's get him." The 2 sisters link up and cast a combo spell. It's a level 8 spell, this massive tidal wave that just rushes the Demon King. And don't think Ryder and Silas are just chilling in the back, either. They start throwing their own attack spells into the mix. This whole storm of magic flies at the Demon King, but, and get this, it dodges every single attack without breaking a sweat. Not a scratch. Jessica is completely floored. Did it just dodge everything? And Ruby's just muttering in disbelief. "Can we not even touch this thing?" Suddenly, a massive explosion lights up the sky, filling it with smoke. But when the smoke clears, the Demon King is still just standing there, looking bored, unfazed. Mason doesn't waste a second. "I've got this guy. All of you, get to the other disaster zones." The sisters are like, no way," not wanting to leave him. But Mason pushes. This isn't the only fire. Our other teams out in Los Angeles and Chicago are getting slammed. He tells them to go back up the other teams, because he's about to stop holding back. They're still not sure, but finally Ruby gets it. He's right. "We're just going to be in his way if we stay here." Jessica nods. "You're right." Then she turns to the rest of the squad and shouts, "You heard him. Leave this to Captain Carter. All squads, move out to the other disaster zones, now." And with that, the 2 sisters lead the way, taking off into the sky. Ruby cracks a smile. "We don't have to worry about Mason one bit." Ryder nods along. "Yeah, it's Mason. The dude doesn't lose, no matter who the opponent is." Once his team is clear, Mason turns to face the Demon King with this epic smirk. And then there were 2. Oh man, drop a comment below with what you think Mason's gonna do next. So get this, Vance just powers up, right? He's staring down this gigantic Demon King, like something out of a nightmare living on Canal Street, and my boy doesn't even flinch. Not for a second, he just bolts straight at it. The demon thing swipes its massive claws, but lol, too slow. My guy. Vance is already weaving around it. Honestly, taking this chump down would be a piece of cake, but Vance is playing the long game. Gotta save that energy. So, with a plan in mind, he just hops right onto the Demon King's back. What a legend. Yeah, see, his mana bar ain't infinite, and recharging takes forever. So Vance's whole strat is to KO this boss using, like, the least amount of juice possible. He throws a punch, but whoops, the demon actually dodges it. Vance is like, I bet, and just keeps the pressure on, blasting it with some level 11 holy magic. Boom! Suddenly, the demon is just getting blasted by these insane beams of light, leaving it all messed up. But, plot twist, the thing is still standing. Vance is visibly annoyed, like, seriously, dude. because it slipped away. The Demon King starts trying to counterattack with its own magic, but bam, Vance teleports right in its face. He gives it this little smirk, like, too slow, bro. Then, my man starts weaving this crazy level 12 earth and fire fusion spell. The ground just erupts in this massive explosion. You can literally feel the screen shake, but Vance is still scowling. Something's up. He's thinking, did I go overboard with the mana? Cause this boss was way tougher than the others. The Demon King finally goes down in that insane blast, but Vance is just quiet, probably calculating. He knows he needs to save way more juice for when the final boss, the Demon God, shows up. Meanwhile, everyone watching the news is on the edge of their seats, and then the reporters just screaming with joy, Captain Kramer did it. He took down the Demon King, and he doesn't even seem to care about it. Hearing that, the whole city just erupts in cheers, but like, in other parts of New York, it's a total disaster zone. The FMT and the army are getting absolutely wrecked. Without those snooty noble mages, the demons are just running wild. Back on the scene, the reporter suddenly freaks out, like, wait, what is that? In the blood-red sky, oh my god, you guys, it's just filled with these flying monsters making these creepy, alien noises. Vance is just staring, his face all serious. He's seen this before, he's getting major deja vu. Are the demons summoning? The big one. Then bam, the sky just lights up like a freaking inferno. A portal rips open over Los Angeles and a whole army of demon generals pours out. Vance's face goes dark, y'all, he knows. This is the final stage of the world disaster. This is it. One where the demon god shows up. The same catastrophe that took him out when he was Isaac Miller. Let that sink in. Meanwhile, across town, Diana's squad is still stuck fighting, like 7 low-level demon beasts. She's fighting and thinking, okay, that crazy energy signature is gone. Vance must have beaten the Demon King. That's my boy. But her crew, the FMT, they're starting to get seriously tired out. She's also worried sick about Ruby, who's in another disaster zone. Suddenly, her comms crackle to life. Diana's totally shocked. Whoa, are the comms back online? I'm getting everything. And a voice comes through, all urgent, major disaster alert near the Empire State Building. All units report to the scene immediately, and you can just hear the panic in her crew. Someone's like, what are we supposed to do now? We can't even handle this little mess here without support from the Noble Mages. Diana thinks for, like, a hot second, and then she's all business. I'm heading to the main event. You guys hold it down here. And her team is just like, roger that. So Diana dips. Back with Vance, he's powering up his mana, getting ready to cast something big. He unleashes some level 8 magic, and it's this crazy storm of spells that just wipes out the demon generals in front of him. He lands, looking kinda pissed, thinking, there are way too many of these things. Am I gonna have to use my good spells? I'm really trying to save my energy here. Just then, Ruby's group flies in from a distance, shouting, Vance, so sorry we're late. Vance looks them over, raising an eyebrow. You guys look a little too fresh. Did you just dip on your post and come here? Diana just nods, like, pretty much. We're stretched super thin everywhere. Ruby jumps in to explain that with the Noble Mages MIA, they had no choice. Hearing this, Vance just frowns and looks over at the endless horde of demons still spawning in. Finally, he's like, all right, we make our stand here. And the whole squad is instantly like, yes, Captain Kramer. Total unity moment. Smash that like button if you love this team. Meanwhile, up in the news chopper, the reporter is still live, broadcasting this absolute chaos. This is it, the final stage of the catastrophe. Could this be what killed the legendary Isaac Miller? But it's clear that the disaster, this time, is on a whole other level than 50 years ago. No cap. People watching at home are freaking out, spamming socials like, this is literally hell on earth. Are we still in the same world? They're thinking there's no way humanity can win this. Their only hope is Vance. Back in the chopper, the pilot is getting super nervous and is like, yo, we gotta go. It's way too dangerous. All the other news crews bounced. We need to leave now. But the reporter is hardcore. She yells back, no way. The people need to see them fighting for us. Besides, this chopper has anti-monster tech. The demons can't even touch us. And you guys, the second she says that, a demon minion flies right up to the window, and she just about jumps out of her skin. Talk about bad timing. In the nick of time, this magic shield pops up around the helicopter. The reporter is ecstatic, like, did you see that? We're safe. But her celebration lasts for, like, 2 seconds before the demon just rips right through the shield like it's tissue paper. She just starts screaming her head off, no, this can't be happening. And right as she's screaming, 2 beams of pure energy just snipe the 2 attacking demon minions out of the sky. Vance flies up to the chopper, all cool and collected, and asks, you guys good? The reporter is basically saved, and the camera guy, total professional, immediately swings the camera right onto Vance. And just like that, he's live, broadcasting to everyone. People of America, I know you're all panicking and scared right now. And his voice is so calm, it's like magic. You can feel the entire city just take a collective breath. The fear just melts away. Vance looks straight into the camera, total confidence, and says, "Everyone is worried, not knowing when the demons will strike, but rest assured, I won't let anyone die." Mic drop. Then he just turns and dives back into the fight. The reporter is just staring after him, totally starstruck, and just whispers, "He's so badass." Down on the ground, the battle is raging. Sean's crew is going off, just wiping out monsters left and right. High-level magic is flying everywhere, even Chloe's getting in on the action. And Vance, of course he's not taking a break. He's already squaring up with a Demon King, throwing down some level 7 magic. He casts Eliminate and POEF. The Demon King in front of him just explodes into a million pieces. Vance doesn't even pause. In a blink, he's next to another Demon King and just drop kicks it so hard it falls out of the sky like a broken kite. Ruby runs over, totally amazed. "Whoa, did you just cancel its magic? That's sick." And Vance just kinda pouts and goes, "Hey, it's not that great. It only works on spells up to a certain level." While they're chatting, Diana yells, "They just keep coming." Vance is instantly airborne again, shouting back, "Don't let your guard down." The rest of the team scrambles to follow him. The two sisters, Ruby and her sister, pull off this sick combo attack, sending a massive tidal wave crashing into the enemies. Sean's squad is also putting in work, blasting demons with magic. Vance, right there with them, unleashes his own power, and this blinding holy light just rains down from the sky. Explosions are going off everywhere, taking out tons of monsters. They all group up for a sec, and Ryan is breathing hard, like, they're still here. And right on cue, another freaking Demon King shows up. Before Vance can even move, he gets a frantic call on his comms from another FMT squad. "There are too many of them, we need backup now." He just goes quiet, frowning. It sounds like things are just as bad in the other zones, like down in the financial district. What can he do? In another corner of the disaster, the members of the FMT were trying their best to hold on. By now, they're all running on fumes. Then, they see a group of noble mages heading their way. One of the FMT guys is so relieved, he's like, "About time you guys showed up. Get in the fight," trying to make a last-minute hero entrance, but then, get this, the noble mage just starts casting a spell and attacks them. And that's when Vance's comms just blow up with statusy messages. "The noble mages have betrayed us, don't trust them." Vance is just yelling into his mic, "Hey, what's going on?" Diana sees how freaked out he is and asks, "What the hell is happening?" And then this deep voice just cuts through everything. "Man, what's with all the noise?" Diana looks over, and she is shook, exclaiming in disbelief, "You're Chairman Morgan." The newcomer was Hudson, with a group of noble mages behind him. Seeing them, Sean steps up, all confrontational. "The report said that the noble mages betrayed us. Is that true?" Hudson just gives him this slick little smile and says, "How could we possibly betray you?" And Sean looks so relieved for a second, but before he could celebrate, Hudson's smile turns into a full-on sneer, and he drops this bomb. "We never intended to cooperate with you from the start, so that doesn't count as betrayal, right, bro?" The entire FMT squad is just standing there, stunned, like their brains just blue-screened. Diana runs forward, yelling, "Aren't we allies?" But she barely takes 2 steps before a magic blast hits the ground right in front of her. Hannah just scoffs coldly, "Don't get it twisted. We never considered you allies." Vance looks like he's putting the pieces together. He glances over at Rick and asks, real quiet, "Caleb, you too?" He could see it. Rick just nods. No hesitation. It's official. The noble mages just declared war on the FMT, the NYPD, the Defense Forces, and this entire country of America. Hearing this, Chloe is just heartbroken, crying out, "No way, would Dad really do something like that?" Hudson just throws his head back and lets out this evil villain laugh. The time has finally come. Immediately after, he floats up into the air, looking down on them all smug. After countless experiments, it's finally complete. And as he says that, this massive, glowing magic circle appears in his hands. Seeing this scene, Ruby's group was terrified. Meanwhile, Chloe yells out, full of defiance, "We'll stop it before it's activated." The second she's done talking, she summons a level 4 spell. A bunch of shadow blades go flying straight at Hudson, but before they can hit, a sharp claw just swats them out of the air. All the monsters are circling around Hudson, like he's their king or something. "This is messed up, you guys." Everyone is horrified. Diana, in disbelief, just cries out, "The demons are protecting Morgan Hudson?" Sean is still in total denial, just shaking his head. "There's no way that can be happening." "But it is real, dude." Hudson teamed up with the monsters. Vance is just listening to the chaos on his comms. On the other side, the noble mages are really cooperating with the demons, attacking members of the FMT. The FMT members couldn't believe it. The ultimate betrayal. What do you guys think is going to happen next? Drop your theories in the comments below. They were literally shaking, mumbling, "What the hell? I thought we were cool after that joint training sesh." But over on the main battlefield in New York, Hifumi was just gloating, laughing his absolute butt off. "With this little disaster control spell, every demon in New York is going to be on our team." HenRy looked up at this whole mess, totally speechless. Magic that controls disasters and demons? Like, how do you even learn that cheat code? While HenRy was trying to process, Hifumi started yapping again. "Oh, and one more thing, this spell has a little bonus feature." The second he said that, these insane streams of magical energy started surging, pouring right into Hifumi's body. Everybody watching was totally bugging out. Misty screamed, "Oh my god, the disaster's energy is flowing into Dad." The twins were panicking too. Like, what in the world is that magic? I've never seen anything like it, for real. HenRy's face got dead serious. It was just like when he first got his own powers. The whole vibe was identical to when HenRy faced that first disaster. Realizing what was up, he slowly said, "A disaster is a phenomenon that brings magical energy to this land, and at the same time, it juices up anyone with magic potential. If you know how to use it, you can get a crazy amount of power." Hifumi let out a cold laugh and sneered, "Just what I'd expect from HenRy, you're a quick one. The disaster's energy lets a person gain a ton of power, but of course, it's useless if you can't even handle it." Mason shot a death glare at Hinata and her partner. "So that's why your power levels kept going off the charts." Haley just chuckled. "You got it. We've been sipping that disaster juice this whole time. We only pretended to work with you guys to make sure the disaster that way, no one would figure out they were pulling the strings from the shadows or stealing all that sweet magical energy." HenRy frowned when he heard that and was like, "So you're trying to corner the market on power, huh?" Haley shot back, cold as ice. "At first, we were just going to get rid of you, but you were actually kind of good, so we decided to use you. If we just let the disasters run wild, the noble mages would have to deal with a ton of bad press. And that's just way too much of a headache. Besides, to kick off the Great World Disaster, we have to stick to the historical script." HenRy got even more confused. "Why do you have to follow the flow of history?" Haley scoffed like he was the dumbest person alive. "You absolute moron. Disasters always pop up in the same spots, because certain locations are like magical hotspots, making it easier for the energy to flow. And you can't start the next disaster until the last one is cleared. That's why the noble mages used HenRy to beat each disaster one by one. Hifumi is now absorbing all that energy, and the power boost he's about to get is insane. This is supposed to be the birth of the most powerful mage in history." HenRy was just silent for a hot minute after hearing all that tea. Finally, he slowly asked, "So, you were planning to betray me from the very beginning?" Haley just scoffed back. "Ugh, did you not hear what we just said?" HenRy narrowed his eyes at her, his voice low. "So there was never even a single real moment between us." Her words made Haley absolutely snap. "Shut up, just shut up. Shut your filthy mouth and stop saying such gross things." She screamed that there's no such thing as a bond, and she definitely didn't need a loser like him as an ally. Ryder stared at Riku, completely floored, demanding, "Riku, are you for real betraying us right now?" Riku totally froze up. After a long, awkward pause, he finally said, "There's war breaking out everywhere. With mages, nobles, and demons as enemies, it's only a matter of time before New York collapses." Riku glared at HenRy and said grimly, "HenRy, even you can't protect all of New York." HenRy just faced him, not saying a word. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew was in deep trouble. They were totally outnumbered and couldn't hold on much longer. Elsewhere, monsters started attacking civilians in Los Angeles, and it was pure chaos. Back on the main battlefield, a freaked-out Sloan mumbled, "This is so bad, we have zero backup." At this rate, before he could even finish, two creepy voices cut in. "Everything's going according to plan, right?" "Precisely." Sloan stared at them, shouting in disbelief, "How is this even happening? Why are Ace and Jet here?" That's right, both Jet and Ace had shown up on the battlefield, with Sky trailing right behind them. Sloan yelled, "Sky is with them too." Even HenRy couldn't believe Sky had turned on him. His voice trembled as he muttered, "Sky, why would you?" Ace was just soaking it all in, laughing his head off. "Finally got you in my sights. HenRy, I finally get to take you out with my own two hands." Sloan glared at Ace, demanding, "Weren't you supposed to be locked up in Rikers Island?" Shrugging like it was nothing, Ace smirked and said, "The noble mages have friends in high places. You know. Of course, that includes the cops." At this, Ace put his hand on Sky's shoulder, raising an eyebrow with a grin. "And this one right here too." The twins were absolutely livid hearing this. They demanded, "Even if you're a noble mage, why are you doing this?" "Because we are noble mages," Ace answered with a cold laugh. "True to our name, we're superior beings who believe we're way above weakling commoners." With that, Ace let out a triumphant laugh, casting some crazy spell from his hand. A chaotic illusion packed with dark energy shot out as he cackled with glee. With our magic, we could literally wipe out half of Brooklyn if we really wanted to. Ace's chaos magic instantly turned the buildings in front of him into a pile of dust. Ace scoffed and declared, "We can flatten an entire city, even a whole country, with just one mage. But for some stupid reason, the noble mages are being bossed around by a bunch of weak commoners, by clueless idiots, and Ace just can't stand it." He roared, totally enraged, "Isn't that messed up? Noble mages are supreme. Under them are regular mages, and at the very bottom is all the weak, useless trash. Those lowlifes are getting way too big for their britches." Jet then added coldly, "From the beginning, our families became noble mages for this exact reason, to rule over the talentless, and yet those good-for-nothings dared to use us noble mages." The second he finished, Ace threw his head back and roared with laughter. "But that's all over now. We've figured out we can get even stronger from these disasters. With this kind of power, no one can touch us. This is the era of the noble mages." In a flash, their magical power just exploded. The pressure alone sent the twins into a panic. What the heck is this magic pressure? It's like they're completely different people. HenRy, though, was still perfectly calm. This made Ace furious, who gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, he's just standing there, acting so chill, it's really getting on my nerves." HenRy paid him zero attention, his eyes locked on Sky behind them. He asked coldly, "Sky, were you lying to me this whole time?" The hot-headed Ace couldn't take it and yelled, "Are you ignoring us? You've got a lot of nerve." Not even waiting for Sky to answer, he answered for her. "That's right. She was on our side from the start, a real piece of work who just lies and uses people to get what she wants." Hearing this, Sky just lowered her head, not saying a single word. It was the same for Haley and Riku, now standing on the opposite side of HenRy, a whole crew of backstabbing noble mages. Ace then laughed and said, "All right, enough with the chit-chat." Jet nodded, "Yeah, it's starting." With a cold chuckle, Ace curled his lip and said, "Now, let the massacre begin." At the exact same time, somewhere else, a massive horde of monsters charged in and started attacking the SMT members. On top of that, they pushed deeper into the city. They reached the shelters where civilians were hiding, causing absolute terror. A demon general shattered a glass door and stormed inside. You could just hear the blood-curdling screams. Back with HenRy, he got a call that demons had breached the streets and were awaiting his command. Ace gloated, "What's your move, HenRy?" Jet added with a nasty sneer, "Even a big shot like you can't save them from all the way over here." The situation was getting worse by the second. Misty trembled and muttered, "Even if we go now, we'll be way too late." Sloan bit his lip in frustration. "What do we do?" Seeing the absolute panic in everyone's eyes, Ace and Jet got even more hyped up and laughed like maniacs. "You're gonna get crushed by your own weakness and die by our hands. Get a taste of despair. Feel the same humiliation we did." Yet, at that very moment, HenRy suddenly spoke up. "There are 3 types of anti-magic equipment." His words left Ace completely stunned, like, "Bro, what are you even talking about at a time like this?" But HenRy totally ignored him and kept going. The first type is used by mages themselves, a basic magic type. It has a longer lifespan and lets you control elements you normally couldn't. The second type interferes with magic or magical energy. The SMT and Noble Mage uniforms are this type. They can either amp up your power or nerf enemy magic. Hearing HenRy drone on, Jet asked, annoyed, "Did the pressure finally make you snap or something?" HenRy paid him no mind and calmly continued, "And there is one more type. Even though it has a short lifespan, even people with zero magical ability can use it. It's a type that requires specific conditions to be met for it to activate." Ace scowled fiercely, demanding, "What the hell are you on about?" At that very moment, in the civilian shelters, just as a demon was about to attack, an anti-magic item with an automatic magical effect went off, creating a shield that blocked the hit. And that item, it was a little HenRy action figure that they had released to the public earlier. What's more, civilians who owned any similar merch were also being protected by HenRy's magic. Bracelets, keychains, any piece of merch HenRy had released had turned into anti-magic gear and was now activating. Yo, if you think this is genius, smash that like button right now. They used the SMT's popularity to mass-produce goods and secretly hid defensive anti-magic devices inside them as an insurance policy for a situation exactly like this. When Sloan first heard the plan, even he couldn't believe it. Hearing HenRy's explanation, Ace ground his teeth in frustration, thinking this guy was an absolute psycho for planning things out this far. Jet, still trying to act tough, yelled, "But even if they can defend, it's useless. You're the one who said that type of anti-magic gear has a super short battery life." HenRy just calmly nodded. HenRy calmly replied, "Yeah, you're right, so this is what we'll do." He had basically coded his own magic into the anti-magic gear. His magical energy was now spreading all across New York like a citywide Wi-Fi network. Using his own power, HenRy could feel it all, no matter how far. In other words, HenRy's magic could now reach every corner of New York. The moment he finished speaking, countless magic circles appeared in the sky above his head. Let's go. And bam! Just like that, literally thousands of magic beams start blasting all over the place. This was some next-level void magic level 13, called infinite magic bullets. They were like heat-seeking missiles, dude, aiming straight for the demons attacking New York and just wiping them out instantly. Like Mason promised, those magic bullets had some serious range, covering the whole country. Anywhere they flew, no demon was safe, and as long as he kept it up, not a single civilian would get hurt. Let me tell you, this whole light show had the noble mages sweating bullets. A moment later, Mason finally powered down. Immediately, everyone got the all-clear in their earpieces that the rest of the squads were safe. The sisters, Julia and Ruby, were just staring at Mason with total hard eyes. That was just beyond insane. We were all seriously speechless. Mason is just built different, for real. Akuto was totally bugging out, screaming that it was absurd, that it couldn't be happening. Blasting magic across the entire country isn't something a human can do. Seeing him completely lose it, Jin jumped in, like, bro, chill out. The demons are definitely not all gone yet. Hearing that, Akuto took a deep breath. Trying to get a grip, he points at Mason and yells, yeah, that's right, the noble mages are still out there. If those anti-magic gadgets are one and done, then they're totally useless now. But Mason just hits him with a smirk and asks, you forgot something, didn't you? Akuto was just stunned, asking back all confused. Forgot what? Elsewhere. On the outskirts of the disaster zones, like way out in Jersey, people were just starting to catch their breath when another horde of demons rolled up, leaving everyone shook. But at the same time, another crew popped up behind them. Mason looked at Akuto with a sick grin and said, you really think I was putting all my chips on me? And then the ultimate plot twist, the crew that went ghost for months, the organization known as the Shadow Bearers, just casually showed up. Seeing them, the cops and the SMT members were like, no way. The Shadow Bearers, what are they doing here? Are they here to help? While they were all bugging, those figures in black started making moves. A whole storm of magic spells just rained down on the monsters. There was zero doubt about it, they were on our side. The SMT immediately radioed the situation to Mason. Civilian safety is priority number 1, we're linking up with the Shadow Bearers. At the same time, some reporter on the scene saw it all go down and screamed into their mic, you guys seeing this? The SMT is teaming up with the Shadow Bearers. As soon as that hit the news, Chrono's stands went absolutely nuts. And it wasn't just them. The internet totally exploded. Everyone was hyped for the moment Mason would team up with Chrono. But plot twist again, the one leading the Shadow Bearers this time was Haley. She was also super confused, with no idea what was going on. Haley had been through some seriously hardcore training and had to memorize how to use a ton of anti-magic gear. She'd already said her goodbyes, so seeing everyone again was kinda awkward. But Haley was like, whatever, guess I gotta give it my all. With that thought, she summoned a level 7 spell, a massive tidal wave that just erased a demon. The members of the Shadow Bearers saw this and immediately started chanting Chrono's name. Haley quickly joined in, but you could tell she felt super awkward about it deep down. Seeing their leader make a move, the rest of the Shadow Bearers started their attack. The SMT and NYPD on the scene saw this and jumped right into the fight too. As Haley was throwing down, she thought to herself that Mason totally owed her a 5-star dinner for this. Meanwhile, Akuto got the news, and his face got all kinds of ugly. He roared in fury. The Shadow Bearers are popping up all over the country. You snake. If you were ready for this from the start, does that mean you suspected the noble mages all along? That's right, Mason admitted with a stone-cold nod. His words just sent Akuto and Jin over the edge. They both yelled together, you've been mocking us this whole time. We're gonna kill you. Right after, they both unleashed their magic. Akuto glanced at Shizuku behind him and ordered, get in there and fight. Shizuku hesitated for a hot second, but then quickly powered up her magic, too. Seeing how tense things were, Hinata just scoffed and said, looks like we don't have a choice. At the same time, Mason gave a quick order to Julia's group. Let's end this right here. In the blink of an eye, both crews charged. Akuto went first, using his shady dark magic skills, and in a flash, he warped behind Julia with a knife in his hand. He sneered, I'll take care of the small fry first. Seeing this, Mason got worried, but he had no time to help because Hinata launched a cheap shot from behind him. Mason dodged, and her fist just hit air. Over on the other side, by the time Julia realized Akuto's knife was way too close, it was already too late to dodge. In that insane, nail-biting moment, a wave of water shot out, blocking Akuto's attack. Julia glanced back and said, full of gratitude, you saved me, sis. Ruby quickly warned her, stay sharp, it's not over yet. Meanwhile, Mason had just dodged Hinata's attack and taken a few steps back. He narrowed his eyes, looking ahead, and was about to bolt when Riku slashed at him. Mason was totally surrounded by Hinata and Riku, but he wasn't fazed at all, calmly handling the heat. He threw a sick leg sweep, sending both of them flying. Mason landed smoothly, ready to move, but a huge wall of ice shot up right in front of him. Shizuku said slowly, "I'm not letting you pass." It ended up being Mason in a 1 versus 3. Hinata snorted, "We've seen your power up close. We're not about to let you go help the others." Mason couldn't help but frown. A divide-and-conquer strategy? What a pain. He'd already burned through way too much of his magic. If he could, he wanted to just take out Hifumi first, but a whole mess of monsters were guarding the guy. If he went all out, Mason could win, but it was a huge gamble. While he was thinking, Hinata spoke again, her voice cold. "I won't let you interfere with Chairman Hifumi." Riku also said firmly, "You'll have to get through us first." Mason knew they were just stalling. Fine, bet. He started to seriously attack the group around him. His speed was so insane you couldn't even see him move. Riku couldn't help but yell out, "He's too fast." Hinata, on the other hand, just screamed in frustration, "Stop dodging and fight." Over on the other side of this brawl in downtown Los Angeles, Akudo and Jin weren't having a much better time, sweating buckets as they fought, which made Akudo mutter, "They're so damn persistent, they won't go down. Freaking pests." But on the flip side, Julia's crew was also starting to run on fumes. Julia mumbled in a panic, "There are too many of them. If this keeps up." Just then, Chloe suddenly shouted, "Don't give up. If it's us, we can definitely win." Her words were like a shot of adrenaline for everyone. Ruby nodded with a smile. "You're right, we can't lose hope." Julia also smiled in agreement. "This is no time to complain." Ruby glanced at Chloe and said, "A little sorry. Looks like I had you all wrong. Chloe, you've got a real fighter's spirit, don't you?" With a smile she didn't even notice, Chloe said confidently, "Maybe I was just inspired by you guys." And right after that, all the elite SMT members went all out against the Noble Mages. Akudo was losing his patience and yelled, "Don't get cocky, you weaklings." Then, he used a level 8 magic spell. The sisters, Ruby and Julia, didn't back down either, countering with a massive tsunami. They both shouted at the same time, "We're not gonna lose." Instantly, the wave and Akudo's shadow blade crashed into each other, and in the end, they just canceled each other out. Seeing this, Akudo gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it, a stalemate. Jin also muttered in disbelief. For real? They're that strong? Just then, Akudo noticed Shizuku just chilling on the side, doing nothing. His anger flared up, and he cursed through his teeth. That damn old hag. At the same time, Mason was still fighting the others, but in his head, he was counting down the seconds. It was almost time. Over here, Akudo finally lost his cool and roared, "Shizuku, what the hell are you doing? Fight for real and kill him. If you don't obey, you know what'll happen." Shizuku flinched in absolute terror, and right after, she summoned her magic. Before attacking, she whispered with regret, "Forgive me, Mason." He saw this and just sighed. Seriously. Seeing him drop his magic with a smile, not even putting up a shield against her attack, Julia's group instantly freaked out. They all yelled, "He's not defending himself. That idiot, does he want to die? Move it." At that very moment, a raging whirlwind rushed towards Mason, and he just stood there, not dodging, not defending, but get this, the whirlwind just zipped right past his face. Julia couldn't help but cry out in shock. It missed. Shizuku lowered her head, trembling and muttering, "I really can't do it. I can't attack him." This made Akudo furious, and he yelled, "You dare defy me? Do you have any idea what's going to happen to your family?" Hearing that, Shizuku quickly begged, "Please stop. Don't you dare touch my daughter and my granddaughter." With a nasty snort, Akudo said coldly, "You're the one who broke our deal. One phone call and it's all over. Should I have them break one of their arms, or maybe both? Or maybe it's just better to have them taken out?" Shizuku was terrified, her eyes pleading desperately, but Akudo showed no mercy, sneering, "Your family is going to suffer because of you. You deserve it." Just then, Mason gets a call. He nods and says, "I got it. Right on time. Good job." This casual move made Akudo yell out in frustration, "Are you seriously on the phone right now? That's it. I'm gonna have her daughter and granddaughter dealt with right now." But as soon as he finished speaking, Mason held out his phone and said with a smile, "It's useless. I've already saved them." Seeing their faces on the screen, Akuto was completely stunned. He yelled in disbelief, "That can't be real." Only a handful of people knew where they were. Even the dirty cops were paid off. Mason casually replied with a smile. They were careful not to leave any traces, so tracking them was tough. But the fact that they evacuated from the disaster, that was their big mistake. That's how we found their location. It seems the Shadow Bearers did a solid job. Looks like their cover hasn't been blown. Drop a comment if you saw that coming. Biting his lip hard, Akudo asked through gritted teeth, "When did you figure it out?" Mason slowly replied, "Even though there was a family photo in her room, She never once mentioned her family. She was way too cautious around you noble mages, so I had someone dig into Shizuku's background. After saying that, he glanced at Shizuku, raised an eyebrow, and said with a smirk, "You should know by now. You can't hide anything from me." Hearing this, Shizuku just couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears. She mumbled, her voice trembling, "They're really safe. That's so great, so great." With his plan totally wrecked, Akudo was absolutely furious. He grabbed Shizuku's arm, cursing, "Damn it, you're such a damn nuisance. If that's how it's gonna be, I'll just take her hostage." Of course, Shizuku wasn't exactly a pushover either, so smash that like button if you're ready for what comes next. She didn't even hesitate, just used a vortex attack that sent Axel flying. Sky scoffed in disgust, "Get your filthy hands off me, you absolute trash." Seeing this, Mason couldn't help but crack a grin. Looks like someone's finally ready to play for real. Huh. Sky lowered her head, looking guilty, and said, "Cade, I'm so sorry. I totally lied to you." But Mason was completely chill about it. He calmly said, "Don't even sweat it. That's what friends are for." Sky stared at him, stunned for a second, then smiled and said, "You're really one of a kind." While they were having their moment, Axel had already scrambled to his feet, yelling impatiently, "Yo, can we cut the cheesy Hallmark moment, damn it." Then, he looked at the noble mages behind him and proposed, "This time, let's go all out and just wreck these clowns. No holding back." Hannah heard this and got this super serious look on her face but didn't say a word. At the same time, Mason walked over to her side. He muttered coldly, "I thought I told you guys we're done with the whole hostage thing. Kinda disappointed in you, Commander Thorn." Hannah turned away, not even looking at him, but her voice was still defiant as she shot back, "Shut up. You don't give me orders." Elsewhere, the sisters, Ruby and Riley, had just taken down a demon general. Ruby frowned and muttered, "I think that's all the monsters around here." Riley gave a little nod in response, "Yep. All the noble mages are down except for their boss." Jax's face got all dark when he saw his whole crew had been wiped out. "I had no idea they were this strong." At the same time, Mason and Sky were now standing back to back, ready for anything. Sky spoke up slowly, "Cade, from this moment on, I'm fighting with you." Mason joked back, "Phew, now I can finally take a breather." Just then, a figure appeared in the distance. "Oh my god, it was Cyrus." He spoke coolly. "Looks like the party's just getting started. Maybe I should jump in." Seeing him, the sisters, Ruby and Riley, totally freaked out, but Axel was hyped, reaching out to him. He slung an arm around Cyrus's shoulders, grinning, "About time you showed up, huh?" Seeing this, the sisters Ruby and Riley screamed in outrage, "What the hell are you doing? Get your hands off our dad." Cyrus just gave a casual shrug, while Axel smirked, "Such good little girls. Why don't you tell them which team you're really playing for?" Ruby and Riley looked like they were putting it together, but they couldn't believe it, shaking their heads, "No way. Dad, are you with them? If you even think about disrespecting our father, we'll mess you up." But Cyrus was about to break their hearts. He took a deep breath and declared firmly, "I am an ally of the noble mages." Despair just washed over the sisters' faces, as they mumbled in disbelief, "No, that's a lie, right? This can't be real." Axel suddenly burst out laughing and gloated, "Back during that whole bombing thing, I thought Cyrus had betrayed us, but that was so not the case. Even after I got kicked out of the noble mages, our connection was never actually broken. The noble mages run the show up here, while the Black Rebellion was set up to control the underground, all to make sure the noble mages stay on top." Cyrus then added, "But because of the dark mages, the Black Rebellion got totally wiped out." Suddenly, info about all our secret hookups started to leak. We're talking not just the nobles, but the government, Wall Street, the cops down at the first precinct. Tons of powerful groups were involved. Axel laughed again. "So they decided to just dump the Black Rebellion. Cold, right? Like a lizard dropping its tail to get away. I thought they were gonna ghost me, too." Cyrus spoke with zero emotion. "And because of that, the NYPD got to clean up their image and their ties to the Black Rebellion got swept under the rug, which, naturally, led to this little team-up between the noble mages and the FMT." At this, Axel roared with laughter. "This whole country has been played for fools by the noble mages." Jax, standing nearby, couldn't help but add, "The noble mages haven't changed one damn bit over the years. Through all these long years, a few clueless people have totally misunderstood the true goals of the noble mages." Mason suddenly remembered that Butler, who tried to frame Jax earlier. After hearing everything, the sisters Ruby and Riley still refused to believe it, screaming, "No way, this can't be real. Tell us you're lying, Dad," just like before. "You're deep undercover, right, Dad?" Cyrus slowly shook his head and answered, cold as ice, "I've never changed. I am a pure noble mage, and I have no intention of betraying my allies." Biting her lip fiercely, Riley whispered in despair, "So, you've been our enemy this whole time? Ruby was just as crushed. Neither of them could accept that the dad they looked up to was one of the bad guys. Just then, Mason slowly walked forward. He demanded in an icy tone, "I don't get it. Why would you protect the noble mages? They crush everyone else just to chase their own selfish gains. Do people like that even deserve to be called nobles?" Silence. Cyrus didn't answer, just coldly utter that single word. But Mason was not having it and just yelled right back at him defiantly. "I know you love your daughters. That's why you tested me, why you pushed them away." Cyrus bit his lip hard, denying it through clenched teeth. "That's not true." Mason scoffed loudly. "You're lying to us and you're lying to yourself. What the hell happened to you to make you like this?" Cyrus couldn't listen anymore and roared in fury. "I said shut your mouth." The sisters Ruby and Riley looked like they had completely lost all hope in their dad, but Cyrus couldn't care less. He unleashed his magical energy, and the others quickly did the same. Cyrus declared coldly, "I've had enough of your pointless talk. I'm going to end every last one of you and restore the noble mage's world." Seeing this, Mason felt a sense of resignation, scoffing, "You stubborn old man." Right after that, so boom, Mason and his whole crew just popped off with their own magic, ready for a major throwdown. You've got the SMT, the Baji mages, and the demons y'all. This was about to be a straight-up war zone, more chaotic than Black Friday at the Mall of America. Meanwhile, way up in the sky, Heather was still over there, slurping up all that Cataclysm magic, and just like that, Hannah casts some insane attack spell. A massive fireball just erupts, swallowing up everything in sight. Mason had to dip, like yesterday, using his spatial magic to teleport out of there. Ruby's crew did the same thing, because nobody was trying to get turned into extra crispy chicken. But now, because of the fire, Mason split up from his squad, and he's totally bugging, wondering if they're okay. He didn't have time to stress, though. Hannah, Rico, and a whole squad of demon lords had him boxed in. Rico's like, all serious. Let's run that back. Round 2. This time, Mason was so done holding back. He hit him with a cold, "I'm not playing nice anymore, you feel me?" At the same time, Axel and Jax were squared up against Sage, Kara, Ryder, and Sky. Jax was whining. "Ugh, fighting these B-listers is such a snooze fest." Axel just snorted, like, "You pathetic scrubs, just go kick rocks already." Oof, their trash talk totally set off Sage and his crew. They were furious, screaming back, "Nah, asterisk, your time's the side characters here, and you're gonna regret looking down on us. Don't get it twisted, lame." Jax scoffed, then unleashed some wild Tier 8 wind magic. Ryder wasn't having it, yelling, "Too slow," before casting his own spell. A massive boulder just comes crashing down from the sky like a wrecking ball. With a huge boom, Jax's little tornado got totally flattened. Jax grumbled, "Man, this is so annoying." Axel glared at him, shouting, "Don't tell me you're getting clapped by these no-names." Jax shot back all defensive, "Shut up, dude. Earth magic is literally my one weakness." Axel just scoffed, then sit back and take notes. With this anti-magic tech that just cancels spells, elemental matchups mean nothing. You're just wasting your breath. But whatever, I guess it's just curtains for all of you. The second he said that, he raised his piece to pop a shot. But before he could even squeeze the trigger, 2 magic blasts zapped his hand, making him drop his weapon. Sky yelled out, "That little anti-magic toy is useless if you can't even grip it." Axel's face got all twisted with rage, and he was shooting daggers at Sky with his eyes. Just then, Jax roared, "You old witch, that's it. The gloves are coming off." Axel was screaming too, totally unhinged. "Now you're gonna get wrecked by my max-level magic." Seeing this, Kara just scoffed, "Not on my watch. I'm about to go beast mode, too." Ryder was getting so hyped, grinning. "Finally, it's my time to pop off." On the other side, Sky was getting a little worried. The energy coming off those two was insane, like they were cooking up something big. She knew she had to give him some backup, like, right now. With that, Sky quickly chucked out these crystals she was holding. She was about to use this anti-magic gear to juice up their powers. In a flash, the crystals started glowing brighter than Times Square on New Year's Eve. Sage and Ryder's bodies just erupted with magical energy. Kara wasn't just standing around, she immediately yelled, "I'm blessing you with some holy power." As she spoke, this sacred light just wrapped around the two dudes. You could see the confidence flaring in their eyes. Ryder grinned, all excited. "Oh yeah, with this, we're totally gonna win." This whole display just made Jax furious, and he roared, "Die, you worthless clowns." Right after that, a freaking portal ripped open in the air. At the same time, Axel summoned a couple of Reaper-looking things. He sneered, "Disappear into the shadows, you pathetic fools." Ryder didn't let his guard down, though, and quick-like threw up a magic shield. Sage wasn't just watching the show either. He summoned a massive light sword that came slamming down, and in a second, the other two's attacks were completely zapped in lightning. A moment later, the Reapers got sliced and diced by that light sword. It was a brutal 4-on-2 brawl, with everyone just trying to take each other out. After a sec, the light blade stabbed right through both portals and plunged down, skewering one of the Reapers. Jax got caught in the shockwave, screaming his head off. And since Axel was the one who summoned the Reapers, he got the worst of it from the lightning. You could literally hear the electricity crackling all over his body. At the same time, Sage's crew was totally gassed. Ryder started panting. "I've seriously hit my limit, dude." Sage sighed, too. "Yeah, I've got nothing left in the tank." It wasn't long before Axel and Jax staggered up from the rubble. Jax muttered, "Dang it, I never thought they could actually back us into a corner like this." Seeing this, Sky was horrified. "No way, you guys can still move?" Kara was also freaking out. How are they still standing? Even though Axel and his boy were on their feet, they had burned through way too much magic and all their anti-magic toys were gone. The damage was massive, so maybe their best bet was to see what Sage's crew was gonna do next. At the same time, Sky was also totally tapped out. All her anti-magic gadgets were toast, and her own power level was on E. Guess that's what you get for skipping training day, am I right? Drop a comment below if you think training arcs are underrated. The only one left with any real magic was Kara, but she had to save it for patching people up. Plus, she's more of a support player, not a frontline brawler. Kara figured the best move was to just hang back and see what happened. In another part of this crazy battlefield, the sisters Ruby and Haley were in a throwdown with their own father, Cyrus. Both sides were slinging water-style magic, sending these huge waves crashing into each other, only for them to cancel each other out and just vanish. Cyrus was not holding back at all, creating this gigantic water ball and launching it forward. Haley looked up, totally panicking as this orb flew right at her. At that exact moment, Chloe dives in and shoves her out of the way. And just like that, Chloe took the full force of that massive water attack. Oh my god, the sisters literally freaked and sprinted over. Chloe was super messed up and totally knocked out. Julia and Ruby saw she was just unconscious and let out a huge sigh of relief. Cyrus just watched the whole thing with this ice-cold glare, muttering, "That's one." You could see the rage in the sisters' eyes as they screamed. "We don't even care if you're our dad. You're not getting away with hurting our friend. Are you for real right now, Dad?" Cyrus kept up his whole "I don't care" act, hitting them back with, "I told you from the jump." His words just made the sisters' faces fall. They clapped back hard. "Fine then. Bet. We're getting serious too. We're about to take you down right here, right now. We're dropping every last ounce of our mana with this new magic we cooked up." And just like that, they merged their powers and cast their spell. A freaking level 11 spell popped off, sending a whole storm of bone ice shards flying. Cyrus didn't even flinch. He threw his own level 11 spell right back at them. The raging tide slammed into the bone ice storm instantly. Julia and Ruby were biting their lips, struggling to keep the magic flowing. Not gonna lie, Cyrus wasn't having a cakewalk either. Even with more mana, he couldn't get the edge on them. The sisters screamed out again, "We are not losing until we get the truth out of you." And right then, their mana just exploded. The bone ice shards, now totally supercharged, pushed forward and ripped straight through the raging tide. The shards didn't stop. They slammed right into Cyrus. He hit the ground hard. Seeing that, Julia breathed a sigh of relief. We did it." Ruby pursed her lips, whispering, "We actually beat our own dad." But even saying it, there was zero joy in their eyes. That feeling didn't last, though. Cyrus, like something out of a horror movie, staggered back to his feet. He mumbled through his teeth, "Not yet." The sisters were completely stunned. After taking their strongest shot head-on, he was still standing. "That's our dad for you." While they were still shook, Cyrus started chanting another spell. Julia saw it and begged him, "Please, Dad, stop. I don't want to fight anymore." Ruby also tried to reason with him. Mom would be devastated if she saw us, her family, tearing each other apart like this. Hearing his wife's name made Cyrus hesitate for a sec, and he dropped his hands. But just then, that psycho Akito appeared on the scene out of nowhere. When he saw Cyrus back down, his eyes filled with pure rage. He spotted a gun just lying on the ground near him. Akito made a beeline for it and snatched it up. He screamed like a total maniac, "Die, you pathetic weaklings." And with that, Akito just opened fire on the sisters. Blood went flying everywhere in an instant, covering both of them. They totally freaked out but felt zero pain, because the one who took the bullet was Cyrus, not them. The sisters rushed to catch him as he collapsed. They were crying hysterically. "Why? Dad, why would you do that?" Akito just kept the gun aimed, his voice chilling. "You guys are so damn persistent." At that moment, Shizuka just couldn't take it anymore and screamed, "I will not let you hurt anyone else." In a flash, before Akito could even pull the trigger again, her magic blasted his hand, sending the gun flying. Akito clutched his busted wrist, snarling, "Useless piece of trash." Meanwhile, Cyrus was fading fast from the gunshot, wondering what he was even trying to do. Was it worth making his own daughters cry? In that moment, he realized how pointless all of this was. Cyrus was born a noble mage, basically magical royalty. He always believed they were superior beings, that mages had been used by regular people to change the world. They were just waiting for their moment to rise up, to get more power. That was the noble mages' whole deal. After the Great Cataclysm, the noble mages actually managed to seize control of America. But because the rogue mages who went wild were followers of Mason, and because of some shady plots by powerful people, the nobles couldn't keep their grip on the states. Ever since he was a kid, living on some fancy estate in the Hamptons, Cyrus trained for one thing: to rule over the regular folks and be at the very top. He was chosen as the clan leader and was put in an arranged marriage to keep the noble mage bloodline pure. The clan had literally picked Cyrus's wife for him. That day was the first time he ever laid eyes on his fiancée. It was just a political marriage, you know, just a formality. At least, that's what Cyrus thought until the day he met Judy. She was different, so full of life, always showing how she felt. Judy was stubborn as hell and always wanted Cyrus to hold her hand. But honestly, it didn't take long for him to find it kind of comforting. For a guy like Cyrus, who was always so obsessed with the rules and duties of the noble mages, he found that he didn't mind her vibe at all. Judy was the first person Cyrus ever truly fell in love with. And as time went on, more precious people entered his life. His two daughters, Ruby and Julia. But Cyrus was a noble mage, and he had to get ready for the wars that were definitely coming. So he was constantly worried about his wife and daughters, wondering if he should drag them into this whole mess, force them to carry the weight of saving lives. His family could die, and that thought absolutely terrified Cyrus. And then that fear just twisted into something ugly. Judy got sick with a terminal illness. Before she passed, she made Cyrus promise her he'd take good care of their two girls and that he'd always love them. Cyrus agreed. With those last words, Judy passed away peacefully, like she was finally at ease. But Cyrus, he couldn't keep his promise to Judy. Without her, he had no clue how to love his own daughters. He was the leader of the noble mages, raised to believe their code was everything. Inside Cyrus, the code and his love for his daughters were in a full-on war. And in the middle of all that chaos, his daughters go and join the SMT, the sworn enemy of the noble mages. The noble blood in his veins versus his love as a dad. For real, he had no idea which to choose. And it all led to this moment. Cyrus didn't betray the noble mages or America to fight his own kids, but in the end, he took a bullet for them. Thinking about his past, about everything, Cyrus's stoic face just crumbled into devastation. He cried out in pain, "I couldn't love you the right way. I'm so sorry." Seeing this, the sisters just started sobbing their hearts out. Let me know in the comments if you're crying too. Cyrus passed out from the blood loss. The sisters were freaking out, desperately trying to wake him up. Kara rushed over and immediately started healing Cyrus, trying to calm the girls down. "He's going to be okay. He's just unconscious." A holy light instantly wrapped around Cyrus, starting to patch up the wound in his chest. Once they saw he wasn't about to die, Juliet and Ruby got right up in Akito's face and screamed, "You hurt our dad. We will never, ever forgive you." Akito and Jin didn't even flinch, just saying coldly, "You're just a couple of weaklings with no mana left. It's time to end this." The sisters' eyes were burning with hatred, their voices dripping with venom. "This is where the noble mages die. We're getting revenge for our father right here, right now." Meanwhile, in Mason's fight, he was completely surrounded by Hinata and Riku. Hinata charged at Mason like a wild animal, putting all her strength into a kick. Even though he blocked it with his arm, Mason still slid across the ground, right into a circle of demon lords. It looked like they all attacked at once, blasting Mason with their magic. But they didn't stop there. They kept throwing punches, literally destroying the ground in seconds. Hinata watched from the side, frowning like, "Is he dead yet?" Riku couldn't believe his eyes, yelling, "No way, he's completely fine." And just like he said, Mason had caught a demon lord's fist. He smirked. That was a decent shot. Hinata got more and more freaked out the longer she looked. "No way, how does he not have a single scratch on him?" Riku muttered, still in disbelief. "That's impossible for a normal person." Mason didn't even pay them any attention, frowning to himself. Too many of them. Time to thin the herd a bit. The second those words left his mouth, he launched himself into the air and brought his fist down, completely wiping out one of the demon lords. Another one tried to grab him but totally missed. Mason let out a cold laugh and started casting a spell. A brilliant holy light rained down from the sky, turning all the demon lords to dust. The sight made Hinata lose her mind. She screamed in disbelief, "You have got to be kidding me. Those were demon lords. There's no way you just took them all down that easily." Hinata yelled that their mana levels had shot past 1 million because of the Cataclysm mana, that they'd reached Mason's level. "So what the hell is that power of yours?" Mason just scoffed at her. "Your intel must be trash. There's no way Mason is that pathetic," and pointed at his friends, shouting, "Is that right? Then what about your squad? Ruby and Julia were wiped out, gasping for air. They kept whining, "I can't move. Is this really as far as we go?" Sloane's team was in the same boat. Their bodies wouldn't move and their mana was totally gone. Seeing this, Akito laughed like a supervillain. "Ha ha, this is what you get for being arrogant little weaklings. You're all finished." Jin also yelled, "Just die already. You're in the way." But just then, Mason appeared right behind Jin and Akito. He asked with an icy tone, "What do you think you're doing to my friends?" Hinata's head whipped around, completely shocked. When did he get there? Mason ignored them and just scoffed. "You're a real pain to look at." Then he kicked both of them, sending them flying dozens of feet, probably all the way to downtown L.A. Sloane's crew was so happy to see him. Ruby said, feeling guilty, "Sorry for being such a liability." Mason just shrugged it off, saying casually, "You guys held on this long. You did awesome. I'll take it from here. Get back, so you don't get caught in the blast zone." And with that, he took off again. Julia stared after him, asking with a worried voice, "Is Mason gonna be okay?" Ruby frowned, biting her lip. "I can't even imagine him losing." Sloane's crew also watched with hope in their eyes. "The future of America is riding on you. Man, you have to win this." Shizuka just frowned, silently praying for Mason to come back safe. Meanwhile, Mason had landed right in front of the Noble Mages. He said coldly, "So, the whole Noble Mage crew is here." The four of them just glared at him, their eyes a wild mix of emotions. Akito screamed with rage, "I'm gonna tear you limb from limb. I'll grind you into dust." Jin was just as mad, yelling, "How dare you look down on us Noble Mages?" Hinata, though, just looked annoyed as she confidently opened her mouth to talk. "If you think Mason's about to wreck them, smash that like button. You really think you can take on all four of us?" Ryder said, pulling his blade with an icy stare. "I'm about to end your whole career right here, right now." But HenRy didn't even flinch at their empty threats. He just smirked and waved them on like, "Enough trash talk, my guy. Bring it." So the four of them charged him all at once. HenRy was dodging their attacks like a pro, but then out of nowhere, a whole freaking whirlwind comes blasting at him. He just swats it away with his magic, easy peasy. But before my man can even catch a breath, he sees Hinata and Ryder charging him together. HenRy, cool as a cucumber, is handling them both, but Akuto, watching from the sidelines over by some brownstone on West 81st Street, is absolutely losing his mind. He whips out his piece and starts blasting, cursing HenRy out. But it's useless. HenRy already threw up a shield, so the bullets just bounce right off. And then, plot twist, HenRy suddenly drops to the ground. A bunch of magic circles light up the pavement, and in a split second, these massive stone pillars wrapped in flames shoot up from the ground. All four of those so-called noble mages get launched into the air. Hinata is screaming in disbelief. A tier 12 fire and earth combo spell. The ground is literally gone. Before her body slams onto the floor. Shaking, she sits up, and you can just see the pure shock and awe on her face. In like 1 second, all the noble mages were totally wrecked. HenRy slowly walks up to them, his voice super chill. "Wow, even I'm a little surprised. Guess I might have gone a little overboard. My bad." Akuto is just death staring him, refusing to accept the L, while Jin is clutching his head screaming, "He's a monster, a total monster." Hinata finally just gives up, sighing, "We can't win. It's impossible." For real though, how could they ever dream of beating a terrifying beast like HenRy? Hinata just hangs her head. She can't even look at him. HenRy couldn't care less. He looks up at Hifumi, just floating in the air. The small fry are down. Now it's time for the main boss. But right then, Hifumi busts out laughing like a total maniac. It's too late, and his whole body just gets swallowed by this blood-red magic aura. A super deep, nasty sound echoes out. Summoning the Demon Lord takes a massive amount of magic. So what do you think happens if I just absorb all that juice for myself? A second later, from inside that freaky red cocoon, a set of giant claws rips through, followed by Hifumi's whole body. But oh my god, the sight made everyone on the ground totally freak out. Julia and Ruby start screaming, "No way, what even is that thing?" HenRy's face immediately gets dead serious. Hifumi now has these huge monster hands, and a pair of wings just sprouted from his back. Ryder is also bugging out, stammering, "Dude, he looks like a straight-up monster. What the hell is happening?" Shizuku is just as shook. She can't believe it, whispering, "It can't be." As Hifumi slowly floats down from the sky, he sneers. "Gotta admit, this is a surprise. Never thought I'd turn into a monster, but damn, this power feels awesome. I'm not hating this vibe." HenRy narrows his eyes at him, asking cold as ice, "Is this what you wanted? You were so desperate for power you turn yourself into." This asterisk, Hifumi just shrugs. Who cares about being human anymore? Magic power just blasted past 10 million. I've even surpassed Mason now. And then, you guys, this trembling figure walks forward. It's Hinata, looking so weak, but she's still dragging herself over, muttering, "Dad, I tried my best. just like you told me to. Even when you sent me away to be adopted. She's pouring her whole heart out as she gets to Hifumi, hugging his leg and just sobbing her eyes out. I even fought HenRy. I was so scared, but I gave it my all, so please, praise me, Dad. Please just acknowledge me. But Hifumi just yells, shut up, and shoves her away. What a scumbag. Luckily, HenRy zips in and catches Hinata. Even as she passes out, she keeps muttering, Dad. Why? Why? Man, smash that like button if you think Hifumi is the worst dad ever. HenRy looks down at the poor girl in his arms, and you can see it on his face. He finally gets the whole messed up story. He quickly carries Hinata to safety, handing her to Julia and telling her to watch over her. Julia's hesitant, like, for real? She was just trying to kill us. But she eventually nods, fine, I got it. HenRy's hero moment totally pisses Hifumi off. He scoffs, protecting the weak. You're such a hypocrite. Why don't you just leave the useless trash behind? HenRy just glares at him, his voice dangerously low. She's your daughter, right? Do you have any soul at all? Hifumi answers without even blinking. Nope. You can see the disappointment in HenRy's eyes as he finally snaps. What the hell is actually wrong with you? And Hifumi just bursts out laughing. He declares all excited. Nothing. I've ascended. I'm even stronger than Mason now. I become something on par with a god. HenRy looks at him, totally confused. Why are you so obsessed with surpassing him? The man's already dead. Hifumi just snorts. That's right, he's dead. He died protecting worthless weaklings. Even though he was stronger than me, even though he claimed he'd wait for evil to be wiped out, he just up and died on us. He said he could never forgive Mason for winning and then just dipping out, which is why he had to become better than him. The more Hifumi talks, the more smo he gets. I am the ultimate being. All other magic is useless. The absolute nerve. Hearing that, HenRy just scoffs and unleashes his full magical power. Hifumi doesn't even flinch, just laughs like a psycho. It's not arrogance, if you're strong enough to back it up, little man. Right after that, he casts a spell. A whole swarm of dark, ghostly figures rushes at HenRy. Seeing this, Julia and the others behind him start to panic. Level 14 magic? That's impossible. And he didn't even have to say anything. HenRy, though, is completely unfazed. He calmly throws out his own level 14 spell. A massive ice wall just materializes out of thin air, and the dark ghosts charge straight into it. In a flash, the ice wall cracks and then completely shatters, sending a blizzard of sharp ice shards flying right at Hifumi. But he just stands there, looking all proud, not even trying to dodge. As the shards get close, a dark aura flares up around him and just deflects them all. Hifumi finally speaks, dripping with disdain. An interesting spell, but a little one note. Hearing that, HenRy can't help but let out a smirk. All right, bet. I'll try to be more creative next time. Sloan and his crew are watching the whole duel from a rooftop in Los Angeles, their eyes wide with disbelief. They keep muttering. What kind of Dragon Ball Z fight is this? There's no way a normal person can beat a monster like that. But the two sisters, Julia and Ruby, have total faith. They believe if anyone can win, it's gotta be HenRy. But at that moment, Shizuku suddenly gasps, no way, that thing is impossible to beat. Julia hears her and asks, all shocked. What is it, Miss Tagami? Shizuku points with a trembling hand and mutters, HenRy is in that fight too, and you can tell HenRy is being forced on the defensive. He has to keep throwing up shields as Hifumi's attacks just rain down on him. Not daring to mess around, he creates a level 14 barrier just to defend himself. But Hifumi's attacks are just relentless. HenRy's shield is flickering like crazy. It wasn't long before it just completely shattered. HenRy was forced to block with his own body. Seeing this just made Julia's heart sink. Ruby couldn't believe her eyes either. HenRy was actually getting pushed back, and he was starting to get hurt. This is getting intense. Guys, share this with a friend who loves crazy fights. Luckily, HenRy has healing magic. The wounds on his body just vanish in an instant. Hifumi looks down from above, sneering. Pathetic. Are you already running out of gas in a fight like this? Before HenRy could even reply, the sisters yelled out, is HenRy gonna lose? No way. Sloan and his two buddies chimed in, their voices full of total conviction. There's no way HenRy would lose to anyone else. HenRy will definitely win. The only person who was actually worried was Shizuku. She muttered frantically, how could I have been so blind? We've been so cruel to him. Everyone else just looked at her, super confused. Shizuku bit her lip and mumbled. He always acts so confident, always says it's going to be fine. He always says, leave it to me. He says all that just to calm us down, to calm everyone down. But HenRy is only human. He's just a person, just like us. Her words stunned the entire group into silence. A look of pure grief crossed Julia's face. They had been leaning on HenRy way too much. They thought they were believing in him, but really they were just piling all their problems onto his shoulders. HenRy's back was always so strong and so far ahead that no one could reach it, and nobody even noticed. No one realized how much pain HenRy was in. No one saw how hard he fought just to protect them. As this dawned on them, the whole group was just hit with a wave of guilt. Ryder cursed himself. I'm such a piece of crap. Sloane quickly added, the whole damn country is, man. Shizuku then said urgently, if we didn't believe in him like that, everyone would have been terrified. That's why he always smiled. He projected confidence. He was always like that, and I never even noticed. As she said this, she started crying right there on the spot. Julia's eyes also filled with tears as she yelled out to him, HenRy. Hearing her voice, he turned around to see the whole crew looking at him, their eyes all wet with tears. HenRy just smiled and said confidently, don't worry, I'm not going to lose. But the moment the words left his mouth, Hifumi charged forward, sneering, you die here. HenRy's eyes widened in surprise, but he managed to dodge just before Hifumi's attack connected. Hifumi pressed on, striking again and again while muttering, too slow. HenRy couldn't afford to be careless, hastily dodging each blow. And so the two were locked in a fierce back and forth. Hifumi's attacks were relentless and just overwhelmingly powerful. HenRy, however, was mostly playing defense, only striking back when he saw an opening. Like right now, when he summoned a level 13 spell, unleashing a frantic barrage of infinite magic bullets. There were way too many to dodge, and Hifumi was forced to take the full hit. This made him furious, and he bellowed, how dare you mock me? As he yelled, a shield of dark aura materialized to block the attack. HenRy frowned. Automatic magic? Huh? You're a persistent one. Hifumi snorted and said coldly, I should be saying that to you, but it's over now. Your mana is almost gone. HenRy narrowed his eyes at him and said nothing. Seeing that, Hifumi let out a smirk. This fight ends here. At almost the exact same time, HenRy coolly said, I guess it's time. Hifumi began to frantically cast a spell. He screamed, you're going to die here by the ultimate magic that I created. HenRy frowned and muttered to himself, looks like I have no choice but to use everything I've got. Just then, a level 15 spell was unleashed as dark energy morphed into a storm of arrows hurtling toward HenRy. Drop a comment below, who do you think is going to win this final clash? But HenRy didn't back down, casting his own level 15 combination spell, Void Saint Art. In a flash, the entire area was flooded with the energy of holy light. The holy light surged toward the dark arrows, moving like the wind itself. The arrows stood no chance of stopping it. Seeing the holy light closing in, Hifumi panicked, but it was too late. He was blown away by the blast. HenRy collapsed to the ground, panting and totally weakened. You can almost hear her voice again. I even fought HenRy. I was so scared, but I did my best, so please praise me. Please acknowledge me. Then Hifumi's voice, shut up, as he swatted her away. Thank God HenRy rushed in to catch her. And even though she was unconscious, she kept murmuring those heartbreaking questions. Dad, why? Just, why? That's that tea. Hifumi shot Mason a dirty look and just scoffed, like, are you seriously begging for your life right now? So you're just some basic, run-of-the-mill mage after all. Then he starts casting a spell, throws his head back, laughing and yells, the power of a cataclysm is insane. I'm gonna surpass HenRy and Mason and become a literal god. Mason, totally trapped, knew he had to say something, like right now. Dude, why can't you see you're already at your limit? Hifumi just froze, like it was the first time he even considered it. He looks down and, oh my god, his body is literally starting to crack. He panics, yelling, what's happening? On top of that, he's spontaneously combusting. Mason just says slowly, if you try to force a power-up like that, your body is going to shatter. That's like Magic 101. Hifumi stared, completely shook. You knew from the start? Yeah. Mason just gives this casual little nod. Hifumi, totally refusing to accept defeat, mutters, I was so close to being better than Mason, so why'd I fail? The only person who should beat me is Mason. Only him. Hearing that, Mason couldn't help but sigh, it's because I died. I caused you so much pain. I told you to wait for me. Yo, those words totally scrambled Hifumi's brain. He's trembling, muttering, what are you even talking about? Mason just dips his head a little and says all tragically, I'm sorry. And then, bam. Hifumi sees something in Mason's eyes. Something familiar. He screams, no way, it can't be. And we flash back 50 years, at Mason's memorial service at some fancy hall in New York, where this one super lonely guy was standing. Hifumi could not believe his eyes, his voice trembling as he mumbled, why'd you have to die? How can you look so peaceful? I see Mason totally bought the farm after the Great Cataclysm. Seeing him so torn up, Shizuku tried to comfort him. Mason fought his heart out for everyone, so let him rest. But Hifumi wasn't having it, shoving her hand away and yelling, shut up, leave me alone. He then sprints over to Mason's coffin, just bawling his eyes out. Mason is still alive. It's just these useless healers. He can still come back. Shizuku, terrified Hifumi's about to do something wild, pleaded, what are you doing? You're not allowed to use holy magic, and even if you did, Mason is already. But she couldn't even finish before holy magic started glowing in Hifumi's hands. Shizuku got even more frantic. You can't use that. But Hifumi wasn't listening, just blasting Mason's body with holy magic while wailing, "Come back to life, Mason." It didn't take long for someone to run up and physically restrain his hands, stopping him cold. Hifumi fought back hard, struggling and screaming, "I'll never forgive any of you. You incompetent trash are the ones who killed Mason." He started cursing like a total maniac. Hifumi screamed, "You're all useless. Mason died because of you weak, incompetent fools. We only need the best mages. I'm gonna change this messed up world. I will surpass Mason." Seeing this, Shizuku's heart just broke. Mason's death left a scar on Hifumi that was way too deep. And from that day on, he went full grind mode, training nonstop every single day. Hifumi used his status to create a whole magic-based upper class, extending his influence from Los Angeles to D.C., controlling the media and hogging all the knowledge and tech. Hifumi trained like a beast, but he was still miles away from ever reaching Mason's level. So, driven by some seriously fragile pride, Hifumi actually started faking information about Mason. Straight up historical revisionism. He channeled his shame into rage and kept training because of that promise he made, his vow to surpass Mason. So, in a twisted way, he was living for Mason. No matter how many L's he took, Hifumi always got back up. He just had to be better than Mason. He wanted to be stronger than him just so he could stand by Mason's side as an equal. Hifumi was living in this total delusion until one day, a hand reached out to him. It was the ghost of his old friend he saw in his dreams every night, Mason. He offered Hifumi a hand up. And here's the tea. Hifumi never hated Mason. He was just his biggest fan. That's why he wanted him alive. And now, Hifumi's wish was a reality. A new, real-life Mason was standing right there. Hifumi, trembling, reached out to take his friend's arm. But right then, bam, a stream of dark blood suddenly shot out. Hifumi's eyes went wide, his face twisted in pain. Mason was totally blindsided as someone stabbed Hifumi right through the chest. The attacker's other hand grabbed the spirit stone on his chest and just ripped it out. Brutal. Hifumi's body just went limp and collapsed. Ruby trembled as she watched, crying out, "You're..." So why was she so horrified? Well, plot twist of the century, you guys, the attacker was CHLOE. Nobody would have ever guessed that. At the same time, Hinata came to, but woke up to a total nightmare. She ran forward, screaming hysterically, "Stop." Mason couldn't believe it either and just charged. He threw a punch right at Chloe's face, but she slickly threw up a shield to block it. She sneered, "Hitting a lady is the lowest you can go, Mason." Hinata rushed to Hifumi's side, her eyes filled with pure panic. Mason narrowed his eyes at Chloe and demanded, "What are you trying to pull?" "This is exactly what I intended to do," Chloe replied super casually. Then used a level 14 spell. The Death Shadow launched its attack. Its main target was Hifumi and his daughter, but Mason was not about to let that happen. He used a defensive spell, and a wall of bone ice shot up in front of him. The Death Shadow slammed into it, and they both exploded, blasting the three of them backward. Mason was okay, but Hinata and Hifumi were looking rough. He quickly used magic to catch them, yeeting them toward Ruby's group behind him. Just then, Chloe laughed smugly. The time has finally come. As soon as she said it, she swallowed the spirit stone. In a blink, a massive wave of magical energy erupted. It completely covered Chloe's body and then started spreading through the air like wildfire. Mason had to turn away to avoid the blast. A moment later, a figure walked out of the magic cloud, with a spirit stone embedded right in its forehead. Instantly, Ruby and her entire crew started shaking uncontrollably, like they were being crushed by an invisible force. Chloe's creepy voice echoed, "It's been so long, for 50 years. I have waited and waited." And finally, the moment she'd been dreaming of was here. Sloane's face was stone cold. They couldn't believe what they were seeing, because Chloe's entire body had changed. She was enormous, covered in purple spirit stones just overflowing with magic. Hinata and Shizuku were speechless. They whispered in terror, "This is impossible." Chloe's new form was a literal demon god. Smash that like button if you did not see that coming. Mason, of course, recognized this form. While everyone was still reeling, Chloe suddenly unleashed her magic power. The pressure was so insane that Ruby's group couldn't take it. Before you knew it, they'd all collapsed. Even people miles away, just chilling in their apartments on the Upper East Side, felt the terrifying vibe, and across the city, people were suddenly hit with this crushing wave of despair. Endless crying and wailing filled the air. The demon god threw its head back and laughed. All of New York is being swallowed by despair. Can you hear it? The screams of the human race. With that, she looked at Mason and called out, "Mason." Mason was stunned to hear his real name. The demon god sneered and continued, "The moment I touched your hand, I knew for certain that you were Mason. And that's why she went deep undercover at SMT, gathered all the intel, earned everyone's trust, and totally played them. Hearing this, Mason scowled and demanded, "Hifumi's weird behavior and that cataclysmic magic. You were pulling his strings the whole time, weren't you?" Shrugging like it was nothing, the demon god sneered. "Pulling strings sounds so nasty. I simply brainwashed him, that's all. For over 50 years, she slowly brainwashed Hifumi. She wasn't like a demon, no. She literally is a demon. The quiet disasters, the demons getting stronger, and creating a huge source of magic power. By triggering the Great Cataclysm, the demon god funneled all that chaos into one dude. By taking that power, the demon god would be revived. The only thing left to do was kill Mason. The second the words were out, she cast a level 15 spell. A volley of dark arrows materialized and shot toward Mason. Not daring to mess around, Mason tried to cast a shield, but his arm was shaking too much. The spell failed. The demon god's smirk got even wider. "Your magic is almost gone. Even the great and powerful sage is helpless when he's out of juice." Unable to cast spells, Mason had no choice but to start dodging. But there were way too many arrows, and they were chasing him like crazy. Before long, he couldn't keep it up and got hit. He was thrown a huge distance, his body crashing hard against the ground. Mason coughed up a mouthful of blood, but the dark arrows didn't stop. They kept coming, ruthlessly piercing his body over and over. He was just lying there, powerless and covered in wounds. Seeing this, the demon god gloated, "Just like 50 years ago. You fight for others and you die for others. You really should have just left them to their fate." But just as she finished talking, she saw Mason's arm twitch. The demon god was actually surprised, its brow furrowing. And sure enough, a moment later, Mason started to push himself up from the ground. The demon god clicked its tongue. "You're covered in wounds and so drained of magic that even your auto spells won't work." But Mason didn't care. He just yelled defiantly, "Answer me. What have you been doing for the past 50 years? And why do the demons kill people? How did they get here? And what exactly is the Cataclysm?" The demon god snorted, "Still asking questions at a time like this? Fine. I'm in a good mood. I'll tell you right before you die. The secret of the Cataclysm is..." And she paused. The demon god's wicked smile spread across its face before it spoke. "You must have suspected it already. The Cataclysm is just a phenomenon where we transfer magic beasts and power from the demon world to Earth. That power gets used up, magic beasts appear. The more beasts that pop up, the more the magic grows. The more the power grows, the stronger the beasts we can summon. And eventually, a demon god is destined to land on Earth. But Earth has no magical power, so at first, we could only summon low-level beasts. However, once the magic power hits a certain point, humans are supposed to turn into magic beasts, too. From the very first cataclysm, this whole planet should have been flooded with them. But for some reason, humans didn't transform, mages appeared, and then the worst possible thing happened for our plan. Mages absorb magical power, and since you guys don't turn into beasts, the amount of power needed for a demon god to arrive became insufficient. Mages are nothing but a massive pain for the magic beasts. That's why they kill mages, and why they started wiping out the humans who didn't transform. Hearing this, Mason's expression went dark, but the demon god didn't even notice and just kept on talking. So, the original plan was for the first disaster wave to be a one-and-done deal, but get this, to really juice up the mana, she had to drag it out in stages. Those epic boss monsters you see, they're basically walking, talking mana batteries. For real, they're just giant magical power tanks. Dead or alive, their job's the same. That's the real tea on this whole disaster gig. This whole apocalypse was kicked off just so the demon god could take over Earth. As she was spilling all this, she started grumbling, totally salty about something. And then plot twist, an unexpected memory popped up. To my absolute rage, I was totally owned by Mason. The demon god took a massive L and was basically ready to tap out for good, but right before poofing into pure mana, she somehow managed to cling to her consciousness. Oh my god, her mana levels dropped so low. She was weaker than a starter-level demon beast and couldn't even cast a single spell. Basically, the demon god barely held on, becoming just a whisper of mana, ghosting all over New York. She had never been so humiliated, ever. While she was floating around in the dark, she felt this mana connection. And boom, she met Hifumi, this dude from Queens with some serious darkness but a rock-solid, pure soul. It was all the little cracks in his psyche that made him a super easy target for the demon god to slide into his DMs, you know? Over time, she slowly got her juice back and just kept whispering into Hifumi's head. His beef with the 8 mages, his whole self-righteous vibe, his habit of blaming everyone else, and his morals just going down the drain. It was the perfect setup for a little brainwashing. Eventually, Hifumi ended up running the entire Los Angeles underworld, but his weak little heart was still fighting back, totally desperate. It was kind of pathetic. He was crying out to be saved, chanting Mason's name over and over. Mason just listened, not saying a word. By then, the ice-cold aura around him got, 100 times stronger. The demon god just let out this chilling laugh and totally sneered. After a long time, my mana slowly came back, but I couldn't get my demon god bod back. To get a stable power source, I needed a vessel and a metric ton of mana. And that's when she ran into Chloe. Just like with Hifumi, she felt this insane mana vibe. So, the demon god just swooped in, took over Chloe's dying body, and then got herself adopted by the Mumu family. Talk about an infiltration mission. The demon god got a chunk of her power back, but over those 50 years, the demon beast population had seriously dwindled. She tried to kick off a major disaster, but her mana was too weak, so only a few random low-level monsters showed up. So, she cooked up a new plan. She started rounding up all the demon beasts herself to force a huge disaster. Once that happens, smaller ones pop up naturally. She was basically micromanaging an apocalypse. By causing that huge disaster, the earth got flooded with mana, but it still wasn't enough for her to get her full form back. She needed mana that was way more dense and pure. And get this, the human body is basically a magical container for mana. So if she injected mana directly into a person, pumping them up until they're about to explode, she could condense it. Seriously messed up, right? And that's exactly why Hifumi was pushed to his absolute limit. By doing that, she scored a massive power source. At this point, the demon god just let out this wicked laugh. Oh, and by the way, let me tell you a little something. The reason you're totally cornered today? All part of my master plan. The second she said it, she threw her head back and just cackled. The absolute audacity. 50 years ago, Mason couldn't just leave people behind, so he fought on the front lines until he completely ran out of mana and collapsed. He even took down the demon god, but in doing so, he showed everyone his biggest weakness. No matter how OP he was, Mason's mana had a limit, and right now he didn't even have 10,000 mana points. The demon god, like she was getting the ultimate revenge, just laughed like a maniac. So pathetic, isn't it? Mason, when I found out you reincarnated, I was actually terrified. But in the end, you made the exact same mistake all over again. In terms of Mason's mana, he had pretty much turned into a magical being, kinda like a demon beast. Even after he died, his consciousness survived as pure mana and eventually found our boy HenRy. In other words, Mason basically used the same respawn method as the demon god, but at this point, she couldn't care less, just scoffing. But none of that even matters now. I'm gonna delete every last trace of your mana, and your soul is getting shattered by yours truly. Mason, who'd been dead silent this whole time, finally spoke up, his voice super deep. Were all the disasters in the past? You? That first disaster was the turning point in Mason's entire life. It was the day he first saw the sky swarming with demon beasts, the moment he watched mages and regular people fall one by one. So many kids died in that disaster, you guys. And in the ones that followed, Mason lost so many of his friends too. The corruption of the magical elite, all the secret conspiracies, it's all hitting him at once. Even the demon beast attacks, dragging countless innocent people to their doom. He just wanted the demon god to admit it, to say with her own mouth that she caused it all. And she just lets out this evil laugh and replies with a sneer. So what? As soon as those words left her mouth, Mason just threw his head back and roared. A crazy layer of mana instantly wrapped around his body and then just completely erupted. Seeing this, the demon god screamed in total disbelief. What kind of magic is that? Why is mana overflowing like that? Your mana should be totally empty. Mason didn't answer. He bit his lip, hard, and immediately started weaving a spell. First up was a level 15 unconscious holy magic. A stream of holy light shot out and wrapped around him. Then, that light started straight up devouring mana. The demon god watched this whole thing in absolute horror. Parallel unconscious magic, full recovery, and it eats mana. What kind of broken, cheat code magic was this? But hold up, the biggest surprise was still coming. She watched as Mason's mana just kept growing and growing. In a flash, it hit 30 million, then 50 million, and it was still climbing, not even slowing down. She couldn't believe her eyes, just muttering, no way. Impossible. In just a second, Mason's mana hit a number just one single point shy of 100 million. He spoke, his voice ice cold. You've really ticked me off now, demon god. She was finding this more and more unbelievable. Impossible. The only magic that absorbs all energy is destruction magic. And was that some kind of unconscious magic? This is insane. And don't even get me started on the recovery speed. It was faster than even destruction magic. It wasn't just absorbing mana. This means his ability to recover stamina and magic was basically hitting the absolute max limit. This whole area, probably a warehouse district down by the Brooklyn Navy Yard, was now just flooded with infinite mana. At the same time, outside, Julia and Ruby both woke up. Seeing this, Ruby panicked. What in the world is going on? Julia was tripping too. I can feel the pressure from the demon god's energy and also. But before she could even finish, they saw him a steady figure standing right in the middle of that mana hurricane. Ruby gasped, "That's Mason. What is happening?" Back in the fight, the demon god was screaming, totally losing it. "You punk. How can you use a magic like that?" Mason didn't answer. He He just started walking towards her, one step at a time. Only then did he open his mouth, his voice cold as ice. If what happened 50 years ago is just repeating itself, then you can bet I'm not going to let it happen a second time. 50 years back, the mage force was small, and they were completely unprepared for the big disaster. So this time, Mason recruited more mages, trained them, and taught them exactly how to handle monster outbreaks. And as for himself, he had to fix his own weakness running out of mana. He researched absorption magic and ran a whole bunch of experiments. But testing it on monsters was way too risky. He knew the demon god would find out, so he had to limit his test subjects to humans. Yikes. Using it as an unconscious magic was still tough, but all this rage he was feeling, it was about to make it work perfectly. The demon god bit her lip and screamed in frustration. Don't be ridiculous. Mason, you're just rambling like you prepped for everything. Are you trying to say you knew I was here all along? Mason just smirked and said, when I was reborn, I wasn't totally sure, but I considered it a possibility, so I planned for everything. As time went on, the truth just got clearer. The moment the demon god noticed me, I noticed her too. If you're loving this comeback, smash that like button. Hearing that, the demon god roared with fury. So you just let me run around and do my thing on purpose? With a little smile, Mason mocked her. You're a really terrible actor, you know that? And then, she went berserk, charging straight at Mason. Of course, our boy didn't back down one bit and rushed forward to meet her. With a massive bang, the two streams of insane power just smashed into each other. Mason kept creating magic circles, blasting the demon god non-stop. The speed of those mana beams was just too fast, she couldn't dodge them at all. Mason didn't let up, just kept charging forward. In a flash, he was right in front of her and nailed her with a lightning-fast kick. But right then, a beam of dark light shot out from her, rushing straight for Mason. Too bad for her, it just slammed into an invisible wall. Then it just, poof, vanished into thin air. Didn't even mess up a single hair on Mason's head. Seeing this, the demon god started to panic, big time. She was trembling, mumbling. What did you do? What in the world did you just do? Mason just shrugged, playing it super cool, and hit her with a smirk. Didn't do a thing. Just been vibing right here. Hearing that, the demon god freaked out even harder, screaming. Then tell me. It was a shield, wasn't it? I don't accept this. I am the demon god of 10,000 demons. A mere human dares to play me like this. She was acting like a total maniac, shaking her head, completely in denial. Then she threw her head back and screamed at the sky, roaring aggressively. I do not accept this. And just like that, a whole squad of demon lords appeared and surrounded Mason, but he wasn't scared at all, just standing there totally chill. No matter what they tried to do, all he had to do was hang out inside his shield. Right then, the demon lords all cast their spells. Instantly, a massive volley of magical beams shot toward Mason's position, but couldn't do a single thing to him. Meanwhile, Mason unleashed infinite mana bullets, and one by one, the demon lords just dropped. In a blink, there wasn't a single one left standing around him. The demon god screamed in defiance, vanish. Immediately, a storm of dark arrows flew out like crazy. Mason had to hurry and dodge them. Then, the demon god created these massive magic circles. In an instant, a whole series of them appeared over her head. Mana was just pouring out of them like crazy. Then it all combined into this multicolored orb that shot down from the sky. And that's when Mason started to fight back for real. He cast a level 15 ultimate magic called World-Ending Explosion. Instantly, this giant figure appeared out of nowhere. It reached out its massive hand, grabbed that rainbow-colored death orb, and just crushed it into smoke. Mason landed back on the ground, totally safe and sound. The demon god was so terrified she couldn't believe her own eyes. He blocked her. 9 fusion divine art that easily? Is Mason even human anymore? The more she thought, the more she couldn't take it. The demon god screamed like a maniac. You, Mason, have surpassed me, a demon god. What kind of joke is that? If you can surpass me, then I will definitely go even further than you. As soon as she finished speaking, she started absorbing all the leftover mana from the disaster. Instantly, mana started flowing into her body like a tidal wave. Before long, her whole body was overflowing with power. Oh man, what's her final form gonna look like? Drop your predictions in the comments. Okay, so get this. The demon god didn't even hesitate, just started throwing down some major magic. She's cackling like, Mason's limit is level 15. But watch this, I'm going to 16. Then boom, this level 16 dark magic hits and this nasty black gunk starts covering the sky over LA like something out of a horror flick on Sunset Boulevard. But Mason, he's just chilling, totally unbothered. He smirks, all cool, and is like, how about we crank this up to 17? And just like that, my boy starts casting his own spell. Oh my god, the tension. And then, bam. A freaking divine spear, glowing all gold and holy, just materializes. It zips right into that nasty black cloud. The explosion was insane, like an earth-shattering boom, and it just completely nuked all that dark energy. But the spear, oh, it wasn't done. It keeps going, straight for the demon god, and skewers her right through the chest. She's screaming bloody murder, like, you can't touch me. But the spear was not listening, it just kept going to town on her. Savage. So, the demon god's body starts falling out of the sky like a busted kite from Santa Monica Pier. But, get this, she's still trying to cast spells and lunges at Mason for another round. Big mistake. Huge. Mason was already 10 steps ahead and just unleashes this flurry of punches. That witch got absolutely decked, sent straight to the pavement. Mason just looks down at her and scoffs.
Yo, your so-called disaster magic is a total mess. It's got more holes than a block of Swiss cheese, and it absorbs magic way too slow. Is that why you only pick on weaklings?
The demon god is literally shaking, staring at him and whispering, How? How do you see all my flaws so easily? What even are you? And Mason, my dude, just gets this little smirk on his face and casually drops, I'm the great sage. I'm kind of the guy who knows everything. Drop the mic. Okay, so the demon god completely loses it, screaming like a total psycho, great sage, my butt, and charges at Mason again. But he is not fazed. He just gives her this ice-cold stare and says, I am so over you monsters. Just poof. The second he says it, this beam of magic energy zaps her, straight through the chest, and even as she's turning to dust, the demon god is still tripping, like, she just can't compute how she lost to some regular dude. Like, how could a human handle all that magic and not turn into some freaky creature? Why wasn't the whole world a corrupted mess? The demon god had like, a million questions and zero answers, but then, as she's fading away, it clicks. It was all because of Mason. His capacity to hold magic was on a whole other level, even bigger than hers. He's the reason humanity didn't get totally wrecked by magic. Wild, right? Did Mason seriously just absorb all the magic on Earth into his one body? This world wasn't like the demon world. It was this small place with one major glitch in the system, Mason. So after the demon god got yeeted into oblivion, the skies over Los Angeles turned all bright and blue again. Everyone was cheering. The disaster's over. An FMT squad member just nodded and grinned. Looks like it. Heck yeah. Ugh, those shady magic nobles. Whatever. People all over LA were flooding the streets, partying like it was New Year's Eve in Times Square. And it wasn't just LA. Peeps all over the world were celebrating beating the disaster. That muscle king, Aaron, turns out he wasn't so bad. He actually held his own till the end. It was only after everything was done that Sloane's crew finally woke up. The magic nobles were groggily opening their eyes too. And that's when Mason descended from the sky like a total boss. The second they see him, everyone just mobs him. Ryder's grinning ear to ear, like, bro, you totally wrecked the demon god, didn't you? Sloane is all hyped up. If that's true, then we're finally getting some peace around here. Julia and Ruby, the sisters, are looking at Mason with total heart eyes, smiling, thank you. We never could have beaten the demon king without you. But Mason, ever the humble king, just shakes his head and is like, nah, it wasn't just me. It was everyone in the world, working together. Thank you, everyone. And it's so true. This win wasn't just Mason's, it was a team effort, for real. But then, a sudden sob just cuts through the happy vibes, totally startling Mason. He looks over and sees Hinata absolutely bawling her eyes out next to Hifumi. Dad, please don't go. She cries, just as Mason starts walking over to them. Hinata literally latches onto him like he's her last hope, begging, please. I'm so sorry for everything I did. I'll make it right. I'll do whatever you want. Just please, you have to save my dad. And then she does this super low bow, looking completely broken. Then Riku chimes in, also begging, I have to ask you for the same thing. I know it's a lot to ask, but please, I'm begging you. And then he bows down deep to Mason too. The drama, you guys. He gives them this long, hard stare, narrowing his eyes before he finally says, you better not forget what you just promised me, got it? I mean, Mason could totally do it, just pump in some magic to fix him up and pull out all that nasty disaster gunk from his monster parts. So, with that in mind, Mason kneels down and puts his hand on Hifumi's body. Instantly, this crazy halo of light just surrounds the guy. You could literally see the wounds healing in real time. It was insane. Julia and the crew behind him are just gasping, like, he's back to normal. It's a straight-up miracle. Hinata finally breathes this huge sigh of relief and just starts crying all over again. Thank you. Riku's all grateful too. I can't thank you enough. Mason just gives them a small smile, no biggie. And just like that, the days of fighting were finally over. Or so we thought. Smash that like button if you think there's more drama coming. So, get the tea. Thanks to Hinata, Riku, and Cyrus spilling everything, the Feds started rounding up all those shady magic nobles and their cronies. A lot of them claimed they were forced into it, and while they couldn't exactly prove it, they'll probably get lighter sentences. Hifumi woke up, but plot twist, he has amnesia. And Hinata, who's actually his biological daughter, was like, I'm out, and totally cut ties with the family. Apparently, she grew up super lonely, never had a dad around, but her obsession with her father just grew and got all kinds of messed up. So Mason went to visit Riku to get the full story, and Riku laid it all out. I couldn't just stand by and watch Hinata get tossed aside, so I pretended to be her brother, acting like I was searching for her. He said he'd been lonely too, and never felt what it was like to have someone, you know. Maybe it was just him feeling sorry for her, a one-sided thing, and he got way too attached until Riku realized he was in too deep to get out. At this point, Riku lowered his head, and his voice was all shaky when he muttered, I'm a monster. I dragged all those innocent people into this mess. I'm the worst kind of person. Mason gets up from his chair and says, all ice cold, your mistakes aren't just going to vanish, but there are some things you don't have to carry alone. Go read today's paper. And with that, he just dips out of the cell. Later, Riku gets a newspaper back in his room. When he reads the headlines, he just starts crying, because the article said the number of casualties from the whole disaster was a big fat 0. It didn't fix everything, but it definitely helped ease Riku's conscience a bit. Meanwhile, over at a hospital in Queens, Cyrus had a total personality change after waking up. He looks at Juliet and Ruby all guilty and says quietly, because I was so weak, I put you through so much, I'm so sorry. But Julia wasn't having any of it. She just smiled and was like, from now on, it's the three of us. We're a family, and we'll rock this together. Ruby nodded, adding, exactly. We're family. Cyrus was completely floored. He could have sworn he heard Ruki's voice on the wind. She was smiling at him, gently saying, don't make our girls cry anymore, all right? And just like that, Cyrus started bawling. He just lowered his head and mumbled, yeah, you're right. A month later, everything was sorted out. It looked like everyone got their happy ending. Everyone except for Mason, who was suffering from success and totally annoyed. The second he went back to school, he got mobbed by girls, like, not just in class, but in the hallways, the cafeteria, everywhere. He was a total celebrity. Finally, Mason couldn't take it anymore and literally jumped out a window to escape. Lol. But he wasn't the only one on the run. Julia and Ruby were too. The three of them just found each other and shared this look of total desperation. A little later, they managed to find a quiet spot to hide. Mason lets out this huge sigh. Seriously, can I get a moment's peace? Julia just looks up at the sky and laughs. Well, I guess this is what peace looks like. Ruby nods, adding, yeah, it seems like all the monsters are actually gone for good. But hearing that word, peace, got Mason all thoughtful. I mean, yeah, he beat the demon god and there weren't any new monsters. But was this really peace? He honestly had no clue. At the same time, Ruby and her sister were giving Mason the side eye. They totally heard the demon god call him by his full name, and he looked exactly like that picture of the great sage they saw, which would mean the Mason chilling with them was the great sage, but who supposedly died 50 years ago. Oh my god, what's the tea? Let me know your theories in the comments below. While they were totally spiraling, Mason spoke up, Welp, I'm gonna hit the training grounds. I can't chill until Sloane learns to give me some space. Ruby and her sister snapped out of it and scrambled to follow him. Meanwhile, in some creepy, dark alley in Brooklyn, a set of claws was busting out of a cocoon. Uh-oh, you guys, that's a major red flag for more trouble. A few months after the big disaster, all the other disasters just stopped, and the monsters totally vanished from the world. The whole planet was celebrating, and life was finally getting back to normal. People were just living their lives, not having to look over their shoulder anymore. And then one day, Sloane drops a total bombshell on everyone. Julia literally yelled, the magic task force is breaking up. Sloane just replied, all chill. The whole point of the magic task force was to fight monsters and disasters. Since they're gone, breaking up is kind of the next logical step. Julia just pouted and mumbled, I mean, I guess that makes sense. But she was clearly bummed out. You could hear the other members whispering to each other, like, we busted our butts to get here, and now it's just over. Seeing everyone so down, Mason stepped up to give a pep talk. Hey, there's no reason to be sad. If anything, we should be stoked that we have peace now. Even if the team breaks up, everything you guys built isn't just going to disappear. Y'all have grown so much and done amazing things. You've been through it all. You can crush it anywhere you go. You just gotta believe in yourselves. The second he finished, the whole crowd roared back. Yes, sir. So, as a final goodbye, everyone just started hanging out, chatting, and saying their farewells. It was pretty emotional. Afterwards, the team members officially clocked out for the last time. Mason's crew said their goodbyes too, trying to stay upbeat, but Julia couldn't help but sigh. So, the magic task force is really over. Ruby nodded a little and mumbled, I guess that means we're back to being regular students. But Ryder immediately shut that down. No way. Not happening. Just thinking about getting mobbed inside and outside of class. Ryder knew he wouldn't survive a single period in a stuffy classroom, especially now that they were basically A-listers. The second school was mentioned. Mason's whole vibe just deflated, and he shook his head, muttering, "I am not trying to go back to school either." Seeing his reaction, Ryder just clicked his tongue like, "Yikes, looks like he's taking this harder than we thought." Just then, Sloane piped up with a wild idea. "Hey, what if you guys become celebrities or something? I mean, you're already getting mobbed like you're the Jonas Brothers, right?" He barely got the words out before Mason shot him a death glare, asking through gritted teeth, "Are you for real right now?" Sloane started sweating bullets and immediately backtracked. "No, kidding. My bad. Look, I heard you guys can finish your classes online and probably get into any college you want. Companies from all over the world will be begging to hire you. You saved the entire planet. Now it's time to think about your own futures." Mason's crew was totally stunned. Sloane actually had a point. On the way home, Ryder couldn't stop talking about it. "My future, huh?" Vance glanced over at him, asking, "Yo, you got any plans for after we dip from high school?" Ryder just answered all chill. "For real, I can't swing college. I want to make sure my mom's living comfy, so I'll probably just snag a job." Vance couldn't help but frown a little, shrugging like it was no biggie. "Damn, sounds rough," Ryder said casually. "Lately, I've been getting paid by that special magic task force, so it's all good. That's made life way easier. For real. My mom even switched from the night shift to the day shift." Hearing that, Vance started joking around. A smile just popped onto his face. "My little bro would probably be stoked about that, too." Ryder grinned back. "Yeah, man. Every day is a total blast. You should totally come hang out again." Then he looked over at Luna and was like, "You too, Luna. The kids were saying they totally miss you." Luna was a little shook, but she quickly nodded. "Yeah, for sure. I'll visit soon." Vance then glanced at the two sisters, Sky and Luna, asking if they'd figured out their next move. Sky replied, all happy, "I'm thinking of studying abroad at some magic university. It's gonna be lit." Luna nodded, totally on board. "Same. I want to learn way more about magic." Seeing them so in sync, Vance smiled. I mean, even though their dad got locked up, which has to be super tough, it's awesome they're so close. It's so good they have that ride or die vibe between them. They just headed home, all happy and stuff. But, during that whole time, something was bugging Luna. "Spill the tea, girl." In the end, she still hadn't gotten a chance to ask if Vance was really Vance Kusanagi. I mean, she thought reincarnation was totally impossible, but the evidence was screaming otherwise. Sky was thinking the exact same thing, that much knowledge and skill, his whole vibe and his insane power. If Vance was Vance Kusanagi, then oh my god, everything would finally make sense. On the way, Ryder suddenly remembered something and asked, all doubtful, "Oh, right, how's Mrs. Kim doing?" Vance slowly replied, "I visited her the other day. She looked pretty good. 'Cause Shyla did her thing under duress, it looks like she'll just get a suspended sentence." Hearing this, Ryder finally let out a huge sigh of relief. But then he immediately mumbled, all gloomy, "Rick's gonna get a crazy heavy sentence, though." Vance frowned a little. "Nah, I don't think so." He spoke slowly, dropping some major truth. The Noble Mages Society messed up. Big time. Their whole elitist thing was so extreme it basically blew up in their faces. Ryder couldn't help but feel helpless. He knew it was true, but he was still totally bummed. Luna and her sister just lowered their heads, not saying a word. They knew the deal all too well. Seeing their faces, Vance sighed and tried to cheer them up. "But look, the demon god was really pulling the strings behind all this. That's probably going to get a second look." And just like that, Ryder and the others finally started smiling again. Phew, way more relieved. But not Vance. His mind was just a tornado of 1,000 unanswered questions. What even is a demon god, and what was that other world she mentioned before she poofed? Why did Hannah turn into a demon? And the whole reason Vance was reincarnated. Maybe he was brought back using a method kinda like the demon gods. If that's the case, then he's basically the same kind of thing as a demon god. And finally, is Vance even, human anymore? A little later, over at Ryder's apartment at 456 Hudson Avenue in the Bronx, Luna was totally struggling with babysitting. The two little kids were basically using her as a human jungle gym, climbing all over her. Sky couldn't help but crack up at the sight. "Yo, I have never seen my sister act like that before." Hearing this, Vance pouted and shot back. "Told you so, but you're not much better, getting your cheeks pinched by a toddler." Ryder looked so apologetic. "Sorry, guys. I think she's just super hyped because you're here. She's way more worked up than usual." Just then, the phone on Vance's table started buzzing. He quickly picked it up, but since his cheeks were still being squished, his voice sounded super weird, totally confusing Agent Scott on the other end. "Commander Kusanagi, your voice sounds off, lol." Sky finally rescued Vance and lifted the kid off him. Only then did Vance ask flatly, "What's up?" Why'd you call? Agent Scott quickly replied, just letting you guys know, your International Mage qualification exam papers have arrived. Hearing this, Vance immediately put the call on speaker so Luna and everyone could hear. Agent Scott kept talking. Unlike the test back in New York, this one lets you operate worldwide. It's crazy difficult, but it seems like your achievements during the whole disaster have been recognized. A ton of new mages popped up during the chaos, and their skills weren't getting any love. So they decided to have all the mages get retested. Hearing this, Sky asked, all confused. Wait, you mean we're considered provisional mages, too? Luna casually chimed in, well, minors aren't eligible for licenses anyway, duh. Vance glanced at everyone and said with a grin, this is a perfect opportunity. Let's do it. Immediately, Sky was all fired up, full of fighting spirit. This'll be a total piece of cake. Luna also nodded, agreeing, yeah. Compared to that great disaster, this is literally nothing. Ryder also got all excited. Bet, let's get it. Agent Scott on the other end smiled when he heard that, then continued. I'll send you the details. Do your best. Commander Kusanagi, you might even make it into the Sage class. If you think they're going to crush this exam, smash that like button. Vance couldn't help but frown, glancing at everyone like, what's the Sage class? Sky quickly explained. It's like the highest possible rank for a mage. There are only 6 of them in the entire world.
Luna winked and said with a smile. To make it easier to understand, they look a little something like this.
A few days ago, at the International Mage Association in Washington, D., Aaron walked in. Looking at the big shots sitting at the long table, he greeted them respectfully. Thank you all for gathering here, esteemed members of the Council of the 6 Great Sages. As soon as he finished, one of them, Andre Grant, just exploded. You dare summon me from so far away? Are you trying to play me? Another sage, Victor Butler, seeing his drama queen reaction, couldn't help but mock him. Ugh. I seriously can't stand watching someone let their emotions run wild. Have some dignity, my guy. Vivian, a female magic sage, also had to jump in. Less intelligent people are often ruled by their emotions, it seems. Guess that doesn't change, even at the sage level. Ouch. Sick burn. This made Andre furious. He unleashed his magic, gritting his teeth and yelling, you dare look down on me? But before he could throw down, hand grabbed his arm. This was Farrell, another sage. He spoke coldly. Stop it. Andre didn't back down one bit, glaring at Farrell. You bastard, you really trying to start something with me? That's enough. While everyone was throwing a fit, an authoritative voice cut through the noise. This was Leonard Forder, the top dog among the 6 great sages. He spoke coolly. Sages should not be squabbling like this. Andre, can't you keep your cool in here? With Leonard's words, Andre just snorted, pulled back his hand, and pouted. Whatever, I know. Ignoring the mess, the red-robed Christina asked doubtfully, we were originally just meeting remotely, but is it really okay to do it like this now? Aaron slowly explained, the 6 sages are not required to meet in person, but this time, I believe a face-to-face conversation is absolutely necessary. Leonard frowned a little, asking suspiciously, does this have something to do with the International Mage Tournament? Nodding faintly, Aaron replied casually, yes. The great disaster has pretty much subsided. However, there's now a movement calling for a complete review of all the inaccurate info related to magic. Vivian seemed to get it, frowning as she asked, so the mage exam they're holding is part of that, right? Aaron nodded slightly and said calmly, there's one more reason, and that is Mr. Kusanagi. Uh-oh. Hearing that name, Leonard's whole expression darkened. He pursed his lips and asked, the kid who stopped the great disaster in New York? So, what? You want us to evaluate him? Aaron, still totally not getting the vibe, replied calmly, it's very likely he has the potential to rival the sage level. But as soon as he said that, you could feel this terrifying wave of magic power fill the air. The other sages were fine, they were used to it. But Aaron? He was literally forced back, step by step. After a moment, Leonard finally spoke, real slow. Potential to reach the sage level? You think just beating some demon god is enough to become a sage? Aaron frowned, not backing down, and replied, perhaps. It's just a hypothesis. Snorting, Leonard pouted and said, I can't believe you'd even say that. Then he just waved his hand and was like, come on. If that's the case, then prove it to me. Show me how strong this Kusanagi kid really is. The 6 great sages were now totally focused on Vance, and soon enough, Vance and the crew arrived in the United States. Ryder looked at the streets of Los Angeles around him and just yelled, whoa, so this is the U.S.? The streets were packed, and of course, everyone was speaking English. Ryder couldn't understand a single thing. He looked at everyone and screamed, that's English. They're speaking English. Sky sighed, totally over it. Well, yeah, dude. This is the United States, so that's kinda normal. Seeing how chill they were, Ryder complained. Get excited. People, we're in a foreign country. Luna pouted and replied, Even if you say that, this isn't my first time here. Hearing that, Ryder felt so defeated. Man, these guys just don't get the hype. Drop a comment if you've ever had a friend who overreacts to everything like Ryder. They were just casually speaking English the whole way here, but surely someone was on his level. Just then, a few girls came up to chat with Vance, but Vance just used perfect English to turn them down. Seeing this, Ryder asked, totally amazed. You can speak English, too? Vance just casually replied, I get by. Ryder was losing his mind. What is with this guy? He's good at school, a beast at sports, and his magic is just monstrously strong. Is he even human? Aren't you afraid I'll get depressed? Lol. At that moment, Sky suggested, I'm planning to go back to the hotel on Sunset Boulevard and crash. Luna nodded. Yeah, that long trip was exhausting. Let's just chill today. A few days later, at the headquarters of the International Mage Association, Vance's group went inside to register. A tech-challenged guy like Vance totally froze up when he saw the facial scanner. Sky literally had to show him what to do. It was hilarious. Soon after, a card with Vance's picture on it printed out. Then the four of them got into an elevator to head upstairs. Before long, the elevator doors slid open. They quickly stepped out. There were already tons of mages waiting there. The second Vance's group walked in. A crazy number of eyes locked onto them. The whispers and gossip started immediately. Literally hundreds of eyes were glued to them. This made Ryder a little uncomfortable. He mumbled, what's everyone staring at? Luna said, all helpless. It's probably because of the great disaster stuff. At the same time, all four of their actions were being secretly watched by the 6 great sages on a monitor. Leonard couldn't help but comment, not bad. Their magic levels are pretty decent. Christina suddenly murmured, a mage's true power has a huge impact on a nation's strength, because they can do things way beyond any normal weapon. Leonard spoke casually. These young mages will become the key players protecting their country's future. In other words, the results of this exam won't just rate them as individuals, but will also be tied to where each nation stands on the world's stage. Vivian couldn't help but chime in. We can't rule out the possibility of a full-on war breaking out, can we? Smiling to himself, Leonard said calmly. However, generally speaking, countries other than New York have always had super strict rules about magic. Vivian frowned a little and said, all hesitant. And yet, this time, they're holding an exam on such a massive scale. Dun dun dun. They really should have kept a tighter lid on their magic intel, for real. Vance just shook his head, smirking like, because magic is basically military-grade tech, but New York just had to go and leak it first, so the whole game got flipped on its head. Haley was staring daggers at HenRy's profile on the screen, and after a hot minute, she let out this huge sigh. HenRy's theories on mage education were basically common knowledge in developing countries, but it was never, officially public. That's also what Vance was keeping an eye on. He said slowly, how he figured all that out is still a total mystery, but he's the one who put New York mages on the global stage, and he decided HenRy was anything but simple. Meanwhile, outside the waiting hall of the International Mage Association over on Park Avenue, HenRy and his crew of 4 were just chilling, waiting quietly. All of a sudden, 3 wannabe street thugs roll up, looking for beef. Yo, you that HenRy dude. Hearing his name, HenRy turned around and the lead clown yelled out, all heated, defeating a demon god? You gotta be kidding me. What kind of strings did you pull, huh? The dude basically accused HenRy of having connections or maybe blackmailing some politician from Albany. The guy's entire vibe just screamed Jax. He frowned and asked, you don't have anything to do with sin, do you? Hearing that, the dude just got more pissed and yelled, don't try to change the subject. Watching this whole thing go down, Julia and the squad weren't worried at all. It actually felt kinda nostalgic, just watching the drama unfold from the sidelines. The 3 goons didn't have the guts to actually do anything. They just turned and bounced, but not before throwing out a warning. Damn it, whatever. The truth is gonna come out sooner or later. Everyone's got their eyes on you now. Hearing all the noise, everyone in the room turned to look at them. HenRy sighed, man, this is such a drag. But hey, this might actually be kind of fun. And right on cue, someone else walked in. It was a girl with pink hair. Her face was this crazy mix of innocent and dead serious. A second later, Cyrus walked in and boomed, everybody sit down now. Seeing him, Ruby's crew instantly freaked out. Turns out the U.S. military was running this whole exam. While they were still shook, Cyrus got up on the stage and announced, I'm about to explain the examination procedure. I'm only saying this once, so listen up. He said the exam would have 3 parts, a written exam, a mana measurement test, and a practical skills test. If you fail to meet the cutoff in any section, you're out, bounced, gone. In addition to the tests, other factors will also be taken into consideration. So act like proper mages and don't do anything to embarrass yourselves. After you pass, your rank will be based on your overall score. Hearing this, that same punk who was grilling HenRy earlier asked all suspicious like what it takes to become a great sage. Cyrus answered slowly. A perfect score is the main thing, but there are other criteria, too. Your skills, your track record, your character, and even your public image. You need to be outstanding in every single way. Speaking of which, Cyrus shot a meaningful look at someone in the crowd and said with a sly smile, the seventh great sage might just come from this very room. Hearing that, everyone's fighting spirit just went Super Saiyan. Cyrus nodded, satisfied. This year's batch of candidates was definitely top tier, but HenRy was still in a whole other league. With that thought, he yelled, "Let the exam officially begin. Y'all, if you think this is hype, smash that like button." First up was the written exam. HenRy got his test paper, and all the color just drained from his face. Every single question on the test was about his own father. HenRy let out a heavy sigh. I thought this was supposed to be a magic exam. I never expected a setup like this. From the stage, Cyrus watched HenRy, seeing him sigh over and over, and couldn't help but think, this truly is the toughest exam of all time. Even a beast like HenRy would have a hard time passing this, but you better not let me down. However, when he saw the results, Cyrus wasn't just not disappointed, he was completely floored, yelling in disbelief, "You've got to be kidding me." HenRy's name was sitting right there at the top of the list, with a perfect score, no less. Cyrus couldn't help but think, just as I thought, this kid ain't normal. Even he would have struggled to get 80%. If it's HenRy, he might actually be able to become a great sage. At the same time, Julia and the crew ran over to congratulate HenRy. He didn't seem to pay it much mind, calmly asking, "So how'd you guys do on the test?" Julia immediately answered, "Me and my sister are probably around 20th place." Ryder also bragged excitedly, "I got 40th. Hearing that, HenRy couldn't help but ask with a little doubt, "You're good with the book smarts too." That comment earned him an annoyed look from Ryder. Next up was the mana measurement test. The instructor pointed to the machines and announced, "There isn't a single type of magic that our latest measurement devices can't read. All right, let's get started." HenRy watched as everyone went up one by one, letting out a sigh. His turn was last again. What is up with that? Just then, Julia suddenly gasped, "Hold on, is this for real?" The number on the machine read 980,000, and it wasn't just her. Even the onlookers were freaking out. What the hell is her mana level? It's almost 1 million. This one over here hit 900,000 too. Ryder wasn't far behind, pulling a solid 890,000. Ruby glanced over at Ryder and couldn't help but feel impressed. She had totally bombed the written test. And when it came to mana, it looked like they were catching up to her, too. But HenRy was thrilled. All three of them were clearly leveling up. Just then, another shout of amazement rang out, making him whip his head around. Above the measurement device, an intense aura of mana was pulsing through the air. In no time, the machine displayed a reading of 1 million mana. Someone recognized the girl and the whispers started. "Isn't she that prodigy from out of state? Like, from Chicago or something?" Turns out the pink-haired girl was a genius in both magic and martial arts. HenRy watched her quietly, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Looks like there are some interesting people here, and it feels like they're still holding back their real power. While he was lost in thought, the instructor yelled out, "HenRy, it's your turn to measure your mana." Hearing his name, HenRy walked up to the machine. He frowned, thinking to himself, "Crap, this thing again? Now what am I gonna do?" As HenRy approached, the crowd below started murmuring again. On the other side of the monitor, Vance smirked, "Let's see what kind of show we get this time." Cyrus, watching from behind, was also super hyped. He had to know HenRy's exact mana count. And it wasn't just him, Ruby and her crew were on the edge of their seats too. Julia couldn't help but whisper, "I wonder what HenRy's mana level is." Ruby muttered her guess, 99,990,000. He joked once that he had 99 million, but now they were starting to think he wasn't capping. It might actually be the real deal. Standing at the machine, HenRy unleashed his mana. He decided there was no point in holding back his true power anymore. And just as expected, in a split second, an insane pressure washed over the room, making everyone behind him totally freak out. His mana raged out of control, and the numbers on the machine just kept spinning like a broken odometer, with no sign of stopping. Even Cyrus was frozen in place. The entire headquarters of the International Mage Association was now completely swallowed by mana. And then, with a massive bang, the measurement device just exploded. HenRy sighed, "I knew it. This thing must be busted for real." Watching through the monitor, Vance saw the whole thing go down. He couldn't help but comment, "Well, that was unexpected." Kara just scoffed, "It's not that big of a deal. That machine can't measure our mana either." Vance didn't buy it and shot back. "In other words, there's a chance he's on our level." Kara scoffed, "No way in hell." Just then, Haley chimed in, "That kid's pretty interesting." After the mana test was over, they moved on to the practical combat exam, which was a series of one-on-one duels. HenRy was now suited up in a special uniform. It was actually really comfy, so it was cool he got one too. His opponent saw HenRy crack a smile and said, all salty, "You're smiling before we even fight? You looking down on me or something?" HenRy was a little taken aback and apologized, "My bad. I'm serious now." Seeing that they were ready, the referee yelled, "Let the first match begin." The second he said that, HenRy lunged forward, and in less than 3 seconds, the other guy was knocked out cold. The ref immediately shouted, "The winner is HenRy." The crowd watching below was stunned. What just happened? I didn't even see a thing. Cyrus, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but smile. So many people doubted HenRy, but after this test, the entire world would know what he's really made of. HenRy didn't pay any attention to the crowd's reaction. He just walked over to help the other guy up. Vance, watching on the monitor, praised him. That was slick. Haley couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't even see anything. What did he do?" Vance explained slowly. He closed the distance on his opponent in less than 1 second, and then HenRy used his magic. Hearing that, Haley was amazed all over again. "That's insane." Vance nodded slightly and added, "Plus, he's not even using his full power yet." That comment made Kara's brow furrow in annoyance. The other three, on the other hand, didn't seem to care much, but who knew what they were really thinking? It wasn't just HenRy. Either Ruby, Julia, and Ryder were all out there winning their fights, too. After her victory, Ruby was ecstatic. She cheered, "I'm actually getting stronger." Ryder added, "Who knew we'd be using these skills against other people?" Ruby nodded in agreement. HenRy's monster fighting training really came in handy. HenRy watched the three of them and praised them. "You guys are doing awesome." Caught up in the excitement, Julia gave him a wink and a grin. "Hey, I bet I could take you on now. You'd have to go all out to beat me." A smile crept onto HenRy's face as he raised an eyebrow and asked, "You want to test that theory?" Julia froze for a second, then frantically waved her hands. No thanks." Just then, the ref ran over and announced, "HenRy, your next match is about to begin." HenRy jumped slightly and quickly replied, "Got it." And just like that, Julia dodged a bullet. She let out a sigh of relief. She'd almost dug her own grave there. Gotta be more careful. A little later, the duels were all finished, and once again, HenRy was ranked number 1. Ryder saw it and was totally impressed. "Dude, you got a perfect score." Ruby added, "HenRy, if you keep this up, you might actually become a great sage for real." Ruby searched for their names on the list, and after a moment she mumbled, "We're all ranked around 20th place." Ryder looked at the name right below HenRy's and couldn't help but shout, "Second place is Misty." The words were barely out of his mouth when a sweet voice came from behind them. "Were you calling me?" The whole group jumped and spun around to see Misty standing there. Who knows for how long? HenRy was a little thrown off. When the heck did she show up? While he was wondering, Misty started talking. "HenRy, I'm really looking forward to the next test." HenRy frowned a little, muttering to himself, "The next test?" Julia jumped in to explain it to him. It's a battle royale-style survival test that takes place in a forest. Every participant gets a certain number of points based on their performance so far, and you can straight up steal points from your opponents. If you lose all your points, you fail. Oh my god, you guys, this is about to be wild. Drop a comment on who you think is going to win this battle royale. Alright, so get this, the test is going to be a whole week long. When it's over, all your points get tallied up for your final score. HenRy heard this and was immediately like, "I bet, what's the points cap?" Julia just casually hits him with 2,000 points, minimum. The kids who bombed last time get a real shot to rack up points, and you can even dip once you've got enough. HenRy just frowns and gets all quiet. You can tell the gears are turning. But Ruby gets totally hyped, screaming, "And we can squad up, too. Let's go." You can pretty much do whatever, just no taking anyone out permanently. You feel me? If you do, or even seriously mess someone up, you're disqualified. As she's saying this, she looks around but doesn't see Sloane. She's like, where did that girl go?" Ryder just sighs, all defeated. "She bounced a while ago." Then, bam, Aaron shows up and announces, "Oh, by the way, I'm jumping in, too." He says there's a big reward for beating a proctor, so they better get ready to rumble. Aaron, looking totally fired up, stares down HenRy and challenges him. "Let's have a real fight, HenRy, for real." And HenRy, my man, just nods without skipping a beat. Aaron is loving it and says with a grin, "Get some rest before we start. See you later." And with that, he's out. At that moment, Ruby's crew huddles up to strategize like they're planning a takeover of Times Square. Ruby's frowning, saying, "Wait, the proctors are in on this too? That's messed up." Julia, after thinking for a sec, finally goes, "We should team up." But HenRy just hits them with a cold, "I'm going solo. Good luck to you all." And with that, he turns and walks off. The three of them just watch him go, and the silence is heavy, man. After a beat, Ruby speaks up, "We can't just keep leaning on him forever." Julia nods, "You're right." Then Ryder gets all pumped, yelling, "We're not just going to sit on the sidelines and do nothing." Elsewhere, up in the observation room, Krista is over it. She shoots up from her seat, complaining, "Are we seriously gonna watch this for a whole week?" Leonard squints at her and asks, "You disappointed or something?" Krista shakes her head, "Nah." Leonard just cracks this little smile. He, on the other hand, is so ready for this. He wants to see what kind of chaos HenRy is going to cook up in this survival game. After the break, the final forest survival test officially kicked off. The announcer's voice booms out that the whole thing is being broadcast worldwide, so everyone better watch how they act. A 3-second countdown begins. By this point, everyone is buzzing with energy. Each person has their own mission. Ruby's crew is aiming for the top 20. HenRy, on the other hand, looks totally unbothered, calm as anything. So what's his endgame? For real? Sloan was also super hyped for this match. Then you had those 3 clowns who were just non-stop blaring at HenRy. And finally, you've got Aaron, the proctor for this whole showdown. He was seriously looking forward to a final battle with HenRy. The 3-second countdown vanished in a blink. The competition was officially on. Everyone immediately bolts. Ruby's crew included. They were trying to avoid a fight at all costs, because splitting up early is a terrible idea. Only HenRy stood completely still, not moving an inch. Seeing this, those 3 goons sneered to themselves. What is that idiot doing? It's like he's begging to get jumped. HenRy watched everyone scatter, looking a little lost on what to do. He just stood there, a total statue. And yup, someone walked right into the trap. Those 3 punks showed up with their whole crew. The green-haired dude smirks and goes, "Found you, you cocky little punk. No one's coming to save you now." Then he sticks his tongue out to taunt HenRy. But HenRy just asks, "All chill, who are you?" This attitude completely sets off the green-haired guy, and he starts screaming like a maniac. "Don't even try to fight back, you can't escape, you're toast." Instantly, the whole squad starts casting spells, getting ready to light him up. Of course, this whole thing is being caught on camera and streamed live for the world to see. Someone complained, "They're ganging up on him, that's so cheap." But the fans at home, they had total faith in HenRy. A girl raises an eyebrow and smirks, "Don't even trip, HenRy will definitely win." And right after she says that, everyone starts chanting his name, like a massive hype train. Not only that, but the live chat was flooded with comments absolutely dragging those punks. Of course, they have no clue about this and are still feeling themselves, yelling all aggressive, "What's up, you scared or something?" The second he finished speaking, beams of magic shot like crazy toward HenRy, thinking they got him. The green-haired dude sneered, "What a total weakling. Didn't even dare to fight back." But a second later, HenRy's voice echoes from behind the smoke. How pathetic. The punks immediately start bugging out, yelling, "He's totally fine after all that." After a moment of panic, the green-haired leader screams another order. "Hit him with everything you've got." Too bad their little pew-pew powers couldn't do a thing. It all hit HenRy's shield and got bounced right back at them. This scene had the punks absolutely terrified. Muttering in disbelief, he blocked everything with just one barrier. Holy crap, how is he so broken? While they were still freaking out, HenRy fired off a few magic bullets, and the entire squad was wiped. They were left laid out in a massive crater on the ground. Only then did the truth finally hit them. The story about HenRy taking down Chrono wasn't just some rumor. At the same time, another group that wasn't even in the fight was secretly watching the stream on their phones. They figured if they took out HenRy, they'd get famous instantly. Plus, they'd score a massive amount of points. And just like that, HenRy became public enemy #1 again. Seeing him just standing there, they rushed in for a sneak attack. Too bad for them, HenRy isn't someone you can just sneak up on. With just 3 blasts of magic, they were all kissing the dirt. HenRy muttered to himself, "That's the 5th ambush already." Elsewhere, Ruby's crew was also busy fighting off other contestants. The tidal wave magic they cooked up washed their opponents away in a second. Ruby finally let out a sigh of relief. "We did it." Ruby couldn't help but say, "I can't believe we had to use high-level magic for that." Just then, they overheard some other players whispering, "You really shouldn't mess with that HenRy guy, nobody dares to even look at him. You guys just got wrecked." Ruby quickly ran over to them and asked, all confused, "Did you guys fight him?" One of them immediately shot back, "It wasn't just us. A ton of other people got eliminated, too." Another one stammered, shaking like a leaf, "That guy is insanely strong, he's a total monster." Hearing this, Ryder wasn't even surprised and said casually, "Well, duh, HenRy is the strongest." Julia also sighed and added, "There's no way we could ever beat him." But then, Ruby suddenly hesitated and mumbled, "HenRy is really strong, but we can just avoid fighting him, right?" The 3 of them totally agreed with this plan. It was really their only move, but was it going to be enough? Meanwhile, the martial arts prodigy from overseas, Sloan, was in a corner of the forest, calmly going through her usual training routine. Sloane's talent had been off the charts since she was a kid. At 13, she was already the top fighter back home. In every category, no one could touch Sloan. and she was dead set that one day she would surpass her master and her senior. Sloane sometimes felt crazy bored, since there was basically no one stronger than her. All the opponents she'd ever faced were complete pushovers. Sloane wanted to fight someone stronger, which is exactly why she joined this competition. Sloane was ridiculously powerful, able to knock down an ancient tree with a single punch. This crazy strength made everyone super wary of her, which is why everyone kept their distance, like she had the plague or something. But Sloane didn't give up. She promised herself she would reach even greater heights, a peak that no one else could even dream of. To do that, she had to face stronger opponents, and the one she picked, it was none other than HenRy. Sloane found HenRy, pointed right at him, and said, "HenRy, you're next." HenRy wasn't scared in the slightest. He just calmly smiled and said, "You're next? Get in line, pal." Sloane frowned a little, glanced behind her, and saw a whole new squad of people rolling up. She immediately stepped aside, pouting, "Sloane always goes solo. I don't do teams." The dude in the new group nodded. "Same here. We all want a one-on-one." Hearing this, HenRy couldn't help but click his tongue. A bunch of battle junkies? Huh? That's my jam. At the same time, Aaron had also shown up on the scene from his perch in a random brownstone in the Bronx. He was quietly watching HenRy. The top players from around the world all had magic levels over 1 million. Even HenRy would have a tough time fighting all of them at once. But one-on-one? Still, Aaron was digging HenRy's vibe. He totally approved. This wasn't the kiddie stuff from before. Now was the time to see this kid's full power. Down below, the man unleashed his magic, raised an eyebrow, and said, "I'll go first." Seeing his magic, HenRy actually gave him props. "Your magic level is pretty clean." With a little chuckle, the man casually said, "I used to be a merc. I've been in a lot of fights, seen some serious action from New York to Los Angeles, and yeah, I've had to take people out. But don't you worry, Mason, I'm not going to do that to you." Mason just clicked his tongue, thinking, "Yeah, right. Super convincing, coming from a dude who's radiating, 'I want to end you' vibes. Totally not buying it." The moment that thought crossed his mind, the guy just lunged forward. Mason didn't back down one bit, reacting in a split second, cool as a cucumber. The knife in the man's hand was suddenly right in front of HenRy's face. He dodged it fast, but still got a few strands of his hair snipped off. The man was impressed. Such slick moves. "In that case, let's see how you handle this." With that, he summoned his dark magic. A vine shot out toward HenRy, but he dodged it. In a flash, he appeared in front of the man and, without any hesitation, threw a punch. A wave of pain hit the guy instantly, making him scream as his body went flying back dozens of feet. The man couldn't help but tremble. Just one hit did that much damage. What terrifying power! HenRy scanned the crowd, raised an eyebrow, and smirked. "Who's next?" Immediately, a huge buff dude stepped up, and he boldly declared, "I'm going to take you down and make a name for myself." But the scene that happened next left the former mercenary completely shook, his voice trembling as he cried out, "No way." Because everyone who had just rushed in was taken down by HenRy in the blink of an eye, and it was a savage takedown. The ex-mercenary bit his lip hard. They even had a top-tier mage in that group, and they couldn't even put a single scratch on him. And him, a guy who never felt fear on the battlefield, is now shaking like this? Aaron, who'd been watching the whole thing, couldn't help but think to himself what an insane power gap there was. He really wanted to fight HenRy, too. But Aaron quickly shut that idea down, shaking his head with a sigh. "If I get taken out too early, I can't do my job." What a bummer, but I guess I'll have to move to another area. Sloane, who was nearby, watched HenRy's total annihilation of the group, and her eyes went wide with shock. What was that? What just happened? Those movements. She never expected HenRy could pull that off, too. Over on HenRy's side, he watched the crowd run for the hills and sighed, "I just got a little more serious, that's all." Thinking this, he glanced over at Sloane and said, "It's just you left. You gonna fight or what?" Sloane immediately walked right up to HenRy. She had always been called a prodigy, but HenRy was on a completely different planet. This feeling was just like when she faced her senior, maybe even more intense. Thinking this, she clenched her fists and then shouted fiercely, "Bring it on. Smash that like button if you think this is about to be the fight of the century." So get this girl Su Yin is absolutely fearless, like she'd fight a parking ticket in downtown Los Angeles. Driven by her pure thirst for a brawl, she just charges straight at Mason. Mason's brow just barely twitches, calmly tracking her like she's a Grubhub delivery. She moves like a blur, closing the distance in a flash. Mason's like Tesk and throws a punch, but Su Yin catches it clean, no sweat. At the same time, she tries to pop a spell, but Mason is already gone, dodging before even fully formed. But bam! In a split second, another spell just appears in Su Yin's hand, aimed right at Mason's chest. A whole tidal wave of water just erupts and surges forward. Su Yin's frowning, probably thinking, "Gotcha," like she just won the lottery, right? Too bad. My dude. Mason's already behind her. He raises an eyebrow with this little smirk and goes, now that's a creative fighting style. Hearing his voice, Su Yin totally freaks and scrambles away, putting some serious space between them. Mason is completely unfazed, y'all. He's casually breaking down her style, a wild mix of what looks like Chinese martial arts and magic, all while she's in beast mode. Even in the middle of a fight, she had to time her power-ups, and it was flawless. He's thinking this is different from regular mana, and it's not like the spell fist moves he uses. Something about her is just off. Su Yin just scoffs and snaps back. This ain't mana, genius. It's combat aura. Mason looks legit confused for a sec and asks, combat what now? What kind of power is that? Su Yin just hits him with a pout and says, as if I'd tell you. And immediately, she starts winding up another spell. A freaking 12-level combination spell just materializes out of nowhere. With a massive K-boom, this earth-shattering explosion goes off, filling the whole sky with smoke and flames. After pulling a move that big, Su Yin is totally gassed, panting for air. But big oof for her, Mason is completely fine. A single, tiny barrier blocked the whole thing, and he's even cracking this mocking smile, saying, that's some impressive magic. Seeing this, Su Yin gets so ticked off and just charges him again, full-on aggression. She decides to go hand-to-hand, using her martial arts. But surprise, surprise, Mason knows those moves too, and he's blocking her like it's nothing. Su Yin's eyes go wide with horror, like, how are you so cracked at both magic and martial arts? Seriously, this guy was good at everything. None of her techniques were even scratching him. Mason squints down at Su Yin, who's now collapsed on the ground, and just mumbles, is that it? We done already? Su Yin is just trembling where she sits, looking totally wrecked. She thought she was so tough, but next to a monster like Mason, she was just a little kid playing dress-up. After a long, awkward silence, Su Yin mutters, this is Su Yin's loss. It's time to finish it. Mason hears that and is just totally baffled. For real, this girl is a legit weirdo. But then Su Yin looks up at him and breaks into this super innocent smile. That was a lot of fun. Mason's jaw just hits the floor. Why is she smiling? Shouldn't she be crying her eyes out or something? He literally cannot figure her out, so he just turns and starts to walk away. Su Yin watches him go, totally lost in thought. This guy was on a whole other planet than her. He was easily on the same level as the four greats. She absolutely had to find someone like him. Su Yin wanted to know more, like what secrets was Mason hiding that she wasn't? And so, what does she do? Su Yin starts tailing Mason. She keeps popping out from behind him like a little shadow, sticking to him like superglue. Su Yin figured Mason was only going to get stronger, so she decided to just watch him. Okay, so obviously Mason knows she's following him. He's kinda annoyed, but for whatever reason, he doesn't do anything about it. That evening, Mason's taking a break by a stream. He catches a fish and starts a little campfire to cook it. Meanwhile, Su Yin is hiding behind a bush and her stomach is growling like a grizzly bear. She'd been so focused on stalking Mason, she completely forgot to eat. While he's grilling the fish, Mason hears the noise from the bushes and is just so over it. He sighs and calls out, you can come out, you know. Su Yin completely freezes, totally shook that she got caught. She pokes her head out from behind a tree, giving Mason this super uncertain look. After hesitating for a hot minute, Su Yin timidly walks over to him. Mason sees her and holds out a cooked fish, asking, you want this? Bro. Su Yin's eyes instantly light up. Her face is a total mask of hunger, and she snatches that fish and starts inhaling it. Mason can't help but crack a little smile at this whole scene. In just a few moments, Su Yin had eaten until she was totally stuffed. Mason finished his food, too. She's secretly watching him, right? When he was fighting, Mason's whole vibe was different, but normally he's super chill and gentle. Still, Su Yin was kinda scared of him. And just like that, with a full belly, Su Yin just drifts off to sleep. Mason sees this and just feels exasperated, like, her guard is way too low. The next morning, Su Yin wakes up all groggy and finds a jacket draped over her. Seeing her eyes open, Mason immediately speaks up. You're awake? Su Yin shoots up, totally startled. She can't believe she actually fell asleep right in front of an enemy. Mason doesn't seem to care at all, just hands her an apple with a smile. You were really out of it. Want this? Su Yin gives a tiny little nod and says, thanks. She takes the apple and moves off to the side, totally confused about why Mason is acting like everything is normal. Su Yin obviously let her guard down, big time. So why didn't he just take her out? She just could not get it. A moment later, Mason starts on his journey again. And just like she decided, Su Yin follows right behind him. But this time, she's not even hiding, she's just openly tailing him. Even though they're on the same path, they're keeping to themselves. And Mason shows zero signs of attacking her. This is making her super suspicious, and she finally can't take it anymore and asks, Yo, aren't you suspicious of me? Mason casually replies, whether you follow me is your choice. If it feels like a hassle, you can just bail. Su Yin was absolutely stunned when she heard that. What'd you guys think of his answer? Let me know in the comments. It takes her a second to reboot, then she says aggressively, "You arrogant jerk, I have a question." Without even turning around, Mason just asks flatly, "What?" Su-Yin presses her lips together and demands, "How did you get so strong? How did you learn magic?" She also wanted to know why Mason was traveling alone. Like, where were his friends? Mason waits until Su-Yin has fired off all her questions before he slowly replies. The secret to getting strong is talent and hard work. Su-Yin frowns when she hears that, then shakes her head and mumbles, "Hard work? Huh, yeah, that's not for me." A small smile touches Mason's lips as he continues, "Magic is about imitating and manipulating phenomena. After that, it all comes down to a strong will." Su-Yin is listening super hard but only getting like half of it, asking confusedly, "So you mean like mental strength, right? Is there, like, a shortcut to doing that?" But Mason doesn't answer her, just saying mysteriously, "I'm waiting for someone." Su-Yin heard that and asked, all confused, "Who?" With a little chuckle, Mason answers casually, "My enemy." Meanwhile, Ruby's crew of 3 had just wiped another squad. They probably had enough points now. Ryder lets out a huge sigh of relief. "As long as we avoid fighting him, we'll totally pass this round." Julia nods and replies, "Yeah, if we fight him, we'll definitely get wrecked, and our chance of passing this test goes right up in smoke." His words made all 3 of them just go silent. But after a moment, Ryder hesitates and asks, "But if we only pass because we were too scared to fight him, can we really move on with our heads held high?" Not a single one of them had ever managed to beat Mason, not even once. He wasn't wrong, though. Ruby sighed, totally resigned. Mason was always alone because he was so strong he literally had no competition. Julia felt the same way. Mason was always the one doing the fighting, while they were just tagging along behind him. Just then, a noise from the bushes makes Julia jump. This ex-mercenary dude steps out, shaking his head and saying, "Seems like he doesn't have a single friend. What a lonely dude." Julia narrows his eyes at the guy and asks, "Where's your crew?" He answers slowly, "We fought him but had to fall back." "You guys too?" Ruby asks, confused, as a whole bunch of other people start shuffling over. The elimination condition is being unable to continue the fight. Julia frowned, thinking, in other words, they haven't actually lost yet. So why didn't he just finish them off? Ryder thought for a second before speaking up. Maybe it's just a waste of effort for him, or maybe he went easy on them. Went easy? Julia shook his head. No way. He probably has some 500 IQ plan we don't know about. That statement totally shocked Ruby and Ryder. Just then, this guy Aaron suddenly cuts in. "Are you all planning to team up and take him down together?" Julia gives a slight nod. "There are probably about 100 contestants left. If we all team up, we might actually have a shot at beating him." Aaron frowned when he heard the suggestion. "Interesting strategy, but don't forget, I'm a proctor here." Julia narrows his eyes at him, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. "Don't you want to beat him? He's crazy strong, probably the strongest person in the entire state of New York." Ruby and Ryder both totally agreed with that. But that ex-mercenary guy wasn't buying it and tried to argue. That's a bit of a stretch. Before he could even finish, Aaron cuts him off. "In my opinion, that kid's on the same level as the 6 sages." That statement just stunned everyone there, and they all started whispering, "That guy's way too OP." "Yeah, if you told me he was sage level, I'd believe it." While everyone was still reeling, Julia suddenly yells out, "So what? I'm still not giving up. He's just one guy, and there are a ton of us." Ruby nodded in agreement. "We can do this. Let's show that arrogant punk what's up." Aaron squints at them and asks in this deep voice, "But do you have a plan to actually win?" Julia just grins confidently. "Even a 1% chance is worth taking. Guys, smash that like button if you think they can pull this off." On the 3rd day of the practical exam, Mason was still just chilling, eating and sleeping, then sleeping and eating, not acting like he was in a competition at all. Su-Yin, on the other hand, was taking it way more seriously, starting her training before the sun was even up. She practiced with her mana, then ran through some traditional martial arts forms. Her movements were smooth and practiced, but you could tell something was bugging her. She had been way too overconfident. She wasn't even in the same league as Mason. He was terrifyingly strong, like he wasn't even human. Even Su-Yin could feel that vibe of isolation coming off him. And Mason, he'd clearly been a loner for a long, long time. She could just feel it. While Su-Yin was totally zoning out, Mason wakes up and teases her. Training even during the test, Su-Yin shoots him a look and replies flatly, "It's just part of my routine." Mason looks her over for a moment before saying, "A martial art that uses a different energy from magic. Interesting." Su-Yin was not happy to hear that and corrected him. "It's combat aura." She explained that it let her unleash several times her normal physical strength. And when she used her ki, that power got even stronger. Mason heard this and just mumbled to himself, all confused, combat aura and ki. Su-Yin slowly explained, "First, You focus on refining your internal energy, guide the flow of combat ki through your whole body, then relax and let it wrap around you. As she was talking, she did a little demonstration, gathering all the power in her body before finally unleashing it. Mason watched from the side and couldn't help but clap. That's awesome. But the praise didn't make Su Yin feel any better at all. She sighed. It's nothing special. I still can't beat you. Mason just smiled at her and said teasingly, your magic is still pretty sloppy, huh? Su Yin got super annoyed and huffed. I'm self-taught, okay? I've never even stepped foot inside a magic academy, so it makes sense that my magic isn't perfect. Mason gave a slight nod and slowly explained. Combat aura and magic seem similar on the surface, but at their core, they're totally different. It's best not to use the same mindset to control both of them. He told her she was bad at sensing and controlling mana, which was why her spells were so unstable. Hearing this, Su Yin asked, so, what should I do? Mason answered casually, I'm going to transfer a stream of high-density mana into you. Just focus on feeling it with your whole body. Ooh, this is getting spicy. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. Yo, HenRy was probably thinking he'd never be juicing up some rookie mage like this. But for real, Sui Jing got here on pure skill alone. That's kinda wild. So boom, HenRy slaps his hand on her back and starts feeding her that sweet, sweet mana. And like, 2 seconds later, she's bugging out, screaming, whoa, I can feel it. I've never felt power this insane before. HenRy, all chill, is like, yeah, that's the real deal. You gotta lock in and feel the difference between that and your own energy. Sui Jing is just vibing, watching the mana flow, giggling like crazy. Oh my god, so this times is what real power feels like. It's like I can literally grab it, and HenRy, breaking it down all cool. Cause you're rocking both your own energy and this mana. You probably never sorted out which was which. And you could see the light bulb go off over Sui's head. Legit, her eyes started sparkling. She starts laughing, all hyped up, like, HenRy, my dude, you are an absolute beast. The one thing that's been messing with me for ages, you fixed it in, like 5 seconds. Thanks for real. HenRy just gives a little shrug and a smile, like, it's all good, no sweat. But get this, while they're having their little moment, there are some total creepers watching from the bushes. Next thing you know, a whole squad of clowns jumps out trying to catch him slipping. But like, their skills were trash, and Sui Jing sent one flying with a kick before he even knew what hit him. HenRy straight up decked another one. He's like, Teesk, for real? An ambush this early? Just then, the rest of the wannabes start blasting magic at them. Yeah, that didn't work. The spells just poofed into nothing against HenRy's shield. Lame. He just casually flicks a mana bullet back at them, and boom, massive explosion. Talk about overkill. Before they can even process, some other dude comes charging in with a knife. For real, a knife? They both see him coming a mile away and spin around to shut him down at the same time. Then a whole bunch more spells start raining down, but honestly, they were way too slow, and HenRy and Sui Jing dodged it all like it was nothing. And right after that, it was their turn. They both just unleashed hell with their own magic. With a massive kaboom, the ground gets absolutely wrecked by magic cannons and crazy energy waves. And just like that, the whole crew was wiped out. Game over, man. The spotters hiding out in the distance scrambled to grab their fallen homies and totally bailed. Seeing this, Sui's just standing there confused, like, wait, they're dipping already? HenRy just sighs. They're pretty quick to bounce. But Sui's totally ticked off, just cursing. Seriously, just running away like that? What a bunch of chumps. But then HenRy gets this shady little smirk on his face and goes, I wouldn't be so sure about that. Sui's like, huh, what you mean? And HenRy drops the bomb. These guys are different. They're not just randoms. Someone's definitely pulling the strings here. So who's the mastermind? Oh, you already know. It was Ruby's crew, Avi. Cut to a few minutes earlier, they were all posted up in a clearing. So Ruby's laying it all out. Listen up, nobody can one-on-one HenRy. It's impossible. He's slinging level 17 magic and basically has an infinite energy bar. He's totally cracked, and you could hear a pin drop. The whole squad was shook. But seeing everyone looking scared, Julia jumps in like, hold up, even HenRy has an Achilles heel. He's still human, right? Magic can patch him up, but it can't replace sleep and a good meal from that spot on Bleecker Street. So that was the game plan. Just keep hitting HenRy anytime he tries to catch a break. Annoy him to death. Fast forward, after they smoke another crew, Sui is pissed, ripping off HenRy's jacket and complaining, this is so dirty. They should just fight us for real, man to man. Attacking when our guard is down is just weak sauce. HenRy just cracks a smile and is like, nah, see, I'm different. A win's a win, I'll play any game. That kind of dirty fighting is totally my vibe. And hearing that just made Sui freeze up. Hold up. Asterisk, she's supposed to be the one itching for a fight, but here she is just being HenRy's sidekick. Their enemies were going all out, risking everything just to take him down. And what was she doing? Just hanging out? Nah. The thought made her clench her fists. Chilling with HenRy was fun, no cap, but this wasn't what she was here for. You could just see it on her face. Sui got dead serious. She made up her mind. And right as HenRy was about to bounce, he turned back around, and poof, Sui was gone. Vanished from the clearing, leaving him all by his lonesome. HenRy couldn't help but crack a smile. She's out. And now the real game begins. The 1 versus 100 main event is about to pop off, y'all. Bro, if you're hyped for this, smash that like button. But with his OP magic, it was an easy clap every single time. 1 person came, he dropped him. 2 people came, he dropped them both. 10 people, wiped them all out. It was a massacre. After every beatdown, a little cleanup crew would show up to drag away the bodies. So dramatic. At first, HenRy just let him go, but after a while, my guy got bored of the routine. So he was like, "Aight, bet," and started chasing times them asterisk. While crossing a clearing, HenRy runs into another squad. They hit him with some dark magic, surrounding him in a thick fog. But HenRy just waved his hand and poof, the fog was gone. Only, when he could see again, they had already pulled a Houdini. They were gone. He's frowning, like, for real? They bounced. He couldn't even sense their energy anymore. NGL, their hit-and-run game was flawless. Props. All right, fast forward to the final day of this whole test. Julia gets the whole gang together and announces, "Today's the day, y'all. We're going all out." After all these days of us jumping him, HenRy has got times to be running on fumes. Aaron's just listening, dead silent. Ruby and Rui are quiet too. Then Ruby looks over the whole crowd and starts giving orders. "Aight, this time the assault team goes in first. Ambush squad has your back. We are not losing this one." The second she said that, the whole crowd went wild, totally hyped. And get this entire showdown was being broadcast live for the whole world to see. Everyone back in New York, from Brooklyn to the Upper East Side, was betting on HenRy to take the W. Meanwhile, over at his private mansion, Vance was watching the live stream too, smirking like, "All right, showtime. Let's see how this circus ends." And he wasn't the only VIP tuning in. The other so-called great sages were all watching in silence. Who knows why they were watching? Were they just enjoying the show, or plotting something shady for later? Drop your theories in the comments, guys. All right, back to the action. HenRy finally tracked down Ruby's crew. He just smirks at them and goes, "So, I guess hide and seek is over, huh?" Ruby's whole squad is just staring daggers back at him, all fired up, but you can hear someone whisper, "Dude, is he really tired? He looks perfectly fine to me." And then, all at once, Ruby's entire crew yells, "We've always taken the L from you, but not today. Today, we're taking you down." A little smile creeps onto HenRy's face as he says, "All cool. Love to hear it." But bam! The ground under his feet just splits wide open, creating this huge pit out of nowhere. Even HenRy couldn't react fast enough, and he just starts falling. And up top, a whole team of mages was casting a sneak attack spell. HenRy's frowning midair, thinking, so Julia and her squad were just the bait. Not a bad move, gotta admit. While he's falling, the pit starts closing up above him, and in a sec, the ground is totally solid again. The attackers are looking down all confused, like, wait, did that actually work? But nope. A second later, the ground just erupts. HenRy bursts out from underground, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. "Not bad, kids. But you're still way too green for this." Seeing him, Julia's team launches their attack. This party is just getting started. A whole storm of spells, fire, ice, you name it comes flying at HenRy, but they all just get stopped by one little barrier. Thinking they have an opening, some dude in the back tries for a sneak attack. But it's like HenRy has 360-degree vision or something, because another shield just pops up out of nowhere and blocks it. He just says, "All cold, this is pointless." And right then, a freaking giant fireball appears in the sky. With this huge kaboom, it slams right down on HenRy and explodes. Smoke and dust everywhere. The mages are looking on, bug-eyed, like, no way we missed. Did we get him? But when the smoke clears, HenRy's just standing there, completely unfazed, not a hair out of place. He smirks and goes, "Okay, that last one wasn't half bad. I'm actually surprised you managed to scratch me." And by scratch, he means a tiny little scrape on his bicep. Bro is built different. Ryder is losing his mind, screaming. He tanked a hit like that and it just scratched him. Is that dude even human? Right then, Julia yells out the order, "Everyone, don't stop. Keep attacking." Yo, it's HenRy versus 100 other students. 100. With those odds, everyone watching from their Los Angeles apartments thought the students had it in the bag. I mean, no matter how OP he is, he's still just one guy, right? The ex-merc dude was the first one to get it. He's thinking, nah, this is dumb. We can't win this. He's realizing HenRy just isn't human. It's not possible. But the sisters, Ruby and Rui, are still all fired up, yelling together, "We are not giving up. Never. And as they say it, they combine their powers and drop a level 12 ice spell, and bam, a thick layer of frost just covers HenRy instantly. Seeing that, the crowd goes wild. A level 12 ice spell? That's absolutely insane. But like, 5 seconds later, the ice starts cracking. HenRy just flexes and shatters it into a million pieces. He smirks. Not bad. But still not enough. Seeing an opening, Ryder jumps in with a quick attack. A heavy gravity spell comes crushing down from the sky, but HenRy's shield just blocks it. No effort. Ryder is just standing there, shook, as his spell gets broken. My guy is completely frozen. So get this. Ruby and Rui can hit level 12 spells, but for Ryder, level 10 is his absolute max. At this point, everyone is gassed, and you can see the hope draining from their faces. Someone's like, even when we all jump him at once, he just blocks everything. Is this even possible? Hearing that, Julia yells, look, even if he's using automatic shields and casting spells, he can't do that forever. If we keep the pressure on, we can break through. I know it. Meanwhile, Aaron starts taking off his jacket. He's got this crazy grin on his face and says, my turn to play. Time for some up-close and personal action. Even young HenRy can't block these hands. Right. Y'all are about to witness my MUSCLE magic. The second he's done talking,